Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 191, The Statue of Death in the Ruins. The Fate Hermits Gathering, held only once every 6 months, saw every badge-holding member prepare for a long time, and even though the number of attendees wasn't large, many good items still appeared. After purchasing another very practical mystical item, Mobert stopped making transactions, partly to reduce his presence, but more importantly, he had run out of money. Upholding the demeanor of a noble, even though he was from the Marauder pathway, he had never committed acts of theft for money. The gold pounds on him were all gifts from those short-sighted pirates. As it was his first time attending a Fate Hermits Gathering, Mobert didn't know the procedures of the meeting and felt somewhat anxious, so he could only quietly wait for the meeting to end. In the center of the round table, a female figure wearing a hood suddenly took out a wooden box and placed it on the table. She seemed to have observed for a long time, then directly addressed the Mentor of Deceit, in the very center, speaking in a cold tone. "I have brought the sealed artifact formed from that parasite beyonder characteristic. I hope you will honor your previous promise." Within the eyes beneath the hood, a slowly rotating mass of stardust swirled, showing no fear even towards a potential saint, full of confidence. Everyone in the hall turned their gaze towards her, and the hooded man in the corner also turned his head, looking at the woman through the shadows of his hood, or more accurately, at the wooden box on the table. The somewhat ethereal Mentor of Deceit chuckled softly, slowly raising his right hand. Instantly, a ring with an eyeless symbol engraved on its surface appeared in the center of his palm, emitting a rich spiritual glow. The ring in his hand and the wooden box on the table instantly swapped places. After inspecting the item, he chuckled and said, "As expected of a long-standing hidden organization, its foundation is indeed profound. I am a man who keeps his promises. You don't need to be so wary. Using a secret art of this level must consume a lot. This transaction is a good start. You can tell the pillar of the Moses ascetic order behind you that I know of a hidden treasure from the 4th epoch. It might even contain things she is very interested in. This is a friendly invitation, perhaps we can explore it together." Putting away the ring, the woman, suspected to be from the Moses ascetic order, nodded noncommittally and replied in a calm tone. "I will convey it." Mobert looked at the woman with a hint of surprise. As a viscount of the Zoroastrian family, despite being trapped in the Book of Worlds for nearly 1,000 years, he still knew the Moses ascetic order very well. In its early days, the Moses ascetic order was a highly respected organization, maintaining good relations with all the major churches. Its members used asceticism to resist losing control, resolve the residual effects of potions, and strictly maintain secrecy, adhering to morals, precepts, and the pursuit of knowledge. Mobert had also heard of one of their quirks. Any member who joined the Moses ascetic order, after becoming a mystery prior, had to observe a 5-year vow of silence and learn to be quiet, for the sake of cultivation and improving focus. The mystery prior motto of "do as you please, but do no harm" was also proposed by this organization. However, these were all characteristics of the Moses ascetic order in its earliest days. Mobert clearly remembered that before he went missing, his old man had told him that the hidden sage, whom the Moses ascetic order worshipped, had come alive and transformed into a personalized evil god, and the organization had thus degenerated into an evil organization. Aaron also witnessed this scene through the prayer images seen by the subconsciousness retained within the Sapphira. From the perspective of his true vision, he could clearly see that the woman from the Moses ascetic order had her spiritual eyes completely filled with starlight, seemingly due to a unique and powerful secret art. He knew far more about the Moses ascetic order than Mobert did. This organization possessed the complete mystery prior pathway and was one of the earliest hidden organizations apart from the churches of Evernight, Earth, and God of Combat. Its founders even included several humans, such as Stian, who had viewed the second blasphemy slate. Aaron always felt that the hidden sage's coming alive was too abrupt. Even if the god of steam and machinery hadn't fully digested his potion in the 4th epoch, he would have risked losing control to achieve sequence 0. It's likely there's a deep connection between the two. And the fact that Stian, who also controlled the mystery prior pathway and was above other beyonders in the 4th epoch, simply vanished without a trace, itself indicates many problems. After all, even if a uniqueness were corrupted by a Sapphira, it wouldn't suddenly come alive. A greater possibility is that the original leader of the Moses ascetic order was already a king of angels who had accommodated 2 sequence 1 beyonder characteristics of the hermit pathway. He deliberately manipulated the Moses ascetic order to worship the hidden sage, using anchors to stabilize the hermit uniqueness. In the mid-4th epoch, under the pressure of the warring gods, he chose to accommodate the hermit uniqueness. The process of accommodating the hermit uniqueness might have gone wrong, or perhaps through some hidden, unknown crevice, he came into contact with the knowledge more sealed on the west continent, just like Bansi before. The result was direct erosion by the power seeping from the knowledge more. Although he successfully accommodated the uniqueness, he became completely insane, lost his humanity, and transformed into the current hidden sage. Putting away his chaotic thoughts, the Fate Hermits gathering was nearing its end. Aaron suddenly remembered that the people of the Moses ascetic order seemed intent on seizing the Book of Calamity from sea god Calvetua. However, the Rorstad archipelago was now heavily guarded. The Church of Storms and the Central Sonia Navy had been jointly searching for and hunting the Blood Moon King, so it wasn't the best opportunity. Although he wondered about the true purpose of Amon's avatar, it was far from enough to judge Amon, who bore the title God of Pranks, by common sense alone. Rubbing his forehead with a slight headache, Aaron watched Mobert disappear from the peculiar hall within the prayer light spot. After silently making a note, he stopped thinking further. He casually retrieved the Black Emperor card and the sun-chasing scepter from the pile of sundries, connecting with the surrounding dark gold mist. An angelic figure with 12 pairs of dark gold wings on his back appeared and plunged into the still undissipated prayer light spot. Mobert, who appeared on a plane, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he looked at the surrounding terrain, which was completely different from the Tasik River. He had originally prepared to return to the Tasik River, but he didn't expect his departure to be via a random teleportation method. Mobert surveyed his surroundings, trying to discern the direction, intending to take a detour to Backlund. After a period of rest, he planned to head to his final destination for this trip, Tingen City, which was also a task Aaron had assigned through the prayer light spot before his departure. Suddenly, a dense dark gold mist reappeared before him, accompanied by a soul-shaking aura. An angelic figure with 12 pairs of wings on his back emerged, and the fiery wings covered in dark gold patterns instantly enveloped him. Mobert instantly felt a moment of trance, only sensing a scorching power flowing through his body. He abruptly retched. A worm of time, still wriggling, was enveloped by the angelic figure under his gaze and vanished into the dense dark gold mist. In a dense forest somewhere, a hooded man had a faint smile on his lips as he wiped the monocle in his hand with a silk scarf. Suddenly, he turned his head to the west, his smile becoming more pronounced. He put on the crystal monocle on his right eye, and his lips curled up. Interesting. He casually removed a big problem for his believer, sealed the worm of time, and threw it back into the pile of sundries. This was the best material for making high-level Marauder pathway charms. Once he deals with Pauls and gets the corresponding divine symbols and magical markings from him, he can try to create some special charms. Opening his slightly narrowed eyes, a desolate horn sound faintly echoed in his ears. Aaron looked at the sea outside the ghost ship. The golden sea seemed to have dimmed considerably, and the ghost ship's speed had slowed down, constantly changing direction. The divination pendant and death mask floated silently before Astolfo. Sensing that Aaron had awakened, a calm voice spoke. We should have reached that sea area. Divination can only pinpoint this sea area at most. To find the ruins more specifically, we must leave the ghost ship and enter the seabed. Aaron looked at the sea burning with golden flames and slowly nodded. His spirituality connected with the dark gold mist, which seemed to be in some mysterious space. At the same time, he took out a marine domain charm from his pregnant, crushed it, and then slowly extended his hand into the sea. The moment he touched the sea, a painful roar instantly swept towards Aaron's spirit body. The magnificent palace trembled, and an invisible fluctuation transmitted to Aaron, shielding him from the roar. The golden flames in his eyes slowly extinguished, and Aaron's paused body fully entered the ocean. Astolfo, suspended in midair, watched silently, then plunged into the seabed with the divination pendant and death mask, leaving only a ghost ship circling on the surface. As if passing through some barrier, and with the underwater mobility provided by the marine charm, Aaron sank into the deep seabed, surrounded by gradually dimming seawater. His vision gradually became dark, as if eternal night was about to fall. Amidst the gradually intensifying horn sound, Astolfo's figure appeared beside Aaron. His gradually depuppetized arm grabbed the falling Aaron, guiding him deeper into the seabed following the death mask's sensation. In the darkness of the deep sea, an ancient, death-filled underwater ruin stood on a black rock wall. The magnificent temple seemed like a gateway to the underworld. Aaron looked at the temple shrouded in a layer of shadow, feeling the surging death aura. A desolate horn sound emanated from the temple's huge fissure, like the whispers of hell. Countless zombies, vengeful spirits, and other undead creatures roamed the entire ruin. Their terrifying numbers would make even a demigod hesitate, not to mention having to endure the erosion of death aura. Putting on the death mask handed to him by Astolfo, the dense death aura no longer corroded his body, but it made him hear a clearer, more desolate horn sound. If not for the protection of the Sapphira, he, who had not gained divinity, would probably have become one of the many zombies. Following the horn sound, Aaron, wearing the death mask, couldn't help but look at the huge fissure covering the temple. The temple's interior was covered with twisted, bizarre patterns and runes, which Aaron felt seemed to be an ancient summoning ritual. Aaron's gaze shifted, then suddenly froze. In the center of the temple, a gigantic statue shrouded in darkness stood proudly. It was a huge feathered serpent, its entire body covered in large, sickly green-black scales, with pure white feathers growing from the crevices. Each feather and scale bore strange symbols of different shapes, pale flames burned in its eye sockets, and a pair of exaggerated, thick wings spread behind it. In the center of the feathered serpent's forehead was a bronze-colored door covered in mysterious patterns that defied precise description. Through the opened crack, one could see endless darkness, within which countless indescribable eyes seemed to densely gaze outwards. Symbols identical to those inside the temple immediately appeared on the death mask. The seal left by Varna was also triggered by the stimulus. In the clash of the two forces, Aaron's consciousness blurred for a moment, and a scene appeared in his mind. An arm seemingly formed purely of light struck a giant serpent, its body covered in light yellow, greasy wings, into the sea. Its scales shattered, and sickly green blood dyed the ocean. Accompanied by a roar permeated with death aura, the feathered serpent's head was shattered by the light, and a black glow, carrying fangs, plunged into the deep sea. The scene shattered with a crash. Astolfo's palm lightly touched the death mask, and relying on his special connection with the spirit world, he finally appeased the death mask. Exhaling lightly, Aaron withdrew his gaze, his expression somewhat solemn. The legacy of death indeed existed, and it should be within that statue. The corpse collector pathway, starting from sequence 5, allows one to create a unique underworld with their body as a prison. Each gatekeeper's internal underworld is symbolized by a double opening door, with the underworld's core in the center of the forehead, representing the position of death. Aaron wasn't sure what was contained within the underworld on the statue's forehead, and opening that door might trigger unknown anomalies. However, Aaron wasn't planning to deal with it himself. Since it was a sacrifice, the one being sacrificed would naturally handle the subsequent problems. Following Astolfo's footsteps, Aaron entered the underwater ruin. Countless zombies and vengeful spirits, sensing the aura of a high-level spirit world creature, actively avoided them, not daring to approach. Resisting the increasingly dense death aura, one human and one spirit world creature slowly arrived at the temple's entrance. Looking at the various symbols engraved on the dilapidated door, Astolfo raised his right hand, and the door instantly opened. Just then, a strange energy surged out from the opened door. Aaron immediately felt himself connected to the palace, the seabed, and even the ocean itself. He gradually heard the syllables of the desolate horn sound. It echoed within the palace, spreading throughout the entire underwater ruin, like the ancient sound of the cosmos. The essence of death. The monarch of the deceased. The final destination of all living beings. The chants, as if transcending time, grew louder amidst the desolate horn sound. A pitch-black river, as if capable of drawing away souls, surged from the top of the feathered serpent statue in the center of the temple, sweeping towards Aaron and Astolfo at the entrance. Souls floated and sank in the pitch-black river, and skeletal hands drifted in the current. The magnificent and desolate prayers were precisely from those agonizingly roaring souls. Chapter 192 God's Descent. The main body has already perished, only a small remnant from thousands of years ago remains. I'd like to see how capable it truly is. Enduring the layered, illusory prayers and looking at the black river that had surged before him, Aaron was about to have the subconsciousness within the Sapphira unleash a sun-shattering arrow at the statue in front of him, when he saw Astolfo step in front of him. Astolfo's body, which had gradually shed its puppet form, suddenly swelled, his eyes turned blood-red, and the faint glow from the strange texture on his body spread to Aaron. Aaron instantly felt the world fall silent. The desolate horn blasts and layered prayers vanished simultaneously, as if not only his body but also his spirit body had temporarily lost its hearing. He only saw Astolfo, whose body had expanded several times, mouth gaping open to his ears, as if making a silent shriek. The river of pitch-black death intent rippled, and the river, which was about to rush to the entrance, instantly rolled back. The pale, bloody arms that had been scrambling to reach out from within the river retracted back into the river at an even faster speed after sensing Astolfo's aura. The arms that hadn't managed to retreat from the river, along with the greenish-black vines with infant faces, and the slimy tentacles with bulging eyes, transformed into bizarre animals the moment they touched the ripples caused by the shriek, losing their unique characteristics and abilities. The only commonality was that they all had blood-red eyes. Is this the power a sequence 4 can possess? Aaron watched this scene with some surprise, secretly guessing that after achieving demigod status, based on the residual peculiarities of the spirit world, he could temporarily recover a portion of his strength. The death mask on his face shimmered slightly, and Aaron, deep in thought, looked into the distance. The surging river and the receding ripples formed a vortex in the center of the temple. A rotting body with white feathers on its back emerged from it, the flesh on its decaying face still wriggling, seemingly trying to regenerate. His hollow eye socket suddenly deepened, as if connecting to a dead and dark world. Dense black mist permeated the air, flowing slowly over him like a haze. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and all the white feathers flew out, covering his body and blocking the influence of the invisible shriek. But Aaron, whose pupils had contracted slightly behind Astolfo, instantly guessed, with the death mask on, that this person should be the numinous episcopate undying who was lost in the divine war ruins. But with his appearance, pale corpses shakily climbed out of the sticks, instantly transforming into various creatures with blood-red eyes, dissolving into the pitch-black river. Sensing this change, the rotting corpse covered in white feathers let out an angry roar. The colors around him instantly became vivid, and space gradually distorted. Astolfo, maintaining his open mouth, slowly raised his right hand. The spirit world that the numinous episcopate Undying was about to open instantly returned to tranquility, the colors no longer vibrant, as if nothing had happened. After achieving demigod status, an Undying can control the spirit world to a certain extent and use it to nourish the small underworld within their body. But for Astolfo, who was born in the spirit world and is essentially a high-level spirit world creature, this level of control is simply not worth mentioning. The Undying, whose abilities were completely suppressed, quickly looked at the death statue with his hollow eyes. He no longer counterattacked but rushed towards the bronze door at the top of the statue, seemingly intending to sacrifice himself to fully awaken the entity behind the door. Before he could step out, a spear of darkness, entirely condensed from brilliant light, instantly pierced his body. The white feathers burned, giving off black smoke. From the dense black mist, the Undying, whose body was covered in white feathers, stepped out of the sticks again. Having lost control due to contamination, his Undying ability merged with the sticks, serving as both a restraint and a new birth. Aaron clearly noticed this point and no longer wasted the spear of darkness recorded in the Lord of Mysteries. The majestic ancient Hermes echoed. Imprison. At the same time, the night mark on his wrist emitted a faint glow. Unlike the dead black of the sticks, tranquil and silent black ripples spread out, combining with the imprisonment decree. After being strengthened, layer upon layer of black walls and extremely viscous, shadowy liquid enveloped the newly regenerated Undying. With his spirit world abilities restricted by Astolfo, he was temporarily confined in place. Without Aaron's reminder, Astolfo, who had somehow temporarily recovered his Sequence 3 Disciple of Silence abilities, suddenly became vibrantly colored around his body. As his illusory figure vanished, the bronze door at the top of the death statue, which was continuously spewing black sticks, began to glow with vibrant colors on its side. Astolfo's increasingly massive body appeared beside the bronze door. Strange texture on his body spread towards the bronze door. This small underworld, which had formed at some unknown time, was slowly closing, and the black sticks was slowly flowing back. Compared to Astolfo, who was locked in a stalemate with the bronze door and unable to attend to anything else, Aaron was quite at ease. The title, Lord of Slumber and Silence, which could entirely point to the underworld and the domain of death, greatly alleviated the influence of the desolate horn blasts and prayers on Aaron, thanks to the power surging from the night mark. The imprisonment decree, enhanced by this power, successfully restrained the Undying and prevented him from being carried away by the flowing sticks. Separated from the sticks and with his spirit world abilities restricted, this Undying was unable to display his true strength at all. He was quite frustrated as Aaron, wielding the Sword of Judgment and the Lord of Mysteries, continuously shattered his body. Finally, the incomplete white feathers no longer coalesced into a human form but transformed into a giant cocoon stained with light yellow oil, constantly contracting and expanding, accompanied by the convergence of dense death intent. Looking at the giant cocoon before him, a bizarre fusion of vitality and death intent, Aaron let out a sigh of relief, his right hand gripping the Sword of Judgment, trembling slightly. Even though several key abilities were restricted or weakened, the demigod-level physique showed no signs of weakening. All three harvest abilities of the Sword of Judgment had been used up, and it was only with the cooperation of the Night Mark's abilities that the Undying was completely severely wounded and fell into slumber. There was no time to breathe. Feeling the increasingly terrifying horn blasts coming from above, Aaron looked up at the top of the death statue, his pupils contracting sharply. The bronze door, which was originally half open, now had only a tiny gap left. No matter how many symbolic patterns surged from Astolfo's body, that gap remained completely still. The black sticks surrounded the statue and Astolfo. Black mist began to surge from the gap, slowly spreading outwards, revealing the terrifying entity behind the door. It was a feathered serpent, extremely similar to the statue, yet so massive that it seemed capable of occupying the entire world. It also had huge greenish-black scales, but unlike the statue, light yellow, oil-stained feathers grew from the gaps, and from each feather, illusory black tubes extended, connecting to the surging black mist. This exaggerated feathered serpent was extremely illusory, only the fangs of its head were truly real. The rest of it looked more like a manifestation of symbolic patterns merged with black mist. The moment he saw this feathered serpent, even though Aaron quickly lowered his head, the desolate horn blasts in his mind erupted like a volcano, and white feathers began to grow on his body. Without the slightest hesitation, Aaron immediately used the last domain of darkness recorded in the Lord of Mysteries. Pure, scorching light enveloped him, and at the same time, he connected to the Sapphira to resist the contamination from directly facing a mythical creature's form. Recalling the dream transmitted through the death mask earlier and comparing it to the scene he had just witnessed, Aaron could clearly feel something gradually awakening. Sighing inwardly and forcefully expelling the invading contamination, he ended the domain of darkness. Aaron took out the crimson eye, feeling his spirituality constantly regenerating and recovering under the crimson moonlight, as spirituality surged frantically into the Lord of Mysteries in his hand. Aaron kept whispering in his heart, his right hand instinctively reaching forward, constantly trying, and finally, in the historical void, he touched a certain image. The black mist continuously spread, and the giant cocoon on the ground, a bizarre fusion of vitality and death intent, began to tremble violently. The entire underwater ruin began to shake, and the surroundings became transparent, reflecting a world filled with countless skeletons and phantoms. The terrifying, semi-illusory feathered serpent coiled at the highest point of the entire world, slowly opening its eyes, which burned with pale flames. Astolfo's massive body instantly stiffened. As a high-level spirit world creature with an extremely high essence, white feathers stained with light yellow oil also began to grow on his body. Bloody arms, greenish-black vines with infant faces, and slimy tentacles with dead fish eyes or 2 rows of fangs continuously surged forth, forcefully prying open the bronze portal, frantically trying to pierce the boundary between reality and illusion. Suddenly, everything fell silent. The prayers and wails also disappeared. Even the illusory, distorted faces of the souls drifting in the Styx gradually softened, and a power of peace and tranquility continuously spread. Pure blackness had, at some unknown point, enveloped the entire underwater ruin. A slender, fair female hand appeared out of thin air, pressing onto Astolfo's body, which was covered in white feathers. She was a beautiful lady, dressed in a classical robe, wearing a black hood, with little expression on her face, and her eyes were deep black but lacked vitality. This was the hidden angel of the Church of the Night, the Mother of Heaven from the Night Kingdom, the daughter of the ancient god Phlegria, who had eliminated the mutated Mahams during the divine descent in Biam, and who was now the divine descent vessel of the Evernight goddess. The darkness in the divine war ruins was the residual divine power of the goddess. Coupled with the feedback obtained from continuously exploring the Black Monastery in the dream world, Aaron had always wanted to try if he could summon her. What he had been murmuring and reciting in his heart just now was the Evernight goddess's honored name. Summoning images from the historical void cannot summon entities involving uniqueness. Although the divine descent vessel that can be summoned also carries some power from a deity, it certainly does not involve uniqueness. Even so, Aaron believed that if the goddess hadn't tacitly allowed it, or even provided some assistance, he wouldn't have been able to succeed, no matter how many times he tried to summon her while in the divine war ruins. The beautiful lady did not look at Aaron, who had summoned her. She casually pulled out the contamination Astolfo had suffered, then directly turned her head to look at the death statue opposite. The mountain-like feathered serpent, both illusory and real, seemed to sense some ominous change. Its tail suddenly lashed out, frantically sweeping around, and its head lowered, opening its massive mouth to reveal dark red flesh and fangs stained with light yellow oil, spitting out a pitch-black serpent's tongue and greenish slime. However, its attempts had no effect. It seemed to be living in another world. The entire underwater ruin suddenly shook. The death statue began to sway and crack, and the bronze door at its top rippled. The illusory black tubes spreading in the black mist were dissolved by the profound blackness, and the entire death statue was irreversibly being moved into a hidden world. Aaron, with the crimson eye, had already prepared for spiritual exhaustion. After all, he didn't know how much spirituality it would take to summon the historical projection of that divine descent vessel. After the horn blasts in his ears disappeared, Aaron, though he didn't dare to look up for fear of seeing things he shouldn't see, knew very well that his summoning had succeeded. The spiritual consumption was not great, or more accurately, spirituality was only consumed during the previous continuous attempts to summon the historical void image. Feeling somewhat puzzled, Aaron used the corner of his eye to look around. A deep blackness enveloped the entire underwater ruin. That was the divine power of the Evernight goddess remaining in the divine war ruins. They were continuously gathering above his head, replacing the spiritual consumption. His eyes involuntarily moved upwards, and Aaron finally saw the beautiful but not very lively hidden angel, and the death statue behind her, shrouded in gloomy mist, gradually disappearing. Astolfo, who had returned to his normal state, appeared beside Aaron, wanting to say something but held back. A clear, cold voice sounded, accompanied by the spread of a tranquil aura. Do not go to the remaining sea area of Torsna for now. You are not yet qualified. Torsna, the god of spiritual creatures, one of the subordinate deities of Kvastor, the variant king of the second epoch. Aaron paused for a second, quickly recalling the name. His intuition told him that this sentence was not directed at him, and he couldn't help but turn to look at Astolfo beside him. He saw Astolfo respectfully lower his head slightly, making a gesture in response. The hidden angel said no more, actively fading her body, transforming into numerous symbols representing secrecy and terror, and surged into the night mark on Aaron's wrist. The clear, cold voice echoed in his mind again. When night falls upon the land where gods fell, you will obtain what you desire. The taut string in his heart finally relaxed, and a smile appeared on Aaron's face. He found the blood the Undying had left behind during the battle and smeared it onto the cover of Grozel's Travels. Watching the giant cocoon, a fusion of vitality and death intent, vanish before him, Aaron had the subconsciousness remaining within the Sapphira condense his prayer image and transmit it to Bearbriel, asking him to guard the cocoon formed by this undying. Chapter 193 Ghost Empire. The underwater ruins became silent again, and the countless zombies and vengeful spirits circling around disappeared after being enveloped by the darkness. Putting Grozel's travels away, Aaron looked at Astolfo, who was standing silently to the side, lost in thought, and recalling the confrontation with the feathered snake just now, he asked with some concern. What exactly was that thing just now? Are you seriously injured? Breaking free from his thoughts, Astolfo gently shook his head and calmly replied. That should be considered a part of Salinger's death mark. After Salinger truly fell during the Pale disaster, this mark, sealed within the God War ruins, seemed to have undergone some mutation. The corruption I suffered has been cleared by that being, but I also suffered a backlash. The rest of the journey might require you to complete it yourself. As Astolfo spoke, a stream of light emerged and merged into the traveler's badge that Aaron had always worn, adding. The core area of the God War ruins will only be more dangerous. Rashly performing spirit world teleportation there might lead to some unpredictable situations. Something I don't understand seems to have happened in that area of Torsna. It should no longer be safe. I just modified your traveler's badge for the next teleportation. Using its negative effects and the coordinates I placed in the boundary before, it can send you to a hidden location deep within the spirit world, allowing you to escape here safely. Aaron listened attentively, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, and chuckled dryly. Deep within the spirit world. That must be very dangerous, right? Astolfo nodded and then shook his head. It is indeed very dangerous there, but as long as you don't actively explore and stay on the periphery, you'll be fine. I will immediately go and take you away when I sense your teleportation. Saying that, he paused, glanced at the underwater ruins beneath his feet, and the temple where the death sculpture should have stood, adding with a strange tone. That is Calderon, the city of the dead. Aaron immediately gasped. That was the divine kingdom of Gregory, the ancient death phoenix ancestor. Later, Gregory opened up the underworld in the spirit world and transferred his divine kingdom there. Before he was severely wounded by the ancient sun god, he threw Calderon deep into the spirit world. And deep within Calderon, there was also a branch of the river of eternal darkness, which was also something the Evernight goddess wanted to obtain. Seeing Aaron's astonished expression, and guessing that he already knew the secrets within, he explained slowly, his tone calm but tinged with helplessness. The depths of Calderon contain immense terror. Although it is very dangerous, it can also help me avoid some troubles, such as that angel constantly wandering in the spirit world. Putting away the expression on his face, Aaron strongly agreed. As the surrounding scenery blurred, he was already back on the ghost ship. Astolfo withdrew the hand resting on Aaron's shoulder, and his body slowly became transparent, disappearing into the vivid oil painting world. Looking at the sky, which was still like midday, Aaron breathed a sigh of relief. Without further hesitation, he held Grozel's travels, the Lord of Mysteries, and the token that could open the ghost empire in his hand, waiting for the arrival of darkness. The night mark suddenly glowed, and at the same time, the sky was rapidly invaded by darkness. The scorching light was quickly swallowed. Before Aaron could close his eyes, more profound symbols, symbolizing secrecy and terror, emerged from his wrist. The surroundings turned into pure darkness. Aaron felt as if he was in a black ocean, able to feel himself moving, but unable to control his body. Enveloped by the pure, tranquil darkness, Aaron's consciousness gradually blurred. Suddenly, a sharp pain awakened him. The dark golden token tightly clutched in his hand burst forth with dazzling light, becoming the only light in this dark world. The skin on his palm cracked, and blood continuously seeped out, absorbed by the token. Waves of faint golden light spread through the black ocean. Thump. Thump. His heart beat faster and faster, and a sense of calling from the depths of his soul suddenly emerged in Aaron's mind, causing him to instinctively reach out his hand. The sound of something shattering clearly entered Aaron's ears. He looked at his hand in a daze, the blood-soaked golden token shattered with a crash, turning into various symbolic patterns that enveloped Aaron's body and disappeared into the distance. Roars, wails, and various strange whispers echoed in his ears. Aaron abruptly opened his eyes, his body swaying, feeling as if he had been torn apart. Enduring the discomfort in his body, Aaron quickly scanned his surroundings and prayed to himself in his mind. The worst had not happened. The prayer still received a response, but the true vision obtained by the Sapphira's subconsciousness was somewhat distorted and blurry, seemingly interfered with by some force. Aaron found himself on a strange metal base. This was a world ruled by darkness, with faint light coming from the soul fires in the eyes of the undead creatures floating in midair. With their illumination, even beyonders without dark vision could grasp the overall appearance of this vast ruin. At the end of his vision were dark golden walls of unknown material, stretching upwards, endlessly, forming the hull of the entire incredibly massive ghost ship. It was less a ship and more a city built within a ship. In the center of the entire city was a colossal mausoleum that covered the sky, and a stone-paved road stretched out, connecting various halls and buildings. From time to time, neatly arranged spirits came and went, quiet and silent. Guarding this mausoleum seemed to be the only remaining obsession in their soul forms. Even with just a glance, a surging shock filled his heart. The largest ghost ship Aaron knew was the Black Emperor of Nastor, the Five Seas King. In front of the Ghost Empire, it was simply not worth mentioning. Even the ironclad battleship, which Aaron remembered was about to be completed, was nothing more than that. It truly lived up to its reputation as a ghost ship built with the strength of an entire nation. And the platform Aaron was currently on was located in the middle of the huge mausoleum. The spirits of the chosen ones passed by him from time to time, and after sensing the aura emanating from him, they all actively avoided him. There was no time to ponder the anomalies he felt. After merely regaining consciousness and glancing at his surroundings, Aaron continued to be enveloped by the dark golden light and rushed towards the depths of the mausoleum. The black giant door, inscribed with complex patterns and emitting spiritual fluctuations, opened inwards, and the dark golden light suddenly entered. Sensing the opening of the door, the spectral souls constantly wandering in the vast, city-like ruins simultaneously looked towards the black mausoleum and simultaneously bowed in worship to the mausoleum. The light passed through the corridor adorned with murals, through magnificent palaces, and arrived at the deepest part of the mausoleum. It was a grand hall filled with symbols, patterns, and designs. There were 13 sarcophagi arranged in the hall. With Aaron's arrival, the dark golden sarcophagus in the very center, surrounded by the other 12 sarcophagi, immediately emanated terrifying fluctuations, sweeping towards Aaron and carrying him towards the sarcophagus. To Aaron's horror, the sarcophagus automatically opened. It was somewhat empty inside, without the expected remains, only a resplendent chaos crown where order and chaos coexisted, with a crimson gold eye embedded at its top. The source of the distorted order and majesty permeating the entire Ghost Empire was this chaos crown. The moment their gazes met, his mental defenses were instantly shattered. His mind island was instantly covered mostly in crimson gold. A man with bronze-colored hair and golden eyes stood quietly on the mind island, which was mostly dyed. The speed of the golden spread suddenly paused. From the infinite heights of the mental world, endless dark golden mist permeated, protecting the remaining parts of the mind island that had not been completely invaded. The golden-eyed man, whose face was indistinct, slowly opened his mouth indifferently, and a majestic voice echoed. "Nation of disorder." As soon as he finished speaking, the chaos crown from the sarcophagus instantly appeared on his head. An indescribable great power descended. If not for the reinforcement of the dark golden mist, the mind island might have collapsed instantly. Even so, Aaron, whose consciousness was already somewhat blurred, only had time to manipulate the Sapphira to launch a counterattack and withdraw all remaining consciousness into the Sapphira. He lightly raised his arm, and the sweeping dark golden mist seemed to be divided by an invisible barrier, forcibly confined to a certain place. Sensing the change in the rules of order, the slightly illusory figure immediately looked up towards the infinite heights of the mind island. The figure shattered with a roar, transforming into an indescribable spiritual imprint that, along with the chaos crown, rushed into the boundless dark golden mist. With difficulty, Aaron returned to the Sapphira. After merging with his subconsciousness, his eyes regained clarity. The entire magnificent palace trembled slightly, and the boundless dark golden mist was stirred by some force. He cursed inwardly. Without the slightest hesitation or regard for the consequences, he directly activated his incomplete mythical creature form, gripping the sun-chasing scepter with hands completely condensed from dark golden weapons. One after another, dazzling light arrows inscribed with dark golden patterns instantly flew out of the palace, shooting towards the sky. A crimson gold light appeared in the perpetually mist-shrouded sky. The illusory figure wearing the chaos crown endured the sun-chasing arrows without regard for loss. The ripples emanating from the chaos crown, containing unknown power, eroded the boundless dark golden mist. As the master of the Sapphira, Aaron clearly felt the intrusion of a high-level power of the same origin. If not for the blessing in disguise from last time, obtaining an incomplete mythical creature form and deeply mastering the Sapphira, Aaron would have been successfully invaded without even a chance to resist. His eyes, formed of pure mist, looked at the crimson gold light in the sky, always feeling a sense of déjà vu watching the increasingly illusory figure in the crimson gold light. Aaron had just relaxed when he saw the figure shatter again, as if all its power had erupted, breaking through some barrier. The dim chaos crown, attached with a spiritual imprint, finally entered this space. Two different whispers sounded, as if evil gods were murmuring in his ear. The dark golden mist, which should have resisted, was simultaneously stirred by these two voices. Looking at the extremely dim chaos crown, Aaron steeled his heart and directly manipulated the eye on the chaos crown to meet the gaze of the chaos eye at the top of the throne. The whispers from different existences erupted like a volcanic eruption, raging throughout the entire space. Even Aaron, who had a strong resistance to whispers, began to be unable to bear it and directly expanded into a dark golden vortex. In the last moments of his consciousness, Aaron heard a sigh he had never heard before, and his mind seemed to gain some chaotic memories. Along with the sigh, the chaos crown fell to the ground. The crimson gold eye embedded at its top had become extremely dim, and a certain imprint deep within its pupil slowly shattered. In the spirit world, dense and vibrant color blocks overlapped, with a faint mist lingering in some areas, and obscure eyes opening in various deep places. The thin mist reflected a magnificent city that could only appear in mythical legends. This city was different from normal ones. It did not develop upwards but extended circle after circle into the depths of a deep pit, giving an overall impression of an inverted mausoleum. Its buildings had various styles, but all were equally strange. Some were towering pale stone pillars with huge single houses polished at their tops, some were built underground with a tombstone at the entrance, and some were constructed from bones, messy and fragmented. And the closer to the bottom of the deep pit, the better preserved the buildings were, while the closer to the top, the more collapsed areas there were, filled with the sense of decay and dilapidation brought by time. Aaron's figure suddenly appeared outside the city, surveying Calderon, known as the City of the Dead. The night mark's secrecy spread throughout his body, concealing his aura, as he quietly awaited Astolfo's arrival. After entering the Ghost Empire, he encountered terrifying erosion, and he never expected that the Chaos Eye, which had tormented him for several epochs, would become his final reliance. This remnant from an outer god shattered the Night Emperor's spiritual imprint, which was already at the end of its tether. And after Aaron awakened, many pieces of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This included the beginning and end of the entire affair, and he also learned the identity of the terrifying figure, the source of his current body's glory, the Night Emperor's spiritual imprint remaining in the Level 0 sealed artifact from the 4th epoch. He wondered if it was because the aura of the Nation of Disorder he carried completely activated some obsession within the spiritual imprint, or if it was a contingency left by the Night Emperor, that the subsequent events occurred. Aaron, who had mastered the incomplete mythical creature form, could already initially control this Sapphira. Merely carrying a spiritual imprint should not have been able to break through the Sapphira's isolation. It wasn't until Aaron reviewed the memories that suddenly flooded his mind that his doubts were answered, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. The crimson gold eye embedded at the top of that item was actually the long-lost Sequence 1B under characteristic of Hand of Order. The Night Emperor's spiritual imprint originated from this. And Solomon's remains, which the Night Emperor obtained during the War of Four Emperors, were secretly made by him into the rest of the Chaos Crown. By simultaneously connecting to Justiciar and Black Emperor, and creating a certain degree of resonance with the Nation of Disorder, this terrifying Level 0 sealed artifact was barely able to pass through the barrier. And after defeating that spiritual imprint, Aaron, who had been unconscious within the Sapphira for nearly 2 months before awakening, found that he had a deeper connection with the Ghost Empire. As long as he entered the God War ruins, even if it wasn't darkness, he could instantly return to the Ghost Empire. Chapter 194, The Remains of the Trunsost Empire. As his consciousness returned to his body from the Nation of Disorder, memories of the deepest burial hall within the mausoleum surfaced in Aaron's mind. This burial hall was specially constructed by the Night Emperor within the Ghost Empire before the final battle of the War of the Four Emperors, both to preserve the last legacy of the Trentost Empire and to retain some future sparks. As a Sequence 0, the judge of the arbitrator pathway, the Night Emperor personally inscribed incantations within this hall, replacing the underlying rules of the mausoleum, making the flow of time in the deepest burial hall of the mausoleum inconsistent with the outside world, much slower. This replacement of the most fundamental rules gradually radiated throughout the entire Ghost Empire. Only the further out one went, the more normal the time flow became, which was the source of the distorted feeling Aaron experienced when he first entered the Ghost Empire. The remaining 12 coffins, originally prepared, were for the 12 saint demigods of the Trentost Empire at that time, because only at the demigod level, possessing divinity, could they withstand the backlash of external rules after leaving the Ghost Empire. However, those saint demigods were also the primary targets to be eliminated in the War of the Four Emperors. Even with various contingency plans, only 3 truly returned to the Ghost Empire in the end. This included Alvin Gallo, the leader of the Night Emperor's personal guards, an angel from the 4th epoch, but even now, his condition still seemed to have not recovered. The only 2 remaining were Fauzelin and Cavendish Lancer Pinto. The former was a Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage, while the latter was a Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer. After entering the Ghost Empire and their coffin lids were sealed, they never reappeared, escaping the torment of time and avoiding losing control and going mad through the slumber of night. And after the Night Emperor truly fell, the Ghost Empire arrived at the deepest part of the Sea of Dreams, a battlefield ruin of the gods. The entire battlefield ruin of the gods was destroyed by the gods during the 2nd epoch, filled with various residual divine powers, shattered order, mutated rules, and concealed by the Evernight goddess's secret authority. Even after the War of the Four Emperors ended, those 2 from the Augustus family and the Castile family once tried to rely on the aggregation of Beyonder characteristics to find the Ghost Empire, but ultimately returned disappointed. Similarly, due to the incompleteness of order and rules, even after the Night Emperor fell, relying solely on the Grade 0 sealed artifact, Chaos Crown left in the Ghost Empire and the Sequence 1, Hand of Order Beyonder characteristic contained within it, it successfully replaced some of the underlying rules. But as the Chaos Crown left the Ghost Empire and entered the Nation of Disorder, the source of power for replacing the underlying rules disappeared, and the time flow within the Ghost Empire would gradually synchronize with the outside world, which is consistent with the rules followed when leaving Grozel's travels. Aaron didn't need to worry about that angel. After all, there are no angels who have died of old age, but the remaining two were a bit troublesome. Especially that Sequence 3, Frenzied Mage, although Aaron, possessing the Black Emperor card, already knew the potion formula and advancement ritual for Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy, he couldn't find them in a short amount of time. The path of advancing to extend lifespan was blocked, only using the Ghost Picture Frame to supplement his lifespan remained, but lifespans above demigod could only be supplemented by the lifespans of other demigods. There was no need to guess. Aaron knew that relying solely on the heavily injured and dormant Undying he left in Grozel's travels would certainly not be enough to supplement it. The only one with a clue was that Sequence 4, Bizarro Sorcerer, he had already met the ritual requirements for advancing to Scholar of Yore, and if Aaron helped him successfully advance, it should be able to supplement enough lifespan. Another method was to return the Chaos Crown from the Nation of Disorder to the Ghost Empire, continuing to maintain the replacement of the underlying rules. But this method was also no longer viable. It was unclear whether it was during his slumber that the Chaos Eye or the Sapphira itself developed some inexplicable connection with this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Even by displaying an incomplete mythical creature form, he could barely mobilize some of the Chaos Crown's power, and blocking that connection to send the sealed artifact out of the Nation of Disorder was not something Aaron could do currently. The only good news was that the originally replaced underlying rules within the Ghost Empire would not disappear immediately, but would gradually be assimilated by the fragmented rules of the battlefield Ruin of the Gods outside over the next year. Recalling what he had seen and heard in the Ghost Empire, Aaron couldn't help but think with some regret. Most demigods have backgrounds, true lone wolves are a minority. I wonder how many demigods I'll need to hunt to be enough. It's a pity that the rest of the Trentost Empire's legacy was stored with Alvin Gallo, the leader of the Night Emperor's personal guards. I wonder what good things are there. The central coffin only contained one Chaos Crown. Even if he coveted the other legacies, facing an angel whose state and attitude were unknown was not what he wanted to see right now. The current state of the Ghost Empire prevented other outsiders from entering, and Aaron, not wanting any accidents, controlled his greed very well, and not wanting to waste time, he directly left the Ghost Empire. Currently, he had two most urgent tasks: first, to hunt demigods as quickly as possible to supplement the Ghost Picture Frame, and second, to help that Bizarro Sorcerer advance to Scholar of Yore as soon as possible. After all, a Scholar of Yore who had survived from the Fourth Epoch until now, having witnessed the most glorious period of the Trentost Empire, could play a role comparable to an angel and might even bring Aaron many surprises. As Aaron pondered, his spirituality subtly stirred, and he immediately looked towards Calderon City not far away. In the depths of that dilapidated city, a violent tremor suddenly occurred, as if a behemoth had been stimulated and awakened, causing countless dangerous creatures to pour out. That indescribable feeling even formed a vast, illusory grayish-white, like a flood, rising layer by layer from the lower areas. Aaron frowned, and a faint dark gold mist appeared around him, directly relying on the authority of the Nation of Disorder to resist Calderon City's rule of transforming all living beings into the undead. Although Calderon City involved another Sapphira, any divination and prophecy would be interfered with, but Aaron had a strong intuition that this sudden change was related to the death statue that had been taken into a hidden world by the Evernight Goddess's divine descent vessel. Aaron, on the outskirts of Calderon City, was considering whether to leave first when a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder. Just as he was about to counterattack, he felt a familiar aura and allowed the hand to drag him into a vortex. East by Ram, Lone Colonial Region, Gillen City Port. Louise stood at the bow of the Moonlight and waved goodbye to her grandfather, Count Mistral, on the opposite ship. She had been in the South Continent for almost 3 months, and the hunting competition officially ended last week. Backed by the Chaos Council, possessing a large number of high-level talismans, and with intelligent support from Sid Watson, who was also in the South Continent, she successfully secured second place in the hunting competition. The first place was taken by Baron Casimir, as the spokesperson for Blood Marquis Nibai Zodra. Casimir, having been a baron for decades, benefited Louise greatly in both practical combat and intelligence control. Even without taking first place, Louise was not discouraged. As the youngest Blood Clan Baron, she truly earned the respect of the other Sanguine with her strength, as youth was her greatest asset. Of course, the most crucial and main reason was that the Sanguine high-ranking officials temporarily increased the rewards for this hunting competition. Perhaps the gains from the war in Byam were abundant enough, as the top 3 in this hunt would all receive the opportunity to advance to Blood Clan Viscount. Having completed her advancement in the South Continent and now a Blood Clan Viscount, Louise did not intend to return to Backlund with Count Mistral, but instead planned to venture out into the sea. Being able to gain experience and digest the potion, Louise even came up with her title, Admiral of the Moon, and many Sanguine, inspired, joined Louise's team to gain experience together. Perhaps thinking of the mysterious organization behind Louise, or perhaps simply wanting these Sanguine to gain more experience, Count Mistral readily agreed. He not only gave the moonlight to Louise but also gave her a powerful sealed artifact as a reward for providing intelligence and establishing communication in Byam earlier. Withdrawing her arm, Louise watched the ship carrying Count Mistral gradually sail away, then turned back cheerfully to look at the crew members bustling about on the moonlight. Some of them were Loenese who had received favors and pledged loyalty to the Sanguine, while the others were several Sanguine who had voluntarily followed Louise. Although their numbers were small and couldn't compare to the large fleets of hundreds or thousands of other pirate generals, their strength was by no means low. After all, as long as a Sanguine reached adulthood, they were at least a mid-sequence beyonder, and furthermore, most Sanguine who ventured out to sea for experience were at sequence 6. In terms of high-end combat power alone, the Moonlight could rank among the existing pirate general fleets. Just as she was about to encourage her crew and explain her next plans, Louise suddenly paused, turning to look at the violent sea in the distance. There, it was shrouded in boundless white mist, with death concentrated. There was no fierce wind, no giant waves, no dark clouds, no lightning, no heavy rain, and no sunlight. Louise's mind involuntarily recalled what Count Mistral had said earlier. In the Pale Era, at the end of the last epoch, death fell in the violent sea, cutting off navigation between the north-south continent until safe passage was discovered and navigation resumed. The color blocks, which had become vividly distinct but overlapped, suddenly expanded, and countless illusory transparent entities of indescribable forms surrounding them seemed to sense a certain aura and swiftly fled the area. Astolfo, who had been holding Aaron's shoulder, walked out of the expanding color blocks, glanced at the 7 clear, brightly colored lights slowly moving in the high sky. They seemed to possess life and contained endless knowledge. We have left the range of Calderon City. Although this is still considered the depths of the spirit world, it is now safe. Astolfo did not ask Aaron what he had been doing in the battlefield ruin of the gods for the past 2 months, but instead restrained his curiosity. Looking at Astolfo, whose divine patterns were subtly hidden and whose aura was even stronger than before he was injured, Aaron was still somewhat surprised. In the spirit world, information feedback is always faster than in reality, and Astolfo easily noticed Aaron's surprise, calmly explaining. The puppet demigod of the Rose school of thought I devoured earlier also contained some of that one's corruption. Even though I suppressed it, it affected my strength. Last time, that one not only cleared the corruption of the feathered serpent behind the door but also removed the previous corruption, and I have recovered quite a bit as a result. Although Astolfo repeatedly used that one as a pronoun, Aaron already understood its meaning. After all, this was the spirit world, where various abstract symbols and a large stream of information from the past, present, and future materialized. Both the mother tree of desire and the Evernight goddess could only be referred to as that one. Aaron nodded in understanding, not dwelling on the issue, and after some thought, asked. Astolfo, do you know about the Hound of Fog? Astolfo seemed not to have expected Aaron to ask this suddenly, or perhaps was just lost in thought. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Hounds of Fog are unique spirit world creatures that live in the fissures of history. Even the 7 lights can only know of them but cannot truly touch them. At this point, Astolfo pointed to the 7 clear, brightly colored lights slowly moving high in the spirit world, then added. Unless they leave the fissures of history themselves to attempt hunting, but even then, what you see might only be their projections from the past. Even I, in the past, only saw Hounds of Fog a few times in the depths of the spirit world. Without corresponding authority, I cannot be certain if those were their true forms. At this point, Astolfo paused, glanced at Aaron, whose brows were furrowed, and his tone finally showed some fluctuation. That ancient god of the second epoch, Phlegria, the king of demonic wolf, called the Hounds of Fog, Sapphira Castle guardians, but no creature has ever entered Sapphira Castle until now. Noticing the change in his messenger's tone, Aaron chuckled, but did not explain. Maintaining mystery when one is weak is the optimal solution. The high-level aura on me doesn't come from Sapphira Castle, and in another year, I can find you someone who has entered Sapphira Castle. Aaron mocked himself inwardly. Slightly disappointed that he hadn't obtained any other information about the Hound of Fog from Astolfo. Given this, the most feasible method currently was to fish 4 Hounds of Fog in the depths of the spirit world, using the Beyonder characteristic aggregation law and the instinct of extraordinary creatures to complete themselves. And the only thing Aaron knew that could attract the attention of the Hound of Fog and make it appear voluntarily was the frost crystal of the demonic wolf of mist. But the problem was that the demonic wolf of mist itself was a high-level demonic wolf, and after events like the fall of ancient gods and the Great Cataclysm, especially after the Church of the Night annihilated the Nation of Night, the existing demonic wolf are extremely rare, almost extinct in the north-south continent, just like pure-blooded elves. Chapter 195, The Guardian of Sapphira Castle. Even if there were a small number of demonic wolves, they would be in desolate, secret places, and all of them would be skilled in anti-divination and deception techniques, making them not so easy to find. Aaron clearly knew that the Forsaken Land of the Gods was a place where demonic wolves appeared, but that obviously had nothing to do with him. Rather than trying his luck in the Hornassus Mountains, it was better to directly pray to the Evernight goddess and exchange for materials. The flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf and the white frost crystal could both be obtained from the Evernight goddess, and with the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf, he could then go to the spirit world to fish for the Hound of Fulgrim. However, as one of the main materials for a Sequence 3 potion, the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf's value could no longer be measured purely by money. The death statue sacrificed last time was the price for gaining approval to enter the Ghost Empire. To get another flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf, he would need to find another way. Collecting his thoughts, Aaron glanced at the slightly empty surroundings and sighed. Since he couldn't find the Hound of Fulgrim now, and whatever happened in Calderon City was not something he could intervene in, he let Astarolfo take him through the spirit world. South Continent, Pass River Valley, Lloyd City. At the top of the mixed-style clock tower in the very center of the inner city, Aaron emerged from the richly colored blocks, looking down from the highest point at this largest city in the northern Byram colonial district of the Loen Kingdom. When he arrived at the spirit world area corresponding to Lloyd City, Aaron noticed his spirituality spreading outwards. This feeling became stronger after returning to the real world. Even without activating spirit vision, he vaguely saw the surrounding void, etherealness, emptiness, and an endless expanse of dark golden mist. Dense spiritual light spots undulated in his perception, and a strange sense of control emerged in his heart, somewhat similar to the control over a jurisdiction during his Sequence 8 sheriff period, but the scope of perception had evolved from a narrow jurisdiction to the broad Lloyd City where law enforcement was being promoted. In Aaron's perception, an area within 4 kilometers of Lloyd City was currently barely under his control, allowing him to detect abnormal factors and grasp subtle traces. After setting a disciplinary target, attacks against enemies who violated the rules set by the disciplinary knight would be strengthened by an unknown force, and Beyonder abilities would also be suppressed to a certain extent, somewhat resembling a nascent form of the mysticism weakens, reality strengthens, imperative. After sensing for a while with his eyes closed, the smile on Aaron's face gradually faded, and his brows furrowed slightly. Although the promotion of law enforcement in Lloyd City during this period had been effective, it was far from meeting the requirements for the advancement ritual. According to Joseph Will, the advancement ritual for an imperative mage leaned more towards the establishment of order, serving as the cornerstone for a true transition from an enforcer of rules to a formulator of rules. It was not merely about establishing order, but also about gradually allowing the established order to form a certain social atmosphere, deeply embedding itself in the hearts of the people within the domain where the order was promulgated. The abstract cognition thus generated was the anchor that stabilized humanity and resisted madness during the disciplinary knight's advancement. The specific degree required to meet the ritual's requirements varied for each disciplinary knight. Joseph Will took 4 years, and the fastest in the family took 3 years. He had already completed the most basic promulgation and implementation of the imperative, and he had personally experienced the feedback gained, but the subsequent steps were the most difficult. Aaron couldn't wait that long. His current idea was to continue stabilizing his base in Lloyd City, pushing the imperative to take root in people's hearts, while also expanding his base. The essence of the ritual was to use the anchor formed by the abstract manifestation of order in the hearts of the people to stabilize humanity and resist madness. If the quality was insufficient, then he would rely on quantity to win. If one Lloyd City wasn't enough, then he would get another. While war wasn't a good way to resolve disputes, it was effective and swift. Rebuilding order on ruins might yield better feedback. A prolonged bell chime sounded from above. Aaron coldly looked south of Lloyd City, at the star plateau hidden in the evening glow, which belonged to the territory of the Highland resistance supported by the Rose School of Thought. His figure enveloped in faint light, Aaron teleported away from the bell tower and returned to his mansion in the inner city. Glenville had already formed his own Beyonder team and was cultivating rapport with his teammates according to the ritual requirements Aaron had provided earlier. Months ago, when Aaron left Lloyd City, he had used his identity as a favored one of the Evernight goddess to pay a price and secure an opportunity for Darren Shiroto to advance to marionettist. In the Sonia Sea, at the Church of Slumber on Dino's Island, amidst the singing of mermaids who had become followers of the Evernight goddess, Darren Shiroto also fulfilled his long-held wish, successfully advancing to marionettist. He revealed part of his plan to these 2 loyal followers, assigning them the task of gathering intelligence and preparing for war. He also took out the numerous low and mid-sequence Beyonder characteristics he had acquired during this period. By properly utilizing the negative effects of the sun-chasing scepter, each high-sequence Beyonder characteristic could provide Aaron with quite a few low and mid-sequence Beyonder characteristics, which was his confidence in secretly cultivating a large number of Beyonders. After assigning the tasks, Aaron returned to the top of the dark golden mist. He glanced at the Chaos Crown floating above the Chaos Eye. Without activating the incomplete mythical creature form, he couldn't even command this Grade 0 sealed artifact. Sighing silently, Aaron took the ghostly portrait and entered Grozel's travels in spirit form, quickly finding Byamberry. This demon hunter, still maintaining his burly physique, was guarding a gigantic black cocoon stained with a pale yellow oily white feather. A faint smell of decay and the sound of something slowly breathing drifted from it, giving an extreme sense of stillness. Upon closer inspection, the reason the giant cocoon was black was because nearly illusory black thin tubes were emerging from its surface. Aaron frowned as he watched this scene. He clearly remembered it hadn't reached this point last time. Thinking of the anomaly in Calderon City deep within the spirit world and the abnormality in the violent sea that Darren Shiroto had just reported, Aaron's brows furrowed even deeper. With Byamberry suppression and assistance, Aaron skillfully manipulated the ghostly portrait to float above the giant cocoon formed by the Undying. He had performed this cooperation many times. Previously, frequent use of the ghostly portrait in the outside world might have been sensed by Amon. In the book world, there was no such concern. All low and mid-sequence Beyonder sent into the book world would be instantly suppressed by a demigod. Under the ghostly portrait, they would end their evil lives and contribute their final value. Thanks to this, after several months of accumulation, the accumulated time was almost enough for the elf singer Shadas to leave the book world. The hour hand of the ghostly portrait slowly rotated clockwise. To Aaron's surprise, it rotated 3 full circles, forming 3 more faint golden clock imprints in the corner. Adding the original and used imprints, the total reached 8, which was enough to increase the lifespan of an ordinary demigod by 960 years. Of course, this was only theoretical data. Everything had its limits. After reaching a certain threshold, the increased lifespan would gradually decrease. If calculated this way, at least 2 more demigods are needed to be safe. Aaron retrieved the ghostly portrait, watching Byamberry completely destroy the shriveled, twisted, and increasingly deathly cocoon on the ground. Dispelling the pervasive black mist, Aaron scanned the bottom of the pit, where the Undying Beyonder characteristic was still entangled by black suction tubes. He sealed and packaged it. Aaron then turned his head to look at Shadas, who was standing beside Groel not far away, and said with a smile, "Byamberry told me that you have already considered it and are willing to become a believer of my lord. Following the previous promise, I can take you away this time." Under Grozel's encouraging gaze, Shadas, who had read Mobert's letter and pondered for a long time, no longer hesitated. She stepped forward quickly, her head slightly bowed. Aaron had already learned the spirit world coordinates corresponding to the island where the elves existed in the Mist Sea from Loen. Shadas's presence could save Aaron a lot of trouble. After the gray-white imprints on the ghostly portrait completely disappeared again, Shadas's life was replenished. As if thinking of something, Aaron lightly coughed and threw out a set of clothes, adding, "Remember to change your clothes. You can leave here in 10 minutes." Ending the summoning, Aaron returned to the top of the dark golden mist, quickly sending Grozel's travels and the obviously contaminated Undying Beyonder characteristic to the real world, as Aaron didn't want that elf lady to appear directly inside the Sapphira. He immediately became a hands-off manager, entrusting the somewhat bewildered elf lady, who had just left the book world, to Darren Shiroto, letting Darren help her gradually adapt to 5th epic life. After a busy period, Aaron once again set up the altar, placing the Undying Beyonder characteristic in the center of the altar. He then stepped back 2 paces, surveying the surrounding environment. This Undying from the numinous episcopate lost control in the death ruin, containing pollution originating from death. For the Evernight goddess, who has always sought the death authority, its value is barely enough to match a main material for sequence 3. I'll try sacrificing it first. If the Evernight goddess is willing to accept, she will grant a corresponding bestowal. Having made up his mind, Aaron no longer hesitated and immediately began the ritual. He lit the candles, burned the corresponding essential oils and herbal powders, stepped back 2 paces, and skillfully chanted the Evernight goddess's honored name, finally saying, "I offer this Undying Beyonder characteristic to you, wishing to receive your grace." He didn't directly mention the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf and the white frost crystal. This way, it was equivalent to an equivalent exchange, rather than offering items and begging for a bestowal. As Aaron finished speaking, 2 of the 3 candle flames suddenly expanded, intertwining to form an illusory and dim mysterious grand door. The grand door slowly opened, bringing with it a strong, invisible wind. They swept up the Undying Beyonder characteristic, allowing it to pass through the gap of the illusory grand door, disappearing into a scene resembling the boundless cosmos. Immediately after, a flash of light, and 2 items pierced through the barrier, landing silently on the altar. They were a strange heart entwined with wisps of white mist, and a frost crystal emitting cold air. Aaron's heart filled with joy, and he quickly bowed his head to thank the Evernight goddess for a bestowal. By the time he raised his head again, the dim and mysterious grand door had already closed and was rapidly fading, and the altar area had completely returned to normal. Aaron breathed a sigh of relief, took 2 steps forward, collected the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf and the white frost crystal, and then ended the ritual and tidied up the altar. Then, he began to plan how to deal with the Hound of Fulgrim, the so-called Sapphira Castle Guardian. After a period of busy preparation and contingency planning, Aaron first summoned Astorolfo. Their bodies quickly became transparent, and the messenger led him back into the depths of the spirit world. Glancing at the illusory, rich color blocks around them and the 7 different colored pure lights covering the high places, Aaron took out a box, removed the spirituality wall on its surface, allowing the scent of the flocculated heart of the mist demonic wolf inside to emanate. Continuing forward, along the way, various bizarre spirit world creatures passed by them, like an oil painting depicting hell. However, upon sensing Astolfo's aura, they quickly moved away. After an unknown amount of time, Aaron's danger premonition suddenly stirred, and a scene quickly formed in his mind. In a place where red, black, white, blue, and other colors were richly overlaid, a slender figure suddenly emerged. Its appearance was like a hound, covered in short black fur, with two burning, dark red flames in its eye sockets, and its mouth stretched all the way to the back of its head. Although it existed there in physical form, it gave a sense of illusion and unreality. Hound of Fulgrim. An instant later, the Hound of Fulgrim appeared. Astolfo, who had gained earlier revelation in the spirit world, instantly controlled the spirit world to solidify that space and reached out to grab it. The two dark red flames in the eyes of this not too deformed but absolutely terrifying monster swiveled, looking at Aaron and Astolfo, who was reaching out to grab it. Immediately after, its figure became even more illusory, disappearing instantly, as if it were merely a projection from history. That spirit world area was stirred. Astolfo, who had grabbed nothing, withdrew his arm and didn't seem surprised, quietly watching Aaron, waiting for his next move. Aaron, who had witnessed everything, sighed in his heart. Although it was expected, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He removed the spirituality wall placed on the Lord of Mysteries. With Aaron's activation, this sealed artifact, originating from the spirit world dominator, instantly caused changes in the spirit world area. Boundless gray mist immediately surged forth, and several figures vaguely appeared. They sometimes overlapped with the gray mist, sometimes separated, all of them, Hound of Fulgrim, with dark red flames burning in their eyes and covered in short black fur. Aaron's heart filled with joy, but he found that these, Hound of Fulgrim, still remained within the gray mist. Although their dark red flaming pupils stared intently at him, not a single one left the gray mist. Somewhat unable to fathom the attitude of these Sapphire Castle guardians, Aaron looked at Astolfo beside him and proactively asked. As fellow spirit world creatures, can you communicate with them? Or if I continue to attract them, do you have the confidence to seize a Hound of Fulgrim? Chapter 196 Sequence 3, Ancient Scholar. Astolfo withdrew his gaze from the ring emitting strange fluctuations in Aaron's hand, and after a while, feeling the fluctuations that caused the spirit world to change, he responded, the Hound of Fulgrim are themselves hard to trace, and there has been no successful communication with them before. However, as spirit world creatures, I can convey what you want to express, but I don't know what will happen. Although they are visible now, they are still in the mists of history. If I act rashly, I'm not sure if I can catch them, and I might scare them away. Frowning, Aaron finally gave up on the straightforward and profitable method of direct capture, deciding to be more cautious and attempt to communicate. Maintaining the spread of the Lord of Mysteries aura, Aaron nodded to Astolfo beside him and carefully said, I believe you have already felt that aura. I have no ill intentions, I only wish to make an exchange with you. I need a pair of your eyes and 100 milliliters of blood. Although this transaction is a bit abrupt, I can offer compensation. Confirming once more that Astolfo had conveyed his words, Aaron felt a hint of difficulty as he looked at the Hounds of Fulgrim, who remained motionless in the grey fog. It didn't matter if the transaction conditions were harsh, what was feared was this complete lack of reaction. Activating the aura of a spirit world dominator deep within the spirit world was inherently dangerous. Aaron was unsure if some kind of anomaly would occur over time. He sighed, although there was some risk, there was no other way. With his spirituality spreading and filling the Lord of Mysteries, Aaron chanted in a low voice in Chinese, Boundless Honored Celestial. Before Aaron could continue, these few syllables seemed to trigger the Lord of Mysteries. The faint light expanded and contracted, and ripples appeared at the highest point of the spirit world. Aaron's ears were suddenly filled with familiar whispers and roars. They were sometimes sharp, sometimes deep, sometimes frantic, sometimes alluring, sometimes mad, sometimes ethereal. Aaron, already accustomed to the torment of the whispers, paid no attention. Instead, he stared intently at the illusory, grayish-white mist that had appeared before him. This mist permeated all around, with no visible boundary. Above, a majestic palace, like a divine dwelling, could vaguely be seen. Sapphire Castle. He unconsciously murmured the name in his heart. Just as Aaron was about to observe this special Sapphire more closely, it seemed to sense some kind of stimulation. All the images before him shattered. A denser, dark gold mist covered the illusory grayish-white mist, seemingly expelling it from its territory. Aaron was not one of the three pathways of the Go Senjia. Even if he knew the correct ritual and honored name, he should have been unable to draw upon the grey fog without Sapphire Castle's recognition. But he still held the Lord of Mysteries, which originated from the honored Celestial. Holding it was considered gaining recognition. Aaron's current state was somewhat similar to Roselle's state when he recalled the corresponding symbols after becoming a savant demigod, able to draw upon Sapphire Castle but unable to truly enter. Although the phantom of Sapphire Castle had vanished, the grayish-white mist permeating the surroundings grew denser. After sensing the true Sapphira Castle aura, two blurry figures emerged from the boundless grey fog. They sometimes overlapped with the grey fog and sometimes separated. Both were hounds of Fulgen with dark red flames burning in their eyes and short black fur covering their bodies. However, in the eye sockets of these two monsters, only one dark red flame remained, the other held in their claws. Aaron met the gaze of the remaining eyeballs of the two hounds of Fulgen lingering not far from him, and strangely, he understood their eyes. The transaction was to provide assistance to the next creature that truly drew upon Sapphira Castle. Aaron nodded with a smile, glanced at the two hounds of Fulgen, extended his left hand, and caught the two clusters of dark red flames and a large amount of viscous, deep red blood. As soon as he touched these items, the whispers and roars he had heard earlier rang in Aaron's ears again, but they were quickly extinguished and dispelled. Watching Aaron collect them, the two hounds of Fulgen, each missing an eye, returned to their companions and merged into the darker patches within the grey fog. Looking at the hounds of Fulgen hidden in the mists of history, Aaron put away the materials in his hand, a thought involuntarily flashing through his mind. I suddenly want to see how Klein felt when he sought the hounds of Fulgen and saw those two eyeless hounds of Fulgen. The fool above the grey fog reached out a black hand, trying to shear some wool, but ended up shearing himself. What's more terrifying is that someone sheared earlier than him. Aaron lightly coughed, suppressing the unconscious smile on his face, and looked at Astarolfo, who had been silently beside him, while resealing the Lord of Mysteries with a wall of spirituality. Do not mention the incantation I just chanted in the outside world, or it will cause unnecessary trouble. Although Aaron only chanted Boundless Honored Celestial, and not the complete honored name, and he did it in Chinese, out of caution, Aaron still reminded him. Looking at the young man shrouded in mist, Astarolfo's eyes flickered. Ever since he met Aaron, he had always brought him surprises. Both knew that the other hid many secrets, but they maintained a tacit understanding, not probing further. Astarolfo, who seemed to have laid everything bare, still harbored certain things in his heart. However, this would not affect the trust between them. Their mutual need for each other, forming a common interest, was the foundation of their trust. Astarolfo nodded. A ruthless fluctuation spread from its body, smoothing out this slightly chaotic area of the spirit world and erasing the traces left by himself and Aaron, then quickly led Aaron away. Colorful blocks of color refilled this empty area of the spirit world, and the lingering aura still deterred other spirit world creatures from approaching. Just then, a distorted, illusory, worm-like spirit world creature slowly appeared, wriggling and reforming into a man with a broad forehead, thin face, wearing a black classical robe, and a pointed soft hat. His lips curved upwards, and he pulled out a crystal monocle from somewhere, casually placing it on his right eye. A faint grayish-white mist, not yet dissipated, lingered on his fingertips as he chuckled softly. The aura of Sapphira Castle. Aaron, unaware that Amon had been there, stood at a dark, bottomless crevice, the entrance to the Divine War ruins. The vast blue sea was cut off here by a massive chasm, and endless seawater, like a waterfall, plunged vertically into the unfathomable darkness. He leaped down, his vision suddenly becoming dim, then blazing. Aaron looked at the familiar golden ocean around him, exhaled lightly, and extended his spirituality along the sensation. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the burial hall inside the Ghost Empire mausoleum. Closing his eyes and sensing the rules, which were completely different from the outside world, Aaron realized that his previous estimate of 1 year was too conservative. In at most 10 months, the rules here would be assimilated by the outside world. A sense of urgency inexplicably arose in his heart. A golden token floated beside Aaron, and his spirituality extended towards the black coffin located slightly to the left of the center. At the same time, the night mark on his wrist diffused a faint light, enveloping the coffin. Aaron, having initially gained the Ghost Empire's approval, released the slumber and finally opened the coffin sealing Cavendish Lancer Pinto. This bizarro sorcerer had already awakened after Aaron released the power of slumber. His weathered eyes swept over the slightly wary Aaron, and after sensing the familiar bloodline, his gaze shifted to scan the surroundings. The Lord of Mysteries hidden in his sleeve concealed a faint light. Although he knew that the person in front of him should not harm him, who could say what a demigod, who had slumbered for 1,000 years and whose everything had been destroyed, would do. Looking at this bizarro sorcerer, Aaron's tense emotions slightly relaxed. Just as he was about to explain his origins, he heard a weathered, calm voice. His Majesty informed us of the consequences of this choice before sending us to slumber in the Ghost Empire. Perhaps we would perish silently in slumber, but as long as we can open our eyes again, the glory of the Trentost Empire will surely reappear. I am willing to give everything for this, and your presence here already explains everything. His Majesty chose you, and I am willing to follow you. Cavendish Lancer Pinto's gaze remained fixed on the open coffin in the very center, hope and determination burning in his light gray eyes. As a member of the Trentost Empire's last spark plan, Cavendish learned from Alvin Gallo, the leader of the Imperial Guards, after entering the Ghost Empire that the Supreme Emperor still had a child secretly outside. They were not isolated and helpless, nor would they be completely forgotten. The flame of Trentost would not be extinguished with the collapse of the Empire. This belief helped him endure the long, lonely slumber. Fortunately, he saw the dawn of hope. One day, he would make the traitors pay the price. Aaron didn't know what this bizarro sorcerer had experienced before falling into slumber, but he could feel the emotion contained in his words. Only when he heard the latter half of the sentence, remembering the golden figure that had vanished in the dark gold mist, did Aaron feel somewhat speechless. Aaron lightly coughed, masking the somewhat unnatural smile on his face, and told Cavendish Lancer Pinto about the major events that had occurred in the North-South continent in the nearly 2,000 years since the Trentost Empire's demise. Upon hearing that Augustus, Sauron, Einhorn, and Castile had established new kingdoms in the northern continent, and that the former capital Backland had become the capital of the traitors, the anger in Cavendish's eyes transformed into a deeper, more profound killing intent. Countless illusory black lines emerged from his body. Just as Aaron felt his movements becoming somewhat stiff, the illusory spirit body threads finally returned to calm and receded back into the void. Relieved, Aaron decided to quickly divert his bizarro sorcerer's attention. He directly took out several boxes and removed the wall of spirituality seals on them. Looking at the eyes and blood of the Hound of Fulgen, the flocculated heart and white frost crystal of the demonic wolf of mist suspended before him, and Aaron's introduction to the advancement ritual, and feeling the hunger emanating from every part of his body, the killing intent in Cavendish's eyes gradually replaced by astonishment. He clearly remembered that the current remnants of the Trentost Empire, under the alias East Taker family, wielded the Red Priest, Justiciar, and Black Emperor pathway, with the strongest being the Emperor's own son, a Sequence 2 angel. During the Fourth Epoch, the Seer pathway had always been controlled by the Zeradal family of the Solomon Empire and Antigonus of the Tudor Empire. Even at the height of the Trentost Empire, they did not possess higher sequence Seer potion formulas. Although the Knight Emperor had once seen the blasphemy slate, the knowledge on the blasphemy slate was presented in essence rather than text, and each viewer required time to interpret it. The Knight Emperor's focus of interpretation was naturally the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathway. It was only when the blasphemy slate was taken away that he barely managed to remember these two pathways, making it difficult to attend to others. The Red Priest high sequence formula held by Varnawil was the reward for the Knight Emperor's tacit permission for Tudor to attempt to advance to Red Priest. Just awakened from slumber, immersed in the recollection of past events and the anger of betrayal, Cavendish Lancer Pinto finally turned his scrutinizing gaze upon Aaron. When he sensed that this young man, who had produced high-sequence potion formulas and complete potions, was only a sequence 5, the curiosity in his eyes was replaced by a deeper shock. Looking at the suddenly silent Cavendish Lancer Pinto, Aaron pushed all the potions towards him and reminded him with a smile. The rules within the Ghost Empire have been replaced, and the flow of time here is inconsistent with the outside world. Only by successfully advancing and gaining a replenishment of lifespan will you not die of old age after leaving here. You have already met the ritual requirements for advancing to Scholar of Yore, and I also know many true hidden histories that can help you quickly digest the Scholar of Yore potion. The spirit worms in his mind frantically wriggled, digesting various pieces of information. Cavendish Lancer Pinto silently wrote down a large amount of ancient historical data on sheets of paper. This was also one of the auxiliary materials. A moment later, Cavendish Lancer Pinto looked at the dark red potion in his hand, almost the size of a baby's head, seemingly liquid yet gaseous. Spirit worms containing three-dimensional layered symbols drilled out from his body. Barely controlling the surging desire deep within his spirituality, Cavendish Lancer Pinto exhaled deeply, adjusted his state, and calmly raised his right hand, bringing the potion, entwined with mist, to his mouth. In the mist sea, Danitz stood listlessly on the Golden Dream's crow's nest, looking at the unchanging mist around him, when he suddenly vaguely saw an island ahead. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he hadn't mistaken it, Danitz's lips nearly stretched to his ears. Fei Luan, who had discovered the elf island last time, was personally rewarded by the captain, and he had been envious for a long time. That's why he volunteered to come to the crow's nest, and he didn't expect to actually encounter one. Excitedly, he leaped down from the high platform. Under the strange gazes of the other crew members, Danitz dusted himself off, climbed up from the deck, and lightly coughed to hide his embarrassment. Listening to the mocking laughter of Ironhide and Bucket, Danitz walked without stopping straight to Iceberg Admiral's captain's cabin, muttering disdainfully in his heart. Shit. Laugh hard. When the captain personally pins a medal on me, I wonder if you'll still be able to laugh. Chapter 197 Elf Island. Captain, Danitz, his face full of excitement, had just pushed open the captain's cabin door when he saw his old rival, Fei Luan, was also inside. The most crucial thing was that he was alone with the captain again. The expression on his face instantly turned vigilant, and the words on the tip of his tongue stopped. Fei Luan, on the other hand, looked at Danitz, who had burst in, quite speechlessly. He didn't know what was wrong with this guy, staring at him with the eyes of an enemy. The Golden Dream had stayed on the elven island called Naz for a long time. Edwina seemed to have obtained some information on that elven island. After leaving Naz Island over a month ago, she had been heading in a certain direction. Fei Luan had previously used the contribution gained from transmitting the spirit world coordinates of the Elven Island to exchange for a partial Beyonder potion formula for Sequence 5, Ocean Songster, with Aaron at the Chaos Council, which only included the auxiliary advancement ritual. Fei Luan had almost completely digested the Sequence 7 Seafarer potion, and he had already obtained the Sequence 6 Windblessed potion formula previously. Therefore, Fei Luan felt it was very necessary to prepare for the advancement ritual in advance. And upon learning that the ritual involved consuming the potion inside an Obernus's belly, Fei Luan immediately sought out Captain Edwina to inquire about Obernus. Edwina's clear, spring-like light blue eyes swept over Danitz, who was standing at the door. She nodded and continued calmly. Obernus is an ancient sea monster. Most of them have been tamed by the Church of Storms and have fixed activity areas. Besides that, the Five Seas King and Queen Mystic might possess Obernus sea monsters not belonging to the Church of Storms. Before Fei Luan could be disappointed, Edwina's tone changed, and she added. However, you don't need to worry. There were several ocean songsters on that elven island before, and they must also possess Obernus sea monsters. Your task is to advance to Sequence 6 as soon as possible. After thoroughly digesting the Wind-Blessed potion, you can return to that elven island to seek advancement. With that, Edwina turned her head and looked at Danitz with her light blue eyes, signaling him to report. Danitz, who was shocked that Fei Luan was preparing to advance to Sequence 6, had already lost the sharpness in his eyes from before. He responded somewhat awkwardly. There's an island directly ahead of us. It doesn't look smaller than the previous elven island. Maybe. Before he could finish, a gasp suddenly came from the deck. Feeling the spiritual fluctuations of the battle from the deck, Edwina frowned slightly, and her figure instantly disappeared from the captain's cabin. By the time Danitz and Fei Luan also arrived on the deck, the battle had already ended. A monster, 2 or 3 meters tall, lay powerlessly on the deck. One of its huge bat wings had been torn off, and the ram's horn, covered with mysterious patterns, that grew next to its ear was directly broken. Within its ink-black fur, clusters of reddish-blue flames leaped out, and a strong smell of sulfur diffused with them. The devil, whose original creature could no longer be distinguished, had only the flames of madness and bloodlust left in its magma-like eyes, its rationality completely lost. It seemed to be affected by some stronger pollution. Even the bloodthirsty and corrupted devil had gone mad, and its beyonder ability to foresee danger was distorted by the strong will of madness. Taking out several bottles of light blue potion from her embrace and throwing them to the sailors who were injured and polluted by the devil, Edwina frowned and looked at the island that was growing larger in the mist. The patterns inscribed on the Golden Dream lit up accordingly. After dealing with several more equally mad devils, the Golden Dream finally approached the huge black island. Edwina, standing at the bow, vigilant of her surroundings, her gaze suddenly solidified as she looked at a figure on the edge of the island. A gentle voice ignored the distance and appeared directly in her mind. No need to be nervous. You can call me Turini von Helmos Hugh Inn, or you can call me by another name, Orange Light Hilarion. On November 3, 1347, on an unnamed island at the edge of the Mist Sea, a light blue door appeared, and Aaron slowly walked out with Bayer, who had just left Grozel's travels a month ago. This demon hunter had digested some potions after several battles in the book world. Even though he was a bit out of control when he first left the book world, he completely eliminated the hidden danger within less than a month and fully controlled the incomplete mythical creature form. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, dressed in a black robe with a cold expression, walked out last with the tenth Shadas. He had successfully advanced to Scholar of Yore. After learning some secret history of the second epoch from Aaron, a good portion of the Scholar of Yore potion had been digested. Now he could summon 2 historical void images simultaneously. Even using travel and bringing several people across the entire South Continent and the Violent Sea consumed a lot of Aaron's spirituality. After a simple rest, Aaron handed Shadas the charm that recorded the spirit world coordinates of that elven island. When we enter the spirit world corresponding to the Mist Sea later, you can use your blood to activate this charm to find your kin. Shadas nodded with some anticipation. After taking the charm, she waited in silence. Opening the teleportation again, the 4 arrived above a huge island. At the center of the island was a deep lake, and waves carrying the sound of wind and thunder came from the lake. Feeling their aura, hurricanes rose, carrying a male and female elf into the air from the dense forest of the Ring Island. Their hair defied natural laws and spread out, each strand distinct, entwined with electric light. Feeling that there were several terrifying demigod auras, the male elf vigilantly pulled the ancient bowstring in his hand. The sky above became dim, as if dark clouds were gathering, as if electric light was jumping. Silver-white lightning from his hair surged out and intertwined on the long arrow condensed on the ancient bowstring. A thick bolt of lightning struck down, superimposing on that long arrow, making the arrow completely silver-white, like it came from the thunder god. Even seeing Shadas, who was also an elf, the female elf still asked with some lack of confidence in Elvish. Who are you? Outsiders are not welcome here. Please do not disturb our lives. Aaron withdrew his gaze from the ancient bowstring. After understanding the other party's words, he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. I remember the golden dream came, you didn't say that, right? It's just one demigod and one saint, no need to be so vigilant. Bayer beside him kept his gaze on the lake in the center of the ring island, and dark green symbols appeared in his eyes. The demon hunter's eye was extremely sensitive to traces of degradation and pollution. After confirmation from Bayer, Aaron left him and Shadas to let the two elves calm down. He then took Cavendish Lancer Pinto and leaped into the lake, exploring its depths. The two seemed to pass through a void barrier like a curtain, suddenly feeling the surroundings become viscous and heavy. Waving ripples appeared around them, coming from the deep blue seawater that filled this area. At the bottom was an ancient, dim ruin. All the buildings were unusually tall, and their architectural style was different from the present, but most of the buildings were already dilapidated. A huge pillar, inscribed with strange patterns and symbols, extended from the center, tending to reach the top, seemingly supporting this place in the past, but now, it was broken and half-collapsed, leaning against the top of a nearby building. Freed from the obstruction of some barrier, Aaron could clearly hear prolonged, painful roars echoing without weakening. That aura, clearly emanating from a demigod, should have originated from the elf demigod in a very poor state, as Fei Luan mentioned. What made Aaron curious was that under such circumstances, the sea area where the cataclysmic interror was located did not form a terrible storm. He suppressed his doubts and continued forward. At the very center of that ancient ruin was a palace that seemed to be made of coral. Its overall structure was even taller and more magnificent, but because it was located beneath layers of azure seawater, the sky was completely invisible, making it appear dark and gloomy. The only light source was the silver-white electric light swimming within the palace. By the faint light, Aaron saw the interior of the palace, pillars that were neither too thick nor too tall, also bearing strange patterns that differed somewhat from current symbolic signs and magical markings. And at the base of each stone pillar, a figure sat leaning against it. They were all elves, with serene faces. The fluctuations emanating from the strange patterns on the stone pillars blocked everything within the palace, preventing any leakage. The source of the painful roars was a female figure seated on a lightning throne. Her originally beautiful, dark blue long hair had turned into grayish-blue tentacles covered with corrupted patterns, like a spreading canopy. Feeling the gaze, her mouth stretched to her ears, and her scarlet eyes revealed a bloodthirsty madness. Roots of greenish-blue tentacles, swirling with lightning, lashed out wildly, causing the seawater to churn into a vortex. Aaron's eyes fixed on those scarlet eyes and the swirling seawater below. Two dazzling bolts of lightning suddenly lit up in his pupils. Interrogator, spiritual penetration. The greenish-blue tentacles, swirling with lightning, suddenly froze, and the vortex, emanating terrifying suction, subsequently stagnated. Aaron's figure instantly disappeared from his original spot. A brilliant pillar of light, wreathed with a few golden flames, descended from the sky, striking directly onto the cataclysmic interror. Her body immediately caught fire, and chunks of gray-black skin and flesh fell off, continuously dissolving in the pure radiance. The tentacles, entwined with lightning, were melted by the sacred light pillar, inserted into the ground, twitching and wriggling, turning into ashes. Cavendish Lancer Pinto stood in the center of the palace, holding the sun-chasing scepter. Golden light continuously spread, enveloping the cataclysmic interror on the lightning throne. Although it was only a historical void image summoned by a scholar of yore, its power was not comparable to a true sealed artifact of grade 0, but it was more than enough to deal with a corrupted cataclysmic interror. Cavendish Lancer Pinto planned to directly activate the light-chasing domain to forcibly expel the corruption within her body. As long as he promptly released the maintenance of the historical void image, he would not suffer negative effects. On the other side, Aaron also entered the palace. The grayish-blue tentacles that had originally covered the entire palace had disappeared. Under the fierce sunlight, Aaron looked at the murals on the inner wall of the palace. The content was a confrontation between two figures. Looking down at the enemy from above was a man stepping on waves, topped with dark clouds, and draped in a storm. In his hand, he held a spear composed purely of electric light, with a background of an ocean that submerged everything. Below this man was a person in a simple white robe. His face was blurred, making it difficult to discern his age, only barely showing that he was a male. Behind the head of the classic-looking person in the white robe was a halo, quietly emitting brilliance, like a sunday. Behind him was a shadow like a curtain, and within the shadow, an eye seemed to be silently peeking outside. This mural depicted the elf king Senia Solium confronting the creator in the second epoch. Is this the creator who reclaimed the authority of the ancient gods and was followed by 8 king of angels? Aaron looked at the figure enveloped in light. Just as thoughts arose in his mind, he suddenly felt strong spiritual fluctuations and crisis warnings coming from behind. Taking out Grozel's travels and holding it in front of him, Aaron glanced sideways to see the figure originally enveloped in brilliant white light suddenly erupting with deep, dark blue light. The source was the dark blue gem worn by the cataclysmic interror. Streaks of silver-white electric snakes shot out, carrying a strong, almost tangible, tyrannical, and destructive aura, densely striking the surroundings, actually forcing back the light-chasing domain. Looking at the dark blue gem emanating a tyrannical aura, a hint of solemnity flashed in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's eyes. As expected of the elven tribe that migrated to the Mist Sea in the second epoch, they still possessed a terrifying sealed artifact formed from the Sea King Beyonder characteristic. He maintained the historical void image of the sun-chasing scepter with his right hand, while his left hand continuously reached into the historical mist. A hint of excitement even flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, his face turned pale, yet he smiled, looking respectfully at the midair, where a figure had already materialized. It was a majestic middle-aged man with bronze hair and golden eyes, none other than the Knight Emperor Trunsoist, when he was still a sequence one hand of order, not yet a true god. To summon an image from the historical void, the more detailed and real one's understanding of the corresponding history and events, the greater the chance of success and the longer the duration of maintenance. As one of the Knight Emperor's personal guards who followed him since the United Empire period, Cavendish Lancer Pinto only took 4 attempts to successfully summon the Knight Emperor's historical void image. Because the summoned Knight Emperor projection status was far higher than Cavendish Lancer Pinto's own sequence, the image only possessed partial power and characteristics, but this was already enough. The golden eyes looked indifferently at the dark blue gem. He pointed his arm forward and lightly swiped. Without him needing to say anything further, the chaotic strangeness within the entire ruin ceased. The dark blue gem was separated into different spaces by some power, and all silver-white electric arcs were isolated. Looking at that terrifying image, Aaron felt a bit unnerved, yet couldn't help but remind him. Don't really kill the cataclysmic interrer. Try to save her. She's still useful. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, whose spirituality was being consumed rapidly while maintaining 2 historical void images, nodded. He directly borrowed power from his past self, ensuring he would not have a moment of weakness. Without the protection of that dark blue gem, his spirituality was once again abundant. He reactivated the sun-chasing scepter, beginning to remove the pollution filled with corrupt and mad aura from the cataclysmic interrer's body. Chapter 198 The Secret of the Elven Survivors. Under the illumination of the reddish-gold flames, dark red blood clots peeled away from the cracking body, and black mist twisted as if alive, stubbornly gathering the peeled flesh. Circles of pure, warm light enveloped the mass of flesh emanating a decadent and corrupt aura, rapidly dissolving under the illumination of the pure white ray, leaving only a pure black crystal. The cataclysmic interrer, having expelled the flesh, no longer roared. His body, scorched by the scorching sun, was quickly covered by deep blue light, and a faint blue phantom phosphorescence began to regrow on his charred body. Aaron picked up the fallen Grozel's travels again. Looking at the cover, which showed no trace of damage, he clicked his tongue, quite satisfied with its defensive capabilities. Watching Cavendish Lancer Pinto put away the pure black crystal, the gradually transparent Knight Emperor historical void image also sealed the deep blue gem formed by the Sea King Beyonder characteristic. Who exactly are you? Just then, a hoarse, low voice sounded. The cataclysmic interrer, whose body was broken, raised his head from the lightning-formed seat, half of his face covered in scales. As expected of a demigod-level elf, this body's recovery ability is truly extraordinary. Looking at the wriggling flesh, Aaron couldn't help but click his tongue in his heart, but his expression remained calm. The majesty of an arbiter, close to the demigod level, enveloped the severely injured cataclysmic interrer as Aaron's gaze shifted. We are the East Taker family from the Loen Kingdom on the northern continent. We have come to form an alliance with your elven race. To show our sincerity, we first helped you clear the corruption on your body. However, I am very curious, what exactly did you encounter? To have fallen to such a state. The charred dead skin peeled off on its own, and scales covered his entire body, replacing his clothes. The cataclysmic interrer on the seat shifted his gaze, which held wariness and even a hint of fear, from Cavendish Lancer Pinto and stared intently at the deep blue gem encircled by golden light in Aaron's hand. That was the most precious item of their lineage of elven survivors, one of only 2 items they had left from the second epoch. It not only commemorated their glory and history but also served as their foundation for survival in the Mist Sea. It absolutely could not be taken by an outsider. After a moment of silence, she took a deep breath, and a clear yet slightly hoarse voice emerged. Distant guests, you may call me Talia. I am also the High Priestess of this lineage of elven survivors. I hope you will not make things difficult for my people. As for your question, because the corruption has been eroding my mind, I can no longer remember the exact time. It was probably several centuries ago, shortly after I received the gift from the previous High Priestess and advanced to Cataclysmic Interrer, that Nas Island encountered a crisis. At this point, Talia's azure pupils slightly unfocused, as if she was lost in distant memories. It was a huge sailboat, nearly 200 meters long, completely enveloped in viscous, pitch-black liquid, emanating endless decadent aura, as if it were a devil ship sailing out of the abyss. At the center of the ship's cabin was a pitch-black tombstone. All the corruption originated from it. It was not an inanimate object, but a high-level devil from the abyss. Its condition seemed to be very problematic, forcing it to escape from the abyss, and being extremely bloodthirsty, it targeted Nas Island. Even so, I, already a demigod, was completely no match for him. Only by relying on the diamond of the abyssal sea was I able to contend with him. Talia said, raising her hand and pointing at the deep blue gem in Aaron's hand, then sweeping her gaze over the resplendent palace filled with murals, and continued. Although I successfully repelled him, I, having just advanced to divinity and still unstable, was contaminated by him and unable to break free. I could only self-seal myself within the heritage temple to avoid harming my kin. Cavendish Lancer Pinto showed no extra reaction, merely turning his gaze to the surrounding murals and the strange patterns carved on the pillars in the palace, which differed somewhat from the symbolic patterns and magical signs he remembered. Aaron's expression, however, grew increasingly strange as he listened. Such a description reminded him of an old acquaintance he had once met, the undead King Agalito, or more precisely, the Death Knell, whom he encountered during his first visit to the God War ruins. Not voicing the guess in his heart, Aaron instead asked with interest. Do high-level devils frequently appear near Nas Island? Before time, all beings are equal. A high-level devil can allow the ghost painting to extract a considerable amount of lifespan. It would be better for such corrupt and twisted devils to be judged by him. In that case, he wouldn't need to risk hunting those demigods. Seemingly choked by Aaron's question, especially the excitement in his words, Talia couldn't help but fall silent. Encountering a high-level devil, was that something to be excited about? Glancing at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who stood beside Aaron, Talia sighed in her heart and responded with a somewhat helpless tone. Of course not. If that were truly the case, Nas Island would have long since been annihilated in history and ceased to exist. Since the king and queen fell, and the first high priestess of Nas Island led us to escape the Mist Sea by ship, throughout the long years until now, excluding the ordinary devil attacks not recorded, true high-level devils have only appeared 9 times. And the time I encountered was also the last time, and the strongest devil encounter. From the end of the second epoch until now, in such a long span of time, it only appeared 9 times, and you, unfortunately, encountered the strongest one and were contaminated by him. Somewhat amazed by the cataclysmic interrer's luck, even if the plan to hunt devils to replenish lifespan came to nothing, Aaron didn't care much. Looking at the sealed artifact in his hand, which Talia called the diamond of the abyssal sea, he curled his lips and asked with anticipation. I would like to exchange for the cataclysmic interrer's potion formula. If there's a Sea King potion formula, that would be even better. I can offer generous compensation that you will surely be satisfied with. Of course, I can also return this sealed artifact to you. The expectant gaze was met with silence. Aaron frowned, just about to reveal some of his conditions, when he heard Talia's clear voice resound again. The king and queen fell one after another, and the entire elven race disintegrated. The pioneer who led our people to escape to the Mist Sea was a cataclysmic interrer who advanced within the clan long ago and did not know the specific potion formula, only the ritual of advancement, let alone the subsequent potion formulas. Speaking of this, Talia paused, looking at the stone pillars covered with strange patterns in the hall, and the withered elven skeletons beneath the pillars, and continued with a complex tone. When that pioneer's lifespan was nearing its end, he used everything to build this heritage temple, sacrificing himself with elven bloodline as the foundation. Every high priestess will sacrifice herself with blood before death, allowing the successor to advance to cataclysmic interrer without blood sacrifice and gain the recognition of the diamond of the abyssal sea. Diamond of the Abyssal Sea was a sacred artifact originally held by the pioneer within the clan, corresponding to Sequence 3 Sea King, and held by each high priestess. Another lower-level sacred artifact corresponding to cataclysmic interrer is held by the next candidate. Frowning as he listened to the high priestess's narration, although he wasn't clear about the specific process, completing the advancement solely through blood sacrifice would undoubtedly leave many problems. After all, the spiritual imprints left by each high priestess within the Beyonder characteristic were a terrifying contamination for every advancer. In this situation, one's mind would be assimilated unconsciously. This assimilation is silent, and instead, it would only make the person experiencing it feel that this is an inheritance of glory, making them even more accepting. With a hint of pity in his complex gaze, Aaron looked at the weak high priestess and understood her implied meaning. The diamond of the abyssal sea, in his hand, and even the cataclysmic interrer Beyonder characteristic within the high priestess's body, contained the spiritual imprints of generations of elven survivors. Without gaining their recognition, it would be impossible to use. You have been separated from the outside world for too long. I must remind you that the East Taker family is now the Angel family, and there is more than one angel. The spiritual imprint you are worried about is not an issue. Cavendish Lancer Pinto couldn't help but avert his gaze from the surrounding murals, looking at Aaron with a somewhat strange expression. His entire face conveyed only one meaning. All right, more than one angel. How much more are you hiding, kid? Feigning not seeing Cavendish Lancer Pinto's expression, Aaron's lips curled slightly as he watched Talia's expression suddenly change. He didn't actually intend to take this sealed artifact. He wasn't lacking powerful sealed artifacts at all. Whether he could take it to the Church of Storms for exchange, just explaining its origin would inevitably reveal some of Aaron's secrets. He merely wanted to give the High Priestess a warning to make her abandon some unrealistic notions. Of course, after giving a stick, he also had to offer a carrot. I am also very interested in the ghost ship that led you to escape to the Mist Sea back then. As long as you agree to cooperate, you can exchange that ghost ship for this sealed artifact. I believe this can express my sincerity. In the sea area near Nas Island in the Mist Sea, the Golden Dream was sailing through thin mist, returning to Nas Island. Danit stood listlessly on the deck, watching Fei Luan, who was continuously levitating as high-speed swirling winds attached to his body. This was Edwina Edwards' suggestion, said to better suit a wind-blessed. Since more than a week ago, after encountering the mysterious old man who called himself Helmos Huin on that strange black island, the captain had ordered to return. Thinking of that old man, whom even the captain respectfully called teacher, Danitz felt a pang of toothache, especially the way he looked at him as if he were an idiot. But his terrifyingly profound knowledge had earned the respect of all the crew members aboard the Golden Dream. Danitz vaguely remembered seeing a sentence in a book in the captain's cabin. Knowledgeable and versatile, omniscience means omnipotence. The constant rumbling of thunder from afar interrupted Danitz's gradually drifting thoughts. He and Fei Luan on the deck simultaneously turned their heads towards the direction of the sound. Through the thin mist, silver-white lightning arcs could be seen continuously blooming in the distant sky. That was the destination of this return voyage, Nas Island. Unlike Danitz's bewildered expression, Fei Luan's face was quite strange. He always felt that the anomaly nearby was related to him offering the coordinates to Mr. Favored One earlier. Things on the Ring Island were not as smooth as Aaron had anticipated. The facts once again proved that whether it was giants or elves, they were all short-tempered and muscle-brained individuals, making communication very difficult. Seeing the two alien humans intrude into the forbidden area, the male elf holding an ancient longbow no longer held back. An arrow formed by silver-white electric snakes shot directly towards Bayer Baylet. The dark green symbols in his pupils clearly captured the trajectory of the incoming arrow. The dawn armor instantly appeared on his body, and his massive figure suddenly transformed into an afterimage, dodging the flying arrow and appearing beside the male elf, throwing a punch. Since they were unwilling to calm down, he would help them calm down, just making sure to control his strength so as not to endanger their lives. Looking at the fist that almost instantly magnified in his eyes, the elf directly gave up on shooting arrows. Under the enhancement of the lightning striking from the sky, he changed his bow into a blade and slashed at the fist. Even as blood spilled from his lips, the elf, who flew backward using the force, seized the opportunity to continuously draw the bowstring. 3 lightning arrows blocked all of Bayer Baylet's escape routes. Turning his head to glance at the silver arrow embedded in his armor, and feeling the tingling sensation spreading through his body, Bayer Baylet couldn't help but feel a little surprised, but only to that extent. He admitted that the ancient longbow was powerful, but a sequence 5 couldn't unleash the true power of that bow. Looking at the elf who still wanted to draw his bow and shoot, Bayer Baylet was about to knock him out first when green vines suddenly emerged from the ground, binding his body and simultaneously pulling the elf towards the coast. Ignoring the 2 female elves who were confronting each other, Bayer Baylet easily snapped the entwined vines and turned his head to look at the nearby coast, where a huge golden sailboat gradually appeared in the mist. Edwina Edwards was already standing at the bow, with a green light coalescing in her palm. Helmos Huin, chewing on candy beside her, commented. A very good secret technique. Although its strength is not enough for demigod-level powerhouses, it is sufficient to deal with ordinary sequence 5s. You can consider combining it with controlling undead and poison. That way, the effect will be even better. I can help you modify the corresponding spirit world incantations. Consider it payment for the boat fare during this period. Let's go, I'll take you to meet an old acquaintance. Your future opportunity for advancement is not with me, but with him. Watching Helmos Huin walk towards the burly giant clad in silver armor as if strolling through the void, Edwina's light blue eyes, like clear spring water, rippled. After instructing the crew not to leave the Golden Dream without permission, starlight rose around her, and she also walked towards the Elven Island. Bayer Baylet frowned, somewhat unclear what the 2 suddenly appearing individuals intended to do. At this moment, the calm lake surface behind him rippled, and Aaron suddenly leaped out of the water, followed by Cavendish Lancer Pinto and High Priestess Talia. Chapter 199 Abyss. Their gazes met, and a faint light flickered in Edwina's eyes as she recognized the young man opposite her, clearly the leader, as Aaron Will, whose name was famous throughout the 5 seas. She had always valued intelligence gathering, and even though exploring the Mist Sea had separated her from her intelligence organization, the secret prayer ritual directly connected to the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church headquarters could still be used. From the intelligence passed down by the Church, she had also learned some information about the South Continent, especially that a great Archbishop of the God of Combat Church had died at the hands of the Easttaker family. Even the God of Combat Church's great pontiff had descended, but it seemed to have ended inconclusively. Looking at the burly giant in silver armor standing beside Aaron, Edwina vaguely guessed the final destination of that half-god beyonder characteristic. Even if she didn't know the deeper internal story, the known intelligence alone showed how terrifying this angel family was. Especially after truly meeting him, Edwina always felt a familiar aura from Aaron, as if they had met before. Aaron's eyes flashed with surprise as he watched Helmos Hugh continually throwing candies into his mouth. Months ago, when preparing to hunt the Dog of Forgiveness, Aaron had prayed to Orange Light Hilarion for help but received no response. He didn't expect to meet that one's avatar here. Aaron's face showed an interested expression, his gaze sweeping past Iceberg Admiral Edwina Edwards behind Helmos Hugh and he stepped forward with a smile. "I didn't expect to meet you here, Mr. Hilarion." Hearing this name, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had been silent, effectively deterring Talia, couldn't help but look up. If he remembered correctly, this name was the true name of Orange Light. Without correcting Aaron's address, Helmos Hugh smiled and walked towards Aaron, saying politely, "This is the guidance of fate. I apologize for not responding to you last time. I encountered some trouble while exploring the abyss and was preoccupied." Saying that, he walked to Periebar's side and lightly patted the giant's body. The silvery white dawn armor showed no abnormality, but a coolness instantly arose in Periebar's heart, and his restless mind was soothed. Meeting the other party's surprised gaze, Helmos Hugh chuckled and explained, "There must have been some accident when you advanced to half-god, causing your emotional control to be deeply affected by the potion. This subtle influence will become a hidden danger when you continue to advance in the future." Periebar nodded silently, watching Mr. Hilarion walk away with Earl. Only then did he turn his gaze to Edwina and Talia, and the atmosphere became somewhat heavy for a moment. Finally, Shadas lightly coughed and, enduring the pressure of the three half-gods, stepped forward to calm and recruit her fellow clansmen according to Aaron's previous instructions. She was very open-minded. As an elf who had truly survived from the second epoch to the present, the continuation of the race was paramount. Moreover, Aaron had also said that the queen had not completely perished, and saving her was a necessary price. After learning that Doomsday was approaching, she urgently wanted to lead her clansmen to face the future disaster, rather than senselessly crippling themselves. Perhaps this was her mission, to luckily arrive in the fifth epoch. Aaron and Helmos Hugh came to the forest on the circular island, casually setting up a spirit wall. Aaron put away his smile and asked with a frown, "Mr. Hilarion, were you exploring the abyss before? What kind of place is it?" Helmos Hugh stopped chewing candy, nodded, and calmly pointed towards the Golden Dream. "This place is not far from the real entrance to the abyss. At that ship's speed, keeping the correct direction, it will arrive in less than 2 weeks." Aaron keenly caught the information in the words, rubbed his cheek, and asked in confusion, "The real entrance? Can one enter from other places?" Helmos Hugh nodded slightly and explained with a smile, "Abyss can refer to the sequence 0 of the criminal pathway, which is the cosmic dark side, or it can refer to that completely fallen continent." Seeing Aaron's somewhat confused gaze, he continued to add, "Haha, I'm not talking about the forsaken land of the gods, but a continent that only existed in the early second epoch, about half the size of the current South continent. Its original location was in this mist sea. After the ancient god demon king Farbody appeared, he polluted that continent, turning all living beings into demons, and even the abstract history and corresponding spirit world also transformed into the abyss. Gathering the filth and degradation of the world, it not only turned the corresponding area in the spirit world into the abyss but also formed corresponding concepts in the astral world. This was also the direct reason for his later predicament." Aaron listened intently, suddenly having the illusion of listening to a teacher tapping on the blackboard and highlighting key points in class, and couldn't help but murmur, "It would be even more like it if there was a blackboard." Hearing this, Helmos Hugh's smile deepened, and he very cooperatively conjured a light screen, showing that he indeed enjoyed the process of imparting knowledge. No wonder he had formed a pure light brotherhood, with many spirit world creatures specifically to teach people knowledge. Resisting the urge to cover his face, Aaron quickly changed the topic and asked with some uncertainty, "Is what you just said the ritual for becoming a god in the abyss pathway? At least it conformed to the first blasphemy slate, but that's no longer important." Helmos Hugh gave an affirmative reply. This indicated that the ritual for becoming a god recorded on the second blasphemy slate, formed after the creator's demise in the third epoch, had some differences. The simplified ritual for becoming a god could help sequence 1 angels accommodate uniqueness in advance, and it could also help true gods of similar pathways accelerate accommodation to avoid uncontrollable situations. However, for the abyss pathway, which already had a sequence 0, it was indeed useless. Helmos Hugh, with the self-awareness of a teacher, patiently waited for Aaron to finish his contemplation before continuing. When the last civilization ended and the first awakened, the previous 7 lights were erased due to the destruction of the spirit world, and the current 7 lights are the pure lights reborn in the spirit world during the first epoch. Therefore, I don't know if the abyss existed in the old days civilization. The core of the current abyss is the god kingdom of the cosmic dark side. To use a not-so-apt analogy, the true creator's god kingdom is in the forsaken land of the gods, but the forsaken land of the gods does not wholly belong to his god kingdom. The current situation of the abyss is similar. Demon King Farbody, after being severely wounded by the awakened creator at the end of the second epoch, retreated to his god kingdom in the abyss. Even the corresponding concepts formed by the abyss in the spirit world and astral world were sealed by the creator. But after that creator's demise, the seal on the astral world was infiltrated by that one, and the heavily wounded demon king Farbody was gradually corrupted. The cosmic dark side also originated from this. Helmos Huen said, pointing to the deep starry night sky above their heads. More than 900 years ago, that one used the abstract concept of abyss in the spirit world to forcefully infiltrate some power and corrupt the spirit world. Although it ultimately failed, it left a big problem. Aaron's heart stirred, and he asked in a confirming tone, the birth of that abomination, Sua. Helmos Huen nodded with a somewhat solemn expression. The Rose school of thought also completely fell as a result, and the concept of temperance was gradually replaced by the indulgence and slaughter more aligned with the criminal pathway. However, the astral world barrier still exists. That cosmic dark side was severely wounded by Storm, weakening his control over the abyss. Several high-level demons even chose to self-mutilate to break free from his control and escape the abyss, well, like that death knell. Control. Aaron's mind instantly brought up the death knell controlling its crew through blood crystals. This was indeed a consistent demon style. His heart stirred, remembering that he still had a demon beyonder characteristic from the god of combat church great archbishop in his clutter, and he couldn't help but ask, I still have a demon beyonder characteristic, and it's also tainted with pollution from the abyss. If I want to use it to attract the death knell here, do you have a way? Helmos Huen looked at Aaron somewhat strangely but still displayed various ritual array patterns on the light screen. To attract the attention of high-level demons, blood sacrifice is usually the most effective method, but a demon beyonder characteristic polluted by the abyss will work even better. This is the modified ritual process I've prepared for you, but I must remind you of 2 points. Firstly, the direction of the ritual is not fixed, others demons might respond to you. Secondly, if the death knell foresees the source of danger, he has the chance to exert a reverse influence on the spot. Therefore, the ritual must be performed by that demon hunter, as he can block the demon's danger premonition. However, as I said at the beginning, that demon hunter might have his emotional control affected by the potion due to his advancement, and this is a fatal flaw for demons who control emotions and desires. Aaron's expression was calm, and he nodded indifferently, carefully memorizing the ritual symbols on the light screen. Seeing this, Helmos Huen said no more and took out a black stone from his wide sleeve, handing it to Aaron. While dividing his attention to memorize the ritual, Aaron watched the black stone in his hand stretch its body into a stone figure with no signs of life, and he looked at Helmos Huen in confusion. This is Helmos Huen, who had always been smiling, his expression slightly solemn. Before in Biome, you said you wanted to know the location of the hidden passage in the abyss that leads to the forsaken land of the gods. It can indicate the direction. Although I don't know why you want to know that location, if you want that scholar of your outside to explore it, it's best to avoid this recent period. My previous exploration has already attracted the attention of some existences. Watching Aaron collect the black stone again and nod continuously, Helmos Huen's expression softened slightly, and he pondered for a moment before adding, if you encounter irresistible danger in the abyss, you can try to say this name in ancient Hermes. He switched to several languages, pronouncing the name word by word, Lo-O-Da-Ro. This is the true name of the Storm Lord. Calling his true name can activate the divine power he left behind in the abyss, but this will inevitably attract the attention of the cosmic dark side. It's a last resort for escape. Controlling his facial muscles, Aaron almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Using a historical void image to call the true name of the irritable old man, this operation was a rare consensus. When Aaron emerged from the forest, many elves had already gathered. As a Beyonder race, although they weren't as exaggerated as the Sanguine, starting at sequence 7, they were all Beyonders. After learning that Calamity Queen Gosinum had not completely perished, Talia's last bit of unwillingness was gradually replaced by hope, and she put aside her reserve to reach a final agreement with Aaron. Watching the elf great priestess set up the ritual, a massive spirit world portal opened, and a ghost ship several times larger than the Golden Dream slowly sailed out. It was the Dawn that had led the surviving elves to escape to the Mist Sea. Seeing the many elves with reluctant expressions, Aaron lightly coughed and said to Talia, I know the value of this ghost ship to you. It still belongs to you. I will only borrow it for 5 years, but as a corresponding price, I need your help. In Aaron's plan, the Dawn had to be completely cut off from the East Taker family in the outside world, serving as an independently developing hidden force. Therefore, all crew members had to find other ways. Ordinary crew members could be recruited at any time, and the most crucial Beyonders, the best candidates at present were these elves. Through friendly negotiation, it was finally decided that some elves would follow Shadas aboard the Dawn, with Periebar serving as captain. Having dealt with these matters, Aaron finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Edwina, who had been silently observing, his eyes flickered, and he chuckled, interested in a collaboration. Seeing the two half-gods approaching together, Edwina was silent for a moment before asking, what kind of collaboration? Aaron's smile grew wider, and his tone was playful. Hunting, undead King Agorito. December 31st, noon, Loen, Backlund Bridge District, Iron Gate Street, Brave Bar. Mobert wrapped his trench coat tightly, covering his mouth and nose to prevent the pungent cold wind from irritating his brain. Ever since he learned of Amon's existence at the Fate Hermit's gathering last time, he had rushed to Backlund almost non-stop, and had even specifically rented a house next to the Holy Wind Cathedral in Sherwood Borough. Thinking of the rent for that house, Mobert's heart couldn't help but twitch. Shaking off some unpleasant thoughts, he sighed and abruptly pushed open the door of the Brave Bar. He hadn't come all the way from Sherwood Borough to Backlund Bridge District just to drink, he was here for an appointment. Sharon had arranged to meet him at this bar during the last Chaos Council. Passing through the bustling drunkards, Caspers watched the well-dressed Mobert walk to the bar counter, whistled, and said with a smile, "Sir, Happy New Year in advance. Would you like a glass of Sonia blood wine? It's only 15 Sul. Chapter 200 Zeradal. What a rip-off. 15 Sul for a glass of Sonia blood wine, but he didn't plan on paying for it himself. Sked, Mobert rubbed his somewhat hungry stomach and said grandly. All right, give me 2 glasses of Sonia blood wine, and a steak. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he lowered his voice to add. Just charge it to someone named Sharon. Caspers's pupils constricted slightly, then he chuckled and had the attendant prepare the food. He patiently waited for Mobert to finish eating, didn't mention the bill, and directly led him to the back room. Before Mobert could knock, the door opened. The room's furnishings were simple. Marek was playing cards with 2 zombies, while Sharon sat quietly on the other side, intently reading the newspaper in her hand. The newspaper's headline was bold and read. The new pirate general, Vice Admiral of the Moon, is born. Looking at the headline, Mobert's expression was a bit strange. He casually closed the door, set up a spiritual wall, and then chuckled softly. I remember Louise wasn't calling herself Admiral of the Moon. Why did she get herself demoted? Sharon's azure eyes seemed to ripple, a fleeting smile in them, then she responded in a cool tone. Even with the Sanguine's backing and a powerful sealed artifact, she only recently advanced to Sequence 5. Her combat experience and control over her Beyonder abilities are far inferior to those long-established pirate generals. Seemingly unaccustomed to speaking so much at once, Sharon, wearing a small black soft hat, lightly raised her hand. The newspaper in her grasp, as if alive, stretched its body and floated into Mobert's hand. Vice Admiral of the Moon, Louise and Vice Admiral of Twilight, Brad of Ivan clashed in the southern waters of Sonia Island, engaging in a fierce battle. Vice Admiral of Twilight's flagship second mate, Malik Furlong, was killed in the battle, and another pirate general displayed her might. After a quick glance at the newspaper's content, Mobert sked and put the newspaper away. Ever since he learned that Shadas had successfully left the book world, he had been quite concerned about matters on the sea. If he wasn't worried about attracting Amon, he would have long since gone back to find Shadas. Looking at Sharon, who was like a vengeful spirit, Mobert clicked his tongue in his heart with some envy. That was a demigod. Even before he entered the book world, she was considered a prominent figure. He lightly coughed, reined in his thoughts, and then asked. You said last time that the complete heart of the heart-devouring beast I needed had been located. How is it? That was one of the auxiliary materials for his advancement to Parasite. He had already collected the other auxiliary material. As for the main material for the potion, he could try to trade with that mysterious Mr. Favored One. Mobert was now extremely eager to achieve demigod status, primarily due to the pressure from Amon. The Dream Stealer's stealth ability truly couldn't put Mobert at ease. He only needed to quickly advance to Parasite and, through the Zoroastrian family's inherited secret art of parasitism, quietly leave Backlund by parasitizing a host, and head to Tinjin. Sharon's eyes moved, and a black box appeared from the void, then she responded calmly. 1,200 pounds. I've already bought it for you. You can pay in installments. Also, that meal outside, it's on me. Mobert coughed lightly, a little embarrassed, and chuckled twice. He took the black box and performed an elegant noble bow. Generous and beautiful lady, in 1 month, no, at most 1 week, I'll be able to repay this money, and I will fully cooperate with the partnership you proposed earlier. Pritz Harbor, Oak Island, above the Royal Navy base. The airship, floating and flying in midair, slowly docked. It had extremely sleek and graceful lines and was painted entirely in dark blue. Aaron stood by the French window, overlooking Pritz Harbor. Upon seeing the majestic battleship shimmering with metallic light in the nearby military port, he slightly narrowed his eyes. He had traveled back to the airship yesterday. For the past few months, Dairen Shiroto had been disguising himself with his faceless Beyonder ability to board the airship. Necessary concealment still had to be done. At least in the King's faction's eyes, Aaron had stayed safely on the airship for the past month. This year, the South Continent had seen constant changes and continuous warfare, all related to the East Taker family. Furthermore, the reforms he implemented in Lloyd City and Pass River Valley had touched upon the interests of some old-fashioned nobles. Even though he had been in office for less than a year, he had no choice but to return to Backlund to report on his duties, while Boyer Bell remained on the Elf Island, familiarizing himself with the Morning Star alongside Shadas and the Elf crew members. The airship landed steadily. Aaron was the first to descend the gangway, and he immediately took a carriage to the steam train station to head to nearby Backlund. Diren Shiroto, who had reverted to his original appearance, stood opposite Aaron with some unease, his peripheral vision glancing towards Cavendish Lancer Pinto. From the perspective of the spiritual threads granted by the marionettist, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's location was a distorted, indistinguishable mass of things, with spiritual threads twisting and merging into it, their source unseen. The entire carriage was enveloped by a spiritual wall. Considering that many old monsters from the Fourth Epoch were also in Backlund, and to avoid exposing some secrets, Cavendish Lancer Pinto had also changed his appearance. Feeling Diren Shiroto's scrutiny, the corners of his mouth curled up. A very young marionettist, you've done very well in the South Continent. Your loyalty will not be overlooked by the family. During your time in Backlund, you can follow me. How much you learn will depend on your comprehension. Diren Shiroto was a bit unclear about the other party's identity, so he could only look at Aaron with inquiring eyes. Only after receiving an affirmative nod did he bow and agree. This is the family's most secretive powerhouse, and also a Sequence 3 scholar of your from the Seer pathway. You must seize this rare opportunity. Smilingly prompting his always loyal subordinate, Aaron looked at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who was sitting beside him, and his tone turned cold. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since those Augustuses like to engage in underhanded dealings, then we'll send them a grand gift as well. After the fall of the Kingdom of Night, among the overt secret organizations, the only one that truly still held high-sequence potion formulas for the Seer pathway was Zeradal's Mysticism Society. A bizarro sorcerer suddenly appearing to give those arrogant Augustuses a bit of trouble, what do you think they'll think? A hint of concern flashed in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's intrigued eyes, and he muttered softly. Zeradal. That Zeradal who pledged allegiance to the Solomon Empire. He is a Sequence 1 angel. His Majesty once said that he obtained another clue about the Attendant of Mysteries characteristic from the true Creator and has already begun searching for it, preparing to use it to advance to King of Angels. We are still in hibernation now, there's no need to create a powerful enemy for a momentary pleasure. Aaron coughed lightly, a little awkwardly, and tapped his fingers on the table, explaining with a smile. You're talking about that ancestor of the Zeradal family. He perished directly during the War of the Four Emperors, encountering Antigonus and Bethel Abraham, and his characteristics were taken by Antigonus. The current Zeradal is merely a successor. 100 years ago, he was a miracle invoker, but after obtaining the Antigonus family's notebook, although he advanced to Sequence 1, he lost most of his rationality and had to seal himself to resist madness. Now, you can even be called one of the strongest among the Seer pathway who can walk freely outside. Aaron waved his hand, signaling Diren Shiroto, who stood beside him, his eyes still filled with shock, to leave the carriage. As a marionettist, understanding some of the Seer pathway's secrets in advance was not a bad thing, but it was no longer suitable for him to continue listening. Only after Diren Shiroto left the carriage and the spiritual wall sealed again, Cavendish Lancer Pinto spoke in a low voice, his eyes somewhat terrifying. A rampaging attendant of mysteries. Aaron coughed lightly, interrupting his somewhat insane thoughts. An attendant of mysteries can already cast Mysterious Realm, which is almost like creating a prototype of a divine kingdom and inherently possesses a certain degree of concealment. Even if he falls into madness, his Sequence 1 rank and inherent hidden effects mean that without an effective method to accurately locate him, one might instead fall into certain traps. Of course, these were all superficial reasons. The deeper reason was the entanglement of interests between the seven deities and Adam. Every piece on the chessboard had its own destiny. The simplest example, after his rationality was isolated by the Evernight goddess in the foggy town, the rampaging Zeradal could still quietly seal himself within a palace for a century. Whose handiwork was behind this? Even setting all that aside, dealing with a rampaging Sequence 1 who doesn't need to worry about the revival of mental imprints would incur a significant cost and cause a considerable commotion. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Cavendish Lancer Pinto, Aaron changed the subject and said, My intelligence from the sea previously discovered traces of Mad Captain Connors Victor in the waters near Pritz Harbor. Your next task is to seize the opportunity to eliminate him. Connors Victor. Cavendish Lancer Pinto expressed his confusion with his expression at the appropriate moment. Just a small fry, did he need to assassinate him himself? Seeing his dismissiveness, Aaron reined in his smile and spoke in a low voice. He's just a notorious slave trader, but his buyers are those Augustuses, and these slaves have been secretly arranged into the ruins where Tudor prepared to advance to Black Emperor. Jonas Coleridge, who secretly advanced to Earl of the Fallen in Military Intelligence Department 9, is fully in charge of this matter, and you are very likely to encounter him. Upon hearing that someone was secretly attempting to restore the ruins left behind by Tudor's previous preparations to advance to Black Emperor, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had personally experienced the War of the Four Emperors in the Fourth Epoch and understood many secrets, his pupils suddenly constricted, and he looked up with some disbelief. Acknowledging the disbelief in his eyes, Aaron warned him in a solemn tone. Do not deal with Connor's Victor near Backlund. The matters involved are too complex. Regardless of the process, the Mysticism Society must take the blame. Looking at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had lowered his head again, seemingly lost in thought, Aaron seemed to recall something. A shy smile reappeared on his face, and he coughed lightly, saying, There's one more thing. I need some spirit worms from a scholar of yours to create a certain charm. I wonder. Raising his head expressionlessly, Cavendish Lancer Pinto was silent for a moment. After leaving a few spirit worms with intricate patterns covering their bodies on the table, his figure disintegrated and disappeared from the carriage. Intis Republic, Capital Trier, inside the underground building of the Intelligence Agency, General Directorate of External Security. Blaze somewhat nervously drank the faceless potion. As a Beyonder who had joined the intelligence organization as a Mysticism Society member, he finally had the opportunity to advance. The cold potion felt like lava in his body. All his muscles seemed to be melting and reorganizing. Just as Blaze was enduring the pain, his vision suddenly blurred, and a voice like it came from a distant place echoed in his ears. Orville. Dylan. Tingen. The physical pain instantly lessened considerably, and the potion smoothly integrated into his body. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead, and Blaze gasped for breath. He had been a magician for several years, but during every previous advancement, he had only heard the ravings of Hornassus. Phlegria. Hornassus. Phlegria. And had almost lost control several times because of it. Unlike before, the content of the whispers seemed to have changed this time. What was even more terrifying was that he couldn't feel his own body anymore. His consciousness seemed to have fallen into chaos. In a hazy daze, he saw a deep, dark hall with no natural light source. Inside, there was a huge, wriggling mass of something. It was so blurry, like a pencil drawing erased by an eraser, that no specific details could be seen. The illusory, layered sounds, like the whispers of a devil, emanated from that indescribable mass. Space seemed to be twisted and interwoven by some power, chaotic yet bizarre. His consciousness was sluggish, his thoughts seemed to solidify. Blaze stared blankly as a notebook, its cover made entirely of dark black hard paper, fell from that huge, wriggling mass and floated out of the hall. For some reason, a term abruptly appeared in his blank mind, Antigonus family's notebook. The notebook exuded an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or decay. As the book floated, its cover seemed to be turned by an invisible hand, and a line of text appeared. Sequence 5 Puppet Master. In the strictly disciplined Mysticism Society, every advancement required a large amount of contribution, and from mid-sequence onwards, only complete potions were provided. Looking at those few brief words, Blaze's somewhat blank eyes suddenly shifted, as if he wanted to see the remaining content clearly. Accompanied by short, hoarse whispers, the scene shattered. The black notebook, which recorded subsequent potion formulas, seemed to float into a phantom of a city. His consciousness was no longer blocked. Blaze regained control of his body and abruptly opened his eyes, which were mixed with greed and worry. What does Orville represent? I lack enough information to interpret it at all. Dylan, the higher-ups of the Mysticism Society once mentioned this name. Our mysterious and terrifying leader once had an ancient castle called Dylan. Tingen, Loen's Tingen. Perhaps my chance for further advancement lies there. The light in Blaze's eyes grew greedier. What he didn't notice was that a black crow mark had unconsciously appeared on his palm, then vanished. Chapter 201 Magic Mirror erodes. In Backlund's Empress Borough, a brightly lit banquet hall was hosting a New Year's Eve party. As a New Year's Eve party held by the royal family, only the upper echelons of the Loen Kingdom's society were able to attend. The party was divided into two sections. One was the dance hall, located on the ground floor, paved with magnificent flagstones carved with intricate patterns, and featuring an excellent royal band in the corner. Up the gilded staircase from the hall was a circular corridor on the second floor, where guests held their wine glasses, standing by the railings and looking down at the dancing below. From time to time, gentlemen would approach young ladies or married women to invite them to dance, and if permitted, both would take hands and descend the stairs into the hall. On the other side of the corridor, away from the main hall, were numerous doors, primarily leading to guest lounges. However, above the double doors, a vertical sword hung, its hilt a ruby crown, symbolizing the Judgment Sword, emblem of the Augustus family. Behind the door was a corridor lined with various plaster statues on either side, depicting every Loen kingdom, from the founding King William I to the last George III. At the end of the corridor, one could find the other part of the ball. This was also a grand hall, filled with long tables laden with various delicacies and fine wines, while another royal band played melodious and relaxing music for the guests. In this hall, nobles gathered in small groups, sitting or standing, discussing various matters. Those who wished to briefly escape the noise entered the balconies attached to the hall, gazing at the garden scenery and the red moon in the sky. Audrey Hall, elegantly dressed, originally stood in a corner of the hall, staring blankly at the colossal crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling. This kind of party was not suitable for Susie, so she had to be left at home. "Beautiful Miss Hall, may I invite you for a dance?" A somewhat unfamiliar male voice sounded, and Audrey, whose gaze had been slightly unfocused, instantly snapped back to reality, looking to her side. It was a man whose appearance closely resembled Henry Augustus I, depicted on the 5-pound banknote. He had a round face and narrow eyes, yet he was not at all serious, instead always wearing a smile, young and vibrant. Audrey had already recognized the newcomer as Edsac Augustus, titled Earl Lasting. First, she gracefully curtsied, lifting her skirt in a standard courtly bow. Audrey's face showed an apologetic smile, and she gently placed her hand, adorned with a diamond-studded glove, on her forehead. "I apologize, Prince Edsac, I am feeling a bit unwell. Thank you for your invitation." Edsac's smile faltered slightly. Just as he was about to speak again, another voice interrupted. "Third brother, please do not make things difficult for a beautiful lady. I believe this is a principle every Augustus should understand." From the other side of the hall, a man dressed in royal attire, similar to Edsac, slowly approached. This was Covington Augustus, George III's eldest son and the most formidable contender for the future crown prince. Covington walked to Edsac with a smile, but his eyes glanced at the burly men who had been following closely behind Edsac, head slightly bowed. A hint of apprehension and resentment flashed deep in his eyes. Watching the two princes contend, Audrey felt a headache. She was not interested in princes and did not wish to become a victim of political marriage, even though she believed her dear Earl Hall would not do such a thing. Viscount Glaint, who was not far away discussing the recent situation in the South Continent with Earl Wolf's youngest son, also noticed Audrey's predicament. Although he very much wanted to help his good friend out of the situation, as someone who had just inherited the Viscounty, he seemed to have little influence in such a setting. Just as Viscount Glaint was about to seek out Earl Hall, he heard a murmur of whispers from the entrance of the main door and instinctively turned his head. Aaron, dressed in a sharp military uniform, walked through the statue-lined corridor, carrying an inexplicable aura. Everyone who met his gaze involuntarily lowered their heads. Covington retreated to the side, his smile unwavering. Edsac, whose expression was somewhat displeased by the oppressive aura, had the burly men who had been slightly bowing behind him step forward half a pace to shield him. Aaron, who had just arrived in Backlund by special train from Pritz Harbor, had also heard the previous conversation. Without even glancing at Edsac, he walked directly to Audrey, whose face showed pleasant surprise. He elegantly took Audrey's right hand and led her away from the hall, leaving Prince Edsac somewhat awkward. Aaron led Audrey through the long corridor. Suddenly, a nearby lounge opened, and Court Chamberlain Viscount Stafford and Military Intelligence Department 9 Deputy Director Major General Jonas Coleridge emerged with smiles on their faces. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, his expression unchanged as he nodded to Jonas Coleridge, his peripheral vision sweeping over the Court Chamberlain, then he actively departed. The interlude at the ball concluded. Aaron and Audrey chatted as they walked, and Aaron only returned Audrey to Earl Hall's side at the very end of the ball. Backlund, Empress Borough, East Taker Villa. Aaron, who had just returned from the royal ball, opened his long unoccupied bedroom. He looked at the full-length mirror on one side, his eyes flickering. Entering the partitioned area, he responded to himself, retrieving some spiritually rich blood from above the dark golden mist. After setting up a spiritual wall, he drew a blended symbol representing concealment and prying on the mirror's surface. This was the symbolic mark obtained from Orange Light Hilarion earlier, which could be used to contact the magic mirror Erodes. Although it had a directional quality, its responsive range was very small, effective only within the Backlund area. The last stroke of the symbol had just fallen when the full-length mirror in the bedroom emitted a dim yet pure light, like a dark current quietly surging at the bottom of a lake. A phantom, ancient, and eerie silver mirror then emerged within the mirror's surface, with faintly glowing black gems like eyes on either side. The image suddenly blurred, then shattered with a crash, disappearing. His raised hand and the smile on his face froze simultaneously. Aaron looked at the mirror, which had returned to its calm state, and fell into silence. Expressionlessly, he took out the Lord of Mysteries, and after infusing it with spirituality, it gradually emitted a certain aura. Aaron then redrew the blended symbol representing concealment and prying on the mirror's surface. After a long while, the mirror surface began to fluctuate again. As if sensing that escape was impossible, pale white words quickly outlined themselves on the mirror, as if resigned, with a tragic feeling. Great existence who presides over rules, I can guarantee that I did not reveal any information about you when the steam church was investigating clues earlier. May I ask, what are your commands this time? Humming softly in his heart, Aaron watched the pale words with interest, as well as the smiling face that appeared at the end. He hadn't expected this mirror to also sense the Sapphira aura on him. He then lightly tapped the table with his finger and asked with a smile. This should be our first formal meeting. I am very curious, why do you fear me so much? The pale words quickly twisted, and lines of text appeared. No, 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 I didn't mean that. It is my honor to serve you. I possess powerful divination abilities, and I can also obtain various kinds of information through the spirit world, so I coincidentally learned some things about you in the spirit world. Coincidence? Aaron didn't press this eccentric mirror further, looking at the words that reappeared on the mirror. Limited by my own rules, after I answer one of your questions, as an exchange, you must also choose to answer one of mine. Do you think this is acceptable? Aaron, who understood Rhodes's rules well, was not surprised. He also wanted to see what question this fellow intended to ask, and calmly replied. Yes, you may ask. Splendid fireworks appeared on the mirror, and a few faint golden words emerged in the corner. Oh, no, no, you have already answered my question. You may continue to ask questions. Aaron froze for a second, his expression a bit strange, but he didn't hesitate and directly asked. I want to know which sea area the undead King Agalito's death knell is currently in. The brilliant fireworks dispersed, and the mirror surface rippled with faint light. A massive black sailboat, nearly 200 meters long, appeared. The hull was shrouded in mist, and a black tombstone was depicted on the sails. It was the death knell. Is this the Mist Sea? Aaron's eyebrow twitched slightly. The death knell had been luring Beyonders into the Gods' War ruins to search for the so-called Fountain of Youth. He hadn't expected it to travel thousands of miles from the Sonia Sea to the Mist Sea. As if sensing Aaron's confusion, the image disappeared, and a passage of text appeared. The true form of the death knell is actually a blatherer who escaped the abyss. Although it escaped control at the cost of self-mutilation, it also lost part of its imprint and had to merge with that ghost ship to become a living sealed artifact. But it has always longed to complete itself and break free from the shackles of the ghost ship. The so-called Fountain of Youth serves this purpose. And some time ago, the abyss underwent an anomaly. By relying on the ghost ship's perception of the spirit world and its connection to the abyss, the death knell left the Sonia Sea. Has my explanation resolved some of your confusion, esteemed great existence? Having gradually become familiar with this fellow's routine, Aaron lightly coughed. He didn't correct the impropriety in the address and slowly nodded. Large sections of text dissipated, and the font returned to its pale white color. Even through the mirror, Aaron could feel the deep self-reproach. Great existence who presides over rules, due to the limitations of the summoning, this will be the last question. Do you accept my apology? The last question, huh? Aaron frowned slightly, and a mischievous thought suddenly popped into his mind. He said leisurely. I think you are quite good. If I were to take you away from the steam church later, would you be willing to follow me forever? The mirror suddenly froze, and the pale words twisted and reassembled incessantly. After a long while, they reformed into continuous words. Please forgive my offense. I cannot give you an answer now. As compensation, you may ask another question. Sensing the magic mirror's dilemma, Aaron didn't press it and changed the question with a smile. I want to create some advanced talismans of the seer pathway and the marauder pathway. Do you know the corresponding ritual procedures and specific symbolic signs? The mirror shimmered for a while, as if to compensate for its previous rashness, and an image appeared. A castle seemingly built entirely of emerald. A mature and beautiful lady suddenly turned her head to look at the mirror, and a pair of eyes without pupils appeared. The image then shattered. The next image was a dim room. Under the candlelight, a notebook with a cover made entirely of dark black cardboard. It exuded an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or decay. The bottom of the image was thoughtfully labeled by Rhodes as Tingeon City, Antigonus family's pen. The last word had not yet appeared when the image crashed, and even the mirror itself showed some cracks. The sudden change caught Aaron off guard for a few seconds before he stepped forward, caressing the full-length mirror with its fine cracks. No matter how he called, he received no response. Recalling the last few words that appeared, Aaron's eyes flickered as he silently looked at the damaged mirror, pondering the existence that could make a Rhodes flee without even a greeting. Pritz Harbor, White Oak Street, Pritz Harbor Fishermen's Association. Dorian Gray stood by the window, his face full of exhaustion, silently gazing at the red moon outside the window. He was of medium height but possessed exaggerated arms, and his hair was meticulously combed, completely unlike the bird's nest hairstyles of most people in the association. During the last secret family gathering, the already conflicted Abrahams found it increasingly difficult to reach a consensus due to the more frequent red moons. Feeling a strange sense of sorrow in his heart, Dorian Gray averted his gaze and tilted his head slightly. Using the light of the red moon, his peripheral vision noticed a figure that had appeared on the sofa at some unknown point. He was slightly startled. As an astrologer skilled in spiritual perception, he hadn't detected anything at all, which was enough to indicate the seriousness of the problem. Without the slightest hesitation, Dorian Gray was about to reach for his chest, but found his body rigid, even his thoughts seemingly frozen. This was extremely close to the ability of a certain sequence he knew. He managed to utter broken, intermittent sounds. "Are you the marionettist of the Mysticism Society?" Amidst his despair, there was even a faint sense of relief. Just as he thought he was about to return to the embrace of his ancestors, all the abnormalities suddenly vanished. Dorian Gray stumbled forward a few steps. After regaining control of his body, his right hand quickly went into his arms, his gaze cautious yet somewhat puzzled as he looked at the sofa. It was a man with no distinctive features, but Dorian Gray, who had some understanding of the seer pathway, paid no mind to it. After all, for a faceless, let alone appearance, even gender could be disguised. "I never thought the Abraham family, which stood at the pinnacle of all surnames in the fourth epoch, would fall to such a state." Dorian Gray's pupils constricted. He even prepared himself for death, shaking his head to deny the mysterious powerhouse's statement, and even showing a bewildered and confused expression. "I don't understand what you mean. My potions were all obtained through black market transactions. I haven't heard of any Abraham family." Cavendish Lancer Pinto clicked his tongue, dropping his playful tone. He glanced at Dorian Gray's right hand, which was tucked into his embrace, and continued indifferently. "All Abrahams are affected by the blathering during the full moon. This is also the fundamental reason for your family's decline. Don't be nervous. If I had other intentions, you would already be a marionette just now. I came here to show the Abrahams, a true path." Chapter 202 Death Call. The lunatics from the Aurora Order said the same thing in the beginning. Dorian Gray lowered his head, concealing the strange look in his eyes, and did not respond. After the Aurora Order's raid, most of the surviving Abrahams were cautious, and even if they were tempted, they would not show it. As a survivor of the disaster caused by the Aurora Order, the strongest person he had ever seen was Cosma, the dark saint of the Aurora Order, and his astrologer's spiritual intuition told him that the person in front of him was even more terrifying than that dark saint. Glancing at the unyielding astrologer, Cavendish Lancer Pinto pondered for a moment, recalling Aaron's words, and continued, "I know you might not trust me, but there are some things I think you might be interested in. Your Abraham family's ancestor, Bethel Abraham, did not perish in the War of the Four Emperors, but was banished from the real world by the Storm Lord and the Evernight Goddess working together. He was lost in the dark depths and trapped in the storm." Dorian Gray suddenly raised his head, staring incredulously at the mysterious strong person in front of him. He pursed his somewhat chapped lips and whispered, "Evernight. Storm. Why? Why is it like this?" Seeing that he no longer responded, Dorian Gray forcibly reined in his chaotic thoughts, his hoarse voice revealing deep exhaustion. "Are you from the Mysticism Society?" Even if the Abraham family had declined, their foundation still remained. Although the destruction of their headquarters led to the loss and damage of some mystical books and records, core members like him still knew many secrets. In his understanding, high-ranking beyonders of the seer pathway were very likely from the Mysticism Society established by Zeradal. An organization without the favor of a deity, not even comparable to the Aurora Order, what right does it have to lift the Abraham family's bloodline curse? With his face shrouded in shadow, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's tone was quite arrogant, but his expression was a bit strange, with a hint of inexplicable guilt. Dorian Gray was momentarily at a loss for words, but then his eyes suddenly brightened, and his voice trembled slightly. You know the truth about the bloodline curse that has plagued the Abraham family for 1,000 years." At this moment, he no longer cared about concealing his identity and eagerly pressed, "As long as you are willing to tell me the answer, no, the entire Abraham family will definitely offer you a satisfactory reward." Under Dorian Gray's expectant gaze, Cavendish Lancer Pinto slowly shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't know the truth, Aaron had already informed him of the truth before he left. That door Mr. who was closest to divinity, after being banished, the most easily located source of help was naturally his descendants who shared the same bloodline and were at a lower sequence in the same beyonder pathway. Unfortunately, due to the demise of all the strong individuals, his cries instead brought a curse that lasted for over 1,000 years to his descendants, almost causing all the Abrahams to disappear. Cavendish Lancer Pinto was well aware of Aaron's thoughts. Subduing a proud angel family was not easy, and it would take a long time for these Abrahams to truly become a help. Therefore, some things were not suitable to be said directly. Looking at the disappointed Dorian Gray, Cavendish Lancer Pinto slowly stood up. The oppressive aura made Dorian unconsciously take a few steps back. The apprentice pathway, starting from sequence 3 Wanderer, can be free from the constraints of the spirit world. I presume there are many records of this in your family's ancient texts. Doomsday is approaching, and there is not much time left for the Abrahams. The turning point of fate never lacks brave warriors, and I believe you have the resolve to sacrifice for it. If so, are you willing to take that step for the Abraham family? We can provide a way for the Abrahams to be free from the bloodline curse. You will be the best example." The room immediately fell silent. Dorian Gray's thoughts raced, and what remained in his mind was the warning left by the Abraham family's traveler in Spirit World sightings. The day the bloodline curse is lifted is the beginning of the true calamity for the Abrahams. Raising his bloodshot eyes, Dorian Gray nodded and asked in a hoarse voice, "Can I know which secret organization you are from now?" Cavendish Lancer Pinto finally smiled, the pressure covering the entire room slowly dissipated, and he responded calmly, "Chaos Council. Loen and Matt Port, Baron Uffaz's manor." A young man with a round, kind face was led by a maid to the basement deep within the manor. He always maintained a gentle demeanor and a kind smile, like a sunny young man, until the basement door was opened. The lights in the room were dim. Baron Uffaz was prostrate on the ground, looking up obsequiously. On the chair was a scantily clad woman, whose captivating charm continuously stirred the heartstrings around her. Triss bowed slightly, a strange glint flashing deep in his eyes. Staring at the black flames dancing on the woman's palm, his voice rose slightly, "I have completed the task you assigned. I hope you can bestow upon me the next potion." A smile played on her lips as she slowly rose and walked towards Triss. Baron Uffaz, still prostrate on the ground like a puppet, took out a bottle of silver-gray potion from a mirror on one side and placed it in front of Triss. A seductive, alluring voice, accompanied by a warm breeze, whispered into Triss' ear, "This is the Sequence 8 Instigator potion. After drinking it, you will be able to incite the evil desires in everyone's hearts, intensify conflicts, provoke disputes, and create bloodshed. Your performance over the past year has shown your loyalty to the organization. Go forth and spread calamity, this is a necessary suffering." Southeast of the Mist Sea, a ghost ship hundreds of meters long, with a hull adorned with wave divine patterns, emerged shrouded in mist. Aaron stood in the captain's cabin at the highest point of the flagship, with Cavendish Lancer Pinto and Bayer Bailey beside him. After spending the new year in Backlund, Aaron went to Military Intelligence Department 9 to prepare for his routine intelligence report to General Chunus, only to learn that the general had disappeared after appearing at the New Year's Eve party. Afterward, Aaron attended the banquet held by Earl Hall and his maternal grandfather, Earl Wolf, before temporarily leaving Backlund. The intelligence provided by Magic Mirror Erodes regarding the death knell could not be ignored. Since the other party was so thoughtful as to come to their doorstep, it saved the Dawn from having to go to the Sonia Sea. A faint light flickered in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's eyes as he slowly put away the divination pendant in his hand and spoke softly to Aaron, "There's a small island 2 nautical miles ahead. Divination shows it's the most suitable location for our ambush." Aaron took the divination pendant. When there were no high-level existences influencing the divination, a divination made by a scholar of yore and its interpretation would certainly be much better than his own half-baked attempt. Aaron nodded slightly to Bayer Bailey, who was behind him. "Once the ship docks, you can prepare. This is also a test for the Dawn. Aaron did not intend for the Dawn to stay far away. The only ones who could pose a truly fatal threat to the death knell were Aaron, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, and Bayer Bailey. The demon hunter's inherent characteristics allowed him to conceal his malice, making him the natural enemy of demons. Although Aaron did not possess this characteristic, he could achieve a similar effect in another sense through the hidden state provided by the night mark. Bayer Bailey carved the ritual spell he obtained from Orange Light Hilarion onto the center of the small island. Aaron placed the demon beyonder characteristic he took from the dark golden mist onto the center of the altar, simultaneously removing the spiritual wall covering it. As the spiritual wall was removed, the strange roars of corrupted minds instantly resounded throughout the island. However, the expressions of the few people present were quite calm. Only Shada's, standing at the very back, frowned slightly, but after electric arcs flashed deep in her eyes, she also returned to calm. Even Bayer Bailey, whose emotional self-control was poor due to the potion's influence, had already made amends based on the advice given by Orange Light Hilarion earlier. Watching the black mist, filled with a corrupting aura, spread from the demon beyonder characteristic and gradually merge into the carved array patterns, the night mark on Aaron's wrist flowed with pure darkness, transforming him and Cavendish Lancer Pinto into a hidden state. Dark green symbols appeared in Bayer Bailey's eyes, and silver armor appeared on his body as he stepped aside. Shada's nervously walked to the front of the altar, took a deep breath, and chanted the sacrificial incantation Aaron had taught her, which was modified from Orange Light Hilarion in ancient Hermes. As she chanted repeatedly, the entire island seemed to revive. Black mist rose, and invisible fluctuations spread in all directions. In another sea area also shrouded in mist, a sailboat nearly 200 meters long, with its bow and stern raised high, resembling a crescent moon, slowly floated. A black tombstone was depicted on the sailboat, which was none other than the death knell that instilled fear in countless people. At the front of the flagship's deck, a middle-aged man, so pale that he seemed about to rot at any moment, knelt on one knee as if listening to something, then faced the deck and said, "Your will is my desire, great death knell." The entire ship instantly ignited with black flames of sin. Demons with drooling fangs emerged, and as the flames rose, the death knell twisted and disappeared. The corrupted demon beyonder characteristic in the center of the altar instantly burst forth with viscous black light. A strange blatherer's voice, seemingly capable of stirring the deepest sins of living beings, emanated from it. Shadaza's low chanting ceased abruptly, and she clutched her head in pain. This was a common tactic used by high-level demons, and also a drawback of this ritual. As long as a connection was established, a blatherer could transmit their voice into the target's mouth from a very distant location, causing them to die suddenly and inexplicably in a safe place. Similarly, if a blatherer foresaw the source of danger, he had the opportunity to exert influence in reverse on the spot. In other words, this was just a test from the blatherer. Bayer Bailey did not act rashly. Dark green symbols seemed to occupy his pupils, and his demon hunter's eye stared intently at the eastern sea area. The silver-white dawn armor resisted the corrupting influence. The defiling blatherer's voice, which permeated the island and could cause beyonders to lose control or worse, gradually subsided. Thanks to the tranquilizers Aaron had distributed to the elves on the dawn earlier, although they were all affected, not many crew members suffered irreversible severe injuries. Although Frank's mind might be somewhat unusual, the potions he made were very effective. Seemingly feeling that the time was right, the death knell, which had not sensed danger, emerged from the distorted space, with black flames rising. Thick black mist permeated from the deck cracks, full of the scent of corruption and evil. It completely enveloped the undead king, Agalito, and the corruption merged into his body. Lines radiating endless corruption and defilement appeared on his pale skin, which seemed ready to rot at any moment, and the terrifying aura comparable to a demigod then emerged. Demonic wings grew from his body, carrying insane laughter that could cause one to lose control, and he charged straight towards the center of the island. The rest of the viscous black mist quickly gathered and drilled into the bodies of the first mate, Slaughterer, Gillies and the other members of the Death Knell. Their target was the Dawn docked at the edge of the island. A blurry, indistinct figure appeared high above the island. A majestic and grand voice echoed throughout the entire sea area, "Teleportation is forbidden here. Corrupt and fallen ones shall be punished." The black flames surrounding the death knell instantly dimmed by several points, and even the blatherer's voice became indistinct. The spirit world corresponding to this space seemed to have been separated into another space, making it impossible to teleport away. This was the ability of the imprisonment decree, strengthened to a certain level, from the lower sequences. Cavendish Lancer Pinto quietly appeared beside the historical void image. This was the historical projection of the Trentost Empire's chief judge, Sequence 2 Balancer. This was also the reason why Aaron had gone to such lengths to help him advance to Scholar of Yore. Having witnessed the peak of the Trentost Empire, even Aaron was unsure how many angel projections he could summon. Even if these angel projections, influenced by the Scholar of Yore, only possessed a fraction of their original power, in certain situations, they were the key to breaking a deadlock. The undead king, Agalito, who had already partially demonized, was struck by a storm of light and sent flying backward. Bayer Bailey, holding the Sword of Dawn with the flames of revenge burning in his eyes, steadily pushed Agalito back. The blatherer in the death knell had already realized that this was a targeted trap. Ear-piercing screams piercing the mind reverberated, and Aaron's pupils, standing beside Cavendish Lancer Pinto, constricted slightly. The bodies of the distorted and ugly demons on the death knell twisted, and wisps of black mist converged. Amidst the continuous wails, elongated blood crystals with faint patterns emerged from their bodies. It was as if the death knell had long prepared these supplements for itself. As the blood-colored crystals merged, the ship's hull, with its high bow and stern, began to twist and collapse inward. In an instant, only a huge demon head with an indistinct face remained. The head had no distinct facial features but was covered in mouths. Viscous black mist and never-ending terrifying blatherer constantly spread outwards. It seemed to want to break through the restrictions of the decree in this way. Chapter 203 The Mutated Moon. Not far away, the black patterns on the body of the undead king, Agalito, who was locked in fierce combat with Cavendish Lancer Pinto, rapidly faded, and the dark blue hellfire dimmed by several shades, revealing skin as pale as a corpse. His half-demonized body staggered, then was struck by the Sword of Dawn that followed, and after the sudden burst of light storm ended, a deep pit appeared at the edge of the small island. As the light dissipated, dark blue flames lingered in the deep pit, and Agalito's body was completely demonized. The curved ram horns on his head broke off in the middle, and viscous black liquid flowed out, corroding small holes in the bottom of the pit. The black patterns that originally covered his body extracted Agalito's demon power, converging at the heart of this demon body. But he was much better off than Gilsize and the other crew members, at least, having already advanced to demigod. He would not instantly lose the power to resist, and he was not without recourse regarding the demon seed planted in his body by the death knell. It was just that this sudden backstab caused the desire seed, which Agalito had planted in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's body by trading injuries, to die in the womb before it could take effect. This demon hunter in front of him was like a persistent plaster, whether it was the opponent's unique sequence ability or a corresponding sealed artifact he wore, his most proficient fallen mind had little effect. Although demons possess physiques and spell-like abilities that rank among the top at the same level, they are more adept and prefer spiritual confrontations. Compared to the desire apostle stage, demons no longer need to wait for the other party to experience emotional fluctuations or rising desires. They can directly plunge specific targets or all targets within a certain range into a hallucinatory state through sounds, gazes, actions, and other means. Under the expediting of the desire seed, emotions and desires would rapidly expand, then either ignite the mind, destroy reason, or lead to loss of control. But when facing a demon hunter who had made full preparations in advance, all of this seemed like the dying struggles of prey. Agalito's scarlet eyes lost focus for a moment, then were quickly filled with resentment, ruthlessness, and anger. As a servant of the death knell, he was well aware of his position, nothing more than a more delicious food, and although he achieved demigod with the help of the death knell, his essence had not changed. And for the death knell to instantly abandon all its crew members, even including himself, a food source so painstakingly cultivated, this could only mean that the existence on this island was even more terrifying. Although this was bad news, if used well, it might be the best opportunity to escape the death knell. With his thoughts racing, Agalito suppressed the restless heart that seemed ready to burst from his body at any moment, while using corrupting words and various demon domain spells to guide Cavendish Lancer Pinto to shift the battlefield to the other side of the small island, away from the death knell. Aaron caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye, the corner of his mouth curving upwards, and his figure was immediately enveloped by dark mist, entering a hidden state. He did not want to participate in the battle between the Blatherer and the Scholar of Yore, and also wanted to see how far Cavendish Lancer Pinto's strength had reached. He himself possessed the demon button, and was well aware of the demon's perception of impending danger, so Aaron proactively entered a hidden state and approached another battlefield. The sea, always shrouded in mist, was occupied by viscous black mist and incessant terrifying blathering, as if blocked by some invisible barrier, and the spreading momentum was forcibly interrupted. Betrayal. Feeling Agalito's aura getting farther and farther away, and having failed to extract the crucial demigod demon seed, the countless mouths on the massive demon head formed by the death knell simultaneously opened and closed, emitting a roar as if from hell. As other demon seeds, in the form of blood-colored crystals merged, the viscous black mist lifted the massive demon head, like a demon crawling out of the abyss, and two masses of deep red light appeared on the head without specific facial features. Without the protection of the hidden state, the sequence 3-level demon perception made this Blatherer truly aware of the danger of death, and he decisively sacrificed the food he had cultivated, in exchange for a period of peak state. A historical void image of the sun-chasing scepter had already appeared in Cavendish Lancer Pinto's hand, and looking at the Blatherer who was spreading infinite corrupting aura, his indifferent eyes revealed undisguised disgust. Spirit body threads surged in the viscous black mist, they all came from the devoured demon seeds. Although Cavendish Lancer Pinto could also influence the battle by manipulating spirit body threads, at the same time, the abyss pollution attached to the spirit body threads would also inversely corrode his own spirituality. The sun-chasing scepter surged with endless light, as if it had suddenly transformed into the sun descending into reality. Its pure and clear light transformed the surrounding area into a shadowless, evil-free, darkless kingdom. The corrupting words spewed from the Blatherer's countless mouths and the viscous black mist that could corrupt all things were enveloped by the light-chasing domain, preventing this terrifying pollution from affecting the outside world. One after another, intensely white arrows of light emerged, expanding into miniature suns large enough to illuminate a city, piercing through the Blatherer's body. Flames collided with black mist, and countless wronged souls were annihilated. The corrupting words, enough to pollute a demigod, had no effect on Cavendish Lancer Pinto. They seemed to have been separated and isolated to another space by the balancer's angel projection. Feeling the limitations imposed on him by that strange angel projection, as well as the light-chasing domain, and the arrows of light that had reformed not far away, emitting infinite purifying power. On the Blatherer's head, formed by the death knell, mouth spewing corrupting words exploded one after another, the black blood flowing down fell into the viscous black mist, and a gigantic illusory altar, somewhat similar to the array pattern carved in the center of the island, instantly appeared, enveloping the Blatherer. As a high-level demon closest to angels, having escaped from the abyss, he naturally knew more about array patterns for sacrificing to demons. Feeling that he had no way out, he chose to sacrifice a part of his own body in exchange for the help of an existence in the abyss. In the eyes of demons, life is insignificant, but this obviously does not include their own lives. As long as they can escape from here, any price is worth paying. The viscous black mist was tinged with a bloody hue, like a passage to the abyss, and a blood-colored hand that covered the sky emerged from the black mist. Even through the barrier constructed by the balancer, an uncontrollable fear still appeared in the hearts of all living beings. On the other side of the island, Aaron withdrew the Sword of Judgment from Agalito's corpse, and Cavendish Lancer Pinto threw the massive demon body, still lingering with some dark blue flames, onto the ground. His left arm, not holding the Sword of Dawn, was corroded by the pitch-black blood, and his palm held a still-beating pitch-black heart. Black mist lingered, emitting an aura that corrupted everything. Nothing further was exuded from Agalito's fully demonized body, as if everything, including his Beyonder characteristic, had been stripped away by the demon seed. Unlike the Beyonder characteristics condensed in the past, the demon seed seemed to strip away even vitality. Although there would be a certain degree of loss, if time was seized, the required lifespan could still be extracted from it. Aaron satisfactorily took this demigod-level demon seed, and after sealing it with layers of spirit body walls, he turned his head to look at the distant sea, suppressing the fear in his heart and the constantly surging blood in his body, and couldn't help but twitch his eyebrows. It seemed a big fellow had arrived. Aaron turned his head and had Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had already disengaged from his demigod mythical creature form, take Aguilito's corpse and lead the Dawn's crew to clear out the remaining crew members who had come down from the death knell earlier. As one of the 4 kings, Aguilito and his subordinates could provide a generous bounty. This money was also the development fund Aaron intended to leave for the Dawn, as he couldn't possibly pay the crew empty wages. Cavendish Lancer Pinto looked somewhat complexly at Aguilito, who had already become a corpse. The great revenge for his family's annihilation had been repaid, and the mental flaw that had troubled him for decades, even becoming a flaw after his advancement to demigod, had completely ceased to exist. The potion shattered and digested within his body. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who was 2 or 3 heads taller than Aaron, knelt on one knee, said nothing, and after respectfully kowtowing, carried the demon corpse on the ground and rushed towards the other end of the island. Aaron satisfactorily withdrew his gaze from Cavendish Lancer Pinto's receding figure, and his own figure gradually faded, heading towards the main battlefield. The blood-colored giant palm extending from the depths of Hell's abyss directly shattered the incoming sun-chasing arrows, accompanied by the pervasive aura of bloodlust and slaughter. A giant abyss mouth opened in the center of the palm, and it turned back to tear off a small half of the blatherer's body. This was the price of his forced summoning of a sequence 2 bloody archduke. If he were in the abyss, what would have been devoured just now would have been his entire body. His expression remained calm. Cavendish Lancer Pinto slowly raised his empty left hand and dragged a figure out of the historical mist. It was a voluptuous and graceful lady. Even if her face was somewhat blurred, everyone who had seen this figure would not stint on their effusive praise, as if she represented the most beautiful things in the world. That was the Empress of the Trentost Empire, Sequence 1 Beauty Goddess, Bloody Moon Queen Olernia. In these past few months, with the aid of the hidden history of the second epic and third epic provided by Aaron, he had digested most of the Scholar of Years potion, and the number of historical void images he could maintain simultaneously had increased from 2 to 3. But not to mention the maintenance time was less than a quarter of an hour, and there was not much time left. Cavendish Lancer Pinto was planning to use the Empress's historical image to end the battle quickly. The blathering echoing throughout the space seemed to have weakened by several shades, as the beauty goddess continuously radiated tranquil light outwards. A blood moon appeared, standing side by side with the original crimson moon in the night sky, like the eye of an existence. The first to notice the anomaly was instead the blood-colored arm extending from the abyss black mist. It seemed to have sensed a certain aura engraved deep within its soul, and directly abandoned the delicious sacrifice that was at its mouth. Under the blatherer's incredulous gaze, it transformed into a blood-colored torrent, drilling into the viscous black mist that seemed to connect to the abyss, and no matter how much the blatherer called, it no longer responded. The second to notice the anomaly was Cavendish Lancer Pinto, looking at the 2 red moons rising in the sky, his face twisted for the first time. That red moon was not just a full moon, it was closer to a blood moon, even exceeding it, and an indescribable spiritual power was born from it. An eerie and twisted feeling lingered in his heart. Even holding the projection of the sun-chasing scepter, Cavendish Lancer Pinto could feel the evil thoughts in his heart expanding, and felt that an unimaginable change was brewing within his body. This change was not only the influence of the red moon in the sky, but more so the inverse influence of the beauty goddess historical void image he summoned on the summoner. Aaron, who had already arrived near the central battlefield, was even more sensitive to this change. Not even a demigod, he could clearly feel his belly swelling little by little, and only felt the pulse of life slowly condensing inside, trying to take shape. The moon's authority itself includes reproduction and proliferation. And after the mother tree of desire gained control of part of the moon's authority, this authority was infected with an exceptionally sinister quality, even more sinister than before. Muttering a curse inwardly, Aaron was about to mobilize the subconsciousness left within his original body to give himself a holy purification with the sun-chasing scepter, when the night mark on his wrist suddenly glowed, and darkness surged out like a tide, clearing the pollution Aaron had received. Because the bloody Archduke unilaterally cancelled the sacrificial ritual, the blatherer, already severely injured, suffered another backlash. Under the illumination of the eerie crimson moonlight, voices seemed to appear in his consciousness. Within his massive, bloated body, twisted and wriggling blood-colored flesh masses, which seemed to be formed from the demon seeds he had previously devoured, were also the source of the voices in his consciousness. Thanks to the inherent limitations of the historical void image, the transmitted pollution only contained partial power and characteristics. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, relying on the purifying power emitted by the sun-chasing scepter, barely managed to withstand the first wave of invasion, not experiencing a direct collapse of consciousness like the blatherer. However, his face became increasingly grim, not only because of the pollution invasion he suffered, but also because he suddenly discovered that he was unable to release the maintenance of the beauty goddess historical void image. Things had already spiraled out of his control. Even though he had interrupted the spiritual supply to the historical void image, the red moon in the sky and the blatherer on the sea, who was on the verge of collapse, seemed to be continuously providing power to the beauty goddess historical void image he had summoned. The projection of the sun-chasing scepter's maintenance time was about to end. Cavendish Lancer Pinto glanced at Aaron, who was shrouded in darkness at the edge of the battlefield, sighed in his heart, and a look of determination gradually appeared in his eyes. Just as he was about to do something, an inexplicable joy suddenly rose in his heart. It was the joy of all things growing and new life arriving. The red moon in the sky dimmed by several shades, as if a large amount of its brilliance had been sucked away by someone. The mist in the sea area dissipated, and another moon appeared in the night sky. The color of this moon was no longer the previous crimson, but a pure white, exceptionally bright. Chapter 204 Lilith's Gift. Looking at the bright, silvery moon. Suddenly, a single word popped into Aaron's and Cavendish Lancer Pinto's minds almost simultaneously. Lilith. Lilith, the ancient god who once held the moon pathway. The unique silvery moonlight instantly illuminated this sea area, illuminating the projection of the beauty goddess Olernia, and also illuminating the blatherer who was experiencing consciousness collapse. The invisible connection was severed, and the indescribable pollution was consequently blocked. Cavendish Lancer Pinto immediately felt the pressure ease, his body trembled slightly, and his blood was somewhat boiling. Following the connection with the historical void image he had summoned, the headache-ridden Cavendish Lancer Pinto subconsciously looked over, and his pupils suddenly contracted. His summoned projection of the beauty goddess Olernia had, at some unknown point, turned sideways, her lips slightly curled upwards, with that silvery bright moon now appearing behind her. Not only Cavendish Lancer Pinto, but Aaron, who was enveloped in deep darkness nearby, also felt a terrifying gaze fall upon him. He looked up and saw those slightly smiling eyes. When a scholar of your summoned a historical image, they could not speak to or communicate with the historical image, though this was not absolute. Just like beyonders of the night pathway could conceal themselves, allowing the summoned historical void image to gain consciousness, high-level beyonders of the seer pathway could enter the historical fog, allowing their own historical projection to gain consciousness. Although it was unknown by what authority that sanguine ancestor achieved this step, the scene just now was enough to explain everything. Fortunately, that terrifying gaze did not linger for long. This high-level confrontation had not ended. The scarlet moon, though temporarily suppressed, had not disappeared. The blatherer on the sea surface, who was being eroded, suddenly roared towards the sky, echoing the eerie red moon. The countless mouths covering his broken body roared in unison. Lord of the Abyss. Monarch of filth and degradation. Great cosmic dark side. Was this the honored name of the cosmic dark side? Aaron's relieved expression stiffened again, but before he could react, the deep darkness around him surged like a boiling tsunami, enveloping the entire space. The screams composed of countless roars, as if from the abyss, vanished silently. The countless mouths frantically opened and closed without any sound escaping. Everything was concealed, even the eerie red moon was covered by a layer of dim shadow. The historical projection of the beauty goddess Olernia, manipulated by another will, seemed unsurprised by this. After a slight nod towards the deep darkness, she raised her right hand. At the same time, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's face suddenly turned pale, his spirituality like a floodgate opening. However, he immediately borrowed strength from his past self, and his spirituality became abundant again. Silver moonlight poured down, and an endless surge of feminine power erupted. The viscous black mist surrounding the blatherer was pierced by the moonlight, and some strange patterns emerged on his body. These patterns converged, and accompanied by the blatherer's roar, his massive body gradually withered. At the very top of his giant head, a tree of life seemed to grow, having absorbed all of his nutrients. Pitch black like ink, at the end of its jumbled trunk grew two fruits, one, the size of a head, covered in black lips, with faint whispers of defiling words emanating from a black heart. The other was a pure green crystal without a trace of impurity, exuding an indescribable aura of life. Aaron pursed his dry lips, looking longingly at the two fruits that had grown on the tree of life. He wanted them a little, but didn't dare to speak. Facing an ancient god who had endured from the second epoch until now, even indifferently watching the sanguine suffer heavy losses, Aaron had no doubt about her ruthlessness, even if she seemed to be showing goodwill. Just as Aaron was internally conflicted, he suddenly felt a sense of oppression. He sighed inwardly and, following his intuition, looked over, seeing those eyes that seemed to be nurturing new life. There were no words, but a thought suddenly popped into Aaron's mind, and he instantly understood the meaning in those eyes. You can choose one. Aaron froze for a few seconds, looking at the two fruits. The black heart covered in lips was clearly a beyonder characteristic of a sequence 3 blatherer, and the pollution within it seemed to have been expelled. Although Aaron didn't know what the other green crystal was, the aura of life it emitted even surpassed that of the undying from before. It seemed to be the source of life that Lilith had condensed using her own authority. Although its value was far less than that sequence 3 beyonder characteristic, it was already enough for Aaron. There was no free lunch in the world, maintaining humility was the long-term plan, and contentment was happiness. The moment he made his decision, the twisted and grotesque tree of life began to tremble, and the emerald green crystal flew directly towards Aaron. Before he could react, it instantly merged into his body, leaving a simple baby symbol surrounded by symbols of wheat, flowers, and springs on his right wrist. Aaron, familiar with the information of various churches, instantly recognized this symbol. It was the holy emblem of life of the Earth Mother Church. His mouth twitched slightly. Aaron looked at his hands with a mix of amusement and helplessness. On the left was the night mark, and on the right was the holy emblem of life. Before he could think further, emerald green light flickered, and messages instantly appeared in his mind. Mark of life. 1. Gate of summoning, consumes spirituality and vitality. Utilizes the moon's influence on the spirit world to summon various types of powerful creatures from the depths of the spirit world to assist oneself. In certain anomalous environments, there is a probability of uncontrollable mutation, causing strange creatures not from the spirit world and without a contract to descend into reality. This may point to the boundless and dark universe, where powerful abilities or items different from the 22 sequences may appear, while the burden on spirituality and vitality will greatly increase. 2. Embrace of the earth. Except for beings that have already begun to lose control, no matter how severe the injury, complete recovery is possible. It can fill the surroundings with vitality, allowing both plants and animals to flourish and reproduce rapidly. With ritual assistance, it can absorb the vitality of beings that have lost the ability to resist or have recently died, to condense stones of life or store vitality. 3. Divine favor. Greatly increases spell resistance in the domains of moon, darkness, and life, as well as the success rate of corresponding rituals. While Aaron was still processing the information in his mind, the battle was already nearing its end. Under the encirclement of the silver moon and deep darkness, the eerie red moon was forcibly torn in half. One half instantly vanished into the deep darkness, as if going to another world, while the remaining half was swallowed by the bright silver moon. The twisted tree of life on the sea surface silently withered, and the black mist also completely disappeared. A phantom door adorned with mysterious patterns appeared in front of the projection of the beauty goddess Olernia. The black heart covered in lips flew towards it, constantly changing shape under the illumination of the bright moonlight, finally transforming into a black horn. The phantom door creaked open backward, widening the gap. The black horn instantly vanished into it, and the projection and the silver moon then dissipated. All of this happened in an instant, so fast that Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who stood nearby, was somewhat slow to react. However, having experienced the Four Emperors' War, which was the height of glory in the Fourth Epoch, he had already judged the level of those who had just made their moves. Looking at Aaron, who was enveloped in emerald green light, and the deep darkness swirling around him, Cavendish Lancer Pinto was at a loss for words. Before he could sort out his thoughts, a sudden sense of inexplicable crisis emerged in his heart. Subconsciously looking up, Cavendish Lancer Pinto's face changed drastically. The scarlet moon in the sky became incredibly vast, occupying the entire sky. The light on the surface of the red moon pulsed and contracted, as if it had come alive. The crimson color rapidly condensed towards the center, continuously accumulating, finally forming a blood-red phantom, whose specific appearance could not be clearly seen. This phantom was many times larger than the moon, with countless eyes growing on its branches. It looked down upon the blue planet enveloped by the original barrier, casting its gaze towards the place where its power projection had been torn and swallowed. Bubbles instantly appeared one after another on Cavendish Lancer Pinto's uplifted face. Each bubble contained a mutated spirit worm, each bearing a different face, seemingly the various identities he had once used. The deep darkness around him suddenly surged, spreading outwards, enveloping the sea area around the island, blocking the terrifying gaze. His mutation forcibly interrupted, Cavendish Lancer Pinto lowered his head, his heart pounding. As someone whose initial sequence was seer, he hadn't even felt a spiritual warning and had been directly affected. Under the shroud of deep darkness, this sea area seemed to be dragged into a hidden world. The massive red moon, which occupied the entire sky, flickered, as if blinking. At the same time, within the astral world, which was even more abstract than the spirit world, seemingly encompassing all authority and symbols of the entire universe. In a boundless sea perpetually shrouded in storms, lightning, and thunder, a phantom figure woven from symbols like lightning, strong winds, and waves emerged, looking down upon all creation. In the depths of that boundless sea, shrouded in lightning, strong winds, and storms, a point of light suddenly ignited. It carried some matter, approaching the limit of speed, thereby creating violent waves that could destroy planets. These waves fiercely slammed against the invisible barrier that separated the Earth's corresponding astral world regions from the complete astral world and the entire universe. In other locations within the astral world, areas lit up one after another. Some were covered in vibrant flowers, some were shrouded in twilight, and some seemed to be composed of books, either open or closed. Phantom figures without specific outlines emerged, but they did not continue to act, merely lighting up their corresponding astral world regions. The tyrant's provocative counterattack and the various divine kingdoms within that invisible barrier did not elicit a reaction from the vast phantom in the universe, but the scarlet moon, which had covered the sky, gradually returned to normal, as if everything before had been an illusion. Chapter 205, Return to Biome. Forsaken Land of the Gods, City of Silver. As it was an afternoon with frequent lightning, the guards observing the entire city from a high vantage point were the first to notice the anomaly in the sky. The lightning and darkness they were accustomed to, so familiar, had completely vanished in those few short seconds, without a trace. The scarlet moon, occupying half the sky, was so distinct, so immense, illuminating everything with astonishing clarity. Derek Berg, not yet an adult, his height only reaching the abdomen of his parents, who were already sequence 5 powerhouses of the warrior pathway, stared blankly at the red moonlight illuminating the black bread on the table. Derek Berg, who had already learned about the moon from the general knowledge textbook's descriptions and corresponding illustrations, raised his slightly childish face to look at his stern-faced parents beside him, accidentally messing up his hair that his mother had just combed. "Mother, is that really the moon?" A few seconds later, the moon disappeared, and deep darkness re-engulfed everything, with frequent lightning becoming the primary source of illumination. "What just happened? Did you see that red mass? The moon. That's the moon. That's the scarlet moon." Waves of discussion came from the street outside, and Derek's father finally came to his senses, gently patting the bewildered Derek with his somewhat rough palm. He exchanged a glance with his wife beside him, instructed Derek to stay home and not go out, then left the house with other members of the exploration team and headed straight for the central round tower. City of Silver, top of the round tower, chief's room. Lovia, wearing a black robe with purple patterns, with silver-gray curly hair and light gray eyes, sat quietly opposite Chief Colin Iliad, and both witnessed the incredible scene in the sky. Unlike most residents of City of Silver, neither of them regarded this phenomenon as a good omen in mysticism. Instead, their faces were solemn, and their brows were tightly furrowed. After a long pause, Colin Iliad tapped his finger on the table and said to the shepherd elder opposite him, "Your proposal still needs discussion. After all, it's too risky. First, let's summon the elders of the 6-person council to a meeting at the round tower." Lovia also knew the urgency of the situation and did not object, getting up to leave and notify the other elders for the meeting. At the base of the round tower, flickering yellow candlelight illuminated the complex and mysterious symbols and markings engraved on the surrounding walls. In the shadows of the corner, a deep yet quite aged laugh echoed. An old man with a weathered face raised his head, looking upwards, and a crystal-like light condensed in his right eye, as if seeing scenes unfolding in the astral world. The curve of his mouth grew wider and wider, finally making a tisk sound, not caring if anyone would hear him. "How lively, how interesting. Loen Kingdom, under the Tastok River Steel, Ruin Number 1. Within the massive black mausoleum inscribed with numerous complex patterns, George III, wearing a Bairam crown, withdrew his gaze from the mausoleum's ceiling, the distorted symbols in his eyes gradually fading. Prince Grove stood respectfully at the very bottom, like a subject audience with an emperor. George III remained silent for a long time, and the distorted order within the mausoleum became increasingly chaotic, causing fine beads of sweat to seep from the forehead of Prince Grove, who was already a Sequence 3. "This is a win-win cooperation. Once I succeed, I will fulfill my previous promise, and therefore, I hope to see another beyonder characteristic of the Prince of Abolition as soon as possible." The distorted order shrouding the entire mausoleum suddenly loosened. George III turned his head to look at the side of the throne, his eye of abolition staring intently at the area not covered by any rules, his tone gradually intensifying. A priest wearing a simple white robe and a silver cross pendant slowly materialized. His benevolent face belied eyes that regarded everything with indifference, and his gentle voice even calmed the chaotic order within the mausoleum. "Matters in the astral world are none of your concern. Since that is the case, why be anxious? The future I declare will surely unfold and become reality. Violent Sea, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago, generous city, biome. The weather in May was already starting to get hot. Alger Wilson, with deep features and a rugged outline, silently walked onto the dock. He had already disguised himself, preparing to go to the Waves Church for his debriefing. Ever since that Blood Moon King thoroughly enraged the Church of Storms and the Central Sonia Sea Navy, peripheral members like him also began to act as intelligence brokers between various pirates, thus requiring regular baptism by the storm to maintain unwavering faith. Just as Alger walked out of the dock, he suddenly saw dark clouds gathering above the Waves Church not far away, forming a vague human face. His forward steps immediately froze in place. Following the exclamations around him, he stiffly turned his head to look at the sea area in the direction of the dock. Amidst a mix of dark blue and silver-white light, an enormous ship, so large it made Alger feel somewhat suffocated, impossibly materialized. The cloud-formed face above the Waves Church was staring intently at this uninvited guest, yet it hesitated to act. A ghost ship. Such a large ghost ship. His clogged brain slowly turned, the shock in the depths of his eyes undisguised. Alger, who had already attended a pirate convention, had once seen the flagship of the Five Seas King, Nastor, the Black Emperor. The ship before him, though slightly inferior, was not far off. Inside the captain's cabin at the highest point of the Morning Star, Aaron looked at the blurry face in the distant sky, playing with an emerald-green crystal emitting a life aura in his hand, and said with a smile to Cavendish Lancer Pinto and Bayer Bailey behind him. I thought we'd have to fight to talk properly, but it seems we don't need to. TSK, this isn't like Jan Kottman's style. Bayer Bailey glanced at the silent scholar of yore beside him, then looked at Agorito's massive devil body hanging in the most conspicuous position, as well as the other suspended death knell crew members, and silently maintained their silence. Fortunately, last time, with the Evernight Goddess's protection, the Morning Star was preserved, and only Cavendish Lancer Pinto was unlucky enough to be polluted at the end. This time, he brought all his helpers to Byam, not truly to fight the Sea King, there was no benefit in that. The fundamental purpose was still to announce the fall of the old king and the birth of the new king, and incidentally to collect the bounties of the undead king, Agorito and his crew members. After all, without proving sufficient strength, Pirate King level bounties are not so easy to collect. And even if Agorito had the lowest bounty among the Pirate Kings, when combined with all his crew members, it was no small sum. Thinking this, the emerald green crystal in Aaron's hand turned into light and merged into his life imprint. This was the Stone of Life condensed from that blatherer back then. And as an item required for a Sequence 5 Druid to advance to Sequence 4 Classical Alchemist, even the lowest quality Stone of Life requires sacrificing a demigod. Correspondingly, its abilities are also extremely powerful. Chapter 206, Sacrifice and Chance Encounter. The most important value is the ability to perform ultimate life alchemy using incomplete spirits and various materials, with the Stone of Life as the foundation. This can create beyonder bodies that can exist for a long time, and can also create different puppets for combat and various tasks, including stone golems, earth golems, iron golems, and even some unprecedented species. However, all of these require the assistance of specific rituals and are considered secrets of the Earth Mother Church, but with the life imprint left by that person, Aaron felt that he could try his luck in the Phaenopotter Kingdom later. In addition, the Stone of Life can also repair damaged and incomplete souls and reduce the degree of losing control and going mad. While the Stone of Life will recondense differently after the death of creatures created by life alchemy, the consumption of the Stone of Life for repairing souls is permanent. Aaron had originally planned to use this Stone of Life in conjunction with the lifespans of many demigods collected with the Ghost Picture Frame to awaken Fauzelen, the Sequence 3 frenzied mage, who was sleeping in the Ghost Empire. But he then recalled what he had learned from Hermes and Varna earlier. Wardwill, the Sequence 3 war bishop of the East Taker family, had formed a spiritual chimera with a war bishop of the Einhorn family during the 20 Years' War. Perhaps through a certain ritual, the self-cognition and spiritual imprint belonging to an ancestor of the Einhorn family, contained within the beyonder characteristic in Wardwill's soul, could be forcibly separated, and then the soul could be repaired with the Stone of Life, which originated from a Sequence 3. Seeing Aaron lost in thought and no longer speaking, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Baylor maneuvered the Morning Star to stop in the sea a dozen nautical miles from Byam. Taking out the mask of death given by Aaron, Baylor changed his appearance. Dark green symbols appeared in his pupils, and his body swelled, transforming into a silver giant clad in dawn armor. Using spirit world travel, he arrived directly above the Morning Star. The pressure of a demon hunter spread freely, directly confronting the giant face formed by the dark clouds above Byam. To keep this irritable old man calm at all times, Cavendish Lancer Pinto inside the cabin also secretly locked onto the Waves Church. Feeling the naked gaze, Sea King Arn Cortman, who was sitting on a throne carved with storms and waves, had a gloomy expression that hinted at solemnity. On that suddenly appearing ghost ship, besides that demon hunter, there was another demigod, and a Sequence 3 like him. Such an existence was second only to the popes in the Orthodox churches, and could even be the origin of some secret organizations. Although Arn Cortman disliked those secret organizations that only dared to hide in dark corners, he was unwilling to provoke them before the other party showed genuine hostility. As the largest center of faith for the Church of Storms in the Violent Sea, Byam, even with two demigods on the other side, Arn Cortman, holding a Grade 0 sealed artifact, was not afraid in the slightest. But acting rashly would certainly cause heavy losses to Byam and even the Rorstad archipelago, and might even shake the faith in the storm, which he could not accept under any circumstances. This was also the main reason he had endured until now. With electric arcs flashing around him, Arn Cortman snorted. Amidst the thunder, the giant face formed by the dark clouds looked at Baylor and spoke in a deep voice. "Who are you? Have you come to Byam to provoke the authority of the Church of Storms?" Blinding white lightning flickered, as if a bolt could descend at any moment, shattering all blasphemers. Ignoring the warning in the tone, Baylor raised his right hand. All members of the death knell hanging on the Morning Star, including Agolito's corpse, simultaneously floated towards the dock district of Byam. His slightly hoarse voice briefly responded. "Corpses, bounty." The giant face formed by the dark clouds remained silent for a long time. To make such a grand display just for tens of thousands of pounds in bounty, although that was not a small sum. After the Punisher teams in the dock district confirmed the identities of the corpses, box after box of pounds were transported. The door of the spirit world opened, and several pale arms reached out and swallowed all the pounds. The Morning Star on the distant sea began to slowly retreat, with faint blue and silver white light flickering, gradually disappearing from its original spot. The dark clouds above Byam then dispersed, as if nothing had happened. A member of a Punisher team standing in the dock district suddenly opened his eyes, his face pale, and gasped for a few breaths. He whispered to his captain beside him. "The sensation has been cut off." The middle-aged captain beside him nodded gravely, looking at the distant sea. A few black dots appeared on the horizon, and the lone Sunia fleet, which had rushed to the scene upon hearing the news, had already arrived. The border between the Hornassus Mountains and the central plateau of the northern continent is a 100-mile stretch of black hills, where negative power runs rampant. Due to its location at the border of the Intis Republic and the Phaenopotter Kingdom, and its proximity to Loen's Sevirus County in the southeast, coupled with the existence of a strange curse in this area, it gradually became a no-man's land. Deep within the Black Hills stood an ancient castle with a style starkly different from the current era. Unlike the desolation and coldness outside, it was covered by various strange plants, full of vitality. Inside the ancient castle was a hall adorned with numerous symbolic patterns and filled with sacrificial items. The main seat was empty, and a man and a woman sat on either side of the main table. Just by sitting there, surging life force filled the entire hall, followed by a pressure originating from their life level. Count Mistral sat below, waiting for the two dukes to give orders. Around him were sanguine from various northern continent countries, and not including himself, there were still 7 of them. Besides Marquis Nibizadra, there was also a marquis in charge of the Intis Republic, and the remaining 5 were blood counts, all representatives of sanguine from various regions. Except for the duke who was severely injured in the War of the Four Emperors in the 4th epoch and has not yet recovered, all remaining sanguine high-ranking officials were present. 3 angels, 2 sequence 3s, and 6 sequence 4s, this was the accumulated foundation of the sanguine after nearly 2 millennia of recuperation. The advantage of long-lived species was evident, almost equivalent to half an Orthodox church. With eyes weathered by time, Duke Ormur of the Full Moon, sitting on the right, scanned the sanguine high-ranking officials below and chuckled with a mellow voice. "I presume you all know why you have been summoned here. Tonight is the ancestor's birthday, and this year's sacrifice may reveal some more specific revelations." When this powerful being, who existed before the Great Catastrophe, was over 3,000 years old, and had once followed ancestor Lilith, spoke, even the female Duke Joranna opposite him nodded slightly in respect. She was a direct descendant of the Blood Moon Queen Alernia, and it was by relying on the sequence 2 beyonder characteristic that was peeled off and left behind in advance that she advanced to Angel in the early 5th epoch, becoming one of the only 3 sanguine dukes, titled New Moon. A clear and pleasant voice then resounded, echoing in the ears of every sanguine, especially the blood counts, whose faces showed undisguised excitement. "This sacrifice will still be presided over by Duke Ormur, and I believe you can guess why I am here. The previous Scarlet Moon was a sign, so this sacrifice is exceptionally important. I have already crushed the sealed artifact obtained last time, and the ownership of the Sequence 3 High Summoner Beyonder characteristic will also be determined after the sacrifice." Marquis Nibizadra glanced at Count Mistral, who had an excited expression, and sighed inwardly. Although that sealed artifact was brought back by them, for the entire clan, the consideration of overall interests was the most important. Mistral was a relatively young blood count, and among the remaining 5 blood counts, 2 were already nearing the limit of their lifespan, and even slumber could not extend their lives. If they could not advance, they would only die. The scarlet moon that covered the entire sky earlier made every sanguine feel excited, but also deeply afraid. The sanguine high-ranking officials all had a feeling that a storm was brewing. Led by the 2 dukes, Full Moon and New Moon, a drop of blood seeped from the heart of every sanguine high-ranking official present, converging and merging into the altar at the very top of the hall. The altar was quickly stained red, revealing a pair of giant bat wings that obscured half of the scarlet moon. In sanguine legends, this was one of the symbols of the ancient god Lilith. Deep ancient Hermes echoed in this life-filled hall. Ripples surged from every sanguine who offered blood, continuously merging into the pair of giant bat wings appearing on the altar. As the chanting reached its climax, in the secret chamber beneath the ancient castle where sanguine sealed artifacts were stored, a ring, entirely translucent with a blood-colored gem the size of half a fingernail embedded at its top, as if made of pale red amber, broke through the seal, emitting a faint glow. This was the ring personally crafted by the sanguine ancestor Lilith in ancient times. Almost simultaneously, all sanguine looked up at the altar at the highest point of the hall, where a phantom, hazy door, inscribed with numerous mysterious symbols, appeared. The 2 closest sanguine dukes' ears twitched, seemingly having gained some information. The phantom portal slowly opened, and the pure silver-white moonlight filled the entire hall. An indescribable emotion arose in the heart of every sanguine. A black horn, enveloped in silver moonlight, leaped out of the illusory portal and landed in Duke Ormur's hand. Without any warning, the array patterns disintegrated, and the illusory portal also disappeared. Duchess Joranna of the New Moon turned her head with a somewhat strange expression, looking at Count Mistral, whose face still held lingering shock. In her hand, a gem appeared, seemingly condensed from rich blood, just like a miniature red moon. "Loen, I Raziel, Ancestral Tower Underground Hall. Aaron brought Cavendish Lancer Pinto to see Varna, activated the Life Holy emblem on his wrist, handed the Stone of Life condensed from the Blatherer to Varna, and explained his idea. Staring silently at the Life Holy emblem for a long time, Varna finally withdrew his gaze, then looked at the Scholar of Yore, who was willingly following Aaron, and spoke with a somewhat complex tone. Your idea is good, but none of us are familiar with soul division, and it's hard to say what would happen if we forcibly separated it. For some reason, the image of the Evernight goddess tearing half of Ask's soul apart suddenly appeared in Aaron's mind. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave up on that dangerous idea. Since the Stone of Life condensed from the Life Holy emblem had the effect of repairing souls, he could try his luck at the Earth Mother Church. If that didn't work, he could pray to that person for help. Recalling his surging thoughts, Aaron came back to his senses, glanced at Varna and Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who were silently looking at each other, and noticing that they seemed to have something to say, he shrugged and left alone. Ahawa County in July was already extremely hot. A passenger ship sailed along the Hoy River. Mobert stood on the deck, fiddling with the tarot cards in his hand, occasionally looking at the clear, turbulent river water below the ship. He was now only one potion away from becoming a demigod. The 2 auxiliary materials had been collected. Continuing to stay in Backlund would not allow him to gain enough contributions to exchange for the parasite beyonder characteristic. Even with Amon's threat, a smile bloomed on his face. His destination this time was Tingen City. According to that hidden existence, his old man was currently hiding there. As long as he completed the task conveyed by Mr. Favored One, he could obtain that parasite beyonder characteristic. Thinking this, his gaze subconsciously looked towards the staircase of the passenger ship, and his brows furrowed slightly. A strange feeling arose in his heart, as if there was something very precious yet extremely dangerous there. The source of the strange feeling was a middle-aged gentleman with a full forehead, black hair, brown eyes, and nearly round glasses. Behind him followed a strange man completely covered in a black robe. 2 beyonders. And one of them is a beyonder from the Marauder pathway. Mobert's face immediately stiffened, and he cursed inwardly, feeling unlucky. He himself was already prone to attracting Amon, and now there was an additional beyonder from the Marauder pathway. Shaking off that strange feeling from earlier, Mobert stared at the clear river water, considering whether to switch to a steam train. The middle-aged gentleman on the stairs paused, and the black-robed man behind him stopped as well, speaking in a hoarse voice. What's wrong, Ranlis? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Ranlis withdrew his gaze from the deck, slowly shook his head, and led the black-robed man into his room. Ever since escaping from the Aurora Order's lunatic underground laboratory, Ranlis had gone into hiding for a long time, only recently becoming active again after discovering nothing unusual. Having set up the spiritual wall, Ranlis sat down, covering his heart with his right hand, his face looking unwell. This was the location where the experiment had left a seed in his body. The strange feeling of being spied on just now also came from it. Ranlis always felt that there was something else inside his body, but fortunately, he already had a plan. The black-robed man sitting opposite revealed a pale face, took out a pile of photos and several forged documents from inside his black robe, and handed them all to Ranlis. The first page of the document was written in bold red letters. Ranlis Iron Company. Chapter 207 Church of the Mother Earth. Laner was looked at the documents on the table, a cold glint in his eyes behind the round spectacles, his lips slightly curved upwards, as if mocking everyone. Looking at the fabric merchant who called himself Sirius Aripes, he collected and organized the documents, then casually asked. Well done. Have things been settled in Savella County? Sirius Aripes, whose face was morbidly pale and who was somewhat sensitive to light, sat in the shadows, responding in a hoarse voice. Of course, that cost me a lot of pounds. I hope you keep your promise. Leaning back on the sofa, Laner was looked out at the Tasik River, saying casually. These are all necessary expenditures. The more perfect the deception, the more we will gain. You yourself know how many pounds it takes for the ritual to pray for the true Creator to bestow an offspring. This method is the quickest. Looking at the mocking smile on Laner Wuss's face, a cold light flickered in Sirius Aripes' eyes, but he still lowered his head. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had the same goal as him, and he had truly felt the aura of the Great Lord from him, he would have torn him to shreds for daring to stare at him with such an expression. Speaking of Tingen, I do know a powerful individual. As long as we offer him something he finds satisfactory, perhaps our plan will proceed more smoothly. Looking at this fool brainwashed by the true Creator, Laner Wuss, who only wanted to quickly get rid of the seed within him, composed his expression and listened with interest for him to continue. His name is Hudyujin. Before we last parted, he was a Spectator Pathway Sequence 8 telepathist and a member of the secret organization Psychology Alchemists. It's highly likely he has already advanced to Sequence 7 now. Glancing at the interested Laner Wuss, Sirius Aripes let out a soft humph in his heart, then added. He is an eccentric person, currently at Greenhall Asylum in Tingen. I can introduce you to facilitate cooperation. Laner was gently stroked his chest, feeling the growing anomaly in his chest, his expression somewhat gloomy. Finally, he slowly nodded. The Black Knight Church's prayer hall was as dim as ever, with only faint light seeping through the holes in the walls, like stars at night. Aaron, after changing his appearance, sat alone in an inconspicuous corner, took off his tall top hat, and began to pray like a devout believer. He first expressed gratitude for the Evernight goddess's protection last time, briefly mentioned the abyss, and simply recounted what the orange light Hilarion had seen when he entered it. Towards the end of his prayer, Aaron expressed his concern about gaining the attention of the Earth Mother, which was the appropriate behavior for a normal person unaware of the cooperation between the two deities. At the same time, he also expressed that he might head to the Earth Mother Church next, hoping for guidance from the goddess, as his primary identity was still a favored one of Evernight. This was not only for Aaron's disguise, to show his understanding of some secret knowledge to demonstrate his value, but he also had to feign ignorance regarding secrets he absolutely should not know at this time. Moreover, compared to most of the 22 pathways, high-sequence Beyonders of the Planter and Moon pathways have a significant advantage. That is, they do not need to worry about the primordial one awakening within them, nor are they afraid of experiencing personality splits when nearing the pollution from the Chaos Sea underground. The main reason for this is that their Beyonder characteristics do not directly originate from the primordial one, and there are no corresponding spiritual imprints. Of course, this does not mean there are no issues. If one directly enters the underground, into the Chaos Sea, anyone will encounter pollution, but the degree and manifestation will differ. This is also why Lilith, the sanguine ancestor, was more special than other ancient gods during the Second Epoch, the dark era when ancient gods ran rampant. Compared to Ankwelt, who is only a soul of fantasy, or that unfortunate devil monarch Farbody, Lilith is indeed the best preserved among the ancient gods remaining from the Second Epoch. After all, she doesn't need to expend a large portion of her energy to resist the awakening will of the primordial one, and at that time, the invisible barrier protecting this world was still strong enough to effectively block the mother goddess of depravity and other outer deities of the cosmos, making it difficult for them to exert much influence on the situation inside. The Sanguine, unhindered by pollution, were also one of the ancient races from the Second Epoch that remained powerful even without a true god overseeing them, continuing to this day. However, as time passed, this advantage gradually became a problem. While the underground pollution became increasingly weak, the invisible barrier also grew more fragile, developing some cracks. In this situation, the Earth Mother Lilith's predicament became increasingly difficult, as she directly faced the ever-stronger and more terrifying erosion from the Mother Goddess of Depravity. In terms of system and spiritual erosion alone, the original creator, who had split and fallen, certainly could not compare to the still-living Mother Goddess of Depravity. Aaron speculated that this might be one of the reasons why Blood Moon Queen Olernia, the strongest sanguine at the time, formed a political marriage with Knight Emperor Trunsoist in the Fourth Epoch. After all, the higher the sequence, the stronger the erosion faced. As a Sequence 1 beauty goddess of the moon pathway, Olernia faced unimaginable erosion, to the point where she had to seek the protection of a true god. Considering the influence of outer deities beyond Sequence on their respective pathways, Aaron believed that he absolutely could not be negligent in related matters. After finishing his prayer, he waited for nearly 5 minutes, and only after confirming there was no response did he stand up and walk out of the Black Knight Church at a steady pace. For him, this was primarily to fulfill his duty of notification. As for what the Evernight goddess intended to do, or whether she would remind him of certain things, he had no control whatsoever. Northern Continent, Feynapotter Kingdom, Fenaport City. Unlike the multi-faith Loen Kingdom, the Feynapotter Kingdom has solely revered the Earth Mother since the War of Betrayal in the Fifth Epoch. Under a millennium of faith, most of Fenaport's populace adheres to the same philosophy. Every life is a plant, drawing nourishment from the earth, slowly growing, flourishing, and decaying. When they wither, these lives will fall into the earth, returning to Mother's embrace, and in the coming year, they will grow anew, flowers blooming and falling, year after year, and so too is life, generation after generation. This is also recorded on the first page of the Earth Mother Church's holy book, the Bible of Life. And due to the division of Lumberg, Masek, and Seeger, the Feynapotter Kingdom harbors deep-seated hatred for Loen and Intis. Without external interference, the will of the monarchy and theocracy is highly likely to be unified. The royal family of the Feynapotter Kingdom is the Castile family, who also control the Justiciar pathway. Aaron, who had not yet become a demigod and could not completely conceal his unique characteristics, could only rely on the concealment provided by the Night Mark to prevent the Hand of Order of the Castile family from detecting any anomaly. This was another reason why Aaron had prayed to the Evernight goddess in advance. Following the guidance of the life mark on his wrist, Aaron stepped out of the traveler's door, and his eyes were met with a brilliant golden hue, making Aaron wonder if he had come to the wrong place. Aaron looked at the continuous expanse of golden churches. If it weren't for the life holy emblem engraved on the outer walls, surrounded by symbols like wheat ears, flowers, and springs, he would have almost thought he had arrived at the eternal blazing sun church. Towering trees grew everywhere within the sprawling palace complex, their emerald leaves exuding an endless aura of life, as if a separate inner city had been established within Fenaport City. Just as Aaron was observing the Earth Mother Church's headquarters, the Church of Life, pieces of red scales appeared before Aaron without warning, quickly reorganizing into a handsome man wearing the Earth Mother Church's archbishop's robe. Controlling his impulse to attack, Aaron's face twitched slightly after clearly seeing the other party's vivid blood-red eyes and familiar entrance method. Although he had long known that the Earth Mother Church had recruited some sanguine to serve as missionaries, he truly hadn't expected one of them to be a blood count. Leading Aaron into the sanctuary, the blood count sensed Aaron's surprise and chuckled softly, saying gently, "You may call me Archbishop Segura. I was saved by the church during the Great War at the end of the Fourth Epoch. At that time, I was merely a sanguine viscount. Initially, I only joined the Earth Mother Church as a missionary because the sanguine suffered heavy losses and I sought temporary refuge." At this point, his voice paused, and a devout, even infatuated, expression appeared on his handsome face. "Later, I gradually came to appreciate the preciousness of life and the joy of harvest, understood the charm of all things growing, and obtained a pure joy derived from life itself. After the War of Betrayal, I swore an oath before Mother's holy emblem to become her most loyal follower, and thus I achieved the title of Shaman King." Listening to that peaceful yet emotional voice, Aaron couldn't help but feel a chill. Truly a qualified missionary, to brainwash others, one must first brainwash oneself. However, this isn't a bad thing, it's a happy accident that he found the main base. In any case, they both believe in the same existence. Passing through a hall adorned with magnificent murals, various creatures unknown to the outside world frolicked in the life-filled forest. The two finally arrived before an emerald-green doorway etched with a giant life-holy emblem. Archbishop Segura smiled and turned to look at Aaron, a drop of crimson blood oozing from his fingertip and flying towards the life-holy emblem. "Favored one, this is the most central part of the entire sanctuary, and also the church's papal seat, where Matriarch Roland holds divine meetings. It requires a drop of your fresh blood to safely bring you in, after all." Before he could finish his sentence, the life mark on Aaron's wrist emitted a verdant light, merging into the giant life-holy emblem. The ethereal infant hidden within the holy emblem actually materialized and detached from the doorway. Looking at the slowly opening doorway and the somewhat peculiar-looking infant, Aaron couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all, a single drop of blood could do too much in the Beyonder world, and he wouldn't dare to hand over his blood like that, especially when facing the Earth Mother Church, who mastered the art of life alchemy. Archbishop Segura, whose words were interrupted, looked deeply at Aaron twice, then pointed to the strange infant and explained. "That is a creation refined by Matriarch Roland, the papal seat, using the stone of life and a puppet demigod from the Rose School of Thought. It can both guard the door and serve as a medium for the papal seat's power. It will follow us constantly, and as long as you don't do anything strange, there will be no problem." Aaron nodded, understanding the source of the familiar feeling on the strange infant. He couldn't help but click his tongue slightly. Is this the authority of the desolate matriarch? By the way, the plantar pathway turns female after sequence 2 desolate matriarch. What was the church's papal seat, Matriarch Roland, before that? Realizing his thoughts had strayed, Aaron glanced uneasily at Archbishop Segura, who was walking ahead. Seeing that the other party hadn't noticed his abnormality, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, no longer letting his thoughts wander, and began to listen attentively. In this world, there are many evil existences. They impersonate deities, deceive clergy, and mislead believers. Because our Earth Mother Church's 2 main pathways are both related to life, we are more severely affected than other churches. From time to time, people go astray, attempt forbidden life experiments, and gradually fall. Forbidden life experiments. Aaron, who had just snapped back to attention, couldn't help but think of Frank, whom he had left to his own devices. It seemed that during the last Chaos Council, he had already gathered the main materials for Sequence 6 biologist, moving another step closer to being an outer deity's son. To curb this trend, we, guided by Mother's will, reorganized the church very early on and established 2 major systems, the God-blessed and the favored ones. Archbishop Segura turned to look at Aaron, assuming the strange expression on his face was due to learning such a secret, and nodded with satisfaction, continuing. God-blessed refers to clergy within the Earth and Moon pathways who have received Mother's grace. Favored ones refers to Mother's favored ones from outside, from other pathways. Even edicts issued by the papal seat must be countersigned by at least one favored one, otherwise, they can be considered invalid. Saying this, he pointed at Aaron and himself, speaking with a somewhat complex tone. And you are a favored one. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, Aaron cooperatively put on an excited and invigorated expression, but muttered in his heart. If I were to reveal the night mark on my left wrist, you'd probably be dumbfounded on the spot. Satisfied, Archbishop Segura withdrew his gaze and stopped, pointing to the strange infant that had been following them, and said with a smile. The papal seat wishes to see you alone. The rest of the way will be guided by it. I will wait for you outside the grand hall. Before Aaron could react, a pair of cold small hands rested on his shoulders. He instinctively turned his head and met a pair of emerald green, pupil-less eyes. In his last moment of consciousness, Aaron saw a world that seemed to be filled with blooming flowers, and an indescribable phantom standing in the center of the sea of flowers. Chapter 2080-08, The Pen of Al-Sohad. A thin, dark gold mist appeared before his eyes, and Aaron's somewhat chaotic consciousness instantly awoke. He vigilantly opened his eyes and looked around. Flowers exuding endless vitality swayed around him, their petals falling. Aaron subconsciously reached out to catch them, but the flowers passed right through his hand. Aaron was stunned for a few seconds, finally realizing that his current self was not a physical entity. Perhaps he was merely a manifestation of his mind through some means. Thinking this, Aaron turned his head and saw a giant tree that occupied the entire sky of this strange space. The middle of the giant tree was hollowed out, and a plump, graceful lady sat on an emerald-green throne. Wheat ears grew at her feet, and spring water encircled her. Her skirt flowed outward, adorned with various herbs and flowers, and depicted images of different animals. With one hand, she held a translucent, adorable infant wrapped in swaddling, and in the other, she held a dark brown wooden staff, exuding an indescribable sanctity and dignity. With just one glance, Aaron's vision blurred, and illusory whispers echoed in his ears. His originally solid body suddenly became somewhat ethereal. With the blessing of the Sapphira, even an angel displaying their mythical creature form wouldn't affect Aaron like this. The last time he felt this way was when he directly faced the Night Emperor's lingering mental imprint. Accustomed to the babbling and still maintaining a clear mind, Aaron endured the pain in his eyes, lowered his head, and respectfully said, "Praise be to you, the source of life, the mother of all things, the great Earth Mother." On the throne engraved with the holy emblem of life, the plump, graceful lady looked at the fleeting dark gold mist around Aaron and gently curved her lips. The dark brown wooden staff in her hand slightly lifted. Aaron, whose eyes were still stinging, was instantly enveloped by a cool sensation. Not only did the whispers in his ears disappear, but the surging life aura did not dissipate, instead, it remained within his body. The sea of flowers around him had vanished. Aaron, opening his eyes again, had already arrived inside the giant tree of life. Feeling the tremor from the depths of his soul, Aaron's lowered face twitched slightly. This was the second time he had directly faced a complete true god since awakening from the Sapphira. Unaware of her true intentions, Aaron cautiously remained silent. The difference in strength was too vast, the more he spoke, the more he would expose. A grand and pleasant voice resounded. Everyone who heard this voice would praise the beauty of life deep within their hearts. The Evernight goddess was right, you truly are special. With the doomsday approaching, a turning point has finally arrived. The tide of the era is about to strike. Before you have sufficient strength, accumulating power is the only option. Listening to these veiled hints, Aaron nodded noncommittally, expressing his gratitude to the Earth Mother, and waited for her to express her true intentions. He didn't believe that a dignified true god would pull him into her divine kingdom just to say these things. Do you know Lilith? Upon hearing this question, Aaron's expression stiffened slightly. He wasn't sure what expression to show. Controlling the emotions in his heart, he respectfully replied. An ancient god of the second epoch, who controlled the moon pathway and was also the ancestor of the Sanguine. She perished together with the mutant king Faster and the demonic wolf of destruction, Phlegria. A soft chuckle sounded. The translucent, adorable infant in the swaddling clothes even turned over, its dark, bright eyes fixated on Aaron, who stood with his head bowed. You do know quite a few secrets, but her demise had another reason. Most of the ancient gods of the second epoch were insane due to the mixture of beyonder characteristics. They harbored an irresistible craving for higher-level entities. There are some very special places in this world that retain the aura of those entities. For example, Bansi, which is currently sealed, and Calderon City, hidden deep within the spirit world. As the doomsday approaches, more such places will appear. That ancient god was eroded by something in the deepest part of the Evernight Plains, which is now the northernmost part of Fozak. This was also a significant reason for her eventual demise. That frozen polar region. The Evernight Plains of Fozak. To be called a higher-level existence by a true god, that should refer to the Sapphira corresponding to the moon and mother pathways, the filthy womb. As one of the three pillars, the Sapphira corresponding to the mother goddess of depravity, even though it was torn apart during the first awakening and came to Earth, and has now been completed into a whole Sapphira through its own Sapphira completion ability. But as the top existence among the outer gods, she can still exert some influence on the part of the womb on Earth through this connection. Lilith in the second epoch likely had no choice but to feign death and escape because of this. The nation of disorder that Aaron currently controls is essentially similar to the situation of the womb. However, the outer god, son of chaos, who is the source, was tightly controlled by the other two pillars in the first epoch, and even a part of his consciousness was sealed on Earth. Aaron's expression showed surprise. He suppressed the swirling thoughts in his mind, and on second thought, it wasn't strange at all. The most obvious example is the ancient death, the demise of the phoenix ancestor Gregoria, which caused her divine kingdom, Calderon City, to merge with a branch of the river of eternal darkness that had penetrated the seal. Banseaport is also a living example. The city of calamity, sealed in the West Continent, instinctively or consciously uses the uniqueness and high sequence characteristics within its symbolic range to indirectly erode them, while also affecting the outside world. As time passes, the seal on the West Continent will gradually weaken, and other Sapphira will also gradually permeate the outside world. However, these peculiar places might only be sensed by true gods or kings of angels of the corresponding pathways. The sudden activation of the hermit uniqueness in the fourth epoch might have been influenced by the knowledge more Sapphira. After giving Aaron enough time to digest this information, the soft and pleasant voice sounded again. You are not yet qualified to touch those things. When you achieve angelhood and truly master that power, then go to the Evernight Plains and bring something back for me. In return for this transaction, you can receive the hidden support of the Earth Mother Church. Since he had already promised the Evernight goddess to go to Calderon City later to help her obtain the water from the River of Eternal Darkness branch, and with nothing to lose, Aaron readily agreed. Finally, thinking of something, Aaron chuckled dryly and tentatively asked, "Does this hidden support include you?" The surrounding vitality slowly receded, and Aaron's figure gradually disappeared into this divine kingdom of life. The soft voice echoed in his mind again. When necessary, pray in advance, and you will receive the help you desire. Suddenly opening his eyes, Aaron subconsciously touched his body. It was solid. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Aaron raised his wrist and watched strands of green light emerge from his body and merge into his mark of life. That seemed to be the power he had brought back from the Earth Mother's divine kingdom. Before he could check what changes had occurred in his mark of life, a woman appeared before Aaron, wearing a triple crown and exuding a distinctly desolate and withered aura. A clear, cold voice sounded. I have already sensed the will of the Lord. The church will provide you with assistance without revealing our cooperation. This is my life creation. You can directly obtain my help through it. While Aaron was still recovering, a uniquely shaped infant puppet appeared on his shoulder. Seemingly realizing that the appearance of her creation was somewhat eye-catching, Roland, the matriarch and pontiff of the Earth Mother Church, manipulated this demigod-level puppet to merge into Aaron's mark of life on his wrist. Along with it, a flood of complex knowledge emerged in Aaron's mind. She concisely added, "You can control it through the holy emblem of life, but once it leaves my control, creations born from the art of life refinement will intensely crave flesh and blood. Devouring too much flesh and blood could very likely lead to unknown contamination. The rituals for using the Stone of Life and the rituals concerning the soul level that you desire are also contained within it. Praise life, praise the Mother." Outskirts of Tingen, a house with a verdant green lawn. It had a garden that began to wither in late autumn, and the house had dark red chimneys on its roof. Behind the bedroom window of this house was a desk, on which lay an ordinary notebook. A middle-aged man with dark gold hair, one blind eye, deep blue-black pupils, a high nose bridge, tightly pursed lips, and features as profound as a statue with no wrinkles, sat at the desk. With a slightly pale hand, he solemnly picked up an antique quill pen. Without dipping it in ink, it clearly wrote out words. Nighthawk's senior Deacon Crest Sesama, while pursuing in Sangwil, encountered Booties, the Saint of Secrets from the Aurora Order, who happened to be wandering nearby. Crest Sesama, whose combat strength at Sequence 5 rivaled a newly promoted Sequence 4 due to gaining the recognition of the Sacred Bone Sword, was undoubtedly no match for Booties. Having escaped with the help of the sacred artifact, he had lost track of Insangwil and could only temporarily return to Backlund. This was a logical decision. Having shaken off pursuit, Insangwil hid in Tingen City. With the help of the Great Quill of Alzahad, the greedy and cunning him decided to steal the ashes of Saint Selena from behind the Nest Gate in Tingen City, thereby advancing from Sequence 5, Gatekeeper, to Sequence 4, Night Watcher, of the Sleepless Pathway, becoming a demigod. The story of Tingen is about to begin. All of Insangwil's schemes will proceed smoothly. He will definitely make the Church of the Night, who abandoned him, pay the price. Carefully placing the antique quill pen on the table, a sinister expression flashed across his classically sculpted features. It was clear that the front of the notebook also contained a large amount of handwriting. Most of these were from the past 2 years, where he used the Quill of Alzahad to evade the Church of the Night's pursuit. Only a few places involving Anthony Stevenson, the Sequence 3, Horror Bishop, showed obvious signs of being scribbled out. The rustling of turning pages and the scratching sound of writing startled Insangwil from his contemplation. The antique quill pen seemed to be controlled by an invisible hand, and it had already written several paragraphs in the notebook. Perhaps due to the call of the Antigonus family bloodline, or for other reasons, the Antigonus family notebook mysteriously appeared in Tingen City. The notebook will subtly influence its successive owners. Ranless, contaminated by the true creator's divinity, also arrived in Tingen City. Desperate to escape his madness, he decided to attempt the evil ritual provided by Cirrus Arapis to summon a child of the true creator. For this, the cunning marauder decided to visit Hyujin in the asylum and made a deal with Hyujin, offering methods to control potion power and avoid losing control, and gaining immortal divinity as compensation. This is a win-win choice, so they will soon begin their actions. Zangwill, who felt everything was under control, never imagined that a descendant of the Zoroast family with an ancient aura also arrived in Tinjin. Being only one step away from becoming a demigod, he successfully attracted the attention of blasphemer Amon, who was very interested in the Zoroast and Jacob families. This is very reasonable. That descendant of the Zoroast family, protected by an unknown power, escaped the blasphemer's pursuit. But the unlucky Zangwill was discovered by that blasphemer. All his plans were about to end before they even officially began. The poor Zangwill finally became Amon's. The diligently writing quill pen was suddenly grasped tightly by a pale hand. Zangwill's face instantly turned ugly. The quill of Alzahad, as the terrifying sealed artifact numbered 0-08, had its primary negative effect of constantly trying to write its holder to death. However, fortunately, the higher the Beyonder sequence, the greater the spirit body consumed, and it cannot affect powers higher than its own sequence. When involving high sequences, the written content can be affected or even scribbled out. Looking at the now blurry and gradually scribbled out Amon, Zangwill gripped the quill pen tightly and completely crossed out the last paragraph. His face, abnormally pale from consuming a large amount of spirit body, finally relaxed slightly. Without bothering to recover, he continued to write. Booties, the saint of secrets who severely wounded Crest Sesama, was about to leave when he coincidentally sensed the aura of an adjacent pathway, and thus decided to turn that descendant of the Zoroast family into his own sealed artifact. He abruptly closed the notebook, locked the quill pen in a box, and layered it with spiritual walls. Zangwill, who seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, cast a gloomy gaze towards Tinjin City, where St. Selena Cathedral was located, and muttered softly. No one can stop me. After changing his mode of transportation midway and arriving by steam train, Mobert walked out of the Tinjin City steam train station. As he walked out, he pondered how to complete the task assigned by Mr. Favored One. I heard that the old man is currently parasitizing a member of the Nighthawks team from the Church of the Night. My identity makes it inconvenient to approach him. Should I leave some aura behind and let the old man come to me? This thought had just surfaced when Mobert himself dismissed it. The old man, who had been hiding and fleeing from blasphemer Amon for nearly 1,000 years, would not willingly make contact even if he discovered certain marks and auras. Calling a carriage by the roadside, Mobert decided to rent a house first and settle down in Tinjin City to gradually make contact. As he thought this, a sudden sense of crisis emerged in his heart. Chapter 209 Box of the Past. Mobert noticed the abnormality due to the spiritual intuition from his Sequence 7 cryptologist pathway's judgment of his surroundings, but he did not act rashly. Spirituality dispersed around him. A dream stealer could utilize the subconscious ocean to a certain extent to steal thoughts or invade dreams, and could also use it to sense sources of danger in the surroundings. In the shadow of the street, a figure quickly outlined itself. It was a gentleman, wearing a mysterious black robe, with slightly curly, stiff brown hair, and deep, profound eyes that seemed to hide countless things. He was none other than Booties, the secret sorcerer, one of the 5 holy sages of the Aurora Order. From the dream stealer's perspective, the secret sorcerer Booties seemed to be holding an object completely shrouded in dim light in his right hand. Perhaps it was the direct feedback of this image from his spirituality, but Mobert felt a dizzy spell in his brain and couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. The secret sorcerer Booties also noticed the abnormality of his prey, and a dangerous arc formed on the corner of his mouth. A crystal ball appeared in his empty left hand. This crystal ball was neither clear nor transparent, as if it had been filled with profound darkness. As Booty stroked it with his left hand and his lips moved, points of brilliant light appeared within the strange crystal ball. They were like stardust, slowly rotating, forming a complex symbol. The block where he and Mobert were located suddenly twisted and disappeared. The original bustling flow of people on the street, and the bicycles that occasionally passed by with a jingling sound, also vanished. This was the secret sorcerer's space concealment. They could use this ability to divide a place into 2, hiding a part of it, which could only be entered through a specific door. TSK, I wasn't prepared enough last time and let that fellow Crestet Sesama escape. This time, I won't make such a low-level error. A voice laced with mockery echoed in Mobert's ears, who had just recovered. At the same time, faint, illusory chewing, gnawing, and digesting sounds, whose origin was unknown, could be heard. This was a negative side effect from his previous encounter with Crestet Sesama, who was carrying a sealed artifact. Mobert couldn't help but shiver, feeling an undisguised malice and hunger. If it weren't for this place being too close to the Church of the Evernight St. Selena Cathedral, a mere Sequence 5 like you wouldn't be worth using this item on. Booties curled his lips into a slightly cruel smile, appearing before Mobert, his eyes showing the playful mockery of a cat toying with a mouse. The original crystal ball had disappeared, he was now holding a 3-tiered jewelry box with both hands. This jewelry box was quite large, difficult to hold with one hand. It was silver-black, with many exquisite openwork decorations on its surface, inlaid with rubies, emeralds, sapphires, and diamonds, making it appear quite luxurious. As he held this jewelry box, a hint of panic and fear faintly emerged from the depths of Booties' mocking eyes, as if he were facing the abyss or listening to the ravings of an outer deity. His spirituality warned him frantically, and Mobert didn't hesitate for a moment. Although his sequence 6 Prometheus could temporarily steal others' beyonder abilities for his own use, if the target's sequence was higher than 6, there was a possibility of failure, and the higher the sequence, the greater the chance of failure. Moreover, what truly made Mobert feel a death threat was not the demigod who suddenly appeared, but rather the luxurious jewelry box in his hand. Experienced Mobert quickly made a decision, closing his eyes and raising his hands, his spirituality surging frantically. Booties, with a twisted smile, instantly stiffened, a moment of blankness appearing on his face, as if he had forgotten what he was supposed to do next. Mobert, not far away, held his hands up, as if supporting an extremely valuable item, while muttering softly. The origin of order and shadows. The great emperor of the nation of disorder. The lord of order who controls rules. A dream stealer can steal others' memories and steal the thoughts they are about to put into practice, causing them to temporarily freeze. However, at this stage, they cannot retain the stolen thoughts, they must act on behalf of the stolen target. Mobert stole Booties' thought of using the terrifying sealed artifact next. Although, given his sequence, it only affected the demigod Booties for a few seconds, it was enough for Mobert to chant a true name. Booties, who had recovered, instantly turned grim. The low chanting echoed in this hidden space. Although he had never heard of a hidden existence named Lord of Order, as someone who frequently prayed to the true creator, he clearly understood the meaning of that true name. Without any hesitation, his stolen thoughts reconnected. The box of the outer deity in his hand emitted a dark light, opening the uppermost layer of the jewelry box. Mobert found his body suddenly stiff, his head barely able to turn, like a wind-up toy. The surrounding street instantly turned silver-black and granular, as if cast from metal. However, the dark gold mist appearing before his eyes made a mocking arc appear on his lips. The secret sorcerer Booties looked at the mocking puppet-like figure in the uppermost layer of the box of the outer deity, feeling an inexplicable irritation and a sense of unease rising in his heart. He exerted force with his right hand, closing the lid of the jewelry box. Booties directly dispelled the space concealment, and the vanished area returned to the real world. The pedestrians on the surrounding street were instantly affected by the undisguised malice and hunger emanating from the suddenly appearing Booties, scattering in screams. Ignoring those ants, Booties made no further stay, not even glancing around, and his body rapidly became transparent. He held the silver-black box of the outer deity, inlaid with many gems, and traveled through the spirit world, where colors were rich, overlapping, and strange creatures were everywhere. Feeling somewhat irritated by that inexplicable true name, Booties planned to head to the easternmost point of the Sonia Sea, attempting to enter the God War ruins through the abyss that divided the sea. Just then, Booties in the spirit world slowed his steps and stopped in midair. He narrowed his eyes, and his pupils instantly turned deep black, dotted with countless sparkling lights. It was as if the cosmos had been reflected in his eyes. The gravel, composed of stars, rapidly rotated, and a figure suddenly appeared in the richly colored, overlapping spirit world space before him. It was a bizarre puppet covered in complex patterns, with empty eyes and an extremely illusory body. A demigod of the Rose School of Thought. Booties instantly dismissed his thought. Looking at the illusory and empty puppet, his mind recalled the Abraham family's introduction to the historical void images commonly used by high-level beyonders of the neighboring seer pathway. A warning sign suddenly arose in his heart. Booties, already aware of the danger, was about to chant the true name of the Lord's most devout believer, the angel of fate Ouroboros, when he felt a chill spread throughout his body. The illusory puppet appeared in Booties' two pupils. Possessed by a wraith, his mouth twitched, but he couldn't make a sound, and his connection to the spirit world was also blocked. His stiff body detached from the spirit world. Boundless dark gold mist swirled. Aaron's subconsciousness, remaining in the nation of disorder, sat on the throne, the ring of concealment glowing dimly. He calmly watched the Aurora Order's secret sorcerer being pulled out of the spirit world by Astolfo's historical void image within the prayer light spot. Although Mobert had been absorbed into the box of the outer deity, the image generated by his prayer only dimmed considerably but did not directly dissipate. The waters of Tinjin City were deep. The reason Aaron let Mobert go first was to observe the reactions of all parties and, incidentally, plan how he should enter the game later. He just didn't expect to provoke the Aurora Order as soon as he arrived in Tinjin City. This deliberate coincidence also confirmed to Aaron that Insangwil had not only arrived in Tinjin City but had also noticed Mobert. However, this was not bad. Aaron had long wanted to find that secret sorcerer, not only because of the box of the outer deity, which was comparable to a grade 0 sealed artifact, but also because of the secret sorcerer's ability to block perception through secrecy. Aside from having to disguise himself as Varna, who was nearing his limits, Aaron's most effective current aid was Cavendish Lancer. As a common enemy of the three pathways, that blasphemer was not only interested in the Marauder pathway. This was also why Aaron had always kept Cavendish Lancer with him, to use the hidden authority at any time to obscure the aura generated by battles, avoiding Amon's pursuit. As long as Booties was dealt with, relying on the secret sorcerer's secrecy, and with Amon's main body still in the forsaken land of the gods and only his avatars active outside, Cavendish Lancer could independently conceal himself and better execute Aaron's plan. In the eastern suburbs of Tingen City, southeast of the Hoy River, on a hill covered with fallen leaves, the stiff-bodied Booties instantly appeared, and the box of the outer deity in his hand fell. His sluggish thoughts returned to normal, and Booties regained control of his body, directly chanting in ancient Hermes. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Booties' lips moved, but no sound came out, as if it had been eliminated by an invisible force. His pupils constricted. Booties was about to continue teleporting when his heart suddenly quickened, and he felt a chill surge from the depths of his soul. He then heard illusory gnawing, chewing, and digesting sounds from beside him, and felt an undisguised malice and hunger. Booties' eyelids twitched, and he quickly lowered his head, casting his gaze on the box of the outer deity that had fallen at his feet. The silver-black, mysterious box had opened on its own at some point. Damn it. Looking at Mobert, who was like a puppet in the first opened layer of the box of the outer deity, Booties' hair stood on end, and he inexplicably felt a sense that he too would join and become one of them. He instinctively wanted to react to the Grade 0 sealed artifact in his hand, at least not letting this ominous item drag him into the abyss. An illusory figure appeared again above the hill. It was the historical void image of Trunsoist, the chief law enforcement officer, whom Aaron had resummoned. Cavendish Lancer, who was rushing here with Aaron's main body in the spirit world, felt his projection being summoned. He glanced at the calm-faced Aaron, and his figure became illusory, entering the historical mist. The originally blank pupils of Cavendish Lancer's historical void image in the real world instantly rotated, gaining consciousness. The ring of concealment's restriction meant Aaron could only summon one historical void image at a time, and there was a certain time interval for changing historical projections. This was also why Booties had escaped the Wraith possession earlier. However, the hidden power seemed to have stimulated the box of the outer deity. This Grade 0 sealed artifact held Booties back, making him lose the only chance he had to escape. Booties' pupils suddenly widened. He saw another historical image, emanating a stronger aura, appear behind the historical projection in the sky. With a resolute heart, he reached forward with his right hand, seemingly lifting an invisible veil that covered the void. Instantly, a series of illusory doors appeared around him. Some opened in pairs, some were deep, some were covered in mysterious patterns, and some were hollow in the center, faintly revealing the boundless darkness beyond. These illusory doors were numerous, dense, and overlapping, almost completely enveloping the secret sorcerer Booties. Booties didn't have time to look or think much. He immediately pulled open a gray-blue illusory door with 7 brass keyholes. This was the secret sorcerer's exile, which could throw a preliminarily controlled target into the corresponding space-time turbulence, with different illusory doors representing different scenes, where danger and opportunity coexisted. The lesson from his spirit world travel just now made Booties directly choose self-exile. As for the box of the outer deity, which was about to open its second layer, although it pained him a bit, looking at it from another perspective, leaving it behind was the best way to hold back that scholar of yore. As a demigod of the apprentice pathway, Booties, who had traveled many places, witnessed many things, and recorded various abilities, made the most correct decision in an instant. Looking at the series of illusory doors, the historical projection of Trunsoist, the chief law enforcement officer, even more illusory behind, Cavendish Lancer, spoke with authority. No teleportation is allowed here. His moving body stiffened in midair. An invisible door seemed to appear before Booties, tightly sealing the pathway. Aaron, who was extremely familiar with Booties' various abilities, had already informed Cavendish Lancer of the intelligence while traveling through the spirit world towards Tingen City. This overwhelming intelligence advantage put Booties in a dead end. Tingen City, the once noisy street, had returned to calm. Several men in police uniforms walked around the temporarily closed street. The leading officer, about 30 years old, had a prominent nose and gray eyes that gave people an indescribable sense of depth, like a forgotten lake in an ancient forest. He was Dunn Smith, the captain of the Tingen City Nighthawks team. After his team members finished their investigation, he surveyed the street and spoke in a low voice. It can be confirmed that there were indeed traces of beyonder power interference here just now, Old Neil. Did you find any other clues? An old man with gray hair, whose classic black robe could faintly be seen under his police uniform, turned his head. The residual aura is very strong. My suggestion is to report to the church and apply for a sealed artifact investigation. Dunn nodded, his gray eyes then turning to a young man with green eyes standing at the outermost edge, who possessed a poet's romantic temperament but seemed somewhat distracted at the moment. Leonard, what are your thoughts? Chapter 210, Change and Ending. Leonard Mitchell was standing where Mobert had been, looking somewhat dazed, until Dunn called out to him again, bringing him back to his senses. Leonard awkwardly scratched his unkempt, messy short hair, coughed lightly, and replied. "Sorry, Captain, I was just thinking about something and got a bit distracted." According to eyewitnesses, the source of this Beyonder incident, the person suspected to be a powerful Beyonder, disappeared instantly as soon as he appeared. This kind of teleportation-like Beyonder ability is clearly not something low-sequence Beyonders can possess. If it's a sealed artifact, it would at least be a grade 2 sealed artifact or even stronger. I strongly agree with old Neil's opinion. Furthermore, given the teleportation Beyonder ability, I believe we can cooperate with the Punisher's team and the Machinery Hive Mind team to conduct a citywide search of Tingen City. The Nighthawks team usually only handles incidents related to the goddess's believers in Tingen City. If there are believers of different faiths, they are divided by region. The Nighthawks primarily handle supernatural incidents in the North Borough, West Borough, and Golden Wattle Borough of Tingen City. The Punisher's team, affiliated with the Stormlord Church, is responsible for the Dock District, East Borough, and South Borough. The University District and the outskirts belong to the Machinery Hive Mind team. If Beyonder cases involving a wide and complex area arise, the Beyonder teams of the three major churches will also cooperate with each other. Dunn nodded, closed the notebook in his hand, and walked towards the carriage by the roadside. Seeing that everyone's attention had finally shifted from him, Leonard let out a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to walk to an unoccupied corner, he heard the captain's voice. "Wait a moment, there's one more thing." All Nighthawks members, including Leonard, stopped in their tracks. Many even showed expressions that seemed to say, "I knew it." Dunn stood in front of the carriage, frowning as he pressed his temple and said, "In this incident, many residents were inexplicably contaminated, including many believers of the goddess. Besides those who will continue the investigation, the remaining members will assist the church's priests in handling the aftermath." All members drew a scarlet moon on their chests and responded in unison. "Understood, Captain." Leonard had just turned to leave when he cautiously half-turned his body and deliberated before speaking. "Captain, there's nothing else, right?" Dunn thought for a moment, then the hand rubbing his temple suddenly slapped his slightly receding hairline on his forehead, and he said apologetically, "My memory has indeed declined a bit. I actually forgot to tell you about such an important matter. Your promotion application has been approved by the church. At the earliest, this week, Daly will return to Tingen to hand over affairs and bring back your Sequence 8 Midnight Poet Potion." At this point, a hint of melancholy flashed across Dunn's face, and then he calmly continued. "Daly should have already been promoted to Sequence 6 Spirit Guide when she returns from Backlund this time. She will likely join the Red Gloves team and be transferred to the Beckland Diocese." When they heard that Leonard was about to be promoted, the other team members weren't too surprised. After all, Leonard had been a Nighthawk for over 2 years. However, the news about Daly was somewhat shocking to them. It took her 1 year to go from Sequence 9 Corpse Collector to Sequence 8 Gravedigger, another year from Gravedigger to Sequence 7 Spirit Medium, and less than 2 years to be promoted to Sequence 6 Spirit Guide. This speed made these low-level Nighthawks, who were promoted step by step, feel incredible. Leonard's eyes flickered slightly. Seeing the captain get into the carriage, he turned and left. Walking to an empty corner, he lowered his voice, a hint of curiosity on his face, as if speaking to the air. "Hey, old man, did Miss Daly master the method you mentioned?" An aged voice immediately echoed in his mind. "You're becoming more and more impolite. I wanted to teach you before, but what about you? This is a demon's bargain. A true protagonist would never succumb to a demon. You should still remember that, right?" The aged voice even replicated Leonard's arrogant and unrestrained tone, causing Leonard's face to instantly flush red. He mumbled a defense. Any normal person would react this way if a voice suddenly appeared in their head. "All right. What's more, you wouldn't even let me report it to the church. Who knows what your true intentions are, and I don't even know your name. If I don't call you old man, what should I call you?" Without waiting for the voice in his mind to reply, he cleared his throat and changed the subject, asking, "All right, that's enough about that. What did you mean by familiar aura earlier? Was that incident just now related to you?" The aged voice chuckled with a hint of peculiarity. "Can't people have a little more trust in each other? These young people nowadays. That was a demigod from the Aurora Order just now. As for what I meant by familiar, hee, you're not qualified to know yet. Don't try to probe me with your petty cleverness. You won't become a protagonist by relying solely on petty cleverness." Leonard's face stiffened, and no matter how he called out afterward, the voice in his mind no longer responded. A blurry figure, imperceptible to the naked eye, appeared above Leonard's spirit body. Its deep eyes looked towards the eastern suburbs of Tingen, and it whispered, "Coincidence? Trap?" The tall black knight in full black armor, who had burst out of the shadows, was cut in half at the waist, and the two deep red lights flickering in its eye sockets gradually dimmed. The Black Knight, recorded by Bodis from Cosma, the Saint of Shadow, was defeated by Cavendish Lancer Pinto's projection, but the projection itself became much more ethereal. Even with the aid of the Sapphira and the Black Emperor card, a subconsciousness maintaining an ancient scholar in its summoned angel projection for a few minutes was already its limit. With unreduced momentum, Bodis, who was behind the Black Knight, stiffened for a moment before rapidly collapsing and disintegrating, turning into countless shimmering worms of star. Some of these worms of star disappeared directly, some devoured each other, and some merged in the distance, recombining into Bodis. Bodis' eyes had completely lost all rationality, his body was continuously collapsing, and he was on the verge of manifesting an incomplete, extremely weakened mythical creature form. He sensed something, and the madness in his eyes receded. He looked to his side, and emotions of shock and fear surged in his eyes. The box of the outer deity, silver-black on the surface and inlaid with various gems, had opened its first 2 layers at some unknown point. The 3rd layer was entirely blood-red, and a crack had now opened, seeming to contain a sea of blood. Drip, drip. One light cluster after another slipped from Bodis' body. They touched the ground and transformed into countless insects formed from brilliant starlight. These insects curved their bodies into semicircles, enclosing a strange glow, like one illusory door after another. Bodis, who had instantly begun to shift into an incomplete mythical creature form, immediately turned his head, enduring the dizziness in his mind and the endless whispers, allowing a giant silver-white serpent without scales to condense in his eyes. This giant serpent was so immense that it filled Bodis' eyes. Its surface was covered with dense patterns and symbols forming numerous mysterious rotating wheels. It connected head to tail, converging with countless illusory rivers, evolving into a blurry, somewhat unreal, slowly rotating giant wheel. Around the wheel, various symbolic representations depicted different futures. Suddenly, the twisted insects falling from his body flew up one by one, recombining into Bodis. Blood-red patterns appeared on the box of the outer deity, seemingly resisting the power of fate. A faint golden glimmer appeared, and the blood-red patterns were suddenly suppressed by some force. The box of the outer deity closed layer by layer. Everything returned to before the box of the outer deity was about to completely open. Restart of fate. This was one of the rewards Saint of Mystery Bodis had gained from overthrowing the Abraham family previously, a sequence 1 beyond her ability recorded from Fate Angel Ouroboros. Of course, this definitely had a huge difference from the original version, only able to restart reality within 3 seconds, but this was already Bodis' most precious possession besides the box of the outer deity. Moreover, having used the restart personally bestowed by Fate Angel Ouroboros, even if trapped and unable to pray, that great being could still pinpoint his location through the fluctuations of fate. The silver river of fate swept everything backward. Before Bodis' twisted smile could even appear, he witnessed an incredible scene. A giant paper crane, carrying a young man, emerged from the spirit world, traversing the river of fate where all things were frozen, flying towards him. An ancient longsword covered in blood-red patterns magnified in his pupils. Bodis' eyes were filled with despair and disbelief. Why? As the last thought surfaced, Bodhi saw his headless body and the severed worms of spirit. Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's paper crane then ignited with invisible flames, its fragments merging into the surging river of fate around them. Aaron retrieved his sword of judgment, and combined with the death decree, he finally slew Bodis, who was caught in the restart of fate. Without looking at Bodis' corpse, Aaron quickly walked to the box of the outer deity, looking at this terrifying sealed artifact, which had strangely returned to calm. Aaron frowned, feeling uncertain. Just as he frowned, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had returned from the historical fog to reality, also arrived. He took out various spiritual materials and began to set up the ritual Aaron had taught him around Bodis' corpse. Time was running out. Even with the protection of secrecy and the help of Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting, this place couldn't be hidden for long. Trouble would arrive very soon. Taking a deep breath, Aaron was about to sacrifice the box of the outer deity onto the dark golden mist to personally suppress it, when both the night mark and the life mark simultaneously emitted faint light. The two powers instantly enveloped the box of the outer deity. Aaron was dazed for a second, it seemed as if golden flakes detached from the box of the outer deity. What was this? This thought had just surfaced when it strangely subsided, but the subconsciousness within the Sapphira was not affected and remembered the scene. Aaron's body paused, and then he set up a simple sacrificial ritual, sacrificing the box of the outer deity onto the dark golden mist. As soon as this grade 0 sealed artifact was sacrificed, the entire nation of disorder stirred, like boiling water. Vast power spontaneously activated like steam, converging into a torrent that completely submerged the box of the outer deity. Black and green interwoven patterns spontaneously appeared, wrapping it layer by layer, binding it tightly. At this moment, the gem-inlaid, silver-black 3-layered, jewelry box seemed to have become a small insect trapped in amber, with no room to move at all. Next time, I should sacrifice some water to let the box of the outer deity play with microorganisms. The negative effect of random disappearance seems to require praying to Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting. After dealing with this grade 0 sealed artifact, Aaron looked at Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had already set up the ritual. Without further ado, the life mark emitted light and merged into the ritual array. Bodhi's corpse rapidly withered, and green light surged out, merging with the spiritual materials that formed the ritual, converging into the life mark. That would be the next stone of life. Aaron picked up the Beyonder characteristic left behind by Saint of Mystery, Bodhi's. It was shaped like a crystal, with countless rays of light refracting within, evolving into one illusory and brilliant door after another. After sealing it, along with more than 20 worms of star in the black pouch that had fallen to the side, Aaron and the other figure vanished from the spot. As the afterglow of the setting sun fell, a figure appeared where the box of the outer deity had been. It was a simple, gentle priest, dressed in a plain white robe, with a light golden beard that covered the lower half of his face, and eyes as clear and pure as a baby's. A cross pendant hung from his chest. Strands of golden dust emerged from the void, forming a golden scale that merged into the simple priest's body. His pure eyes looked up at the sky, where a silver-haired angel with countless wings appeared, her face gentle with a hint of indifference, as if looking down at a river, looking down at fate. Beneath her feet, there was a winding, shimmering river. The river constantly turned, looped back, flowed into itself, and became the source. Backlund, Empress Burrow, East Taker Family Villa. Mobert, who had been released from the box of the outer deity by Aaron, stood with his head bowed opposite the desk, his expression somewhat tearful. He truly felt that he was incredibly unlucky. He had been hiding and fleeing to Tingen, but not only did he not find the old man, he didn't even see the lucky person the old man had parasite. As soon as he arrived in Tingen, he was targeted by the lunatic of the Aurora Order and had no choice but to pray to the Great Order Master for help. Aaron glanced at the dejected Mobert but did not explain the existence of the Quill of Alzahad. Without special means, the more one understood it, the easier it was to become a part of the story and die inexplicably. However, given that he had just acquired a grade 0 sealed artifact and had probed the current situation in Tingen, Aaron still took out a strange crystal item that resembled a baby's palm. Its 5 small fingers were spread open, and numerous worms of time with 7 or 8 segments swiftly swam and wandered inside, their skin color constantly changing due to the aggregation of light and shadow and the different environments. Under Mobert's surprised gaze, Aaron pushed this parasite Beyonder characteristic, which originated from Flora Jacob, towards him, then calmly said, "Your strength is not yet sufficient to complete the mission. Prepare for your promotion ritual as soon as possible. This is considered an advance reward." Chapter 211 The Gears of Fate begin to turn. Advance a Beyonder characteristic. Morbit looked up in surprise, seeing the parasite Beyonder characteristic pushed in front of him, a strong craving emanating from all over his body. One had to know that within disciplined Beyonder families, or in the Orthodox churches, one had to accumulate merits step by step to even have a chance to queue for Beyonder characteristics and promotion rituals. Sometimes, a Beyonder might not even accumulate enough contribution in their entire life. Even during the peak of the Zoroast family in the 4th epoch, Pales would only offer assistance during demigod rituals. The most crucial Beyonder characteristic still required Morbit to accumulate contributions himself. Thinking of this, Morbit suddenly felt a bit fortunate that he had joined the Chaos Council. After seeing off Morbit, who had a complicated expression, Aaron glanced at the crimson moon in the sky, then took out a brand new paper crane. He had some questions he wanted to ask the Snake of Fate. He wrote a sentence on the paper crane, placed it by his pillow, and then lay down on the bed. In the dream world, Aaron quickly woke up and saw the familiar dark wasteland and the dim spire. But at this time, the mysterious silver-white giant snake was no longer on the spire. Aaron nodded thoughtfully, quickened his pace, and entered the dark spire. It was still ancient and decaying, with a chaotic layout. The stairs sometimes spiraled upwards, sometimes slanted downwards, and the rooms were either normal, inverted, or embedded within other parts. Passing through one door after another, and through wall after wall, Aaron arrived at the depths of the Black High Tower. Here, tarot cards were scattered, all depicting the Wheel of Fortune, surrounding the thin boy in the center. Aaron met Will-Oseptin's somewhat helpless eyes, a gentle smile on his face as he sat opposite him. "Many thanks for your previous help, Speaker. I also have some questions I'd like to consult you about during this meeting." Will-Oseptin's silver eyes stared at Aaron for a long time, then he snorted lightly, responding with a non sequitur. "There's no free lunch in this world. Every gift of fate is secretly marked with a price. Although I don't like Ouroboros, that stinky snake, as the Snake of Fate who has been restarting by the true creator's side, he is one of the few existences in the Aurora Order who can directly communicate with that evil god. You had already attracted Ouroboros' attention, and the true creator has always yearned to break through the seals of the 7 deities and escape the forsaken land of the gods." Ignoring Will-Oseptin's change of subject, Aaron was well aware of the true creator's thoughts, to open the Giant King's court where Dark Angel Sasra was slumbering. That key was now in his hand, and the first blasphemy slate, which could draw upon some of the Chaos Sea's power, was also in the Giant King's court. He nodded slightly, a solemn expression naturally forming on his face, and Aaron got straight to the point. Besides us, were there other people involved in the battle outside Tingen? Will Septon swallowed, his small face wrinkled, and after a long moment, he took a card from the tarot cards in his hand and placed it in front of Aaron. It was a justice card. I'm starting to wonder what exactly Tingen City is hiding. Alas, but my intuition of fate tells me that it's like a huge vortex, everything that approaches it will have its fate shifted. Looking at the unusually distinct justice card in front of him, Aaron fell silent for a moment, then slowly uttered a few words. All that is spoken shall be known. Will Septon glanced at him sideways and nodded. In his current state, where he could only wash away his madness by restarting, encountering Adam, who was in the spiritual domain, would undoubtedly result in being crushed. Recalling the golden fragments that were jointly dispelled by the Evernight mark and the life mark, Aaron felt a sense of relief instead. If it was just a guess before, now it was confirmation of his speculation. As a Sequence 5 who failed to advance, how could he, merely a gatekeeper, escape Channy's gate with the sealed artifact, 0-08? Even if there might have been the goddess's tacit approval, the demigods of the Nighthawks below wouldn't know this. The Nighthawks, who didn't lack demigod angel sacred artifacts, actually allowed a Sequence 5, in Zangwill, to exploit a loophole. There must be Adam's arrangements involved. It's not surprising that the actions in Tingen City would attract his attention. Aaron pondered in his mind how much he had exposed in front of Adam. Firstly, the hidden existence of the Lord of Order must have been known. From now on, Aaron would have to be careful every time he responded to the honorific name. However, thankfully, after separating his subconsciousness, Aaron rarely personally went to the Nation of Disorder. He usually used his subconsciousness to respond to sacrifices, so Adam wouldn't equate him with that hidden existence. However, as the favored one jointly chosen by two orthodox deities and a hidden existence, Aaron and even the entire East Tak family might become variables in Adam's mind. If it weren't for the Evernight goddess and the Earth Mother intervening to expel Adam's imprint hidden within the box of the Old Ones, Aaron couldn't even imagine the consequences of sacrificing this problematic box of the Old Ones. However, the actions of those two goddesses also slightly reassured Aaron. This was tantamount to openly telling Adam, "This is my person." Moreover, Aaron didn't feel that there were irreconcilable conflicts between himself and Adam. Adam's and the true creator's needs highly overlapped. They both wanted the first blasphemy slate in Dark Angel Sasra's hands, as that would determine who held the dominant position after their final fusion. If Aaron wanted to establish a true kingdom of God on Earth later, war would be inevitable. A world-sweeping war would not only be Adam's ritual for becoming a god but also Aaron's best method for rebuilding order. Aside from their respective attitudes towards Amon, they could even reach mutually beneficial tacit understandings on other matters. Aaron couldn't help but recall the secret reminder he received from Hermes earlier. Was this Hermes's intention or Adam's intention? Interrupted by a light cough, Aaron looked up at Will Septon, who said with a displeased expression, "There are too many high-level auras on your body. Your river of fate is no longer accurate, but I can still discern a thing or two about matters related to you. The war in the southern continent has been going on for over a year, and it will soon change. You'd best be prepared. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, Ouroboros, that fellow, also arrived in Tingen after you left and encountered that person." At this point, Will Septon's face showed a mischievous smile. The process was quite spectacular. In any case, Tingen is definitely under the close attention of the Evernight, Storm, and God of Steam and Machinery churches right now. So you'd better lay low for a while. Alright, that's all. Don't look for me if there's nothing major recently. I have a lot of things to do too. Looking at Aaron, who disappeared on the spot before he could even speak, Will Septon clicked his tongue and whispered, "Tingen." Then, he paused, his voice gradually becoming inaudible. "Find the right opportunity in the torrent of fate." At the Evil Dragon Bar in Tingen City, a pale-faced young man, wearing a worn linen shirt and the blue-gray trousers typical of the working class, suddenly let out a loud cry, startling the surrounding drunkards. Swain, the former captain of the Punisher's team and owner of the Evil Dragon Bar, was already accustomed to it and merely asked casually, "A demisol, what did you see this time? Not some jumbled-up images again, right?" A demisol, with his head bowed, gradually revealed a silver wheel formed by an Ouroboros in his originally unfocused but crazed eyes. The weather gradually turned cold, and ice floes had begun to appear on the Taysok River. In the eastern suburbs of Tingen City, 3 teams of people were clearly separated. Leading them were Archbishop Anthony Stevenson of the Nighthawks, Archbishop A. Snake, the Singer of God, of the Storm Church, and Archbishop Oramic Haydn of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. The 3 demigod powerhouses looked at the hill before them, which seemed to have suffered a calamity, and remained silent for a long time. The Nighthawks, Punishers, and Machinery hive mind behind them all tacitly maintained silence, ready to follow the Archbishop's arrangements. In the middle of the Nighthawks team, Leonard Mitchell, who who had successfully advanced to Sequence 8 Midnight Poet, looked at the nearby scenery with somewhat stiff eyes, suppressing the question that almost escaped his lips. He secretly grumbled about the old man's dishonesty, for not telling him earlier that there was a problem here, otherwise, this would have been a significant merit. Anthony Stevenson glanced at the two silent demigods, pondered for a moment, and then spoke. Everything here has been destroyed very cleanly. I can only detect residual fluctuations of fate. Combined with the previous appearance of that saint from the Aurora Order, it should be him. The authority of Evernight itself encompassed the domain of misfortune, which also belonged to a type of fate. As a Sequence 3, closest to an angel, Anthony's judgment was affirmed by the other two demigods. Ace Snake, the singer of God, frowned and said in a low voice. You mean, that angel of fate? He has been out of sight for a long time. Why would he suddenly appear in Tingen? No one knew the answer to this question, and the scene immediately fell silent. Oramic Haydn, who had been silent, withdrew his gaze and sighed. The cause of what happened here probably won't be found out in a short time. The Backlund diocese is the most important. My suggestion is to temporarily seal off this area. I will be going to Tingen University for an exchange study recently, and I can complete the follow-up work. Just as the three archbishops reached a consensus, on another hill that had not been completely destroyed, a crow with a white ring around its right eye silently watched this scene, and a human voice came from its mouth. That fanatic is really annoying. His people are everywhere. How boring. But teaching Ouroboros a lesson isn't bad. Sitting in the carriage returning to Blackthorn Security Company, Leonard was about to ask quietly when a voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Shut up. Unlike the usual amiable tone, it was filled with severity, and whether it was an illusion or not, Leonard even felt a hint of fear from it. In the foremost carriage, a candle burned, but its flame glowed a vibrant blue, casting an eerie, flickering hue throughout the entire compartment. A lady sat on the right side of the carriage. She wore a hooded black robe, with blue eyeshadow and blush, and a silver chain with a white crystal pendant was wrapped around her exposed wrist. Dunsmith remained silent for a long time, then spoke dryly. Congratulations on your promotion to Sequence 6. Ah, this makeup really suits you. Daly, the spirit medium, with her demonic beauty, looked at Dunsmith with glimmering emerald eyes, her lips curving slightly as she said. You still don't know how to talk, just like before. Forget it, since I'm about to be transferred, I won't bother arguing with you. Dunn opened his mouth, wanting to ask her to stay, but then felt it would be too selfish. Backlund was suitable for a genius like Daly, not for her to be stuck in Tingen like himself. After struggling internally for a long time, Dunn lowered his head and said softly. When are you leaving? I'll call everyone to see you off. A flicker of disappointment crossed her emerald eyes, then returned to normal. Daly, the spirit medium, took out a thumb-sized glass bottle from a dark pouch at her waist. Inside the bottle, a translucent, eyeless, noseless face appeared. After the new year, I will officially be transferred back to the Backlund diocese and join the Red Gloves team. This is a little guy I raised. If you have any private letters you want to send me, or anything you want to say to me, you can summon it. Seeing Dunn unaffected by her teasing, Daly pouted, and her figure gradually became ethereal. Dunn finally looked up, his eyes complex, only tightening his grip on the glass bottle. Tingen, Green Hell Asylum. The red moon outside the window shone brightly. In the spacious treatment room, Hudyugen, with light yellow hair, grayish-blue eyes, and a long, thin face, sat in the doctor's chair wearing a patient's gown, looking at Lanris opposite him, and said with a strange laugh. Your proposal is indeed very appealing, but you need to advance a portion of the payment, and have you chosen your target? Lanris looked at the psychiatrist in front of him and responded concisely. Of course, her name is Migos, you've seen her before. You just need to make her a tool for gestation in a semi-comatose state, that's enough. Hudyugen reined in his morbid smile and frowned. That's an ordinary person. Even a Beyonder might not be able to withstand the projection of the true creator. Are you messing with me? Watching Hudyugen's emotions suddenly become unstable, a hint of mockery flashed in Lanris's eyes, but he still said with a smile. I naturally know. Someone will give us the necessary help. You don't need to worry, you just need to do your part. Staring at the marauder, Hudyugen analyzed every expression on his face. After a moment, he curved his lips and pressed a bell on the table. It seems I will have unexpected gains from this collaboration with you, Duster. See him out. The pristine white door was pushed open, and Duster, dressed in a doctor's uniform, walked in with a bow, respectfully escorting Lanris secretly out of Green Hell Asylum. Northwest of Tingen, Ram Town, abandoned castle. Ince Zangwill, holding a quill pen, stepped out of the spirit world. His single eye looked at the castle hall in front of him, where stone pillars had collapsed and moss grew rampant, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Chapter 212 The Coming of the Evil God's Offspring. A chilling, bone-piercingly cold wind swept out. Zangwill stepped over the piled stones through the collapsed outer wall, slowly entering the ancient castle that had lost its main door, treading on the shattered floor tiles. Following his senses, Zangwill looked towards the steps that revealed the separation between the castle's hall and dining room, a complex expression emerging in his eyes. There, a strong yet illusory sense of longing seemed to be calling him. This feeling was incredibly familiar to him. Once upon a time, he was just one step away. Zangwill walked over with his head lowered, and the steps immediately let out a heavy, grating sound. The floor there cracked open, revealing a downward staircase, filled with a cold and filthy sensation that almost solidified into a tangible form. Eerie blue ghost flames flickered. Zangwill descended the stairs, his footsteps echoing silently, until he reached the lowest level of the basement. In the center of the basement lay a black coffin, its iron nails a dark red color. Zangwill scrutinized it for a moment, then cautiously picked up a quill pen, and sentences appeared on the coffin one by one. It seems to sense a familiar aura from Zangwill. This wraith, formed from a death descendant who died with resentment, did not choose to attack. After completing this, countless faces, some formless, some twisted, emerged from Zangwill's body, transforming into a bizarre door. Creak. The illusory door opened, and pale arms stretched out, scrambling to grab the dark red iron nails. Before all the arms evaporated into black mist, the coffin was finally opened. A sudden, illusory but piercing roar erupted, and dense black mist inexplicably spread out, rapidly expanding towards Zangwill. A tall figure soon emerged from the black mist. He wore black full-body armor and wielded a broadsword that would be difficult for a normal person to swing. The figure, exuding death, looked at Zangwill. Two flame-like red lights pierced through the gaps in his faceplate, meeting his single eye, which was so blue it appeared almost black. Just then, a pure white quill pen cut through the black mist, severing the head of the skeleton in the coffin. Looking at the crystalline white bone in his hand, Zangwill's lips curved into a smile. He no longer paid attention to the illusory wraith roaring in the black mist, and his figure gradually vanished from the spot. Faint calls echoed, and that inexplicable sense of familiarity gradually cleared Azek's muddled mind. Vaguely, he saw a tall castle in the style of the early 5th epoch. Fields were cultivated, and a boy of 7 or 8 years old ran over, dragging a broadsword taller than himself. It seemed as if he stood before him, and a tender voice spoke. "I want to become a great knight like father someday." A sense of comfort, appearing from nowhere, permeated him. Azek subconsciously tried to reach out and touch the boy, who was both familiar and strange, but he shattered the moment he made contact. A completely different scene abruptly emerged. The ancient castle, almost in ruins, stretched its body outwards in the thick darkness, its spires reaching towards the sky, desolate, wild, eerie, and dim. In the dim basement, a headless white skeleton lying in a coffin slowly stood up, and an illusory whisper emerged. "Father." Thump, thump. Azek suddenly opened his eyes, fine beads of sweat seeping from his forehead, his heart pounding violently. The office, illuminated by the crimson moonlight, instantly darkened by several shades, and a chilling sensation permeated the air. The sudden change startled a young man with black hair and brown eyes, who had a distinct scholarly aura, as he had just pushed open the door and entered. He nervously explained, his voice trembling slightly. Mr. Azek, I'm here to submit the compiled historical materials from the 4th epoch that you assigned earlier." Azek pressed his hands to his temples, and after a long sigh, the previous deep, chilling sensation immediately vanished. A somewhat weary voice came. "Klein, it's very late. Why haven't you gone home yet?" After the chilling sensation disappeared, a hint of color gradually returned to Klein's face. He responded somewhat sheepishly. "I still have a lot of data compilation tasks left over from New Year's that I haven't finished yet. And today my tutor also said that if I can complete all the tasks he assigned before April and produce results that satisfy him, he will give me a recommendation letter for Tingen University or Backlund University. That way, I can attend the interviews for the history departments of these 2 universities in June this year." Looking at Mr. Azek, who had returned to normal, Klein suddenly remembered something and slapped his head. "This weekend, Ora Haydn, an honorary professor of physics at Backlund University, will be giving a lecture at our school. The director reserved a seat for you and asked me to inform you." Azek subtly frowned. That archbishop of the God of Steam and Machinery Church. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly shook his head. "I might be out this weekend, Klein. You can attend this lecture for me, and then you can recount it to me." Klein was stunned for a moment, then a look of pleasant surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly nodded. Azek hummed in acknowledgement. After Klein put down the compiled report and left, he turned his head to look at the red moon outside the window and fell silent. Tingen, a basement in the factory district. The gloomy, dark room was covered in bizarre patterns, and items exuding a twisted, evil aura were placed in every corner of the room. Hudujin stood in the center, a faint golden light overflowing from his heart, and grayish-white scales vaguely appearing on his face. Opposite him was a young woman with long golden hair, her emerald eyes slightly vacant, but her face full of a happy smile, Migos. After a moment, Hudugin stepped back a few paces, looked at Ranvelis beside him, and said with a smile. I have deeply hypnotized Migos. The plan can begin. The necessary help you mentioned. Before he finished speaking, colorful patches of light abruptly appeared in the corner of the dark basement, and a black-robed figure holding half of a crystalline skull stepped out. A hoarse voice came from beneath the hood, brief and direct. It can begin. Feeling the heavy death and the terrifying oppressive sensation, the smile on Hudugin's face vanished. He felt as if he was being stared at by a ferocious beast, and if he uttered a single word of refusal, he would be instantly torn to shreds. Ranvelis, however, showed no additional reaction, seeming accustomed to it. He slowly stepped forward, took off his upper garment, revealing a pitch-black mark on his chest where his heart was, a pair of indifferent eyes. His face twitched slightly. Ranvelis endured the pain, used a knife to cut open his chest, and let the blood drip into Migos' mouth. At the same time, he half raised his hands, adopting an open-armed posture, and loudly chanted in Hermes. The creator of all. The master behind the shadow veil. The fallen self of all living beings. Your humble believer implores your descent, implores you to bestow a child. I am willing to offer this body, for her to be the vessel, to bear your great will. Amidst the prayers, Intzangwil, completely enveloped in his black robe, casually threw the half-skull into the center of the ritual. At the same time, a pure white quill pen wrote a sentence within his wide sleeve. The great existence who controls the authority of corruption has always yearned to break through the seal. Even if that lamb's prayer is not devout, he does not mind making a small attempt. This is very reasonable. The handwriting dissipated even faster than it was written. Intzangwil's face beneath the black robe instantly turned as pale as paper, and the hand holding the quill pen trembled slightly. Deep within the forsaken land of the gods, at the summit of a mountain, stood a giant cross between reality and illusion. A blurry figure was hanged upside down there, with several ancient wooden stakes piercing through his body, stained with fresh blood that was still flowing but not dripping downwards. At the base of the cross, Angel of Fate, Ouroboros, wearing a simple linen robe and with waist-length silver hair, sat there, eyes closed in gentle and devout prayer. The next second, the hanged figure on the giant cross suddenly faded, spreading into a shadow veil that connected the sky above and the earth below. Behind the veil, a pair of indifferent eyes seemed to be watching the entire world. At the same time, all the offerings in the basement turned to dust. A sudden, dim light descended from an unknown place, completely enveloping Migos and Ranvelis. Excruciating pain struck, directly interrupting the prayer. Ranvelis's chest flesh twisted, forming a fist-sized, wriggling mass of flesh. At the top of the flesh mass, a pair of light gray, indifferent eyes, seemingly watching the entire world, protruded. The unwilling resentments of the surrounding human-shaped figures and the accumulated negative emotions surged inwards like a tide, pouring into the fist-sized, wriggling mass of flesh. The flesh mass instantly merged into the skull originating from the death descendant, and spreading blood vessels engulfed the broken skull, merging together into Migos' body. A sudden cry erupted. Ranvelis, who had reached his limit, immediately fainted, not noticing a hint of gray light re-entering his body. Grayish-white scales instantly appeared on Hudugin, who was maintaining the hypnosis on Migos with his spreading spirituality, and hysterical laughter burst from his mouth. Only Intzangwil in the corner remained unaffected, enveloped in a glow, watching all of this indifferently. A passage of text vaguely appeared on the nearby wall. The true creator's ritual for descending a child was unbelievably smooth. The prearranged methods ensured that everything here went undetected by the outside world. Intzangwil's plan has taken another significant step towards success. Deep within the God War ruins, on the Ghost Empire, in the Mausoleum Hall. All the golden marks on the ghost painting frame were exhausted. After the Stone of Life, formed by extracting the body of Saint of Secrets, Bodhis through a ritual, also merged into the pitch-black coffin, strange waves of fluctuation spread outwards. The space inside the hall unnaturally twisted. Aaron unconsciously took a few steps back, while Cavendish Lanter actively stepped forward, and an invisible barrier appeared, blocking the anomaly. What time is it now? Cavendish, you actually advanced. After a long while, an aged voice sounded, and a middle-aged man in a classical robe appeared. A sense of chaos and distortion emerged in Aaron's mind. This was none other than the slumbering Sequence 3 frenzied mage, Fails Aaron. Seeing that his former comrade in arms had not fallen into madness, a hint of relief flashed in Cavendish Lanter's eyes. He opened his mouth but did not speak, instead stepping back behind Aaron. Seeing this, Aaron did not hesitate. He stepped forward and said with a smile. It is now the 1349th year of the Fifth Epoch. Thousands of years have passed since the War of the Four Emperors, and the Empire's bloodline continues. Now I need your help. I will provide you with the possibility of further advancement, just like him before. Aaron said, pointing to Cavendish Lanter, and a blasphemy slate appeared in his hand, starlight outlining the three Hermes words, Black Emperor. His gaze lingered for a moment. Although he had never heard of the blasphemy slate, the attraction from the depths of his spirit world was incredibly clear. Fales Aaron looked at Cavendish Lanter, who stood with his head bowed. Highly sensitive to order, he felt two magnificent auras on Aaron. After a moment of silence, he slowly nodded. I will not betray my original oath, this is also my faith. Seeing his frequent glances towards the depths of the hall, Aaron explained with a smile. To awaken him, some preparations are still needed, and that will take some time. Hold on to me, I'll take you out of here first. Three figures rapidly traversed the spirit world, moving towards the coordinates previously left in the southern part of West Balam, South Continent. Suddenly, Aaron stopped, frowning as he looked at the chaotically spinning divination pendulum in his hand. Just as he was about to turn to ask Cavendish Lanter, he was startled to find his body uncontrollably drifting sideways, and at an increasing speed. Invisible fluctuations emanated from Fales Aaron. In the suddenly distorted spirit world space, Aaron stopped his movement, and while retreating, he frowned and looked to the side. Chaotically overlapping color blocks and vaguely diffused grayish-white mist suddenly split open, and a huge three-masted sailboat covered in pure black leaped in. The ship was nearly 100 meters long, with three pitch-black sails hanging high like banners. It had cannons on both its port and starboard sides, and sailors of all kinds ran busily on the deck. All of this was so real, so tangible, completely out of place with the overall state of the spirit world. This was King of the Five Seas, Nast's symbol, the Black Emperor. On its deck, leaning against the cabin, stood a mottled stone chair 2 to 3 meters high. Sitting on the chair was a colossal figure comparable to an ancient giant. He had a black beard just past his neck, wore a tall, pointed tower crown, and was draped in a magnificent black robe with silver trim. His facial features were hard and deeply etched, full of majesty, making one instinctively want to lower their head. Below that slightly wrinkled, broad forehead, and above that high, prominent nose, dark red light flowed in his deep black eyes, making one instinctively want to lower their head. Fales Aaron also looked towards the center of the ship. As the gazes of the two frenzied mage converged, a large area of distortion appeared in the entire spirit world region, and all spirit world creatures rapidly fled the area. Chapter 213 Nast, the King of the Five Seas. The dark red light flowing in his deep black eyes suddenly intensified, and his magnificent black and silver-edged robe danced without wind. In the brief exchange, Five Seas King Nastor had already felt the power from the same source. This was a Sequence 3 frenzied mage he had never seen before. That ancient aura, permeating the soul, he had only felt it on Zeradal, an angel of the fourth epoch, when Emperor Roselle had not yet fallen. As the successor of Earl White Maple, personally conferred by Emperor Roselle, Nastor had once accompanied his father, Savigny Solomon, to an audience with His Majesty the Emperor, and vaguely knew that the great emperor had joined a secret organization. The reason Roselle was able to smoothly advance to Angel and drive the Sorin family, who had ruled Intis for over 1,000 years, off the throne, was certainly due to the tacit approval of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church and the strong support of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, but behind it, the shadow of that secret organization always loomed. High-level Beyonder characteristics of the entire Black Emperor pathway rarely appeared in the outside world, including corresponding sealed artifacts of Grade 0 and strong individuals at the Angel level. As one of the few surviving descendants of the Solomon family, even though it had declined, Nastor had some conjectures based on the family's incomplete records and certain clues left after acquiring the Black Emperor. Before the Solomon Empire collapsed, the Black Emperor had basically collected all the high-level Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, either bestowing them upon the descendants of the Solomon family or upon the great nobles within the empire. When the Fourth Epic Solomon Empire was overthrown, the royal families of the empire, carrying treasures that even gods envied, boarded ships and sailed into the depths of the Mist Sea, awaiting the opportunity to rebuild their dynasty, but they never reappeared. Once upon a time, Nastor believed that the treasure contained high-level Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, and possibly even a Sequence 2 or even a Sequence 1 Angel Beyonder characteristic. The outside world rumored that he had inherited part of the Solomon Empire's legacy, but when he obtained the Black Emperor, there were no high-level Beyonder characteristics he most desired on board. Over the past 100 years, he had repeatedly lingered in the Mist Sea, repeatedly trying to find the lost treasure of the Solomon Empire. Based on the clues left on the Black Emperor and his own conjectures, Nastor believed that those imperial royals, in order to escape the pursuit of the gods, very likely entered the Lost Nuans. Legend has it that it was a mysterious and powerful intelligent civilization that existed at the bottom of the Mist Sea and had disappeared in ancient times. As for the remaining high-level Beyonder characteristics of the Black Emperor pathway, they were basically divided up by the later Tudor family and the Trenos-Tost family. As for the whereabouts of those Beyonder characteristics after these two great families vanished into the long river of history, he was not very clear. The only angel-level high-level Beyonder characteristic he could currently confirm was the one left after Emperor Roselle's demise, held by the two major Orthodox churches and preserved in the form of a Grade 0 sealed artifact. And today, as he roamed the spirit world, a never-before-felt thrilling suddenly came from his heart. After he advanced to Frenzied Mage, he hadn't experienced this feeling for an unknown amount of time. And the source of this feeling was not the seemingly strongest Frenzied Mage, but the young man at the very front who wasn't even a demigod. This was also the reason why the Twisted Order at the very beginning only targeted Eren. As the most powerful pirate king, the Five Seas King with countless intelligence scouts, Nastor quickly saw through Eren's disguise, which was essentially only a Sequence 6 faceless, by using the Twisted Order in the spirit world, a special space containing countless pieces of information. After acquiring Traveler, the demigod-level Mask of Death was handed over to Bayer Bailey by Eren, as a high-profile pirate king would be the focus of various secret forces for a long time. The mystical item Eren was currently using was merely reforged with a faceless Be-Under characteristic. In a special area like the spirit world, it was not impossible for his disguise to be seen through by certain powerful individuals with special authorities. The body on the modeled stone chair expanded again. Delay breeds trouble. Nastor, who didn't want to attract an angel but also didn't want to give up, decided to try again. And even if an angel came, what then? As long as it wasn't their true body, a Sequence 3 in charge of the Black Emperor could completely shake off an angel's power projection in the spirit world. Dark red light flickered, black light surged around Nastor, the crown on his head radiated light, and the entire Black Emperor responded. A majestic voice echoed. Chaos, distortion. Eren's body, which had originally retreated, instantly stiffened. His original intention was twisted, advancing became retreating, and he flew rapidly towards the Black Emperor. The seemingly distant distance shortened to just a few steps. The anticipated attack did not arrive. Nastor frowned, then suddenly raised his hands to grab Eren, who was flying towards him. Half of Eren's body shattered into wisps of historical mist. This was merely a historical void image that had been replaced. Eren's figure quietly appeared beside Fauzelin. At the same time, Cavendish Lancer Pinto, who had swapped positions with the projection he summoned, instantly appeared in front of Nastor, and the sun-chasing scepter in his hand had already condensed light. Black divine patterns erupted, and a strong twisted order spread towards Cavendish Lancer Pinto, instantly dimming the sun-chasing arrow, which had been gradually taking shape, by several degrees. A strong burning sensation came from the sun-chasing scepter in his hand. The negative effect of this Grade 0 sealed artifact seemed to be twisted and amplified, triggered prematurely. Fortunately, it was only a historical projection. Cavendish Lancer Pinto instantly released his maintenance of the historical image, but he also missed the best offensive opportunity. The distance, which was originally within reach, became incredibly far. At this moment, Nastor's expression finally changed slightly. Even as a projection, the twisted amplification of the sun-chasing scepter's negative effect still put a considerable burden on him. Nastor, who had lost his last chance, did not hesitate. The divine patterns around him intertwined on the Black Emperor, and the entire ghost ship instantly became illusory, seemingly wanting to escape the spirit world. The already semi-illusory Black Emperor seemed to be affected by some power, instantly stopping its virtualization and stiffening amidst the colorful blocks. Nastor's eyes suddenly deepened as he looked at the strange spirit world creature that appeared not far away, which also gave him a sense of danger. He slowly stood up from the modeled stone chair. That high-level spirit world creature sealed off this area of the spirit world, preventing the Black Emperor from leaving. Such authority was not something an ordinary demigod-level spirit world creature could achieve. Nastor, who had realized the danger but did not feel any killing intent, looked at Eren's group, who had stopped attacking, with deep black eyes, and his majestic voice sounded again. A frenzied mage, a scholar of yore, a high-level spirit world creature. Lord Eren, or rather, the East Taker family, you hide yourselves truly deeply. This voice only echoed in the ears of Eren's group. Even the Black Emperor's first mate, Viscount of Fear, Bert Mustang, who was beside Nastor, only looked ahead with a solemn expression, as if his hearing was shielded by some power. On the entire Black Emperor, only Nastor had seen through Eren's disguise. The situation was now extremely unfavorable for him, and he did not want to conflict with Eren over these minor matters, choosing to keep his secret. Instantly understanding the meaning of this Five Seas King, Eren, with 3 demigods standing beside him, smiled. Strength was the capital for negotiation. As expected of the strongest pirate king, his ability to adapt to circumstances was truly superb. Seeing him so clearly understand the situation, Eren gave up the idea of beating him up first to avenge the previous sneak attack. It's better to make peace than to make enemies, after all, he still preferred to convince people with reason. It's true that hearing about you is not as good as meeting you. It's said that Earl White Maple is a descendant of the Solomon Empire and once received part of its legacy. Nastor glanced at Eren, who was protected in the center by several demigods on the opposite side, and the dark red light flickered a few times. He responded very frankly. That's right, but those legacies contain nothing worth the East Taker family's attention. The most valuable thing I obtained from that legacy is this Black Emperor itself. As he spoke, he looked at Cavendish Lancer Pinto and said in a majestic voice. I basically know all the saints still active in the Mysticism Society, but that doesn't include you. Cavendish Lancer Pinto's face was cold, with no intention of speaking. Instead, Aaron chuckled. Zeridal obtained key information for advancing to Attendant of Mysteries from Roselle. TSK, he succeeded and failed. Without Zeridal overseeing it, the Mysticism Society is no longer what you perceive it to be. Aaron bluffed without any psychological burden. If Nastor was capable, he could go to the hidden town and confront Zeridal. The dark red light in Nastor's black eyes flickered, then he said. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for today's matter. How about a definite clue to a imperative mage beyond her characteristic? Even if you don't need it, the East Taker family will not refuse such a favor. A hint of surprise flashed in Aaron's eyes, but he still said slowly. As expected of the strongest pirate king, truly generous. However, I am still very interested in the legacy of the Solomon Empire. I wonder what progress Mr. Nastor has made in his explorations in the Mist Sea over the years. Nastor raised his hand and stroked his short black beard. His already tall figure seemed to swell even more, making the atmosphere in this space heavy and the colorful blocks dim. After several seconds, his tone turned cold as he stared at Aaron and said, Give me a reason to answer your question. Aaron didn't care at all about Nastor's chilling tone. He pointed at Cavendish and the others standing around him and said leisurely. The reason is, you are now surrounded by them. Feeling the suddenly murderous atmosphere, Aaron, who quietly excluded himself, took out the Black Emperor card, held it in his hand, and looked at Nastor with a smile. And when you need to trade with me in the future, you won't have to hear similar demands. The spire crown on Nastor's head swayed slightly, then he said in a low voice after a moment. That treasure may be hidden at the bottom of the Mist Sea, in Nuens, an intelligent civilization that disappeared in ancient times. When I first found the Black Emperor, I obtained a token that could only be activated by the bloodline of a Solomon descendant. All the clues came from it. If it weren't for the current power imbalance, Nastor would not have revealed this secret. In recent years, demons have frequently appeared in the Mist Sea, constantly disrupting Nastor's exploration. Moreover, the token sensing was interfered with by some power after pointing to the Mist Sea, making it unable to sense the exact location. Coupled with Nastor's unwillingness to become a target, under the influence of various reasons, he had never found the lost Nuens. Aaron secretly noted down the name, intending to ask Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting later. That old monster, who had lived for so long, must know something, or he would find an opportunity to ask the magic mirror Rhodes and observe the situation in the abyss at the same time. He lightly coughed. The Black Emperor card in his hand emitted a faint glow, and he calmly spoke to Nastor. Within half a year, we will explore that place together. I will make some preparations. As compensation, after the matter is done, I will tell you the potion formula and ritual for Sequence 2, Duke of Entropy. We will also not embezzle the items you obtain from exploring the ruins. If there truly is a Duke of Entropy beyond her characteristic, my lord can also bestow it upon you. I hope you don't play any unnecessary tricks. I wonder if Roselle has told you that the doomsday is approaching. You don't have much time left, and before that, a major event will happen. This might be your last chance. I think this can be considered an invitation. If it were 1339, Aaron would have unhesitatingly killed Nastor, extracting his beyond her characteristic layer by layer, squeezing out all his value. But it was now 1349, less than 20 years until the doomsday, and especially less than 2 years until George's advancement. It was basically impossible to cultivate another Sequence 3 in such a short time. 3 years to true God, 5 years to outer deity, that was a miracle unique to Klein, and an inevitability under various calculations. Otherwise, just the ritual of a scholar of your could hold up a bizarro sorcerer for 300 years, let alone subsequent rituals. Aaron now hoped to preserve combat power to the maximum extent. The identity of the Trenos-tossed remnant would eventually be exposed. Those rebels who personally destroyed the Trentost Empire would not sit idly by. At that time, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he would be an enemy of the world. If there truly was a Duke of Entropy beyond her characteristic in the Solomon ruins, it was not impossible to bestow it upon Nastor. However, as a price, he would then need to sign a contract and offer his faith. This was also the reason why Aaron requested to explore within half a year. His ritual for advancing to Imperative Mage was almost ready. After successfully advancing to Demigod, he would be able to mobilize the power of that Sequence 1, Hand of Order, characteristic. At that time, based on the Nation of Disorder, he would be able to create an order contract that even angels would be limited by. Even if Nastor had other ideas, he could instantly counter him. From Fauz Ellen, he learned that after Night Emperor became a god, he stripped off his Duke of Entropy beyond her characteristic, which was now in the Ghost Empire, slumbering with that angel deep within the Mausoleum Hall. Once Aaron advanced to Demigod and further controlled the Nation of Disorder, he would attempt to awaken that one and retrieve all the treasures of the Trentost Empire. And this Duke of Entropy, beyonder characteristic would also be bestowed upon Fauzelen, which was Aaron's previous promise to him. Chapter 214, War in the Southern Continent. Aaron put away the Black Emperor card as he looked at Nastor, who remained silent, and added, "The great existence we believe in is called the Order Master. You can also ask Bernadette later. You can directly convey my words to her, perhaps she can give you some advice." A ball of light containing information flew towards Nastor. Feeling no malice, Nastor cautiously extended his spirituality, and devout and grand prayers echoed in his mind. Source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. The dark red light flowing in Nastor's deep black eyes suddenly expanded a few points. As one of the few people closest to a complete mythical creature, Nastor clearly understood what this honored name represented, a hidden existence comparable to the true deities. The description of the authority in the honored name, in particular, caused Nastor's emotions to surge, and he fell into silence for a moment. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Aaron stopped talking nonsense and motioned for Astolfo to lift the blockade on this spirit world area. The figures of the few people immediately disappeared from their original spot. This is a demigod. Second mate, Viscount of Fear, Bird Mustana looked up at the sky, sighing with emotion. Although reaching sequence 5, moving further forward, the tendency for madness and loss of control would become increasingly severe, leading to a high possibility of beyonder promotion failure. The title of demigod was still tempting. Because as long as one successfully took that step, they could gain divinity, causing a change in the essence of life. Whether it was lifespan or ability, everything would completely exceed the human realm, placing them high above. As his thoughts swirled, a majestic voice echoed in his ears. Set sail. Find Star Admiral as quickly as possible. Bird Mustana trembled all over, his body unconsciously bending down as he bowed in response. The massive three-masted ship, covered in pure black, gradually dematerialized, seamlessly merging into the colorful blocks. West Bayron, South Continent, at the junction of Star Plateau and Hagati Grassland, outside Nicophorus City, the gunfire briefly ceased. Under the scarlet moon, the lone soldiers hiding behind makeshift fortifications were seizing the time to rest in shifts to recover their energy. Many of them had faces covered in dust and traces of gunpowder smoke. Occasionally, someone would wake up, take out dried tobacco, casually roll it, and use the last remaining match to light it and bring it to their lips, taking a deep drag. More often than not, their eyes showed numbness and confusion. This war had been going on for over a year. Initially, they only had to face the Fasak Empire's colonial army, but by the end of last year, the Restoration Army from the West Bayron native region also joined the war. But thankfully, with the strong support of the Church of the Night, the battle situation did not worsen in a one-sided manner, it only became more intense. Wisps of mist appeared, and the scarlet moonlight became increasingly hazy. The soldier on guard on the high platform stared at the distance in disbelief, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "It's alive, it's alive, it's alive." Under the scarlet moon, incomplete corpses crawled out of the blood-soaked soil, swaying as they tried to approach the defense line. In the distance, a mysterious figure wearing a hood and a black robe embroidered with scarlet patterns stood behind the resistance army, slightly spreading his arms. Endless corpses revived, and the spirituality of the entire battlefield rapidly grew, with power pervading the air. Since the war deepened, lone soldiers had seen too many unscientific and unnatural phenomena, so many that they had become somewhat numb. Yet, the sight of these fragmented corpses crawling up still shocked them, filling them with terror and confusion, a feeling that they themselves would not be spared and would eventually become zombies. Of course, there was a reason why they maintained their morale and did not collapse after witnessing so many unscientific and unnatural phenomena. Just as immense fear arose in their hearts, chants echoed from within the Church of the Night in Nicophorus City. They are naked, without clothes or food, uncovered in the cold. The night did not abandon them, but granted them favor. The holy and compassionate prayers reverberated throughout the entire defense line, causing the fear of every soldier to quickly dissipate, and their minds and bodies became serene. At the same time, Gusman Will, clad in dark red armor, suddenly erupted with blazing white flames, and a majestic voice echoed. Attack! Then, leveraging the connection between the iron-blooded knight and the army, he transformed into a giant flaming spear and hurled it towards the hooded men behind the resistance army. The soldiers in the trenches obeyed the command, bringing out cannon shells covered in various patterns, adjusting the muzzles, and aiming at the surging mass of incomplete corpses. Boom. 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 One after another, lone cannons roared wildly in front, sending shells trailing red, blue, silver, or dark light whistling towards the enemy lines. Amidst constant flashes of fire, shells landed in different parts of the battlefield, exploding and emitting destructive waves. Those incomplete corpses were either directly destroyed or fell powerlessly, returning to their eternal slumber. The mysterious person in the black robe and hood behind the resistance army looked up, revealing a stiff, wooden face like a poor-quality toy. His crimson eyes watched the flaming spear shooting straight towards him, his lips splitting into a grin, but he showed no intention of dodging. Crack! A silver-white sharp light burst forth in front of the hooded men, tearing apart the flaming spear. A figure in a FASAC general's uniform quickly materialized. His body was entirely covered in silver scales, giving off a cold sensation. The high-ranking officers of FASAC were mostly silver knights, demon hunters, iron-blooded knights, and war bishops. And this one was Spike Einhorn, a silver knight belonging to the Einhorn family, and also the royalist representative for FASAC in the South Continent for this war. The blazing white flames dissipated. Gusman Will, who had shared the damage by leveraging his connection with the army, did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Accompanying the appearance of the silver knight, on the other side of the battlefield, the mist parted, and dense red flaming spears emerged, hurled towards the lone positions in a sky-obscuring manner. As these flaming javelins approached their targets, they suddenly became chaotic, scattering and falling, embedding themselves into the ground, creating one dark hole after another. Clusters of scarlet fire then rose across the battlefield, as if announcing a grand performance. The fire instantly illuminated the battlefield, and teams of armored FASAC soldiers emerged from the mist, joining the battle. At the very front was a tall figure also wreathed in blazing white flames. Mystery weakens, reality strengthens. A clear Hermes language echoed as a woman in a magnificent robe appeared. The ripples of an imperative mage spread. It was Mashiana Will, the imperative mage of the East Taker family, who had been stationed in West Bayern, South Continent. At the same time, on the other side of the battlefield, Spike Einhorn, who had been suppressing Gusman Will using light borrowing and hiding, and silver rapier, his dark green eyes glowed faintly. After forcing Gusman back with a sword, he turned his head to look behind him. From the perspective of a demon hunter's eye, wisps of strange threads spread from the flames lingering on the battlefield, and unknowingly, they had already entangled him in the Rose School of Thought puppet demigod who was still controlling the corpse tied to attack Nicophorus City. The individual who had secretly made a move seemed to know he had been discovered. Spike Einhorn's thoughts immediately slowed, his body stiffened, and his movements became sluggish, though this sensation did not last long. He melted completely, breaking free from the shackles of the spirit body threads, turning into a flowing puddle of silver metallic liquid. Then, the protective power resolidified into a giant covered in silver full-body armor. Bizarro Sorcerer. Mysticism Society. Spike Einhorn, who had participated in the War of Betrayal and dealt with those Mysticism Society charlatans, a flicker of doubt flashed in his mind, then his pupils suddenly contracted. Two slightly illusory figures suddenly appeared beside the puppet demigod controlling the corpse tied from behind. One of them he recognized, Booties, the Saint of Secrets from the Aurora Order. The other figure exuded deathly aura, and a broken, dark portal appeared above his head. The endless corpse tied on the battlefield instantly stiffened, their flesh began to decay, disintegrating into white bones, merging into the bloody earth. Spike Einhorn quickly reviewed all known demigods of the Numinous Episcopate, including the Artificial Death faction and the Royalist, and finally found a vaguely similar face in a corner of his memory. That was an undying from the Numinous Episcopate who had pursued the Death's ruins, disappeared for centuries, and was said to have been lost in the ruins of a divine war. This was not a bizarro sorcerer at all, this was a scholar of your imperfect condition. A warning sign suddenly arose in his heart, and Spike Einhorn already felt the urge to retreat. His dealings with the Rose School of Thought were merely a transaction of interests, he did not care about the life or death of that puppet demigod. After the Night Kingdom was annihilated by the Church of the Night, the Antigonus family subsequently vanished, leaving only Zeradal of the Mysticism Society as a high-level beyonder of the seer pathway. Now that a Sequence 3-level scholar of your had appeared, could it be that Zeradal, who had been missing for nearly a century? Before he could think further, the battle ended faster than he imagined. The Rose School of Thought demigod, who had just intended to transform into a mystical puppet using the Source of Curse, stiffened all over. His crimson eyes were replaced by another color, and his body, between illusory and real, rapidly turned grayish-white. Booties raised his right hand, and a gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes appeared beside the lifeless puppet demigod. A faint blue light swallowed him. Having done all this, the two demigod historical void projections turned their gaze to Spike Einhorn, who had already raised his Sword of Dawn. The iron-blooded knight, entangled by Mashiana, had no idea what had happened before he saw a blazing white flaming spear, imbued with killing intent, flying towards him. A look of surprise appeared on the face beneath the iron-blooded mask. He quickly chanted Spike Einhorn's honored name in his heart. As a Sequence 3 demigod, within a certain range, he could already respond to prayers. A familiar voice came, but it quickly turned his surprised expression into one of dismay. The situation has changed, retreat quickly. He only needed to capture this city, plunder enough iron-blooded chi, and cooperate with the family's Silver Knight to kill Gusman, and he would be promoted to War Bishop. His chest heaved violently. He glared resentfully at Mashiana. Just as he was about to withdraw, the surrounding scarlet moonlight suddenly dimmed, and deep darkness instantly enveloped him. A beautiful lady in a Church of the Night Archbishop's robe quietly appeared. On a small island somewhere in the mist sea, far from the battlefield, an illusory portal appeared. The puppet demigod, who had been banished there, struggled to lift his head and saw two figures. Beside Aaron, Faust Ellen raised his hand, and distorted black ripples spread, a gentle palm strike amplified into an execution. The grayish-white patterns faded, and Astolfo's figure left the demigod's body, but he still maintained the blockade on the spirit world to prevent him from merging into the spirit world and escaping. Faust Ellen, who had tampered with the rules of this area, directly gifted the negative state of madness to this puppet, lowering his will to resist. Being directly hit by a Sequence 3 powerhouse on an unprotected body, even a puppet with maximum physical strength, his body directly shattered. However, no blood seeped out, instead, a viscous, ink-like black liquid spread outwards. Backlund, a certain abandoned manor in the suburbs. Marek, dressed in black, slowly walked out. Sharon, wearing a complex and exquisite black Gothic court dress and a small soft hat, emerged from the void, her clear, cold voice echoing. How was it? The brief question left people puzzled. Marek looked up, a bright smile on his face, completely unsuited to his previous demeanor, and spoke lightly. Do you even need to ask? TSK, is this what it feels like to be a demigod? As expected of the demigod level, I am now full of confidence. Marek stretched his body, and an illusory figure, seemingly composed of countless wriggling insects, separated from this body, reforming into Mobert beside him. At this moment, he exuded a strong sense of oppression, and a faint silver-white gleam flickered in his eyes, seemingly a side effect of his recent promotion not yet being fully digested. Sharon nodded, speaking in a calm tone. Remember your promise. A smile appeared on Mobert's face. He patted Marek, who had returned to silence, and spoke cheerfully. Don't worry, how could I, the dignified Viscount of the Zoroast family, go back on my word? Moreover, you two have helped me so much this time. Although the feeling of being completely parasitized isn't that great, this is indeed part of my ritual. I apologize for seeing your memories, but this isn't entirely bad for you. A portion of the madness deep within your spirituality has been erased by me. Going forward, the influence of the Scarlet Moon's curse on you will be greatly reduced. Additionally, I left a worm of time inside you. I processed it using some special family methods. As long as I am still on the northern continent, you can contact me through it. Mobert smiled as he withdrew his arm, looking at Sharon, who was as delicate as a doll, and added with a smile. When you need my help, I can quickly arrive by pinpointing your location. However, before that, I still need to go to Tingen one more time. This is a task assigned by the favored one, and it was also my promise before my promotion. Chapter 215 Recovery and Ending. A glimmer of light flashed in Sharon's azure eyes. Having roughly learned from Mobert what happened in Tingen last time, Sharon was quite curious about the secrets contained within the city. However, she managed to control her desires well. She had more important matters to complete, something she had been preparing for since achieving demigodhood. Nodding slightly in response, Sharon's body gradually became transparent, using the ability of a puppet to eliminate some information from this area of the spirit world. As the city of 10,000 capitals, Backlund, besides the major churches and official forces like the Loen military, also harbored many hidden organizations and various sealed artifacts. It's worth noting that some sealed artifacts do not strictly adhere to the characteristics of the 22 pathways of the gods. Sometimes, strange and powerful abilities can appear, such as the magic mirror erodes. Although there was a formation as a barrier and the parasite's advancement was inherently secretive, it could still be detected by certain entities. After eliminating traces and disrupting subsequent divinations, the three figures instantly vanished from their original spot. Under the crimson moonlight, the manor appeared even more dilapidated. About 15 minutes later, a carriage stopped there. Daly, wearing red gloves, was the first to step out. Several Nighthawks followed behind this red gloves member, cautiously observing the manor, which was silent to the point of deathly stillness. Among the Nighthawks was a young woman with dark green wavy hair and deep brown, bright eyes, Hale Uire. At this moment, she was lost in thought until a teammate beside her nudged her and whispered a question, bringing her back to reality. Hale Uire, what's wrong? Did you sense anything unusual? The hushed voice was still clear enough in the silent night. Daly, standing at the front of the team, with blue eyeshadow and blush, turned her head and chuckled softly. You can speak any thoughts you have. This is a rare opportunity for you to gain knowledge and accumulate merit. Generally speaking, Nighthawks teams are stationed locally, each with its own jurisdiction, and are not allowed to pursue criminals or handle beyonder incidents outside their jurisdiction without permission. The Black Knight Goddess Church specifically established the Red Gloves within the Nighthawks. They are strictly selected elites, even possessing some holy artifacts. Their mission is to reinforce Nighthawks teams that send signals, and to unrestrictedly track and apprehend evil individuals of interest, as well as handle certain beyonder cases involving high-level existences. A portion of the Red Gloves team from the Beckland Diocese had been dispatched to Tingen to deal with the aftermath in the Tingen suburbs, which is why Daly led a Nighthawks team to conduct reconnaissance here. Thanks to the few words from the Jacob demigod earlier, Hail Uire, who had a vague concept of the acting method, was now a Sequence 8 swindler. This was despite the various restrictions on advancement within the Church of the Night. A trace of fear flashed in her eyes, and she muttered in a low voice. Yes, I sensed a familiar aura of the same origin. My spiritual intuition reminded me of some unpleasant memories. Daly's hand, which was setting up the ritual, paused. She glanced at Hail Uire, who had already lowered her head, and after a moment of thought, muttered to herself. Marauder pathway. These people are truly bold. The silver chain with a white crystal pendant wrapped around her exposed wrist slowly lowered, emitting a brilliant blue flame, reflecting flickering, eerie colors. Hail Uire, who had lowered her head, suddenly felt her hair stand on end and abruptly looked around. She felt as if in the manor opposite, in the shadows of the trees, behind the empty windows on the top floor of the building, and in every dim corner, pairs of eyes were watching her. Although the place was empty, Hail Uire felt as if she were in a bustling, eerie street. This strange contrast, this peculiar sensation, made her body tense, and a chill ran up her spine. Something's wrong. Seeing a spirit guide performing psychometry for the first time, she couldn't help but speak up to warn. Daly, the spirit medium, with an enchanting beauty, swept her glowing green eyes over Hail Uire and calmly replied. Don't worry, this is just my psychometry ritual. Since you chose to join the Nighthawks, you will become familiar with these things later. Saying that, she looked at the deathly silent manor, her brows slightly furrowed. All the original spirits in the manor have disappeared. The little fellows here now know nothing. Such a thorough cleansing. A moment later, after Daly used words of the undead to command natural spirits to explore and confirm that there were no traps in the manor, she led the Nighthawks into the manor for investigation. All traces had been cleanly eliminated, only allowing for the inference that a Beyonder had performed some kind of ritual here. Daly stood in the manor with no expression, then suddenly chuckled softly. It seems I'll have a chance to see that magic mirror from the Church of Steam this time. I wonder what embarrassing questions it will ask. On the desolate island in the mist sea, the viscous, inky black liquid, emitting curses and constantly corroding outwards, was restrained by Fauzelin. Pale skull heads, bloodshot eyes with prominent veins, and fanged tongues grew from within the evil inky black liquid. A sense of extreme evil and madness rapidly permeated, and the ground of the small island instantly cracked. If this power were to appear on a battlefield, regardless of those high and mid-sequence Beyonders, at least the low-level soldiers would have their minds twisted or be directly corrupted into monsters. Aaron stared at the liquid with disgust. The Lord of Mysteries flickered faintly, and the historical projection of the sun-chasing scepter was summoned, directly enveloping it with the domain of chasing light. A silent shriek emanated from the liquid, rippling within the domain of chasing light. Before it reached Aaron, its direction was twisted, dissipating into nothingness. Several blazing white spears of no darkness appeared. In the distance, Fauzelin's eyes showed noble yet sinister inky black patterns. The distortion ability at the Chaos Mage level was silently activated, and the blazing white spears of no darkness instantly erupted with destructive fluctuations. Seemingly truly sensing danger, the inky black liquid instantly twisted and contracted. A dull, textureless arm, like the lowest quality ragdolls, extended from the slime to grasp at the spears of no darkness, but it suddenly froze in midair, then abruptly grasped at an empty space to the side. At the moment its intention was distorted, the spear of no darkness directly pinned the inky black arm in midair. A scorching sun seemed to rise in the sky, and darkness briefly disappeared. Looking at the ragdoll arm that vanished within the scorching sun, Aaron's expression was somewhat strange. He had already recognized the origin of this arm. It belonged to the Rose School of Thought's number 2 figure, King of Curses, Belenka. More than a year ago, when he cooperated with Bernadette to hunt down Disciple of Silence, Moms, this angel had also made a move, and was only repelled when her summoned door was destroyed by the sun-chasing scepter. However, what was on this puppet demigod was not the previous power projection, but rather a specially separated part of her characteristic. If this space, including the corresponding spirit world, hadn't been jointly sealed by Fauzelin and Astolfo, after establishing a connection with the main body using a part of the body as a medium, the angel's characteristic of responding throughout the world could be directly borrowed, potentially erupting with angel-level combat power. But it was too late now. After being preemptively controlled and banished from the battlefield, falling into a carefully prepared trap, the Rose School of Thought's puppet demigod had already lost his biggest trump card, and incidentally caused the King of Curses to lose a portion of her characteristic. Darkness re-swallowed the scorching sun. Astolfo's figure appeared in the very center, his body gradually transforming into a low-quality doll. The inky black liquid had vanished, and an invisible sense of oppression permeated. Aaron frowned, but before he could speak, Fauzelin blocked him and said in a low voice. Your messenger, it seems to be advancing. No, it should be recovering. It is somewhat similar to the situation of certain high-level evil spirits in my impression. However, evil spirits that recover by directly devouring beyond our characteristic are mostly twisted in will. It's better to wait until it finishes recovering before approaching. Not worried about his own messenger, Aaron, who knew Astolfo's true nature, speculated that after this recovery, it should be a genuine Sequence 3, not like before where it had the empty rank but needed to risk borrowing from the entity in the spirit world to exert power beyond its own sequence. Backlund, East Borough, a certain basement. Sharon and Marek's figures appeared. After setting up the spiritual wall, the two skillfully prepared the ritual. Demigod-level blood, combined with various collected spiritual materials, were all poured through the array into the strange mark on Sharon's palm, which exuded the aura of a high-level existence. That was the final protection her teacher, Renee Tynker, left for her in the South Continent. Since becoming a demigod and gaining divinity, she had been nurturing this mark, even though the change she anticipated had never occurred. The items in the basement suddenly floated in midair. Marek, sensing the movement, looked over in surprise, only to find Sharon, who usually resembled an ascetic monk, now showing obvious emotional changes on her face. Her clear, cold voice echoed in the room. "Teacher, is that you?" Deep in the spirit world, a violent aura ran rampant, amidst intermingling red and blue color blocks. A putrid body, covered in yellowish-green fluid, roared deep within the spirit world. A massive body wrapped in corpse oil bandages tore apart everything that approached. The scattered fluctuations reached a hidden corner of the spirit world. The colorful blocks condensed, and the faint, ethereal mist dispersed, revealing a giant floating castle. It was entirely black, with towering spires, covered in vines, and had a strong Gothic style. At the top of this castle stood a translucent woman. She was almost as tall as the castle, wearing a complex, ornate, yet dark and gloomy black gown. Strangely, she had no head, there was a clean cut at her neck. Her drooping hands held 4 golden-haired, red-eyed, brightly beautiful heads. If one looked closely, they would find that these heads were identical. Perhaps disturbed by the aura emanating from the raging angel in the spirit world, or for some other reason, the 4 heads held by the woman all opened their eyes at once, their blood-red pupils looking beyond the spirit world. The battlefield in the South Continent had completely intensified. After the Rose School of Thought's puppet demigod was banished by the historical projection of booties, under the influence of the underworld gate opened by the undying projection, the manipulated corpse tide completely dissipated, and even, conversely, overwhelmed the resistance forces mixed within the corpse tide. The pressure on the southern front instantly vanished. All artillery fire was concentrated on the Fozak army to the north. With the assistance of the mysticism weakens, reality strengthens decree, the Fozak army, without high-sequence powerhouses guarding them, suffered heavy losses. The commander of the Fozak army, the Iron-Blooded Knight, from the Einhorn family, was currently being besieged by 3 demigods, and within a few minutes, he was suppressed and in precarious situations. If not for the Iron-Blooded Knight, being renowned for his physical toughness, and simultaneously leveraging the connection he established with every soldier on the battlefield to share damage, any other demigod would likely have already fallen. Even though he was in a precarious situation, the Iron-Blooded Knight showed no sign of retreat. Feeling the continuous casualties of his army, he understood that if he retreated now, all his previous efforts would be for naught, not to mention the time and effort required to cultivate a new army that was in sync with him, which would be equivalent to abandoning his path to advancement. A flicker of madness passed through his eyes. After enduring the attack head-on, he instantly closed the distance with Gusmanwill, and with a sinister grin, he threw out an ancient token from his embrace, flickering with electric arcs and engraved with the Einhorn family crest. This was a gift from the Supreme Commander of the Sonia Sea, the Weather Warlock, Ahamatova Einhorn from the royal family, before the start of this war in the South Continent. Without needing to chant the honored name, an angelic charm activated by bloodline was definitely a sneak attack weapon. Having already activated this charm and secretly waiting for an opportunity, he seemed to have already seen Gusmanwill's terrified expression. Even if he couldn't advance to War Bishop, he would severely wound or even kill Gusmanwill, preventing him from successfully completing the ritual. If he could bring Gusmanwill's Beyonder characteristic back to his family, he might even have another chance at advancement. The expression of resentment and greed had not yet faded but was replaced by a deep fear. The Iron-Blooded Knight's pupils reflected Gusmanwill's calm face with a hint of mockery, and a brilliant crown had appeared above his head at some unknown point. An aura that made even souls tremble radiated from the crown. Not only him, but also the Silver Knight from the royal family, who was tightly entangled by Cavendish Lancer Pinto and 2 historical projections at the southern end of the battlefield, also sensed this terrifying aura belonging to a Grade 0 sealed artifact. A mixture of shock and anger burst forth from his eyes, which were covered in dark green symbols. Coming back to his senses, he stared intently at the unknown scholar of yore opposite him. Gusmanwill, wearing the brilliant crown, raised his hand and grabbed at the void. The crown of stars above his head instantly glowed brightly, and the dark clouds, lightning, and storms emanating from the token instantly twisted and deformed. The entire space continuously shrunk, like a seal. A gray-blue, illusory door with 7 brass keyholes slowly emerged, directly swallowing the entire sealed space. Behind the deep, boundless illusory door was a brilliant cosmos. If it were an ordinary banishment, it definitely wouldn't be able to withstand angel-level power, and the passage would directly collapse. However, the Crown of Stars, which was essentially a Sequence 2 planeswalker, could perfectly banish this attack that lacked conscious guidance and only possessed angelic power. Although it would cause some backlash to Gusman Will, this was definitely the optimal solution. Chapter 216 Promotion. The dark clouds and lightning dissipated into the deep cosmos before reaching the battlefield, and the illusory, gray-blue door with 7 brass keyholes slowly faded into nothingness. Gusman Will, wearing the Crown of Stars, had colorful starlight emerge from his body. He grunted, transferring the burden of activating the sealed artifact of Sequence 0 to the army with which he had established a connection. His complexion instantly returned to normal. Gusman Will looked at the iron-blooded knight, who was once again entangled by Mashiana and the Archbishop of the Church of the Night. He raised the blazing flame spear in his hand, and the aura of iron and blood permeated the air. His majestic voice echoed in the ears of every soldier in Nicophorus City. All troops, attack. Leave no one alive. Stepping forward, the iron-blooded spear, condensed with immense power, repelled the iron-blooded knight who was attempting to flee the battlefield. The Fasak army was being systematically annihilated, and the anchor maintaining the stability of this iron-blooded knight's divinity had already been shaken. Unable to draw power from or disperse damage to the army, he was now in a precarious situation under the siege of 3 demigods. Feeling the rapid dissipation of the bonds in his spirituality, with his retreat completely cut off, and the direct restrictions from the imperative mage rendering him unable to pray to Ahamatova Einhorn, the silver knight of his family had yet to appear. Despair and resentment filled his mind. This iron-blooded knight voluntarily abandoned his tottering spiritual anchor, no longer holding back, and revealed his mythical creature form in a state of loss of control. A mournful wail followed, echoing endlessly across this battlefield shrouded in blood and fire. Amidst the slight shaking of the ground, infinite blood-colored flames converged, turning from crimson to scorching white. Several scorching white pillars of fire intertwined, twisting into a blurry and colossal figure. A scorching white flame giant, several meters tall, forcibly tore open the space restricted by the imperative, and the misfortune imposed by the Night Watcher of the Church of the Night was also dispelled. The battle at the southern end of Nicophorus City had long concluded. The resistance had been submerged in the tide of corpses, with only sporadic resistance remaining. Spike Einhorn, clad in silver armor, had the dark green symbols in his eyes vanish. He withdrew his gaze from the north and, with a casual move, repelled the black knight recorded by Booties. Completely corroded by divinity, this incomplete mythical creature form was irreversible. Regardless, this iron-blooded knight of the family was utterly finished, and the Einhorn family's war on the South Continent was declared over. Although it was as the disgraced losing side, Spike Einhorn had no time for anger now. Even if he became further uncontrolled and insane, he could at most delay the few demigods from Loen. The most important thing now was to quickly get rid of this damned scholar of yore, otherwise, he might also fall into a dead end today. Just then, an illusory, dark river quietly emerged, with bloody arms and slimy tentacles reaching out, grabbing towards Cavendish Lancer Pinto. Ferryman. Having had dealings with the Church of Death, which had not yet been destroyed, during the Fourth Epoch, Cavendish Lancer Pinto instantly recognized the source of this power. His mind stirred, and the historical projection of that undying blocked his path. Fine white hairs, stained with yellow grease, were growing robustly and getting larger on his seemingly non-physical body. Feeling the invisible erosion, Cavendish Lancer Pinto directly released the maintenance of this historical void image. His mission here was only to stop the Silver Knight and prevent him from interfering with the battlefield. The battle there was nearing its end, the outcome decided. The most crucial thing was to allow Gusman Will to seize this opportunity to successfully advance to War Bishop, rather than fighting to the death to keep Spike Einhorn. Unaware of the background of this ferryman who made a move in the shadows, Cavendish Lancer Pinto ignored the Silver Knight's departure from the battlefield and returned directly to the historical fog, allowing his historical projection in the outside world to regain consciousness. The River of Death, seemingly originating from the underworld, had no further movements after its initial obstruction. Cavendish Lancer Pinto frowned slightly and, using the flames permeating the battlefield, leaped towards the northern battlefield. Northeast of Nicophorus City, somewhere in the Hagati grasslands. An illusory, dark river flowed quietly, and a gloomy boat sailed from a deep portal, silently docking at the shore. Kalaman, with his fluffy, black and white hair, was the first to step off the boat. On his right shoulder stood an exquisitely crafted male puppet, palm-sized, dressed in a dark red, gold-embroidered suit, its eyes gouged out, leaving only 2 black holes. This was the Eldest General, a sealed artifact of Sequence 1 controlled by Kalaman, an item formed after a Sequence 4 demigod of the mutant pathway died unexpectedly. After feeding his own flesh and blood to the Eyeless General, and suppressing its negative effects, Kalaman spoke with a mix of regret and confusion. You didn't make a move when that Jonas Nor guy was controlled just now. Why did you decide to help the Einhorn family Silver Knight out of trouble? The Balam Empire was destroyed, and Fozak contributed a lot. Many of your egg's family members died at their hands. Jonas Nor was the puppet demigod from the Rose School of Thought earlier, and also a member of the faction within the Rose School of Thought that previously proposed recovering Calaman's Beyonder characteristic. A handsome man in a black robe with crimson patterns slowly walked off the boat, wisps of black mist swirling around him, permeating with the aura of death. A little impatience spoils great plans. He will be more interesting alive later, and even if I don't act, he won't die. As he stepped, the ground, which had still been somewhat green, instantly cracked and withered. Feeling that gaze cast upon him, even Calaman, who possessed divinity, instinctively lowered his head. Even without direct eye contact, Calaman had a feeling of slowly withering, as if he were crossing the river of death inch by inch. The black holes in the eyeless general on his shoulder glowed faintly. This living sealed artifact was in a prostrate position, completely daring not to raise its head. This sudden ferryman was none other than Alsarthas, the death scion whom Calaman had rescued, who had fallen during the Pale disaster at the end of the Fourth Epoch. By this time, he was no longer the evil spirit that could only possess a gatekeeper. Having retrieved his former legacy and undergone the life alchemy process by an alchemist, he had truly resurrected through the special nature of the ferryman. Withdrawing his gaze, Alsarthas touched his chest, a strange smile on his lips. He looked in the direction of the violent sea, saying nothing more. The scorching white spear of no darkness pierced through the flame giant's head. Gusman endured the erosion of the maddening will, and a sword strike, condensing the power of the entire army, severed the last vitality of this uncontrolled iron-blooded knight. The painful, unwilling roars abruptly ceased. Soldiers in black armor raised their weapons in exhilaration, their shouts mixed with the aura of iron and blood permeating the battlefield. Looking at the fallen flame giant before him, Gusman, covered in wounds, put away the crown of stars. He would later have to return to Iruziel to ask Varna to reinforce the seal on the sealed artifact of Sequence 0. At the same time, he took out a blood-colored crystal that radiated intense spiritual fluctuations and an aura of iron and blood, like a pulsating flame. This was a pure War Bishop Beyonder characteristic, derived from the Weather Warlock in Banseaport and later personally extracted by Varna using the sun-chasing scepter. Blood-colored flames ascended, and two already prepared auxiliary materials slowly merged with the blood-colored crystal. A blood-colored heart, radiating an aura of iron and blood and seemingly pulsating with the entire battlefield, emerged. Having slain the enemy commander and achieved victory in a war involving high-level power, at the peak of morale, Gusman swallowed the War Bishop potion. Using the spirit world coordinates provided by Cavendish Lancer Pinto, Aaron, who had quietly returned, had been hiding his tracks on the edge of the battlefield using hidden powers, preventing possible sneak attacks. Seeing his father consume the potion, Aaron thought for a moment and then pulled out a paper crane from his arms. He ignited it with spiritual fire and quietly prayed in ancient Hermes language. Enough luck. I owe you a favor this time. An illusory, youthful voice vaguely echoed. Remember your promise. In the very center of the battlefield, Gusman, surrounded by scorching white flames, was suddenly enveloped by a layer of hazy silver light, his trembling body gradually recovering. The advancement of the iron-blooded knight drew all the scattered iron blood aura from the battlefield. The flame giant's body gradually shriveled, and the extracted Beyonder characteristic merged with its skull, forming a special sealed artifact. The unwilling obsession from before death, mixed with maddening divinity, this terrible residual pollution, even the spear of no darkness could not completely purify. Mashiana returned to the center of the battlefield after slaying all the escaping Beyonders from Fozak and sealed away the skull that was perpetually wreathed in crimson flames. Violent heartbeats rose and fell across the battlefield. Gradually, all the heartbeats synchronized. An inexplicable sensation arose in the minds of every lone soldier in black armor, as if they were almost one with their comrades around them. Deep within their hearts, a blurry figure seemed to emerge. That figure was the convergence of everyone's power, and also the source of power. Feeling that distinctly different aura sweeping across the land, Fauzelen, standing beside Aaron, spoke in a low voice. Higher-level power belongs to war, and war is the art of collective effort. Only a war bishop can truly leverage the advantage of an army. His tone was seasoned, carrying a hint of reminiscence. This aura inexplicably reminded him of the terror of the Blood Emperor during the War of the Four Emperors, though there was more pride and joy within it. South Continent, Pass River Valley, Lloyd City. More than a week had passed since the decisive battle on the South Continent. The Fasak Empire had made no major moves, but Aaron did not believe they would simply swallow their humiliation. This was merely the calm before the storm. A world-engulfing war was not far off, and the true reckoning would likely unfold then. However, these things were still distant. Aaron had more important matters at hand, his own advancement. Even knowing that after the war on the South Continent ended and his father successfully advanced to War Bishop, Lloyd City would become a focal point for many interested parties, Aaron no longer cared much. With his wings gradually growing fuller, he was no longer as hesitant as before. Aside from a slight deficiency in angel-level combat power, the demigods he could now summon were no less than those of weaker orthodox churches like the Church of Steam. Once he truly advanced to demigod and further mastered the Nation of Disorder, even if he encountered an angel, he would have the ability to escape without relying on external forces. That would be his true confidence. What's more, George III was not yet ready, so this delicate period could be considered the final tranquility. Taking a deep breath and adjusting his state, Aaron looked at Mashiana beside him. This imperative mage of the family personally placed the prepared potion in front of Aaron. Looking at the golden viscous liquid suspended in midair, faintly streaked with light, Mashiana slowly spoke. Advancing to imperative mage is the most crucial step in becoming a practitioner of order. More importantly, it is to counteract the side effects of the potion. The order you establish will provide you with enough anchors to maintain self-cognition and effectively weaken the potion's side effects. Your code of law is an excellent example. Having met the advancement requirements in less than 2 years is enough to prove its feasibility. Don't worry, I will help you complete the advancement. As she spoke, her lips curved into a smile, and her majestic voice gradually softened. Once you successfully advance, you will become the newest Duke of East Turok. This is both recognition and encouragement. Aaron's expression shifted slightly. His hand reaching for the potion paused, and he nodded in silence. Looking at the steady, composed, and unpretentious Aaron, Mashiana nodded slightly and said no more. Golden patterns spread outwards from her body, enveloping the entire Loed city. As Aaron, sitting opposite, was enveloped by the golden patterns, he felt his spirituality instantly elevate. In a trance, he seemed to see layers of indescribable restrictions spread throughout Loed city. Yet, those restrictions gave Aaron a strange sense of familiarity. His spiritual intuition told him it originated from the code of law he had created. Before he could ponder it further, the majestic voice sounded again. I have helped you directly observe the imperatives you created. This will save you a lot of spirituality, and you will have more time to deal with the erosion of divinity. The rest of the path is up to you. Snapping back to reality, Aaron looked forward. Mashiana's figure had disappeared, but that unique perspective still remained. Silently, he cut his arm. Blood flowed out but did not drip, instead suspending in midair. A square piece of human skin, flowing with divine light, also floated up. This originated from Saint of Secrets, booties. Aaron used his finger as a pen, and crimson blood condensed in the void, writing on this demigod-level leather. With each stroke, golden light seemed to burst forth, creating a solemn and sacred scene. After the prologue of the Code of Law was written, the words on the human skin emitted golden light one by one, finally converging into a brilliant radiance. Enveloped in the brilliant radiance, the entire piece of leather disintegrated into a sky full of starlight, as if merging with the rules of the world. Aaron's body gained layers of indescribable restrictions, which rapidly internalized, temporarily becoming part of his spirit body and physical body. His pupils turned completely golden, and at this moment, the imperative mage potion instantly integrated into Aaron's body. Chapter 217, The Unusual Movements in the Disordered Country. The cold potion slid down Aaron's throat, bringing a slight numbness that spread throughout his body, reaching deep into his soul. His writing had stopped, and his spirituality inexplicably soared. He felt as if he had suddenly risen high into the sky, once again looking down at the boiling golden patterns. At this moment, his emotions became inexplicably agitated. He felt as if every passerby in the city was connected to him by an invisible chain, pulling at his spirit body and consciousness. Thanks to Mashiana's previous help, Aaron quickly found his own order chain within the infinite chains that enveloped Loed City. With his mind settled, Aaron immediately calmed his spirit, then felt the power of the potion spreading within his body, like a net with sharp threads. Suddenly, Aaron felt his spirit body and flesh being divided into countless tiny parts. He could no longer bear it, and the pain that penetrated his soul instantly overwhelmed his consciousness. His thoughts shattered into fragments, combining with different parts of his flesh, each gaining its own consciousness. Just then, the brilliant light that had previously recorded the law code enveloped Aaron's fragmented spirit and flesh, sweeping them into oneness with those chains of order. Aaron's broken fragments, under the increasingly dazzling starlight, disintegrated inch by inch, finally turning into wisps of dark gold mist, shimmering with one mysterious symbol after another, layered in 3 dimensions. They penetrated higher levels, connected to the underlying rules, and directly expressed abstract concepts such as order, rules, power, and knowledge. A chilling wind, blowing from an unknown place, dispersed the dark gold mist inscribed with countless mysterious symbols. Wisps of mist appeared in every corner of Loed City. In Aaron's chaotic and numerous senses, everything around him became layered, as if it had transformed into the spirit world, blurry and illusory, yet within reach. Above the entire city, faint, illusory golden chains emerged, intertwining to form strange tentacles. As the tentacles spread, spirit bodies, astral bodies, mental bodies, and etheric bodies all turned into stardust, each merging into the dark gold mist scattered throughout the city. Aaron's thoughts were noisy, chaotic, contradictory, and floating lightly, seemingly soaring to an infinitely high place where countless phantoms clustered around a distorted, gigantic world. Strange senses, not originating from the spirit body or mental body, were gradually extracted from the fragmented pieces, condensing into Aaron's new thoughts, indifferent, calm, observing, and overlooking thoughts, capable of seeing the world's true nature from more angles and perspectives. After recovering from the backlash of the Chaos Eye when he used the Nation of Disorder against the God of Combat Church's archbishops, Aaron further integrated with the Sapphira, acquiring an incomplete mythological creature form within the Sapphira ahead of time. Thanks to this, Aaron now understood that this was his divinity, and he did not resist it. Instead, he used it to gather and reform the original Mist of Order with golden chains, slowly transforming back into a whole. As his form aggregated, various kinds of knowledge surged from the depths of his spirit body, which had completely achieved demigod status, sweeping into Aaron's mind and bringing him an unspeakable impact, as if his head was about to explode. However, having already gained initial divinity and experienced multiple transformations, he passed this stage relatively easily, with a detached and observing attitude. The mist solidified, and Aaron, whose eyes were completely rendered golden, reappeared. Every breath seemed to resonate with the entire city. The night mark and life mark on his wrist also reappeared, emanating a faint glow, seemingly responding to some kind of power. However, at this moment, he didn't bother to fully experience his current state. He instinctively raised his head and gazed into the void. He directly saw the boundless dark gold mist, and within the mist, that vast divine kingdom. The entire Nation of Disorder was gently trembling. In the underground of Strelitzia section, Tasik River, Loen Kingdom, Ruin Number 1. Inside the massive black mausoleum inscribed with numerous complex patterns, George III, wearing a Bairam crown, stared intently at the mausoleum ceiling, the distorted symbols in his eyes like a flood overflowing. Excitement, confusion, greed, all sorts of emotions mixed together, and a majestic voice echoed in the dead silent underground mausoleum. Nation of Disorder. In East Chester County, within a secret mausoleum, there stood a massive black stone mausoleum. Bits of slightly deep light gathered, condensing into a figure in the dim air. The figure had a somewhat square face, black hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and a thick beard, with a very solemn expression. His statues or portraits often appeared in places like Commemoration Square. He was none other than William Augustus I, the founder and protector of Loen, its first king. Although he did not utter a word, his deep blue eyes gradually turned golden, and the black mausoleum beneath his feet trembled slightly. In the Fenipotter Kingdom, on the outskirts of Feniport City, deep within the Castile Royal Cemetery, a deep, majestic voice then rang out. Nation of Disorder. Fasak Empire, St. Milan, Twilight Temple. The sky, where time seemed to be eternally suspended in an orange-red twilight, suddenly dimmed a few shades, then returned to normal. South Continent, Star Plateau, on an altar embedded with eyeballs, arms, heads, and internal organs. Crimson, blood-like light surged out like a tide, twisting into a deformed, tree-shaped phantom. With a hum, human bones, candles, silver plates, golden boxes, and other items vibrated in unison, as if they could scratch a spirit body. The surrounding worshippers instinctively bowed their heads, prostrating themselves blankly on the ground. Deep within the mist sea, on a primitive island, at the edge of a primeval forest with colossal trees, stood a black mausoleum built into a mountain. Inside the mausoleum, covered with various symbols, on the central high platform filled with a sense of distortion, on that massive iron black high-backed chair. A blurry black figure raised his head, his face completely shrouded in the shadow of order, gazing towards the top of the mausoleum. He seemed to have twisted some concept, scrutinizing an unknown space through layers of time, space, and mist. His face immediately split open with two slits, as if two asymmetrical eyes had grown. However, those eyes had no pupils, only a field of blood red. Immediately after, another slit opened below the two eyes, also filled with pure blood red light. This finally gave the black figure a mouth. A dry, hoarse voice then echoed within this distorted space. Na, Tyan, of Disorder. This voice carried a hint of hesitation, a touch of bewilderment, as if it came from another world, and its tone conveyed clear pain, as if resisting something. More slits opened on the black figure, extending downwards from the head, blooming into blood-red flowers on different parts of the body, as if a layer of shadow enveloped a mass of pure, glowing crimson. At the same time, the colossal, deep green, almost black trees on the primitive island waved their branches, successively pulled out their roots, and then, like humans, moved closer to the mausoleum. Giant red dragons with flames flowing on their skins swiftly flew into the sky, eight-legged demonic wolves began to gallop between the trees. All beyonder and mutated creatures on the primitive island became restless, heading towards the mausoleum. The entire primitive island seemed to have come alive. The black mausoleum trembled slightly, and the shadow of order surged from every crack, instantly reducing the frequency of blood-red fissures appearing on the black figure to an extreme minimum. The shadows poured back, filling those blood-red cracks, and the trend of new birth was twisted. The blood-red light slowly subsided, and all anomalies quieted down accordingly. However, the black shadow permeating the primitive island had clearly diminished significantly, replaced by a certain indescribable feeling, and the entire primitive island underwent subtle, undefinable changes as a result. To advance to demigod and ensure the integrity of his spirit body against divine erosion, Aaron merged his subconsciousness, which had always remained within the Sapphira, into his main consciousness. In an instant, Aaron returned inside the nation of disorder. Connected to the Sapphira by thought, he immediately felt gazes prying. A slight smile curled his lips as he instantly severed those gazes. With deep mastery over this Sapphira, the power he could wield within the nation of disorder was already extremely close to the angel sequence. Unlike before, when he was helpless against angels without using a sealed artifact of Sequence 0, he could now even gain some advantage when facing Sequence 2 angels of the Justiciar and Black Emperor pathways, provided he could mobilize the power of the Sapphira. The high beyonder characteristic of the Sapphira dictated that only high-ranking individuals of corresponding pathways and beings closely connected to him, the controller, could sense it. Aaron was not worried that the spies outside Lloyd City would notice anything. As for those at the peak of the sequence, they wouldn't directly associate it with his humble Sequence 4 just based on this, but suspicion and probing would certainly be unavoidable. After dealing with the effects of the Nation of Disorder's anomaly, Aaron began to examine himself. The potion was indeed partially digested right after consumption, almost half of it. I wonder if it's due to the Sapphira's bonus or my own reasons. But the remaining potion, I don't know how long it will take to digest. According to the new knowledge in my mind after advancing, the acting for an imperative mage mainly has two directions. First is the promulgator of imperatives, or rules. This is easy to solve. Once I take over as Duke of East Taker, I can use the power of the entire family to perfect my law code. It doesn't need to cover every aspect of society like the laws currently in force in various countries, it only needs to have a complete system to meet the requirements of an imperative mage. Second is the enforcer or punisher of rules. This is a bit troublesome. The war on the South Continent and my father's and my advancement have made the East Taker family a target. Although it's expected, it also means that all future actions must be as cautious as possible. If there's an opportunity, it's best to contact Adam. I now have some confidence to face the divinity of this creator. I shouldn't be too arrogant. At the very least, I should first pray to the Evernight goddess and gain her attention before acting. After confirming that early acting was effective and considering his future path, Aaron explored the abilities of an imperative mage, combining the mystical knowledge he gained from his advancement with his observation of his own divine patterns. First is the most crucial incomplete mythological creature form. Even if I don't manifest it within the Sapphira, I can autonomously recover. The differentiated mist of order is more complex than the divine patterns I previously acquired, and it can better express concepts like order and rules. These changes in divine patterns are partly due to the newly acquired beyonder characteristic, and partly from the mystical knowledge contained in the potion. This is both inherent to the beyonder characteristic and obtained from higher levels. Aaron, sitting on the throne, inexplicably thought of Amon. As a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, with Paul's feigning death, he could even directly delete information contained in higher dimensions, causing the demigod of the Jacob family to lose much crucial knowledge. If someone were to interpret my divine patterns without losing control, they would obtain the potion formulas for the arbitrator pathway from Sequence 9 all the way to demigod. This is also a characteristic of powerhouses above demigod. However, my current divine patterns are already deeply connected with the Nation of Disorder, which is also closely related to prayer and response. Directly observing my divine patterns is not much different from directly looking at an angel's mythological creature form, at least the result is the same. Now, even without relying on the Sapphira, within the range of Lloyd City, I can rely on my differentiated subconsciousness and the mist of order to instinctively hear prayers and give responses to a not too complex degree, without affecting my other actions. This is completely beyond what other imperative mages can achieve, only at Sequence 3 can one respond to a certain extent. All my beyonder abilities have now been fundamentally strengthened. It's no longer limited to declaring prohibitions and judgments, I can formulate more detailed imperatives. For instance, the most frequently used and representative, mystical weakening, reality strengthening, imperative can greatly weaken all beyonder abilities and mystical influences within a certain range, while enhancing attacks originating from reality. The newly acquired deprivation imperative can directly deprive a target of a certain beyonder ability. The duration is related to the target's sequence. Even for a demigod, under the premise of mobilizing the Sapphira's power, it can seal them for at least 3 minutes, though only one ability can be deprived at a time. Imprisonment has been sublimated into confinement. It can not only confine targets, including spirit bodies, but also temporarily confine attacks and even corruption that do not exceed my own level. Death has directly sublimated into execution. Combined with a specific sealed artifact, this will become my strongest offensive method. Putting the divination pendant back into the pile of miscellaneous items, Aaron's smile gradually widened. This time, it finally feels like my words carry the weight of law. In a certain sea area of the violent sea, Nastor, the Five Seas king, who was sitting on the throne of the Black Emperor deep in thought, felt inexplicably agitated. A moment ago, he had a fleeting sensation that something extremely important to him had appeared. But when he sensed it closely, there was no feedback. As a being closest to an angel, Nastor was certain that it wasn't an illusion just now. That kind of stirring from the depths of his soul was even stronger than when he first encountered Aaron's Black Emperor card. Chapter 218 Title and Engagement. A scarlet light flashed in Nastor's dark eyes as he turned his head to look at the massive sailboat covered in mysterious, abstract symbols not far away. Its flag bore 10 white stars of equal size, encircling a cold eye without eyelashes. This was the flagship, Future of Star Admiral Catilia. Unlike the leisurely Black Emperor, the Future's deck was solemn. Frankly, who had already completed his advancement ritual ahead of schedule and was only missing the last main ingredient for Sequence 5 Druid, patted Nina, the bosun, whose body was trembling slightly. Nina, highly strung, nearly jumped. The woman, nicknamed Underwater Killer, glared fiercely at Frank, who was grinning foolishly. He was the only one on the Future who could still smile. Frank didn't feel anything, though. Some of his research during this period had received the approval of the favored one, and he had not only obtained a potion formula but also a demigod charm. Although this was far from being a match for the Five Seas king, it could at least buy him time to pray for help. Even if Nastor was strong, he wouldn't be a match for that existence. Moreover, if Nastor had intended to act, he wouldn't have hesitated so much. His actions were simply waiting for the captain's reply. Frank, who was about to comfort Nina, suddenly turned his head, looking at the captain's cabin with some surprise. Being extremely familiar with life auras, he sensed a peculiar presence. The spire crown on Nastor's head swayed slightly, and blood-red light flashed in his dark eyes, reflecting things that ordinary people could not see, a pristine, ethereal feather. He raised his right hand and touched the feather. Nastor did not resist, his consciousness seemed to float. When he opened his eyes again, he saw a lady wearing a white into-style shirt and a dark black jacket, with a slender rapier at her waist. She had waist-length, naturally flowing chestnut hair, and her eyes were deep blue, as if they contained a condensed ocean. After glancing at the surrounding stardust, Nastor spoke in a low voice. "It's a pleasure to see you, Your Highness." Bernadette's eyes flickered slightly, and she hummed, speaking calmly. "Catilia's letter didn't state your purpose. I think you can tell me now." The space around Nastor subtly twisted as he asked, his voice devoid of inflection. "Have you heard of Order Master?" Bernadette responded after a long silence. "Where did you hear that name?" Nastor hesitated for a moment but still briefly recounted the events of that day, awaiting the princess's response. After listening to his narration, her expression only slightly darkened, showing no obvious reaction. The Queen Mystic's blue eyes, like a condensed ocean, instantly deepened, briefly losing focus, as if she were peering into the torrent of fate through Nastor. 2 or 3 seconds later, Bernadette abruptly closed her eyes, as if an unbearable glare had appeared before her, and the surrounding environment trembled slightly. Bloody liquid vaguely flowed from the corners of her eyes, making her face appear somewhat pale. Queen Mystic Bernadette remained with her eyes tightly shut, speaking in a slightly ethereal voice. "Blood and fire will engulf the world, the rebellious will end by the sword, and chaos and order will intertwine." This was a prophecy. Sequence 3 of the Mystery Prior pathway was precisely clairvoyant. Queen Mystic Bernadette stood still, her blue eyes hazy and lifeless, seemingly needing more time to regain her vision. Before Nastor could ask, the starlight and figure dissolved like foam. He was back on the throne, his dark eyes devoid of any emotion. Beside him, the second mate, Fear Viscount Bird Mustang, who was guarding against the Future, suddenly heard a majestic voice. "Are you loyal to me?" 1349 June 6, Iruziel, the capital of East Turok County. In the Black Knight Church on Victory Square in the city center, a solemn ceremony was about to begin. Sunlight streamed through the magnificent stained glass windows, casting a soft glow throughout the hall. A solemn and dignified atmosphere permeated the space, and people in splendid attire exuded an air of nobility and reverence. Most of the guests attending were specially invited from Backlund to participate in the inauguration ceremony of the promising new Duke of East Turok. At the forefront of the guests was Earl Hall's family. Audrey wore a breathtaking pure white gown, adorned with silver threads and pearls on its hem, as if starlight bloomed at her feet. Her long hair was styled into an elaborate bun, and she wore an exquisite forehead ornament inlaid with numerous emerald gems, which perfectly complemented her emerald-like eyes, making her even more graceful. Afuni, with golden hair and blue eyes, squatted beside Audrey, curiously meeting the blinking Susie's gaze, while Evelyn lazily lay on top of Susie's head, boredly wagging her tail. Duchess Celine Wolfe, the former Duchess, stood not far away, smiling as she watched her daughter and Audrey, conversing in low voices with Earl Hall and his wife. Soon, satisfied smiles appeared on both their faces. Alfred, brought back to Loen by Aaron, slowly approached Audrey, meeting her surprised gaze, and spoke gently. "Long time no see, Audrey." "Alfred. When did you get back?" Audrey bounced excitedly on the spot, and Susie suddenly looked up, almost knocking Evelyn off. Looking at the golden retriever who was now obediently squatting beside them, with human-like eyes, Alfred, who was already a colonel, couldn't help but laugh. "I remember when I left home, Susie only reached your skirt. A few years have passed, and what a change." Looking at Audrey before him, both her appearance and temperament had reached an admirable level. Alfred smiled and added, "I just arrived in Irosil this morning, thanks to Duke Aaron, otherwise, it might have been a long time before I could see you all." His tone was quite complex. He hadn't arrived by warship or airship, but Aaron himself had personally traveled through the spirit world, bringing his future brother-in-law back to Irosil. Truly feeling the majesty of the demigod, Alfred both admired his sister's foresight and worried that Audrey, who was already extremely curious about beyond her powers, would step into this irreversible vortex. The bell in Victory Square chimed, its melodious sound drifting. The church, usually quiet but now a bit noisier, quickly returned to peace, and a solemn sense of awe rapidly swept through Irosil. In the center of the square stood a magnificent throne, symbolizing the East Taker family's power and prestige on this land for over 1,000 years. Two figures appeared in the square. Aaron, draped in a duke's robe made of pure white brocade, looked at his father, who was full of pride and suppressing an iron-blooded aura, and took the scepter symbolizing the peerage from his hand. Compared to the invited guests, Aaron's mood was quite calm. The divinity he gained from his advancement had not affected him too much. He turned his head and met the emerald eyes in the church hall that held hidden joy. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curve upwards. His figure suddenly appeared inside the church, beside Audrey. He took her fair, delicate hand, looked at her instantly flushed face, and whispered, "Come with me." Feeling the warmth from his palm, as if by some ghostly impulse, Audrey nodded. Led by Aaron, hand in hand, she walked step by step along the prayer corridor towards the altar. The surrounding guests consciously made way. Earl Hall and his wife smiled and did not stop them. Afuni, meanwhile, held back Susie, who had just wanted to follow. A deep darkness surged, and beneath the Evernight goddess's holy emblem behind the altar, an old man with no stray whiskers and deep eyes appeared. Even wearing a black and red archbishop's robe, he did not give off a gloomy feeling. He looked at the two approaching him with a gentle smile. Audrey, who had attended several winter solstice services, instantly recognized Archbishop Anthony. Before she could be surprised, a warm breath brushed her ear. "Today is your birthday, and also the day I succeed as Duke. On this special day, I want to create some memories unique to us." Looking at the altar so close by, and at the Archbishop, Audrey, who vaguely guessed something, suddenly gripped Aaron's hand tightly. The flush on her face spread to her fair neck. Looking at her flawless face, and with the scent of a young girl wafting to his nose, Aaron couldn't help but softly call out, "Audrey." She raised her head in a slight panic, and a moist sensation came from her lips. Audrey's eyelashes trembled, and her breathing instantly became heavy. Feeling the lingering fragrance on his lips, Aaron gently embraced Audrey's waist and whispered in her ear, "The path ahead may be very bumpy. I hope the person by my side is you, Audrey. Will you spend the rest of your life with me?" Audrey, head bowed and lips tightly pressed, did not speak, but her grip on Aaron's hand tightened. The church was silent, with only the increasingly intense sound of heartbeats. Finally, Audrey's mumbled voice reached Aaron's ears. "No matter what the future holds, I will walk with you." Joy flashed in his golden eyes. Aaron no longer hesitated, taking Audrey's hand and walking towards Archbishop Anthony at the altar. Watching the inwardly majestic Aaron and the blushing Audrey approach the altar and bow before the holy emblem, Anthony's gentle voice rang out. "Under the gaze of the benevolent goddess, I shall witness a sacred betrothal. Praise the goddess." All the guests who were followers of the Evernight goddess simultaneously raised their right hands and drew a scarlet moon clockwise on their chests. Once everyone had calmed down, Anthony turned to Audrey and said, "Miss Audrey Hall, are you willing for this gentleman beside you to become your future husband and enter into a betrothal with you? Are you willing, for the rest of your long life, whether in poverty or wealth, whether in sickness or health, to love him, respect him, accompany him, and care for him, until the end of your days?" Audrey, though her face was flushed, no longer avoided his gaze. Looking at the Evernight goddess's holy emblem, she nodded solemnly. "I do." The smile on Aaron's face overflowed once more. He and Audrey exchanged a smile, tightening their grasp on each other's hands. Smiling and nodding, Anthony turned to Aaron. "Mr. Aaron Will, are you willing for this lady beside you to become your future wife and enter into a betrothal with you? Are you willing, for the rest of your long life, whether in poverty or wealth, whether in sickness or health, to love her, respect her, accompany her, and care for her, until the end of your days?" Aaron nodded without the slightest hesitation. "I do." As his voice fell, the Evernight holy emblem, with its deep black background and brilliant stars, grew brighter, transforming into 2 rings, each inlaid with specks of starlight, like the night sky. Watching the 2 rings appear and fall into Aaron's and Audrey's hands respectively, Anthony chanted softly, "Praise the goddess." After completing the prayer with the archbishop, Aaron put on the ring. He gently lifted Audrey, who was wearing the pure white gown, and spoke with affection. "From today onwards, you are my fiancée. Give me some time, and I will hold the grandest wedding for you." Audrey buried her face in Aaron's chest, softly hummed, and hugged him tightly, remembering this moment. After the engagement ceremony, Aaron personally saw off Archbishop Anthony, who had specially traveled from Backlund, and then took Audrey to a villa. In the tidy living room, there was an ancient, cracked bronze mirror. Aaron looked at Audrey, who was nestled beside him with some surprise, pointed at the bronze mirror, and said with a smile, "This is also your birthday gift. I spent a lot of effort to find it. It's a treasure of the ancient Solomon Empire's Black Emperor. It can also be considered a be-under item." Aaron's lips curved upwards as he watched Audrey pick up the bronze mirror, her expression quickly showing interest. To prevent any accidents, this was an item he had asked DeRhodes the magic mirror to find, that bronze mirror imbued with the aura of Sapphira Castle. 1349 June 27, Wednesday, Welch's Manor. 2 gentlemen were sifting through documents, and a lady was writing something on paper. In front of them was a black notebook. Its cover, made entirely of dark black hard paper, exuded an ancient and distant aura, showing no signs of softening or decay. Klein, his eyes bloodshot, paused slightly in his search for documents. A hoarse voice came from his dry mouth. "Welch, I heard a sentence." Welch, tall and with equally bloodshot eyes, gasped for breath and did not respond, but his frantic search for documents intensified. Naya, who had been writing madly beside him, suddenly let out a chilling laugh. The white paper was stained red with her blood, and the dense words on the paper were all repeating one sentence. "Everyone will die, including me." A chilling aura enveloped the entire room. A crisp sound of something heavy hitting the floor startled Klein, who was caught in a certain atmosphere. He looked in the direction of the sound. In midair, above the black, velvet curtain, a crimson full moon hung high, shining serenely. The scarlet moonlight illuminated the ground, revealing a brass-colored revolver. Chapter 219 Klein Moretti. Welch, whose eyes were bloodshot, finally threw away the tattered documents in his hand, ignoring the brass-colored revolver that had fallen to the ground. Welch stumbled through the marble tea table and leather sofa, walking somewhat tremblingly towards the living room wall, and then violently crashed into it. Naya, whose thin gauze gloves were stained with blood and whose beautiful face showed a hint of madness, kept muttering, "Everyone will die, including me." She knelt on the chair, burying her face in a wash basin full of water, her brown hair flowing down smoothly and swaying in the wind, but her entire body remained motionless. Welch lay on the ground, his eyes fixed on the ceiling, his forehead completely shattered and covered in blood, while the wall bore numerous impact marks, bleeding profusely. Klein, who had collapsed onto the ground, watched this bizarre scene, trembling all over. The will to survive deep within his mind filled his weak limbs with strength again. He picked up the revolver from the ground and rushed out of the room as if fleeing. On the desk not far away, the Antigonus family notebook, stained with yellowish-brown and blood, turned its pages without a breeze. Many hidden symbols were depicted on the pages, collectively forming a vertical eye. Stumbling through the hollow iron gate, the dim gas streetlights cast their light on Klein, but they brought him no sense of security. It wasn't even late night, yet the streets were already empty, which was clearly abnormal for Iron Cross Street in the wealthy house district. Fine beads of sweat oozed from Klein's forehead. He always felt as if pairs of greedy eyes were staring at him from the darkness beyond the dim light, and the fear in his heart spurred him to quicken his pace, eventually breaking into a run. Tap tap, tap, the sound of footsteps went from fast to slow, finally stopping. After an unknown amount of time, Klein, who had been walking and running, finally stopped, panting. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat simple attic in front of him, he rubbed the cold metal cylinder in his pocket, pressing his fingers tightly against the gun grip, and a faint sense of security slowly emerged. Thinking of the bizarre deaths of Welch and Naya, his heart, still pounding from the intense exertion, suddenly felt a sharp pain. Klein took a deep breath and walked into the dark corridor. The hurried footsteps echoed in the silent night, sounding particularly harsh. If it were normal times, Mr. French, the landlord, would have certainly disregarded his gentlemanly demeanor, fiercely brandished his cane, and loudly shouted, "If you dare to disturb my rest again, take your dirty luggage and get out." Not hearing the familiar roar, Klein felt no joy in his heart. The sense of unease grew stronger. He fumbled somewhat frantically for the key from his brown, old coat, tried several times before it finally fit into the lock, and opened the door. Benson wasn't home, and Melissa was already asleep. Klein, somewhat dazed, walked to a light wood-colored desk and placed the revolver from his pocket onto it. Without turning on the wall lamp, under the illumination of the scarlet moon, Klein opened a notebook with rough, yellowed pages. It contained information about his research on that mystical notebook from the fourth epoch during this period. As he flipped through the pages of the notebook, an exaggerated smile appeared on Klein's face, yet tears streamed from the corners of his eyes. He picked up a round-bodied steel pen and slowly wrote in Hermes language. "Everyone will die, including me." Looking at the ink, which grew darker and more dripping under the scarlet moon, Klein, whose smile became increasingly bizarre, trembled slightly as he picked up the revolver from the table and held it against his temple. Bang! A short gunshot echoed in the dead of night, yet it caused no ripple, as if it were merely a hallucination before death. The hand stained with blood fell limply. A faint blue light emerged from the corner of the compartment, and Aaron's figure slowly appeared. The strange aura enveloping the room instantly dimmed by several points. Aaron silently looked at the corpse on the chair. A hidden power spread from the night mark, preventing 0-08 from detecting his arrival. Looking at the gray-white brain matter slowly wriggling within the gruesome wound, Aaron's expression was somewhat strange. As if remembering something, he took out a portable camera from his traveler's satchel. This mystical item, obtained from booties, was almost like a so-called spatial ring. Although carrying sealed artifacts could not block negative effects, if it only contained daily necessities and some spiritual materials, it was extremely convenient. The only drawback was that the power of space concealment had to be reinforced periodically, otherwise this mystical item would gradually lose its effectiveness. However, this was not difficult for Aaron, who had mastered booties' Beyonder characteristic, but to make the most perfect use of a demigod-level Beyonder characteristic, he would still need to find the Church of Steam. Although Harland Rooney could also forge it, the ability and negative effects of the finished product could not meet Aaron's requirements. He would have to find Bernadette again later. A sly smile appeared on his face as Aaron raised the camera in his hand and took several close-up shots of Klein's corpse. The rebirth of Mr. Fool is still worth commemorating. Only one photo was left in his hand, the rest of the items were returned to the traveler's satchel. Using his finger as a pen, golden light points then condensed into a passage of text on the back of the photo. The source of order and shadow. Great Emperor of the Chaos Kingdom. Lord of Order who holds the rules. He manipulated the photo to float next to the open notebook, ensuring that his dear Mr. Fool would see it the first time he woke up. The smile in his eyes flashed and then disappeared. Aaron suddenly looked out the window. In midair, above the black, velvet curtain, the scarlet full moon's light brightened by a few points, and deep darkness filled his eyes. Feeling a certain gaze, Aaron showed an awkward but polite smile, bowed slightly, and quickly drew a scarlet moon on his chest, chanting. Praise be to you, Evernight Goddess, more exalted than the cosmos, more ancient than eternity. After a while, Aaron finally felt the gaze depart, and he slowly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. After all, by all accounts, he really shouldn't have been here. Before he could think further, as if sensing a certain aura, the dark golden mist in front of him boiled. Aaron looked up, his golden eyes gazing at the gray-white mist suspended in the spiritual sky, that ancient palace above the spirit world appearing indistinctly. This brought a slight tremor. A certain power, following the connection, shook that ancient palace, causing the independent kingdom to briefly merge with reality once more. In a house somewhere in Tingen City, a sigh of unknown meaning sounded. In a deep hall with no natural light source, the huge, blurry, wriggling mass suddenly froze, and the frenzied blatherer stopped, a brief silence descending. The forsaken land of the gods was completely shrouded in darkness, with only occasional flashes of lightning bringing brief light. At the easternmost part of this abandoned continent, there was a gray-white mist that covered the sky and the earth. They acted like an invisible barrier, not only blocking sight but also preventing any living creature from passing through. That seemingly unchanging gray-white mist suddenly showed obvious wriggling, quickly spitting out a black shadow. The black shadow was like a huge velvet curtain, frantically absorbing all the surrounding light. Fine, dark, illusory, spirit body threads appeared out of thin air, extending to different sections of the black translucent curtain. The curtain became more and more transparent, more and more illusory, finally reaching a point where it was invisible to the naked eye. A demonic wolf, covered in dark short fur, with 8 legs and a height of 4 or 5 meters, suddenly emerged. This demonic wolf had a tuft of gray-white short fur on its forehead, and its pure black pupils occupied at least 3/4 of its eyes. It was the gloom demonic wolf Kotar, who had not yet fully manifested its complete mythical creature form. The gloom demonic wolf raised its head and opened its mouth, seemingly letting out a roar, but it produced no sound. The next second, another figure appeared in front of it, another version of itself. This historical void image of the gloom demonic wolf lightly pushed off with its 8 legs, instantly reaching the edge of the deep pit, and after a few attempts, it was forced to dissipate. The gloom demonic wolf Kotar did not give up. At times, he transformed the surrounding monsters into puppets, and at other times, he summoned historical projections, sending them forward again and again. Although it suffered various failures, ultimately, its new batch of puppets still picked up and controlled the curtain formed by the sequence one attendant of mysteries beyond her characteristic. The gloom demonic wolf couture, draped in the transparent curtain, rapidly moved away from the resolidified mist and disappeared into the darkness. Blinding lightning once again streaked across the night, illuminating a young man standing on a mountain peak, wearing a monocle. He glanced at the dark sky, where lightning occasionally flashed, and then at the solidified gray-white mist to the east, a pleasant smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The anomaly of Sapphira Castle ended in an instant. Apart from the high-level beyonders of the three families, the nation of disorder, stimulated by the Sapphira Castle's aura, also allowed Aaron to clearly perceive that momentary change, which also confirmed some of his ideas. A strange power surged into the corpse on the chair. The scrambled brain matter wriggled on its own, and blood once again flowed through the body. Watching Klein, or more accurately, Zhou Mingrui, who was prematurely enjoying the treatment of a miracle invoker, Aaron's figure slowly disappeared. A painful groan sounded a moment later. Klein, holding his forehead, reopened his eyes and sat blankly at the table. After being startled by the blood moon in the sky, memories gradually flooded his mind. Coming to his senses, Klein finally saw the open notebook and the photo on the table. Looking at the unfamiliar corpse in the photo, his mouth twitched. The successive shocks left him physically and mentally exhausted right after waking up. Just as he was about to put down the photo in his hand, he noticed the texture on the back of the photo. Curiously, he flipped it over and read the line of Golden Hermes text. Klein, still receiving the original owner's memories, subconsciously read it aloud. And the moment he finished reading, the photo in his hand spontaneously combusted without fire, turning into golden specks that scattered with the wind and completely vanished. Aaron, surrounded by dark golden mist and seated on a magnificent throne, watched the prayer light points that suddenly appeared on the stone chair below. The smile on his lips became more pronounced, but considering Mr. Fool's psychological endurance, he did not act now. Is this magic? His mouth widened, and Klein muttered in disbelief, looking at his empty hands. At this moment, he fumbled to turn on the wall lamp. In the dim light, he saw the revolver and hurriedly hid it. Looking at the blood on his hands, Klein surveyed the room he was in. The continuous throbbing in his head prevented him from thinking effectively, but it also prompted him to walk towards the cracked full-length mirror. After a few steps, a medium-height figure with black hair and brown eyes, possessing a distinct scholarly air, clearly appeared in his vision. This was Klein Moretti. His pupils instantly flashed with an expression of disbelief, because just now, he had seen a photo of this corpse. He instantly pulled out the revolver from his embrace, warily looking around. His somewhat trembling words echoed in the simple compartment. "I know you're here. Don't force me to shoot." After saying this with a hint of feigned bravado, Klein held up the revolver and, using the dim light, inspected the room. After confirming there was no one else, his initial terror gradually gave way to shame and anger. A national curse escaped his lips. Klein sat on the chair with an uncertain expression. It was then that he realized the handprint on the revolver perfectly matched his own. Did I commit suicide earlier? And who left that photo? One after another, questions surfaced in his mind. Having fully received the original owner's memories, he now had a simple understanding of the world he was in. Remembering the honored name on the back of the photo that he had subconsciously recited earlier, Klein wanted to slap himself. As a top student in the history department of Hoi University, and well-versed in Fourth Epoch history, he knew that strange powers existed in this world. Examples of people dying tragically after being gazed upon by certain evil gods due to reciting their honored name were abundant in historical records, and that photo that turned into golden specks just now certainly didn't look fake. His smile became increasingly bitter. Klein, or rather Zhou Mingrui, at this moment profoundly felt the manipulation of fate, a bizarre transmigration, a strange suicide, and the unwitting recitation of an honored name, which apparently was even real. Klein felt his brain was a tangled mess, his CPU about to burn out. He suddenly closed his eyes hopefully and silently chanted in his mind. "This is just a dream." A moment later, he reopened his eyes. What met his gaze was still this simple compartment and the eerie red moon outside the window. His unrealistic fantasy shattered, his pupils unfocused, and a feeling of loneliness and fear permeated his heart. While Klein was still in the cabin, trembling with fear, Aaron, the evil god, who was half the instigator, was looking at another matter through the prayer light points. Within the hazy prayer light points, a ship, broken beyond recognition, drifted in the mist. Its hull was like a withered branch drained of its essence, covered in scorched black marks. It was the original death knell. After the blatherer was stripped away, this ghost ship was not completely scrapped. It had a certain special quality itself, otherwise, it would not have been able to carry a blatherer. Although it was severely damaged, in certain specific environments, it could still have good effects. Cavendish Lancer Pinto now stood where the sails used to hang. In his hand, he held the stone figure that Orange Light Hilarion had given him, which could guide direction in the abyss. Chapter 220 The Fool. Cavendish Lancer Pinto, standing at the bow, frowned as he looked ahead. It was no longer a sea shrouded in mist, but a darkness so thick it couldn't be dispersed. This brought a word to his mind, the abyss, which was also the goal of his current journey. Before he could examine his surroundings, a faint weeping sound suddenly emanated from the black ocean. Woo, woo, woo. Woo, woo, woo. Amidst the ear-splitting wails, Cavendish Lancer Pinto calmly spread his spirituality, suppressing the resistance of the damaged death knell, controlling it to proceed towards the abyss. The moment he made contact with the deep, thick darkness, the seer's spiritual intuition subtly stirred. He turned his head to the east, and that peculiar fluctuation vanished in an instant. Cavendish Lancer Pinto frowned but did not perform a divination. He would not make any unnecessary moves that could affect his current operation. Who knew what he might encounter if he divined in such a dreadful place? As they entered the black ocean, layers of illusory whispers entered his ears. These whispers were not violent, they were unrelated to the physical body, entirely a spiritual contamination. However, unlike the usual whispers that brought madness and pain, these used and manipulated the emotions and desires at the bottom of everyone's heart, either planting seeds or directly catalyzing them. This caused the target to gradually degenerate, or lose emotional control, unable to resist, or experience an explosion of desire beyond the body's capacity. This was practically a replica of the desire apostle. This level of depressive contamination was clearly nothing to him, a sequence 3 beyonder, but this was only the edge of the abyss, or perhaps not even the edge. He glanced at the black ocean, which exuded an aura of degradation, and shook his head, silently mocking himself. Beyonders must constantly fight not only danger and madness, but also various evil thoughts originating from themselves, and the gravitational pull of degradation that can cause them to sink if they are not careful. Beyonders below demigods who have not obtained divinity, even if they only explore the outer regions, will have lingering seeds of contamination that will continuously influence their degradation and madness in the time after leaving this place. Ever since entering this extremely special area, the powerful spirituality bestowed by the seer caused terrifying scenes to continuously flash before Cavendish Lancer Pinto's eyes. Some even caused him to experience an uncontrollable, abnormally terrifying dizziness, as if he were walking on the edge of the abyss, about to fall at any moment. Out of helplessness, Cavendish Lancer Pinto voluntarily severed his connection with the spirit world. In this abyss, full of madness and bloodlust, maintaining a stable state was the most important thing. He extended his right hand, palm down, pointing forward. The black ocean suddenly surged, and howling winds came from nowhere. The death knell's hull trembled, and it instantly vanished. Along the pitch-black ocean, penetrating the liquid-like mist, the death knell arrived at the monster-like mountain. Behind it was an endless expanse of black mist, as if covering a continent. The mist rising from the black ocean also changed, becoming increasingly cool and slippery, as if it could permeate flesh and soul. That unknown fear was like an invisible hand, tightly gripping Cavendish Lancer Pinto's heart. These minor discomforts were quickly dispelled, but the fourth epic rumors about the abyss swiftly emerged in his mind. The abyss is the most contaminating place, even angels will fall and lose control there, and those who guard the abyss will eventually be assimilated by it. Suppressing the chaotic thoughts in his mind, and looking at the death knell, which already showed signs of corrosion, Cavendish Lancer Pinto raised his right hand. The prearranged array patterns lit up, and the death knell completely shattered. Strands of black patterns detached and adhered to the surface of the stoneman, emitting an aura comparable to a high-ranking devil, though, of course, it was only an aura. Stepping onto this desolate land of degradation, he descended the mountain, attempting to go deeper, but his brow soon furrowed deeply. Behind the jagged black rocks, beneath the muddy paths that could hardly be called roads, and in various normal or unimaginable places, there were different devil corpses. They seemed to have met the same demise at the same moment. Was this influenced by the cosmic dark side? This thought flashed through Cavendish Lancer Pinto's mind. It was known that high-sequence beyonders, especially angels, could actively influence mid- and low-sequence beyonders of the same pathway. This area could already be considered the outer region, yet he hadn't seen a single living devil. The abnormality of the abyss made him inexplicably irritable. Above the dark gold mist, using the true vision provided by the prayer light, Aaron manipulated his perspective to look towards the base of the mountain. There, black mist, whose bottom could not be seen, quietly surged, filled with degradation and evil. The alluring whispers carried an invisible contamination, blurring the prayer image for an instant, and some eerie scenes flashed by. His body, standing deep within the abyss, grew dark in complex patterns, his skin became hard, and a sticky liquid vaguely flowed on its surface, his eyes completely losing their sanity. The dark gold mist trembled slightly, shattering the image and the accompanying contamination. Aaron, worried about attracting the attention of certain existences, did not continue to probe. With only 19 years until doomsday, the abyss had already shown signs. Was it because the inherently abstract and chaotic environment was easier for that outer god to break through its limits? Aaron had a rough judgment in his mind, and a sense of anxiety and urgency followed. He watched Cavendish Lancer Pinto's figure continue to go deeper, his gaze flickering. After a period of apprehension, Klein finally calmed down and remembered the most likely factor that caused his transmigration, that luck-transferring ritual. After clarifying his thoughts, Klein, whose hope had rekindled, began to silently watch the original owner's memories, continuing to delve deeper into this world. Unbeknownst to him, outside the window, the scarlet moon slanted west, gradually sinking, until a faint light appeared in the east, and the horizon was tinged with gold. After dealing with his sister Melissa, Klein changed into his worn brown-yellow coat, planning to go out to buy groceries and prepare the materials for the luck-transferring ritual. After taking out all of Benson's current savings from the partition, including the living expenses for these 3 days, a very faint, special ink scent wafted past his nose. That was the smell of money. Even though he was in a bad mood, Klein still stopped to admire the exquisite patterns on those lovely little ones for dozens of seconds. Remembering Melissa's frail body, a surge of guilt suddenly rose in Klein's heart. He pulled out 2 one-sul banknotes, re-rolled the rest, and tucked them back into the interlining of the cushion. Because of the original owner's bizarre suicide and his discovery that he couldn't recall the memories before the original owner's death, Klein was cautious when opening the door. Walking out of the shared apartment, the clanging foot-operated vehicles passing by on the street made Klein feel a little dazed. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Klein, feeling somewhat complex, chose to walk to Sulin Bakery. Foot-operated vehicles had only become popular in Tianjin City a year ago. At a price of £1, an ordinary working-class family could afford one if they gritted their teeth, but it was still too expensive for Klein, who was about to graduate and needed a decent suit for interviews. Not far away, at the municipal plaza where Iron Cross Street and Daffodil Street converged, numerous tents had already been set up, and strangely dressed, funny clowns were distributing flyers everywhere. Aaron, wearing a clown mask, slowly appeared in the plaza. The bustling crowd seemed not to notice his appearance, or perhaps an extra clown in a circus was not a strange thing. Even so, the moment he appeared, he felt a gaze fall upon him. Following the sensation, he looked over to see a woman wearing a pointed hat and a black dress. Her face was painted with red and yellow oil paint, and her eyes were gray-blue and deep. But under the true vision provided by the Nation of Disorder's subconsciousness, deep darkness, imperceptible to the naked eye, surged around the woman, with faint starlight flickering. The smile under the clown mask was a bit stiff. Facing the lady's calm and deep eyes, Aaron slowly walked over, drawing a scarlet moon on his chest as he walked. The atmosphere suddenly became a bit awkward. Fortunately, at this moment, Aaron's peripheral vision caught sight of Klein, who was carrying a paper bag of bread and curiously glancing at the flyer. With a thought, he spoke first. "Sir, would you like a divination?" It's free." Klein, who was about to shake his head in refusal, paused, muttering in his heart. Free. Free things are the most expensive. He glanced at Aaron, who was wearing a clown mask, and asked back with a hint of doubt in his tone. "You can divine." Feeling the gaze shift away, Aaron chuckled and pointed to the lady beside him, explaining. "Of course not, it's my, friend who will divine for you. Her tarot divination is very accurate." Tarot. Klein immediately froze. This familiar pronunciation reminded him of some common knowledge. He inwardly grumbled about Emperor Roselle, who invented tarot cards, but his body honestly followed the woman with red and yellow painted face, bending down to enter the low tent. A moment later, Klein looked at the card in his hand, which depicted a young man in splendid clothes, wearing a brilliant headdress, carrying a staff with a luggage bag hanging from its head, and a puppy pulling behind him. It was card number 0, and he recognized it as the Fool card. Just as he was about to wait for the diviner in front of him to interpret, the tent flap suddenly opened, and strong sunlight streamed in, dispelling the dim sense of mystery. "Why are you impersonating me again? Divining for people is my job." A female voice angrily growled, "Go back. You must remember, you are just a beast tamer." Klein, whose eyes were momentarily dazzled by the sunlight, came back to his senses to find that the man with the clown mask had left at some point, and the woman sitting in front of him also left the tent. Klein opened his mouth, looking at the Fool card in his hand. After confirming that the legitimate diviner would charge for the interpretation, he decisively chose to leave. He still needed to rush to prepare the main course for his luck-transferring ritual. In a hidden state, Aaron's mouth curved upwards as he watched Klein take 4 reverse steps and then be swallowed by crimson light. He took out the restless Lord of Mysteries, removed the spiritual wall attached to it, and began to wait quietly. He didn't wait long before crimson light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Aaron, already experienced, instantly suppressed the Nation of Disorder's stress response. Having mastered divinity, he could already achieve this step. To reduce Klein's burden, Aaron did not let the crimson light envelop his body. Instead, he differentiated dark gold order mist from his body, extending it towards the crimson light. This was not difficult for him, who had already skillfully mastered the incomplete mythical creature form. After all, if he, a complete demigod, were pulled to Sapphira Castle by Klein, who was still an ordinary person, would probably have his spirituality drained before they could exchange a few words. In a luxurious villa in Empress Borough, Backlund, the capital of the Loen Kingdom. Audrey sat in front of her dressing table, caressing an ancient, cracked bronze mirror on the table, persistently spreading her spirituality. More than a week ago, with Aaron's help, she had achieved Sequence 9 Spectator. After learning that Evelyn had already consumed the potion, she then let Susie also take the Spectator potion. After becoming a Beyonder, she had been studying the mirror Aaron gave her, but unfortunately, she had not made any progress before. If Aaron hadn't mysteriously told her that it was a Beyonder item containing treasure, she might have already given up. Just as she was sensing the ancient mirror with her spirituality, the bronze mirror suddenly glowed with crimson light, instantly enveloping her. Klein, enveloped in gray-white mist, felt his head about to explode, and his thoughts were somewhat sluggish. He had just entered an endless gray mist, and while still bewildered, a crimson star beside him suddenly expanded. Caught off guard, he touched that star, and in his panic, he accidentally touched other stars, so much so that he now felt something in his body being consumed, his head empty, and his spirit scattered. Fortunately, this feeling of being hollowed out only lasted for an instant. Although the throbbing pain in his mind persisted, his vision had returned. Klein was also surprised to find that 3 more figures had appeared in the gray-white mist, which had originally contained only himself. Thanks to the gray-white mist that permeated his surroundings, obscuring his figure, otherwise Klein's abnormality would certainly have been discovered by Audrey, who was already a spectator. However, Audrey was also startled by the sudden change and did not observe him. Instead, she instinctively exclaimed, "Your Excellency, where is this? What do you want to do?" There was a brief silence above the gray mist, and a calm, deep voice responded. "This is an attempt." Looking at Klein, who quickly adjusted his mindset and tried to maintain his persona, the dark gold mist gradually distorted, and Aaron's figure appeared, though transparent. The pain in his head became more pronounced, and Klein felt a sense of urgency, feeling like he couldn't keep up the act. Aaron, clearly aware of Klein's current predicament, suppressed his smile and decided to help Mr. Fool smooth things over to avoid being exposed. Fortunately, Audrey, having already become a Beyonder, did not propose a transaction, making it easy to end this hasty meeting quickly. He raised his head slightly, and a majestic voice rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Great Existence, how should we address you?" Chapter 221 Pale Zoroast. A Great Existence. Klein, whose head was throbbing abnormally, took a few seconds to realize that the person was referring to him. Without time to think or deliberate, he seized a fleeting thought in his mind and quickly made a decision. He would maintain his mysterious image in the eyes of these 3, actively guide the development of events, and gain valuable information from it. Although he didn't know anything either, one thing he could confirm was that the appearance of these 3 was entirely due to him. In this incident, they were the guests, and he was the host. This was his greatest confidence. He was planning to give himself a more high-end title in his mind to maintain his mysterious image, but then he felt that talking while standing like this seemed a bit undignified. It would be best if. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, the gray fog suddenly churned. In an instant, towering stone pillars appeared around them, and the top was covered by a vast dome. The entire building was magnificent, grand, and majestic, like a giant's royal palace from legends. Directly beneath the dome, where the gray fog gathered, a bronze-long table appeared, with 10 high-backed chairs on each side, and similar seats placed at the front and back. On the back of the chairs, brilliant, shimmering, deep red, hidden patterns outlined strange constellations that did not correspond to reality. Klein sat at the head of the table, quietly observing the 3 people arrayed below him, rubbing the edge of the bronze-long table without a change in expression. Having just experienced a bizarre rebirth and a strange suicide, Klein was still able to remain calm, unlike the lady below who was curiously looking around. The content of his previous divination suddenly flashed through his mind. He leaned back, interlaced his fingers under his chin, and smiled at the 3, saying, "You can call me." At this point, he paused, then spoke in a gentle and calm tone. "The Fool." The brief answer quickly faded into the magnificent temple and the pervasive mist. Aaron, who had withdrawn his gaze from Audrey, curled the corner of his mouth and continued in a dignified yet respectful voice. "Mr. Fool, do you mind having a few more attempts like this? If possible, I hope to join this gathering. Perhaps I can help you complete trivial matters that are inconvenient for you to do yourself at some point in the future." Looking at the other 2 who had come to their senses and echoed his words, Klein's face, shrouded in gray-white mist, showed a strange expression, feeling a pleasant sensation like an itch being scratched. This fleeting pleasure of receiving a pillow when sleepy passed quickly, and the stinging pain from his mind became increasingly obvious, prompting him to make a quick decision. Although more gatherings would make it easier to expose his true situation, they would indeed allow him to gain more Beyonder mysteries and occult knowledge, which would be helpful for his future return. Anyway, the summoning and disbanding of the gatherings were under his control, so even if any problems were exposed, they would be within a controllable range. The benefits clearly outweighed the disadvantages. Leaning back in his chair, Klein chuckled. I am someone who values equivalent exchange. I won't let you help unconditionally. Every Monday, at 3 in the afternoon, try to be alone. Once I try a few more times and figure some things out, perhaps you can ask for leave in advance and won't have to worry about being in an unsuitable situation. Audrey, who had just turned 17, had learned a lot about the beyonder world from Aaron. Her thirst for knowledge and girlish temperament were strong. Hearing Mr. Fool's reply, she couldn't help but clench her fists and swing them lightly in front of her chest. Then shouldn't we also choose titles for ourselves? After all, we can't use our real names to communicate. Before Aaron could speak again, her eyes sparkled, and she eagerly interjected, while using her spectator beyonder ability to look at Aaron, who was also enveloped in gray-white mist opposite her. Although she couldn't see clearly, there was always a vague sense of familiarity, coupled with the reason she came here. She couldn't help but have some guesses. Good idea, Klein replied in as brief and relaxed a tone as possible. He seemed nonchalant, but in reality, his mental exhaustion was becoming severe, and his head throbbed rhythmically. Audrey, who hadn't figured anything out, was a little disappointed but immediately started thinking, saying as she pondered. You are Mr. Fool, from the tarot cards. As a regular, long-term, and secret gathering, the titles should be as consistent as possible. I'll also choose from the tarot cards. Her tone gradually became cheerful. I've decided, my title is Justice. This was one of the 22 major arcana cards. What about the two gentlemen? Audrey smiled and looked at her two companions opposite her. Alger, who had been struggling at sea for many years, had always been cautious and silent, but seeing the lady, who was presumably a noble, cast her gaze upon him, he frowned slightly, then relaxed and said. The Hanged Man. This was another major arcana card. And Aaron, feeling Audrey's naked gaze, subconsciously turned his head slightly to avoid it, and responded with a deliberately disguised voice. The Emperor. Somewhat surprised that he would choose this major arcana card, Audrey was momentarily stunned, but still continued. All right, then we are the founding members of the Tarot Club. Then she looked nervously at Klein, who was shrouded in gray-white mist, seeking the opinion of this mysterious existence. Is that all right, Mr. Fool? At this moment, Klein's headache intensified, and he felt the invisible connection between himself and the deep red stars and gray-white mist begin to waver. Yes, then today's gathering ends here, he decided immediately, speaking in a low voice. As you wish. Aaron was the first to stand and bow, and couldn't help but find it amusing to see Audrey and Alger imitating his actions. The stars brightened again, and the deep red light receded like water. All the figures became even more blurred, increasingly illusory. In less than a second, the projection shattered, and silence returned above the gray fog. Klein felt himself rapidly growing heavy, swaying unsteadily. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself still in his apartment room, in the center of the transfer ritual. Before feelings of frustration and loss could spread through his heart, his vision suddenly went black, and he collapsed directly onto the compartment floor. Backlund, the capital of the Loen Kingdom, Empress Borough. Audrey pinched her cheek, unable to believe what had just happened. On her dressing table, the ancient bronze mirror was shattered into pieces. Her gaze shifted downwards, and Audrey saw deep red flowing on the back of her hand, like a starry tattoo. The deep red gradually dimmed, eventually hiding beneath her skin and disappearing. Only then did Audrey confirm that she wasn't dreaming. Just as she was about to write a letter to Aaron, her eyes suddenly sparkled, and the corners of her mouth curled up little by little. She put the retrieved letter paper back, couldn't help but stand up, bend down, lift her skirt, and dance a court dance. Dog barks came from outside the bedroom. Audrey stopped abruptly, quickly put away some ritual materials from her desk, leaving only the broken mirror shards, then assumed an elegant posture. This was her agreement with Susie. During this time, whenever she wanted to use various rituals to try and uncover the secrets of that bronze mirror, Susie would stand guard for her outside the door. Annie, Susie's personal maid, followed Susie and pushed the door open, immediately seeing the fate of the ancient bronze mirror. Oh, miss, the mirror Duke Aaron gave you, it's broken. Audrey blinked, showing a timely expression of regret, and said slowly. Yes, Susie came in earlier. When Aaron comes next time, I'll have Susie apologize properly. How does a dog apologize? Annie, who didn't dwell on this question and knew that Duke Aaron also liked Susie very much, could only sigh. She carefully collected the mirror fragments and placed them in an exquisite box. After doing all this, she looked at Audrey and asked with a smile. Miss, which dress would you like to wear? Today was the official launching day of the ironclad warship. Not only would various nobles from within Loen attend, but even the king and queen, who resided deep within the palace, would be present. Audrey's eyes brightened, and she answered without hesitation. Of course, the one I wore on my engagement day. Annie's expression froze slightly, and she carefully advised. That dress is indeed the most perfect one, no one would question it, but this is, after all, a ceremony that the king himself will attend. You can wear it at home, or on less formal occasions. I'm sure Duke Aaron would understand. Audrey, not wanting to trouble Annie, no longer insisted. She pouted her lips and allowed the maids to do her makeup. After these preparations, she would ride in a carriage with her father, Earl Hall, to the Royal Naval Base in Pritz Harbor to attend the ceremony. Tingen, Zutland Street, Blackthorn Security Company. Roxanne, who was slacking off at work, heard a gentle yet authoritative voice in her drowsy state. Take me to Dunn Smith. The brown-haired girl immediately sat upright, abruptly picked up the newspaper spread out in front of her, covering her face, and pretended to read aloud from the Tingen City Honest Man's newspaper in her hands. Then she lowered the newspaper, revealing her smooth forehead and light brown eyes, first ingratiatingly then in surprise, looking towards the source of the voice, and couldn't help but exclaim. Duke Aaron. Looking at Roxanne, who hastily stood up, even knocking over her chair, Aaron, who had not changed his appearance, smiled and did not blame her for slacking off at work. Anyway, Blackthorn Security Company didn't have much business, and their main job wasn't this. Only after standing up did Roxanne realize that behind Duke Aaron was a man in his 30s with a decent face, deep brown eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips, giving off an arrogant feeling even when standing. His attire was particularly peculiar, making one feel uncomfortable. He wore a pointed, stiff black hat, and his coat buttons were haphazardly misaligned, neither symmetrical nor coordinated. Noticing the lady's gaze, Mobert, who was following behind Aaron, revealed a geniality completely unlike his arrogant demeanor. It was truly frustrating. Mobert, who had already advanced to Sequence 4 Parasite, had still been unable to contact Pauls within Leonard during his time in Tingen. No matter how many hidden marks of the Solomon family Mobert left, he had even tried methods other than direct parasitism, but all had been without any effect. Aaron's only comment on this was, an old man scared silly by a mon, but Nastor had already sent word that they would depart to explore the Solomon ruins by next month at the latest. Aaron's time remaining in Tingen was running out. Some matters could no longer be delayed and had to be resolved before he left, which was also the reason he directly revealed his identity and came here. After waiting for a moment, Aaron's gaze passed over Roxanne, who had pushed the door open again, and looked at a young police officer with black hair, green eyes, and a romantic poetic temperament, who followed behind her. Gasping for breath, Roxanne quickly explained. Duke, I'm sorry, the captain isn't here today. Last night, a bizarre suicide occurred on Iron Cross Street in Hull Street District, and the captain took a few team members to handle it. This gentleman is also one of our official members, Nighthawk's Leonard. He came back to retrieve a sealed artifact to assist with the investigation and will be heading to the scene soon. If you're in a hurry, you can go with him. After speaking, she looked at Leonard, who had suddenly fallen silent, with some surprise. This usually eccentric fellow was behaving uncharacteristically obediently. Smiling and nodding at Roxanne, he then turned aside to reveal the doorway, signaling Leonard to go first. Leonard, who seemed to want to say something but didn't, glanced at Roxanne, who had been secretly urging him, sighed, and moved his stiff steps towards the carriage downstairs. Leonard, who had been calling out a certain name in his heart but had received no response, felt restless. As a true Nighthawk, and having communicated with Miss Daly of the Red Gloves in Backlund, he knew much more than Roxanne, a mere clerical worker. That most prominent duke was a favored one of the goddess, his strength already at the archbishop level. To be alone with such a powerful person, what if he was discovered? He stopped his anxious overthinking, and a majestic voice drifted into his ears. Mobert, you drive the carriage. Just go to Iron Cross Street in Hull Street District. The others can leave for now. Leonard looked up in surprise, his gaze meeting those smiling yet not smiling golden eyes. A panicked feeling, like being stripped naked and exposed to a camera, immediately filled his heart. The carriage slowly started. A faint dark golden mist emanated from Aaron's body and merged into the carriage, creating a sealed and private environment. The night mark on Aaron's wrist was activated, emitting a faint glow. He twirled the Lord of Mysteries on his finger, and then casually took out a paper crane from his pregnant and placed it in front of him. The figure of Faust Ellen then abruptly appeared in the corner of the carriage. Looking at Leonard, who was bowing his head and remaining silent, Aaron spoke calmly. It's an honor to meet you, Mr. Paul Solomon. I believe my sincerity is quite sufficient. Why don't you come out and talk? The old man's real name is Paul Solomon. This thought quickly flashed through Leonard's mind, but the old voice that usually resonated did not appear. Not knowing how to respond, he could only remain silent. He sighed softly, and the Lord of Mysteries flashed with a faint glow, pulling Varnawil from the historical void. Having already achieved demigod status, summoning an angel projection was no longer as strenuous as before. After doing all this, Aaron picked up Wei Air, Ong Sai Ting's paper crane in front of him and added casually. Playing dead isn't a good choice. Don't worry, I'm not a mon. Or do you think you can escape from me in your current severely injured state? Chapter 222 Transactions and Meetings. The atmosphere inside the carriage grew increasingly tense. Under the oppressive aura of a demigod, or even an angel, Leonard, who had been trembling, suddenly became calm. An ancient sigh, as if from the distant past, deep and vicissitudes, emanated from Leonard. He raised his head, and through his short black hair, an ancient and mottled giant phantom flashed in his pupils. When Erin had communed with the Jacob family demigod in Backlund, she had seen this symbol in her memory fragments, though the two were not entirely identical, differing in some subtle details. Young people these days are truly incredible. I really am getting old. An aged voice, inconsistent with his demeanor, came from Leonard's mouth, carrying a hint of helplessness and feelings. He withdrew his gaze from the Lord of Mysteries in Erin's hand and the paper crane, then, as if unintentionally, glanced at Varna's projection behind Erin and the frenzied mage standing in the corner of the carriage. As a sequence one of the Marauder pathway, Pauls was also extremely knowledgeable about the neighboring Seer pathway, recognizing at a glance that it was a historical void image of an angel. As for the frenzied mage who brought him a sense of familiarity, Paul speculated that he might have seen him in the fourth epoch. For high-level beyonders of the Seer pathway, discerning their disguise would likely require him to recover to his peak. As expected of the angel family, to possess such a foundation without a sound. However, I'm still very curious, how did you discover me? Looking at Leonard, Erin's lips curved upwards. He picked up the paper crane and placed it in his palm, responding casually. Perhaps my luck is better. Otherwise, your descendant would have truly been lost to history, completely unable to meet you. He ignored this obviously perfunctory explanation. If he could be found merely by luck, he would have long since become Amon's meal. But since he had been found, Pauls no longer dwelled on it. He tilted his head to look at Mobert, who was driving the carriage outside the sealed space towards Iron Cross Street in Hall Street, and his aged voice gradually softened. It's good that he's alive. I originally thought he was killed by Amon or Jacob in that war, which is why I couldn't divine the culprit. However, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Although he disappeared for 1,000 years, he also escaped that disaster. It seems the aura that appeared in Tingen last time was indeed left by him. Thank you, Duke, for his cultivation. But achieving demigod at this time is very likely to be sensed by that one. I hope Duke will pay more attention. Looking at Pauls, who had released a friendly signal for communication, the smile on Erin's face became even more pronounced. He pointed to the front of the carriage. This is an equal exchange. He provides faith, and I help him achieve demigod and ensure his safety to a certain extent. Pauls, who was old and cunning, had already heard the unstated meaning. A strange smile appeared on Leonard's face, and he pointed his right hand to the sky. Given your status, you must already know what the name Amon means. Not to mention my current state, even if I were at my peak, plus your entire East Taker family, we would not be his opponent. If I wanted to seek refuge, why not seek out the 7 in the astral world and become their vassal? I advise you not to get involved in this mess. The Jacob family and the Zoroast family have already vanished. With the Evernight goddess's protection, as long as you don't provoke them, you won't encounter too much trouble. Erin didn't care about the sarcasm in the old man's tone. His smile remained unchanged as he responded. Doomsday is approaching. Those existing threats are already close at hand. Even if some of the 7 deities dislike Amon, their opinions will eventually converge despite their differences. At least on the opinion of quickly bringing about the birth of a Lord of the Mysteries, they will easily reach a consensus. Even if Mr. Dor, who has already been corrupted, returns, he will only be a sacrifice. Antigonus was placed on the altar long ago, not to mention you, who have fallen to such a state. At least the current Amon certainly seems to be the most suitable candidate. Using a half-crippled angel as a bargaining chip to gain a step closer to the West Continent is a high-return, low-investment transaction in the eyes of those existences. Erin chuckled softly, looking at Leonard, whose smile had faded, and added in a playful tone. It's not that you're unwilling to align with the 7 deities, you just don't dare. In this situation, Mr. Pauls, have you considered the most pessimistic future for you? As if his sore spot had been touched, or perhaps surprised by how much Erin knew, Pauls remained silent for a long time before his voice finally rang out again. You went to such great lengths to find me. What exactly do you want to do? Hand me over to Amon, or offer me to the Evernight goddess? Looking at Leonard, whose body surface was showing faint patterns, Erin shook his head indifferently and said with a smile. There's no need to be so nervous. If I wanted to do that, you wouldn't have had the chance to hear me say any of this. Then, he changed the subject and uttered 2 words in a leisurely tone. Sapphira Castle. Leonard's eyes clearly changed for a moment. He looked at Erin with some surprise, as if he had thought of something, and his expression changed several times. Looking at Leonard's changing expression, Erin, who had initially achieved his goal, did not further provoke this old man. Pauls, who was stronger and knew more than Nastor, would not side with him based on just a few words. This matter couldn't be rushed. After all, poaching also required proper methods. However, Paul still had to pay the life-saving fee and the cost of helping Mobert, his direct descendant, advance to demigod. After all, the landlord's family didn't have much surplus grain left. Every bit of wool that could be shorn was shorn. Aaron took out a metal tin box, sealed layer by layer with a wall of spirituality, from his embrace. He unsealed it to reveal a small worm with 12 transparent rings placed in the very center, surrounded by 6 smaller worms, each with only 7 or 8 transparent rings. The worm of time in the center came from the spoils of dismantling Amon's mausoleum, while the rest came from the Jacob family demigod. Attracted by the familiar fluctuations, Pauls, who had regained his calm, paused on the worm of time with 12 transparent rings. Pointing at the 7 worms of time in the box, Aaron's face once again showed a warm, spring-like smile. To rescue Viscount Mobert, I spent a lot of effort. That parasite beyonder characteristic is also a token of our sincerity and cooperation. As the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. It would be too wasteful not to use such excellent materials. I think these worms of time, in the hands of an angel like you, could certainly be made into some powerful talismans. Looking at Aaron, who hid exploitation and oppression behind his smile, Leonard's face twitched. Those worms of time then transformed into faint light and merged into his body. Aaron, whose smile grew even more sincere, nodded in satisfaction and added, I might be leaving Tingen soon. It would be best if you could give me these talismans within a week. If you lack any spiritual materials, just let me know. As he spoke, Aaron clicked his tongue, glancing at Leonard with some regret, and muttered softly. It's a pity that after the worm of time dies, the beyonder characteristic contained within inevitably dissipates. That worm of time from Amon was something I obtained 3 years ago. If it were alive, the final talisman might even point to the domain of time. TSK, I really want to experience that kind of power. 3 years ago. Pauls was stunned. If he remembered correctly, this duke had only just advanced to demigod this spring. 3 years ago, he was probably at most a mid-sequence. A lunatic from a mid-sequence who dared to provoke Amon directly. As this thought flashed through Paul's mind, he looked up and saw Aaron's unconcealed fervent gaze. His face couldn't help but twitch again, and he explained with a helpless tone. My current state is also very poor. Being able to make talismans for you is already my limit. It's difficult to separate any more worms of time. Of course, if you can provide me with high-sequence beyonder characteristics of the Marauder pathway, none of these will be a problem. Aaron, though rejected, was not disheartened. As for Paul's claim that he couldn't separate the worm of time, he didn't believe it at all, but the fact that the other party was willing to cooperate was already a very good start. Putting the paper crane back into his pocket, Varna's historical void image slowly dissipated. Aaron extended his right hand, concluding with a warm smile. I think this will be a beneficial cooperation for both of us. Leonard gave a stiff smile and shook Aaron's outstretched hand, echoing. I think so too. I will complete your talismans within a week. Satisfied, Aaron withdrew his hand, watching the strange patterns on Leonard's body gradually fade. He glanced at the front of the carriage and said faintly. Aren't you going to say something to him? An ancient gold coin from the 4th epic Solomon Empire appeared in Aaron's palm, and the aged voice slowly faded. No need. The fledgling will eventually spread its wings and soar. But there's one thing I must remind you, the gathering of high-level beyonders from the Marauder pathway can easily attract Amon's attention. Take him away as soon as possible. After you leave, give this gold coin to Mobert. It contains a gift I left for him. Looking at Leonard, who had returned to normal and was utterly bewildered, Aaron put away the gold coin and casually lifted the seal within the carriage. Fauzellen in the corner had already disappeared. The lingering glow of the setting sun cast down. Accompanied by groans of pain, Klein propped himself up from the cold floor, thankful that the late June heat had prevented him from catching a cold. He subconsciously checked the pocket watch left by his father, whom he had never met, and found that it was already almost 6 p.m. Putting down the pocket watch, Klein, whose head was throbbing and splitting, could barely support himself and sat down in a chair. He lowered his head, massaging both temples with his left thumb and middle finger. After resting for more than 10 minutes, the after-effects of spiritual exhaustion finally subsided. During this time, he noticed 4 black dots on the back of his right hand, forming a small square. These 4 black dots faded from dark to light and quickly disappeared, but Klein knew that they still remained within him, waiting to be awakened. 4 points, a square. Could it correspond to 4 staple foods at 4 corners? Does this mean I won't need to prepare staple foods anymore and can directly proceed with the steps and incantations? Klein had a vague guess. This seemed good, but having more things of strange origin and lacking understanding always caused fear. Just thinking of the honored name he had chanted in a daze when he first arrived in this world, Klein's headache, which had just eased, showed signs of flaring up again. He inevitably thought of how the inexplicable ancient Chinese magic from Earth could actually have an effect here, and then recalled his strange crossing in dreams, as well as the mysterious, illusory grey fog world that represented who knew what. As the whispers from the ritual that had lingered around him, driving him almost mad, seemed to echo in his ears again, Klein couldn't help but shiver uncontrollably, a shiver in the scorching late June heat. Uncontrollably, he felt a strong urge to delve into the mysterious domain, to understand more, to break through the unknown, but also a desire to bury his head and pretend nothing had happened. Grumble. Grumble. Hunger interrupted Klein's wild thoughts. He sighed, suppressed the emotions in his heart, and retrieved the rye bread from the four corners. Although these rye breads were just ritual materials, they didn't seem to have changed at all. With his pockets emptier than his face, Klein felt that one should be a bit frugal. After being busy for a long time, having just finished stewing lamb with tender peas, Klein was waiting for his sister Melissa to come home for dinner, while pondering the original owner's mysterious suicide and the unknown dangers he might encounter. Suddenly, he heard a rapid, forceful knocking at the door. The thumping sound echoed in his ears. Klein abruptly sat upright, subconsciously pulled open the drawer, took out the revolver, and asked warily, "Who is it?" Silence outside the door lasted for 2 seconds. Just as Klein's nerves were taut, a gentle voice spoke. "Dunn Smith, a police officer. I need to confirm some things with you." The streetlights that had already lit up outside the window and the somewhat noisy human voices dispelled some of the tension in Klein's heart. He thought that even if he didn't open the door, Melissa, who would be back soon, would still encounter the people at the door. Steeling himself, Klein quickly hid the revolver. After tidying his clothes, he quickly approached the door, opening it while mumbling indistinctly. "Sorry, I was just preparing dinner for my sister." Klein looked up and met the gaze of the gray-eyed police officer who introduced himself as Dunn Smith. He quickly made an assessment in his mind. A very elegant, melancholic uncle, though showing signs of balding. His gaze swept over the 3 silver hexagonal stars on his inspector's epaulets, and was quickly drawn to a young man among the visitors. Meeting his golden eyes, Klein's heart was instantly filled with a tangible sense of majesty. He obediently lowered his head. Although he felt that instantly cowering was a bit of a disgrace to his identity as a transmigrator, it was also due to circumstances. After all, his understanding of this world was still too shallow, and that young man who gave him a slight sense of familiarity was clearly not an ordinary person. Just as Klein was still pondering the source of that familiar feeling, Aaron had already entered the room with a somewhat stiff-faced Leonard. Dunn put away his inspector's badge and closed the door behind him. Chapter 223 Leaving and Hunting. Klein was stunned as the door closed again. Maintaining his composure, he silently turned around, his pupils suddenly contracting. He saw the young man with an extraordinary demeanor already by the desk, picking up that notebook that looked more like a diary. "Oh no. I forgot to hide it." Klein's heart skipped a beat, and he felt an urge to slap himself. Aaron glanced back at Klein, whose expression had slightly changed, but he didn't stop flipping through the notebook. With a playful smile, he said, "As expected of a top student in history, you've done quite a thorough study of these hidden historical facts." Dunn first looked at Leonard, whose expression had been strange, then explained to Klein. "This is a necessary procedure. Where's your search warrant?" Klein was about to question them like that, but then remembered this was no longer his original world. He could only force a dry laugh and explain. "I'm a student of Associate Professor Quinton at Hoy University. I'm very interested in some history of the Fourth Epoch, so recently I've been deciphering a Fourth Epoch document with a classmate, a notebook." Leonard, who hadn't spoken, glanced at Aaron, tidied his clothes, and interrupted Klein. "I suppose the classmates you're referring to are Welch and Naya. If so, I'm sorry to inform you that both of them died last night at Mr. Welch's residence." "Yes, we just came from the scene." "How could this be?" Although he had a premonition, Klein couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The fragmented memories the original owner left him were incomplete, missing the day before his suicide. Closing the notebook in his hand, Aaron looked at Klein, who was being questioned, and suddenly spoke. "That sentence is quite interesting. Everyone will die, including me. Isn't it common knowledge that everyone dies except for gods?" Klein was about to argue, but then he suddenly remembered that he had originally planned to contact the police in this world to guard against potential dangers. He just lacked a reason, an excuse. In less than a second, he made a decision. Covering his forehead with his hand, he replied with a pained voice. "I don't know, I really don't know. After waking up this morning, I felt something was off with me, as if I had forgotten some things, especially parts of what happened in the last few days. I don't even know why I wrote that sentence." Looking at Klein, who was feigning ignorance, Aaron, having enjoyed Mr. Fool's acting, waved his hand indifferently, stopping Leonard who was about to say something. Smelling the fragrant aroma filling the room, he said with a smile. "This is indeed possible. That's all for today then, but do you mind if I stay for dinner?" "Yes, I'll pay." "What?" He believed that. Klein himself was surprised, but he quickly responded. All right, Your Grace, it's my honor. After the previous brainstorming, he had recalled the source of the familiarity and recognized his identity. The engagement half a month ago was promoted by several major newspapers in Loen almost for free, and this included a photo of this youngest duke. Free things are always the most popular, even academic scholars like the original owner knew about it, let alone those in Tianjin who were funded by the East Taker Charity Foundation. Aaron, while savoring the lamb stew with tender peas personally prepared by Mr. Fool, casually remarked. An expert will be coming in a couple of days. She should be able to help you recall those lost memories. Klein's mouth twitched slightly, and he timely showed a joyful expression on his face, only able to comfort himself inwardly that the revolver had not been found. Glancing at the red moon outside the window, Aaron took out a banknote with a light gray base and dark black patterns, placed it in front of Klein, and said concisely. A very novel taste. Consider this my payment for the meal, lucky lad. He subconsciously took the banknote, only to realize it was a £5 note, which was equivalent to Benson's salary for nearly 4 weeks. Klein's mouth was slightly agape. The long, narrow, and extremely serious-looking eyes engraved on the £5 note now came into view, evoking an indescribable sense of intimacy. Of course, this feeling of joy only lasted for a few seconds. Realizing something, Klein abruptly turned to look at Aaron, who had already reached the door, and asked with some unease. What do you mean by lucky? Without answering Klein's question, Aaron directly opened the door and saw a somewhat flustered Melissa, who was still in the act of listening intently. Are you Your Grace? The teachers at the foundation often tell us about your deeds. Sorry, I thought something had happened at home. Looking at the young girl who had transitioned from panic to excitement, Aaron's heart stirred. He turned his head to glance at the slightly nervous Klein and said with a smile. If you pass the assessment, I can offer you a very good job. This will greatly improve your living situation. Saying that, Aaron pointed to the simple room and the dry, hard rye bread. Klein cleared his throat, pushed by the bright-eyed Melissa, and they both left the house together. Thank you for your generosity, Klein. Hurry and see His Grace off. My dear sister, you. With a slightly bitter taste in his mouth, Klein half-heartedly went downstairs with her, watching His Grace get into the carriage. Just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the young man at the end suddenly patted Klein's shoulder. Klein turned back warily and saw the green-eyed officer with a poetic demeanor. He smiled and said, Generally speaking, in such incidents, it's normal for all involved parties to die. We are very happy and fortunate to see you still alive. With that, he followed into the carriage, leaving Klein disheveled in the wind. Is it normal for everyone to die? Are you glad I'm still alive? Are you lucky I'm still alive? Klein. Pulled back to reality by the familiar voice, Klein saw Melissa running downstairs anxiously, clutching the £5 banknote tightly, and gasped. His Grace's money, we have to return it to him. Looking at his breathless sister, Klein suppressed his earlier unease and explained with a wry smile. No, my dear sister, this is His Grace's generosity, an acknowledgement of my cooking skills. At the same time, he thought to himself, relieving the pressure. He tipped £5 for one meal. As expected of a great noble, so wealthy and generous. You're cooking. Melissa's face showed surprise. She looked at the banknote in her hand and the vanished carriage, muttering. This money can help you get decent clothes, and you must seize the job opportunity His Grace offered you. That way you can probably get married soon. Watching Melissa's topic drift further and further, Klein interrupted with a wry smile, urging her to quickly go upstairs and enjoy the delicious meal. His sense of unease had also dissipated considerably. Inside the carriage, which had already passed several blocks, Dunn glanced at Mr. Favored One, who was resting with his eyes closed, and Leonard, who was silent with his head bowed, and broke the eerie silence. Mr. Favored One, you seem very interested in that young man just now. Aaron hummed, glanced at Leonard, who was secretly observing him, and said calmly. After the routine check, you can recruit him into the Nighthawks team. I believe he will become an excellent Nighthawk. Additionally, the Becklin Diocese will soon send someone to escort sealed artifact 2-049. That is a dangerous item that once belonged to the Antigonus family, and it will provide you with further clues. As his voice drifted, Aaron's figure had already vanished into a blur, disappearing amidst the kaleidoscopic, distorted colors. Grade 2, sealed artifact. Dangerous. Use with caution and restraint. A hint of solemnity flashed in Dunn's gray eyes. He then looked at Leonard, who had let out a long breath, and asked gently. Leonard, what's wrong with you today? Did you offend Mr. Favored One this afternoon? Leonard glanced guiltily at where Aaron had been, rubbed his messy hair, and coughed dryly, explaining. No, how would I dare? Perhaps His Excellency's aura was too powerful, giving off a somewhat oppressive feeling. Having dealt with his captain's inquiry, Leonard continuously called out in his mind. Old man, he's gone. You should be able to speak now, right? The aged voice finally responded at this moment. You young people, so disrespectful of your elders. Don't worry, you're fine, and most likely won't have any problems in the future. As for other matters, with your current level, you are not yet qualified to know. Go to 17 Phil Street later to pick up some things. I need those materials and your cooperation to make some talismans. The Duke will probably come looking for you for the talismans within a week. Leonard, who had just relaxed, instantly wilted like a frosted eggplant. In the eastern waters of Enmatport, Loen, a ship sailed amidst the rolling waves, gradually moving away from the continent. Its sails, flags, and even both sides of the hull were marked with a white skull wearing a single eye patch. This was the one-eyed skeleton belonging to Mad Captain Connors Victor, with a bounty of 3,300 pounds. The cold candlelight illuminated the dim captain's cabin. Jonas Coleridge sat on the sofa, his deep blue, almost black eyes fixed on the fawning Connors Victor, and said coldly, "After this mission, you must accelerate the collection of people. Money is not an issue. If you fail to complete it, you won't want to know what the punishment is." Connors wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, nodding frantically. He suddenly heard a captivating laugh and instinctively turned his head, his eyes widening instantly. Layers of spiderwebs appeared on the full-length mirror in the depths of the captain's cabin, ripples spreading out, and a faint glow emerged, as if it were a door to another world. Accompanied by the laughter, a beautiful lady with black hair and blue eyes, ethereal and graceful, stepped out. She wore a simple, holy white robe, with high slits on both sides, revealing flawless, delicate long legs as tender as a young girl's, possessing an indescribable charm. Mad Captain Connor's eyes were bloodshot, and he walked out of the captain's cabin in a daze, as if possessed. Jonas Coleridge subtly frowned, took out Concerto of Light and Shadow from his embrace, and spoke in a low voice. "May I ask what Saintess your Excellency desires?" Staring charmingly at this deputy director, Saintess of White, Katerina Pell didn't care about the other's gaze at all. Her captivating voice echoed. "Why use such a distant tone? If you're in a bad mood, I can let you experience ultimate pleasure." A soft laugh followed. Katerina, seeing Jonas Coleridge's still indifferent gaze, clicked her tongue in boredom. She tucked her hair behind her ear with her right hand and continued in a soft voice. "This escort went smoothly. The people you sent and the population our Demonis sect has secretly plundered over the past 2 years have been sent to where they should be. Our dear His Majesty the King is truly resourceful. An ironclad warship unveiling ceremony diverted all the attention of those monstrous beings. However, this large number of missing people must have attracted the attention of those churches. The ritual in Backlund needs to be prepared as soon as possible. I'm already impatient. Disaster and death are the most perfect sacrifices to Primordial One." The slightly crazed voice faded, and surging yet silent black flames suddenly erupted on the mirror surface. Katerina's figure vanished with them. Jonas Coleridge's face showed no expression, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He raised his palm, distorting space. He intended to bring Connors, who had been mentally confused earlier, back to this place. The Church of Storms had already begun investigating the missing persons. Because of the East Taker family incident, the situation in the South Continent was somewhat strange. He still needed to explain to prevent anything from going wrong. Ripples spread in the air, and a bowing Connors appeared. Jonas Coleridge frowned, and a sudden flash of shock and anger appeared in his eyes. He picked up Concerto of Light and Shadow to block in front of him, while his free left hand reached forward. Connors instantly disintegrated into a pulp of flesh, and a worm of time fell to the ground. But Jonas Coleridge's right hand, holding Concerto of Light and Shadow, suddenly paused, as if he had forgotten what to do next. Mobert's figure quietly emerged from Connors's blood and flesh. His right hand instantly turned dark black, and he uttered 2 words with a slight smile. Amplify. This was the stealing ability obtained when he was Prometheus at Sequence 6. After he advanced to Demigod, this ability could also steal one of Jonas Coleridge's abilities for his own use. The Dream Stealer's ability allowed him to temporarily steal Jonas Coleridge's impending thoughts, causing him to momentarily freeze, not to mention he used Amplify to extend the duration of the control. A blazing white, shadowless spear instantly pierced through Jonas Coleridge's chest, severely wounding him with a single blow, but also freeing him from Mobert's control. The pointer of Concerto of Light and Shadow rotated. Jonas Coleridge, who had secretly become Earl of the Fallen at Sequence 4, directly used distortion to forcibly reverse his severe injuries, gaining a moment to breathe. He was about to chant the honored name of the royal family's angel. Although this was already far from the coast of Loen, the angel who could respond to prayers worldwide was the only being who could save him now. A cold sensation abruptly emerged in his heart. Jonas Coleridge was astonished to find that he couldn't speak. Control over his body was lost for a moment. His eyes subconsciously glanced somewhere, and he saw Aaron with a mocking smile. Chapter 224 Bernadette's Transaction. An expression of disbelief appeared on his stiff face, a cold sensation permeated his entire body, yet he couldn't utter a single word. Chunas laboriously turned his eyes to the full-length mirror in the depths of the room. If the mystery queen, Katerina, who had just left, sensed the anomaly here, he might still have a glimmer of hope. But what utterly despaired him was that a person was standing in front of the full-length mirror, which still bore traces of spider silk. The aura emanating from this person made Chunas feel as if he had fallen into the abyss. He had only sensed a similar aura when he last met Prince Sania, that at least represented a sequence 3. Fauzelin lightly touched the mirror surface, and after fine black patterns rippled out, he coldly turned his head to look at Chunas, who was being forcibly controlled by Astolfo, who had already recovered to the sequence 3 disciple of silence. A cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth, and with his palm turned into a blade, he lightly swung it down. Under the distorted influence, Chunas's right arm, holding the concerto of light and shadow, was severed at the root. Chunas, unable to even let out a scream, heard the last words of his life. "You dog of the Augustus family, consider this a small interest." Among the 4 demigods involved in the hunt, there were even 2 sequence 3s. With ample preparation, the outcome was already predetermined. The only deviation might have been the unexpected appearance of the mystery queen, as a Rhodes could at most help pinpoint locations, not predict the future. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. Aaron watched Astolfo swiftly extract Chunas's beyonder characteristic, pondered for a moment, and slowly said, "Your current state of recovery should have reached its limit. To advance further, you can only return to your main body. But as you know, the body you left in the spirit world not only contains pollution but is also constantly monitored by SUA. In the current situation, at least the East Taker family cannot make another move. If all goes well, I should be able to find other helpers, but that also requires time." Astolfo nodded silently. His more abstract body could only be seen when spirit vision was activated. He handed the extracted beyonder characteristic of Chunas to Aaron. It was a deep black crystal, intuitively giving a sense of power and malevolence. The dark gold patterns covering it seemed to follow normal rules, yet were full of contradictory connotations, as if a large amount of madness and chaos were hidden within. As the East Taker family, who also wielded the Black Emperor pathway, this beyonder characteristic of a sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen could be put to its greatest use. However, these sealed artifacts held by Chunas couldn't be exposed, at least not recently. Thinking this, Aaron took the beyonder characteristic and picked up the concerto of light and shadow that had fallen to the ground. Chunas's desiccated corpse suddenly turned to dust. Aaron watched Fauzelin grind the bones to ashes in an act of venting, and patted his shoulder, comforting him. "This is merely the trumpet call of our revenge. I will make those traitors pay the price, and that time is not far off." Having fully experienced the 4th epoch and knowing the Black Emperor pathway's peculiarities, Fauzelin had already learned of George III's ambition under Aaron's prompting, but he still nodded firmly. Worms of time converged from various corners to form Mobert's figure. He secretly clicked his tongue as he looked at the 2 figures behind Mr. Favored One, who were constantly stimulating his spiritual perception. He dared not delay and quickly gestured that he was done. Aaron nodded slightly, and with a subtle spiritual movement, his subconsciousness located in the Nation of Disorder instantly integrated the Black Emperor card into his body, mobilizing a portion of the Dark Gold Mist's power to activate the Sun-Chasing Staff. Golden flames immediately enveloped the One-Eyed Skull, incinerating the lingering traces of Aaron and his party, but without igniting the ship. After using the Sapphira's authority to interfere with subsequent divinations, the 4 demigods vanished from the ship, which now contained no living beings. A quarter of an hour later, the figure of the mystery queen, Katerina, appeared in the cracked mirror, but this was only a mirror image clone. She had sensed the attack on the One-Eyed Skull immediately, but the distortion cast by Fauzelin had messed with her travel through the mirror world, and she only arrived after the battle had ended. Frenzied mage. Which old friend made a move? Could it be those guys from Castile? The charming smile she had earlier was gone from her face. Her dark eyes reflected the pirate corpses hanging from the mast. As the mirror shattered completely, her figure vanished with it. Backlund Greater Region, Northwest Hills. Simple ritual symbols were carved on the open ground. A scar-faced man in damaged pirate attire calmly chanted. "Holy Spirit who pursues knowledge. Lighthouse of the mysterious world. Eyes that gaze upon fate. King above the seas. Holy Bernadette Gustave." After he finished chanting, a worm of time detached from his body and merged into Mobert's body. The life of the sole survivor of the One-Eyed Skull, freed from its parasitic state, rapidly withered as if stolen. The Black Emperor card in Aaron's palm shimmered with starlight, and he immediately sensed a prying gaze, yet he felt no tension at all. Having advanced to demigod and further controlled the Nation of Disorder, he had this confidence, and besides, he was not alone. Fauzelin raised his right hand, and his eyes instantly turned dark. As the void above the altar twisted and writhed, pea-vines dangled down from the sky. Bernadette's figure appeared, her gaze fixed on Aaron, and she spoke with an ethereal voice. "It's actually you." As expected of an angel family that has continued to this day, your foundation is indeed profound. It's an honor to finally meet you today, Your Grace. What brings you here? Ignoring the blatant stare, Aaron's fingertips traced the Black Emperor card, and he responded calmly. It is also my great honor to conduct a transaction with the Queen Mystic renowned throughout the four seas. Bernadette's eyes immediately sharpened. She suppressed her impatience and asked in a deep voice. A transaction? Aaron, clearly aware of what the lady was thinking, curled the corners of his mouth and calmly said. You also know that the advancement ritual for a Sequence 2 sage is to prevent a disaster involving high-level powers. While a clairvoyant can give you some insights, prophecies concerning one's own advancement become extremely vague. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate on that. I have a way to help you successfully advance to sage within half a year. Bernadette, though somewhat disappointed, did not show it. She calmly asked with her eyes. Then what is the price? And I also foresaw such an opportunity appearing in Backlund, so I made arrangements here many years in advance, but the time I predicted was the second half of next year. The second half of next year, isn't that when George is trying to advance? Aaron suppressed his thoughts and responded with a smile. That's easy to resolve. If I successfully help you advance to sage, the price you need to pay is that after you become an angel, you will act for me, and that is all. Seeing Bernadette agree, Aaron took out the Beyonder characteristic of a secret sorcerer, which he had already sacrificed from Buddy's. He pointed to the crystal ball formed by countless worms and continued. I recently acquired a Beyonder characteristic. I want to forge it into a mystical item and preserve its corresponding Beyonder abilities to the greatest extent possible. You may state your conditions. Bernadette had already understood what this fellow meant. This was clearly not something an ordinary craftsman could accomplish, but it was not difficult for Benova, who was an angel of the Church of Steam and Machinery. A pea vine extended, enveloped the Beyonder characteristic, and retracted. Bernadette's azure and profound eyes flickered with complex emotions, and she softly asked. I want to know if my father, Roselle Gustave, is still alive. That is my condition. Looking at Bernadette's complex gaze, Aaron hesitated for a moment and briefly replied. He has not completely fallen. Whispering the sentence again, Bernadette did not press further. She put away the Beyonder characteristic and asked in an unruffled tone. Once this mystical item is made, how should I give it to you? Just give it to Frank. Aaron didn't dwell on this topic for long, trusting that Bernadette understood what he meant. Finally, he tentatively asked. I want to exchange items you possess that can briefly restore a certain amount of power during their weak period. Beyonder characteristics and potion formulas are all acceptable for trade. She took a deep look at this mysterious duke, not asking how he knew she possessed such an item. Bernadette slowly shook her head. Just as Aaron thought he had been rejected, she added. Were those things he did in his later years influenced by external, unnecessary factors? I don't need those things. I just want to know the truth, even if it's only a part. Aaron, who knew exactly who he referred to, felt a bit emotional, but he wouldn't give up on his freebie plan. He pretended to ponder for a moment and then spoke in a low voice. It wasn't an influence, it was pollution that is very difficult for the person themselves to detect. At your level, you should more or less know that some pollution comes from the cosmos. Mobert, who was listening intently to the secret, felt an uncontrollable sense of panic when he heard cosmos, and his face subtly changed. Bernadette's eyes, however, brightened a few shades, as if the resentment that had accumulated in her heart for years had dissipated. She did not press for more, seemingly knowing that the Duke opposite her also wasn't aware of more specific details, and understanding that only angels could detect and resist that kind of pollution. She nodded lightly, and her figure suddenly became transparent, turning into a pile of bubbles. A staff inlaid with numerous elongated transparent gems emerged from the bubbles. Its surface was engraved with complex, mysterious, and three-dimensionally indescribable symbols and magical marks. The bubbles dispersed and floated away, vanishing in an instant. The greenish-black pea vines retracted and disappeared into the night. Looking at the symbolic patterns intertwined with eyeless eyes and twisted lines, Aaron nodded in satisfaction. For him, the most valuable part of this one-time item was the symbols inscribed on it. Within the Nation of Disorder, with his authority and abilities, he could perfectly replicate the symbolic patterns and magical marks on it. The spirit worms of a scholar of yore were themselves the most suitable material for carrying power. A Sequence 3 demigod could already respond to prayers and bestow power within a certain range. After putting the item away, Aaron pondered about making time to let Cavendish Lancer Pinto try to create a yesterday's recurrence charm. After clearing the traces, he looked at Mobert, whose expression was a bit strange. He flicked the Solomon gold coin to him and said with a smile. This is a gift your old man left for you. Don't go to Tingen recently. Take a break, and you can prepare to go to the Fainapotter Kingdom. June 30th, 1349, Saturday. Klein lay on his bed, his eyes somewhat vacant, looking at the eerie crimson moon outside the window, his mind filled with chaotic thoughts. Having experienced dream walking and spirit mediumship, he had truly glimpsed a corner of the beyonder world, but he had also successfully passed the assessment and obtained the job, an employee of a security company. Although it didn't sound as high class as a Tianjin University lecturer, the pay was too generous. With a substantial sum of 17 pounds, Klein always felt a sense of being watched when he walked on the street. This was not his imagination, because he had just assisted Dunn in killing an infiltrator from the Mysticism Society, and he also learned the culprit behind the original body's bizarre suicide, the Antigonus family notebook. Klein sat up from the bed, somewhat annoyed. This state of mind was not only due to the attack he suffered tonight but also stemmed from the diary of Emperor Roselle he had seen yesterday. Even this senior transmigrator, who had already become a great figure, couldn't find his way home, let alone him, an ordinary person trapped in this predicament. The shattering of hope and the troubles of reality made him unable to calm down. Having made up his mind to become a beyonder, Klein stared at the 4 black dots that formed a small square on the back of his right hand, appearing with his thoughts. Just as he was hesitating whether to enter the boundless gray fog space again to study it carefully, a burst of dark golden light suddenly erupted before his eyes. This light was like flowing water, instantly engulfing Klein, and also submerging the lit crimson light. By the time Klein partially regained consciousness, he only felt an intense stinging pain on the back of his right hand. The once clear pattern had become blurred. Before he could ponder the reason, he found himself standing in a magnificent temple supported by huge stone pillars. At the deepest part of the temple was a throne carved with mysterious patterns, situated atop 9 stone steps, and upon the throne sat a blurry figure enveloped in a thick, dark gold mist. Klein, who had already seen such magnificent creations in his own gray fog world, did not panic. Even though he was panicking internally, he still tried his best to maintain his composure and asked with a trembling voice. "Great existence, where is this place?" As he asked this question, he already had an answer in his heart. His intuition told him that this might be the existence that his honored name had pointed to earlier. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. As expected, what goes around comes around. He had just pretended to be a great existence, and now he truly encountered one. He glanced at the strange stone chairs around him from the corner of his eye. A feeling of order and chaos intertwined instantly filled his heart. This was completely different from the gray fog space he had entered. Looking at the nervous Klein below, Aaron, whose body was obscured by the dark gold mist, showed a strange smile but did not speak. With a slight spiritual movement, a ray of light appeared out of thin air and merged into Klein's body. Chapter 225 Klein joins the society for the first time. Klein's body trembled slightly, feeling a surge of information instantly appearing in his mind. His eyes suddenly widened as he realized that the hidden existence before him was indeed the one he had invoked earlier by chanting its honored name. Looking at the somewhat flustered Klein, Aaron's majestic voice echoed in the empty palace. "A very interesting human. I sense a familiar aura about you. The omen of doomsday is becoming increasingly clear." A familiar aura. The mysterious gray fog space unconsciously appeared in Klein's mind, and his heart instantly leaped to his throat. Just as he was still wondering about the meaning of the omen of doomsday, he heard that ethereal and majestic voice again. "There are some people here similar to you. I have established a regular gathering for them, and I am the witness." After a period of calm, Klein realized that this hidden existence did not seem to be like the evil gods described in the records and ancient texts. Perhaps it was just the calm before the storm, but at this moment, he had no other choice. A smile appeared on his stiff face, and Klein said respectfully, "Great Order Master, may I apply to join that gathering?" "You may, but you cannot reveal it to others without my permission." "All right." Klein responded without hesitation, thinking about hurrying back, no, reporting to the Nighthawks tonight. This world was too dangerous. Klein, who had expected to return to his room, found himself suddenly sitting on a stone chair, and several other figures twisted into existence on the surrounding stone chairs. "The gathering is starting already. But I haven't prepared anything yet." Klein was momentarily dumbfounded and could only remain silent, cautiously observing this secret gathering, while comforting himself internally. This is also a very good learning opportunity. I hope they can share more hidden knowledge. Maybe I can even use it in the next tarot club. As Klein pondered, the other members were also secretly sizing up this new member, who still looked like an ordinary person, guessing why he had been chosen. Frank, however, didn't have so many thoughts. He was very excited at the moment and didn't pay attention to the newly arrived Klein, saying with an invigorated expression, "Mr. Favored One, thank you for your help and insights. I have successfully developed mushrooms that can grow and reproduce by devouring flesh and blood in dark environments." Speaking of this, he awkwardly scratched his head and added, "There are many drawbacks as well. If the activity is not eliminated, no matter what those mushrooms turn into, they will actively absorb surrounding flesh and blood, including human organs. Most importantly, they cannot distinguish between normal flesh and blood and the flesh and blood of monsters, nor can they effectively process the latter, accumulating corresponding toxicity or madness. This is not a perfect experiment, but I have used all available methods. I do not believe my direction is wrong, therefore it is my sequence that limits my abilities. I have thought it through clearly. I want to advance to sequence 5, Druid, and now I only lack one main material, Life Tree Root Crystal. The captain said that this material has been monopolized by the Earth Mother Church, and it might only appear on some ancient hidden islands. I wonder if Mr. Favored One has any clues. An otherworldly version of a mad scientist. Klein looked strangely at the fanatical Frank, secretly guessing if this guy was from the Earth Mother Church. After all, Mother Church was generally the honored name used by Feniport people who believed in the Earth Mother. Non-believers either called it by its full name or referred to it as the Church of the Earth Mother. Klein, as a top student from Tingen University, still knew these common facts. Klein secretly noted down the captain and Sequence 5 Druid mentioned by the other party, which might be hidden knowledge. A majestic and awe-inspiring voice echoed in his ears. You have done very well. I will request a material from the Earth Mother Church. I hope you do not disappoint my expectations. Aaron, disguised as the favored one and manipulating a subconsciousness to make the promise, nodded with satisfaction as he looked at the increasingly excited Frank and the other moved members. Seeing Frank stop speaking, Louise looked around and said calmly, "Help me keep an eye out for the recent whereabouts of the Blood Moon King. I am willing to pay £200 for any useful information." "How much?" Klein's face, shrouded in dark gold mist, twitched. £200 for a piece of information, equal to more than a year of his salary. Secretly noting down Blood Moon King, Klein wasn't really coveting the £200, he was just curious about who a person worth so much money for a single piece of information could be. As he let his imagination run wild, Sid Watson stood up and bowed to the illusory figure on the throne. Recently, a prominent figure seems to have appeared in the sleeping faction of the Numinous Episcopate, and they have clashed with the Royalists several times. However, due to the presence of the Eternal Blazing Sun Church, these conflicts have not escalated. But I have already received news that the prominent figure in the sleeping faction is preparing to support a group of low and mid-sequence beyonders to advance in a certain secret place, and I am one of them. I hope to conceal the aura of having become a spirit guide. I am willing to sacrifice £500 to gain your protection. Klein's heart couldn't help but twitch. He recalled his empty wallet and dismissed that unrealistic idea. He also felt that the title Spirit Guide sounded somewhat familiar. It took him a few seconds to realize that Ms. Daly, who had performed the spiritual mediumship for him, was a spirit guide. Rubbing his forehead with a slight headache, the information he had received tonight was truly beyond his expectations. However, he didn't forget his own predicament. After hesitating for a moment, he still spoke when no one else was talking. I would like to know information related to the Antigonus family notebook. If the information is useful enough, I am willing to provide assistance once for free afterward. His voice grew less confident, but he was currently penniless. Others casually mentioned hundreds of gold pounds, while his £17 were not even enough to get by. He could only shamelessly overdraw in the future, using a promise to prepay for the reward. To Klein's surprise, this seemingly unreliable trade condition was actually accepted by someone. Aaron leaned back in his chair, chuckled softly, and slowly spoke. That notebook originated from the Antigonus family of the Fourth Epoch. They were great nobles who mastered the seer pathway. After being exterminated by the Church of the Night, it fell into the hands of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, and was later given by Roselle to Zeradal, the current leader of the Mysticism Society. He is an angel. That notebook covers the trivial matters of the Antigonus family, including secret transactions with members of the Tudor family, the situation of the Kingdom of Night, and... At this point, he paused and added with a playful tone. The complete Beyonder potion formulas for the entire seer sequence. It will secretly drive others to deliver itself into the hands of the Antigonus family descendants, and at the same time affect those who read its contents, causing them to commit bizarre suicides. Klein's hand trembled slightly, and he forced himself to speak calmly. Thank you for your answer. That is very useful information. I will remember my promise. Now he understood the true reason for his predecessor's suicide, and his heart felt bitter. Moreover, he had also gotten involved with the Mysticism Society. Just then, a familiar voice drifted into his ears again. I also sell various charms. They are affordable and powerful, truly a weapon for self-defense. Listening to that voice, like a demon's temptation, Klein's mouth twitched, but he still painfully chose to purchase it. The meeting quickly came to an end. Klein somewhat clumsily followed the other members in standing up and bowing, and his consciousness blurred for a moment before returning to the real world. In the somewhat dim room, Klein, who had used blood to replace some missing spiritual materials, watched as the 10 gold pounds placed in the center of the altar were sucked into a deep, illusory door, and a silver charm shimmering with electric arcs appeared. Ignoring the pain in his wallet, Klein hurriedly placed the charm close to his body. This was currently the strongest single-attack charm he could afford. Feeling the faint tingling sensation from his chest, his heart finally settled down a bit. After tonight's Chaos Council, he now had an immense desire to become a Beyonder. Tomorrow, after Benson and Melissa move to a new house, I'll go find the captain. Perhaps Seer truly is my destiny. Klein cleaned up the traces and sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at the crimson moonlight. The captain's previous narration had given him many concerns. The future lack of sequences, the various out-of-control Beyonders, the credibility of Emperor Roselle's diary, and the illusory whispers that drove people mad and led them to depravity, all mixed together into a swamp hindering his progress. However, after learning the information about the Antigonus family notebook, that sense of destiny finally prompted him to make a decision. July 2, 1349, Monday, Tingen Blackthorn Security Company. Roxanne, who was about to slack off, suddenly shivered when she saw Aaron unexpectedly appear at the door. She quickly stood up and spoke somewhat nervously. Duke, the captain didn't go out today. I'll call him for you. Aaron smiled and waved his hand, saying gently. No need. Just take me to Leonard. Roxanne paused, didn't ask further, and led Aaron towards the secret door, saying as they walked. Leonard is in the underground office area. Please follow me. Passing through a series of doors, some closed, some ajar, Roxanne led Aaron to a very stylish room. Before Roxanne could knock, the door opened from the inside. Poet Leonard stood stiffly at the doorway, giving a dry laugh. Mr. Duke, please come in. Watching Aaron enter the room, Roxanne finally breathed a sigh of relief. The oppressive feeling she had felt earlier finally dissipated considerably, and she hurried off to report to Captain Dunn. Ignoring Leonard's nervousness, Aaron casually found a chair and sat down, saying in a calm tone. It's time to pay you, Old Man Pauls. Translucent patterns emerged from Leonard's body, condensing into 6 charms in midair. Aaron gently raised his palm, and the order mist sealed the room. Otherwise, such strong spiritual fluctuations would definitely be detected by the nearby Ness Gate. The charm with the strongest spiritual fluctuation was a translucent, dark black charm like crystal. The remaining 5 charms were similar in appearance, strange charms with transparent and translucent interweaving. A faint light appeared, and Aaron's finger gently touched, as streams of information emerged in his mind. These were the 4 divine symbols and magical marks given by Paul Sorost, all from the Marauder pathway. The Fortune Stealer charm, made using Amon's Worm of Time, carried the strongest power and could mislead enemies, causing them to make errors in judgment. It could even affect angels to a certain extent, though the effect would be much weaker. The remaining 5 Worms of Time, originating from the Jacob family demigods, due to their inherent level limitations, could at most only affect Sequence 3, and were crafted into 3 types of charms. The Deprivation charm could steal the target's 3 previously used Beyonder abilities, tracing back in reverse order from the most recent one. The Aging charm could effectively affect the enemy, causing them to lose a large amount of life and enter an aged state. The most bizarre Parasitism charm had 2 copies, which could create Worms of Time with short lifespans, quietly parasitizing within the target's body, controlled by the charm user. Satisfied, Aaron put away the 6 charms. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a knock on the door. His powerful spirituality directly allowed him to sense the arrival, which was none other than Dunn, the captain of the Nighthawks. Retracting the order mist, Aaron shook his head with a smile, looking at the stiff-faced Leonard, and quipped. Young men, those who bravely forge ahead are the true protagonists, you know. Go open the door. I probably won't be coming to Tingen for a while, so it's best to handle some things beforehand. Take me to old Neil of the Nighthawks team. His face flushed a bit. Leonard, not daring to talk back, consciously walked in front, opened the door, and whispered to the captain. Captain, Mr. Favored One wants to see old Neil. He's currently teaching Klein. What do you think? Listening to Leonard's questioning tone, Dunn looked at Aaron, who had walked out, and respectfully said. Mr. Favored One, has old Neil committed some mistake? As his captain, part of the responsibility is mine. Aaron gently shook his head, motioned for Dunn to lead the way, and briefly replied. He has been corrupted. In the underground armory, in a narrow room, old Neil, with white hair and dressed in a classical black robe, stopped his explanation of spirit vision and looked in surprise at the open iron door. Klein, who had already become a seer, also curiously turned his head, seeing the grim-faced captain and Leonard, and at the very back, the Duke he had met once before. The gold in Aaron's pupils suddenly brightened, clearly seeing the pair of transparent, cold, and emotionless eyes without eyelashes in the void behind old Neil. Raising his right hand, the order mist instantly sealed the room, isolating old Neil from Klein and the other 2. The Lord of Mysteries emitted a faint glow, and Aaron spoke coldly. Hidden Sage. These almost illusory eyes seemed to be stimulated, condensing one complex and illusory symbol after another. A large mass of chaotic and useless knowledge transformed into an illusory ball of light. At the edge of the bright yellow light, a nearly transparent, bizarre figure formed. Those illusory eyes looked at Aaron, and a torrent of knowledge surged outwards, as if wanting to burst everyone's brains. Chapter 226 Rescue and Consultation. Although Klein wasn't quite sure what exactly had happened, he instinctively hid behind Captain Dunn. Luckily, old Neil had already taught him the techniques for switching spirit vision on and off. Otherwise, Klein couldn't imagine what would have happened to him if he had used spirit vision to look at the thing His Grace the Duke called Hidden Sage just now. Going half-mad might even be considered a good outcome. Leonard, who was standing nearby, instantly changed his expression when he heard the words Hidden Sage. He kept calling out to the old man in his mind but received no response. Just then, an extremely profound darkness suddenly emerged in the armory. Black, cold, and slippery threads, like brilliant starlight in the darkness, enveloped the information stream that was originally spreading outwards. The core seal of Ness Gate. Klein heard the captain sigh, and the image of the black iron double doors engraved with 7 holy emblems immediately appeared in his mind. Although the seer's spiritual warning was still present, it was no longer as intense as before. After the fear receded, an uncontrollable curiosity emerged in his heart. Klein looked at the armory, which was enveloped in profound darkness, and asked his question. What is the core seal? And what does Hidden Sage refer to? No longer calling out to the old man, Leonard realized he was currently within the radiating power of Ness Gate and breathed a sigh of relief. He admitted that he had indeed lost his composure a bit when he heard Hidden Sage just now. After hearing Klein's question, Leonard glanced at this highly valued newcomer, thought for a moment, and said, The reason Ness Gate must be placed beneath the central cathedral of each city is to utilize the daily influx of believers. Their devout prayers allow a portion of their spirituality to enter the magic array, accumulating over time. And this spirituality is the source of power to activate the core seal, Saint Selena's ashes. She was a high-sequence powerhouse during her lifetime. Saint Selena's ashes. The ashes of a high-sequence powerhouse. What use could that be? Klein was both puzzled and curious. Leonard seemed to have heard Klein's thoughts. He gestured towards the profound darkness and said to himself, The remains or ashes left behind by deceased high-sequence powerhouses still possess incredible power. As if he thought of something, Leonard coughed lightly, glanced at the captain's solemn expression, and added, Of course, this is also something I read in certain mysticism books. That Duke is a high-sequence powerhouse, an existence that can be called a saint within the church. After enjoying the astonishment on Klein's face, Leonard nodded gravely and finally said, As for Hidden Sage, well, the ancient texts say he is the hidden existence worshipped by the Moses ascetic order, and the Moses ascetic order controls the mystery prior pathway. He naturally knew more, but those were not things a common nighthawks like him could know. Even the captain needed to report to the church and get approval before he could delve deeper into certain secrets, but this was already enough for Klein to realize the seriousness of the situation. Nodding equally gravely, Klein breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't related to that Antigonus family's notebook, otherwise, he truly wouldn't have been able to escape blame. Klein couldn't help but draw a scarlet moon on his chest and whispered a prayer. May the goddess bless him. Within the space enveloped by profound darkness, the torrent of knowledge emerging from the nearly transparent bizarre figures was bound by black threads, but more complex knowledge still flooded Aaron's mind. At this moment, he felt as if his head was about to explode, and his other thoughts were completely occupied. But Aaron didn't panic, he controlled the knowledge to differentiate and rush into the order mist. Regaining control of his body, Aaron raised his hand. Relying on this connection, he forcibly confined the conceptualized phantom, blocking its attempt to continue borrowing power. This was also why he chose to act directly at Blackthorn's security company. The core seal of Ness Gate could save him a lot of trouble, at least allowing him not to worry about others or the leakage of pollution. Not far away, old Neil's facial muscles were cracking, and the flesh inside was condensing, gradually growing a pair of cold, lashless eyes. His ears extended outwards, like trumpets, but he himself was unaware of it. This was the pollution received by the medium as a projection of power. Old Neil suddenly showed a panicked, fawning, fearful, and timid smile, and tremblingly said, Mr. Favored One, please let me leave. I will go deep into the mountains and never appear again. I will not harm anyone, I will only quietly attempt my ritual. Listening to that hopeful voice, Aaron coldly raised his hand. The faint glow of the Lord of Mysteries appeared, and the sun-chasing scepter instantly materialized in his hand. Golden light enveloped the phantom. At this moment, the cold, lashless eyes on old Neil's body flashed with golden light, suddenly igniting. Golden flames abruptly covered his entire body, burning away the mutated organs. The power originating from the hidden sage that had dissipated in the realm of chasing light was not completely annihilated. Aaron drove it to converge with the residual pollution within old Neil's body, forming a semi-illusory, cold eyeball. Sensing the disappearance of that aura, the surrounding darkness receded. The nighthawks outside also saw the disfigured old Neil and heard his dreamlike murmur. All this time, I haven't harmed anyone, nor have I ever thought of harming anyone. I haven't betrayed any important secrets of the Nighthawks. At most, I've just claimed some expenses that shouldn't have been reimbursed. I really haven't done anything bad. Captain, can the goddess forgive me? Dun's eyes instantly froze. He trembled slightly as he stepped forward, as if wanting to grasp the withered fingers. Before this sorrowful emotion could spread among the crowd, a verdant light instantly enveloped old Neil, who was still clinging to life. The rich aura of life diffused, causing the grim-faced Dun's advancing steps to falter. He instinctively looked at the calm Aaron. Old Neil hadn't completely lost control. Before the hidden sage could descend with more power, Aaron had ended the battle, and the purifying fire had also cleared the last of the pollution. Embrace of the earth, bestowed by the life imprint, could heal even the most severe injuries, except for beings who had completely lost control and were beyond salvation, filling the surroundings with vitality. Saving a sequence 9 consumed negligible life force. Aaron slightly turned to block the life imprint, as it would be a bit awkward for these Nighthawks to recognize the life holy emblem. Fortunately, their attention was drawn to old Neil, who was regenerating flesh and blood, so no one noticed. A hoarse voice suddenly echoed in Leonard's mind. This aura. Leonard's mind trembled, and he pressed for more in his thoughts, but Paul's no longer responded. Klein stared blankly at old Neil, who had only a breath left, for a few seconds as he climbed up from the ground, his eyes filled with disbelief and joy, personally experiencing the meaning of the words saint. Aaron glanced at the somewhat distracted Klein, and a strange sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. As expected, showing off in front of Mr. Full was the most exhilarating. He coughed lightly, interrupting everyone's joy, and looking at the disheartened old Neil, Aaron calmly said, "Report to the church and explain the reason for the anomaly at Ness Gate. I merely helped you clear the pollution, your mental issues still need to be taken to Backlund for the latest review. In any case, praying to an evil god in secret, you must also provide an explanation to the church. Your position will temporarily be filled by this seer." Old Neil responded with a somewhat low spirits. "Yes, Mr. Favored One, thank you for your help." As Aaron left the room, he sensed a familiar aura following him. The corners of his mouth curved into a slight smile, and without turning back, he teased. "Lucky seer, were you perhaps frightened by the battle just now?" Somewhat surprised that this seemingly majestic duke would say such a thing, Klein's originally conflicted expression instantly stiffened, and he gave a dry laugh. "Of course not. I just have some questions I'd like to ask you, Duke, and also to express the Tinjin Nighthawks team's gratitude to you." Aaron hummed softly, holding the bizarre eyeball solidified from the hidden sage's residual power in his hand. He turned his head to look at Klein, signaling that he could ask. Looking at the bizarre eyeball, bound by layers of golden patterns, even knowing it had been sealed, Klein still averted his gaze and asked in a low voice. "I want to know how many other hidden existences like the hidden sage are there? And how did old Neil end up like this? Good heavens, he wants to fleece me. As expected of poor God, he's very good at seizing opportunities." Under that strange gaze, Klein coughed unnaturally. Today, he had been startled by old Neil's situation, personally witnessing the consequences of provoking a hidden existence. Recalling the hidden existence named Order Master, he still felt a chill all over, worried that something might happen to him one day. As the strongest individual he could currently access, this saint was undoubtedly the best source of information. Even if it was a bit awkward, he had to seize this opportunity. Chuckling inwardly, Aaron withdrew his scrutinizing gaze and explained as he walked. Primordial Demoness, Hidden Sage, Cosmic Darkside, Bound God, True Creator, these are all examples. Of course, there might also be some hidden existences that have not yet appeared in the real world, but their common characteristic is undoubtedly their terrifying power and might. Not hearing the answer he wanted, Klein was slightly disappointed and followed Aaron upwards. As for that Nighthawks just now, it was because the hidden sage attached some negative influences to the knowledge transmitted through his whispers, even directly descending power from afar to pollute the listener. Looking at Klein, who seemed to want to say something but hesitated, Aaron seemed to have read his mind and added with a smile. While the high-ranking members of the Moses ascetic order were influenced by that existence, they also gradually developed a relatively safe method of listening. Moreover, the hidden sage's malice towards members of the Moses ascetic order is not overly exaggerated, he rarely actively harms them. Most of the time, he simply madly imparts knowledge, although that is also very painful. Although he hadn't inquired about the Order Master, this hidden knowledge still made Klein feel he had gained something, and he also gained a deeper understanding of the terrifying nature of the Beyonder world. Both the mystery of his transmigration and his current predicament forced him to climb higher. Thinking of the acting method he had read about in Roselle's diary and M.S. Daly's experience, Klein's heart stirred. "I want to know if there are any subsequent potion formulas for the seer pathway within the church. If I earn enough merit for promotion, can I apply to the church for an early promotion?" Although Klein had learned during the last Chaos Council that the Antigonus family's notebook might contain subsequent formulas for the seer pathway. But setting aside the fact that the terrifying notebook had now vanished without a trace, even if it were eventually found, it would be sent behind Ness Gate at the Archdiocese headquarters, which Klein could not access at present. As a Nighthawks, his hope for promotion would certainly still have to be placed within the church. Aaron's steps paused for a moment, and he wasn't surprised by Klein's question. He said with a smile. Very ambitious. If you find the Antigonus family's notebook, you can have done submit an application. Perhaps we'll meet again then. Also, I can tell you in advance that the sequence 8 corresponding to seer is clown. Looking at Aaron, who bizarrely disappeared into the colorful blocks, Klein's face gradually showed a strange expression. Sequence 8, clown. He had never imagined that seer would be linked to clown. Is this going to form a circus duo? This made him wonder if there would be potions like magician next. Zimim Island, the easternmost island of the Rörsted archipelago, a forgotten temple hidden deep within the primeval jungle, where a bloody ritual was underway. Several headless bodies gushed blood, converging in the center of the temple, accompanied by desperate and painful screams, as a thick scent of blood permeated the air. As one of the leaders of the resistance and the most devout believer, Baldy Carrot, seated in an iron wheelchair, was performing the blood sacrifice ritual with fervent enthusiasm. All the believers were infected by a plague-like frenzy, none of them noticing a yellowish-brown parchment book appearing in the hand of a weathered, unrecognizable statue not far behind them. On the surface of the book, a line of words was written in Elvish. Book of Calamity. At this moment, Carrot felt a dull ache in his chest, and his breathing became momentarily constricted. At this instant, he felt as if he had submerged into the seabed, being squeezed from all directions by heavy currents. Splash. Vaguely, he heard the sound of surging tides, and illusory, overlapping ripples appeared before his eyes, as if a boundless, bottomless azure ocean had formed. Within that ocean, a colossal, blue-green figure, like a tower, supported everything. The blood sacrifice offerings instantly withered like long weathered rocks, and the blood in the center of the temple dried up, revealing a milky white bone sword at the bottom. The anomaly in his mind vanished along with that bizarre aura. Carrot gazed at the slightly curved bone sword and muttered fervently to himself. God said, when an outsider picks up this holy sword, God will reappear on earth, granting us power and freedom. Chapter 227 The Second Tarot Club. In Tingen, at Blackthorn Security Company, Klein watched Aaron's figure disappear into the colorful light, feeling a bit envious. Klein wasn't sure if this ability, similar to teleportation, was due to his sequence or the effect of a sealed artifact. At his current level, he could at most access sequence information below sequence 7, and only if it was recorded in the Tingen Nighthawks archives. For example, there was no information on the subsequent sequences for Mystery Prior or Seer. Pulling back his chaotic thoughts, Klein saw Roseanne hurrying over. He informed her that old Neil was fine and then left Blackthorn Security Company. Now that he was truly a Beyonder, he wanted to try some things, but it wasn't suitable to do so at a Nighthawks outpost, which was guarded by the Ness Gate. At 2 Daffodil Street, Klein pulled out a brass key and opened the door, seeing Benson, who had moved back and forth between Daffodil Street and Iron Cross Street multiple times. This house, rented just yesterday, gradually began to feel like a home. The tension in his heart, caused by old Neil's situation, slightly eased, and even the dangerous whispers he occasionally heard diminished a bit. After having lunch with his family, Klein quickly went upstairs and entered his own bedroom. Taking out the spiritual materials old Neil had given him when teaching him spirit vision, Klein quickly completed his attempt at the wall of spirituality. Feeling slightly invigorated, he swiftly took out paper and pen and wrote down the honored name of the Order Master, in rune language. Recalling it, he then wrote down the entire process of the sacrifice and grant ritual on the back of the paper. This was part of the many pieces of knowledge that had suddenly surged into his mind after receiving the light points when he first encountered that hidden existence. Klein had no doubt about its accuracy. After all, the charm in his pocket had been granted through this very ritual. As a false, hidden existence, Klein decided to prepare an honored name for himself as well. The corresponding sacrifice and grant ritual could be slightly modified, otherwise, without even an honored name, his full persona would be too cheap. Originally, Klein thought it might not matter much, but after truly experiencing the Chaos Council and witnessing the magic of the sacrifice and grant ritual, he couldn't sit still. Referencing the honored names of several true gods and that of the Order Master, and combining it with the luck-transferring ritual that had caused his bizarre transmigration, Klein finally designed an honored name that satisfied him. The fool who doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the yellow-black king who controls good luck. After a moment of hesitation, Klein still chanted this freshly created honored name in ancient Hermes. The most violent noise and the most heart-wrenching screams rang out once again. He felt a headache that was even harder to endure than when he had consumed the Seer Beyonder potion. Klein, who had already learned meditation, controlled himself to try not to listen. The murmurs and whispers quickly receded like a tide. Klein felt his spirituality lighten, and everything seemed to become ethereal. Boundless gray fog appeared in his vision, with deep red stars, near and far, like countless eyes. Above the gray fog, the majestic palace, like a giant's dwelling, still stood, seemingly existing there for millions of years. It really worked. This honored name can connect with that gray fog space. Suddenly opening his eyes, Klein stood up invigorated, muttering to himself. Then, he looked at the bright sunlight outside the window and paused. What time is it? I hope I haven't missed the Tarot Club meeting this afternoon. Clang. Klein pulled out his pocket watch, opened it, and immediately felt relieved. It was only a little past 12. Designing the honored name hadn't wasted much of his time. There were still over 2 hours until the agreed-upon 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Placing the slip of paper on the candle to burn it, accompanied by incantations, Klein walked 4 steps counterclockwise, forming a square. Above the gray fog, inside the grand palace, the bronze long table was modeled and ancient. Klein sat at the head of the bronze long table with 22 high-backed chairs and heard a familiar sound. It was his own prayer from just now. Looking at the suddenly glowing crimson star, Klein curiously extended his right hand, constructing an invisible connection. The scene inside his bedroom immediately appeared in his vision. Klein slid his finger, breaking the connection with the crimson star, and the image in his mind shattered and disappeared. It was at this moment that he fully confirmed that the ritual incantations he had conceived could precisely point to himself. This filled him with a sense of accomplishment, feeling that his exploration from scratch had been very effective. His mood instantly improved, and the pleas that had been buzzing in his ears like flies suddenly became acceptable. He stood up, walked around to the back of the topmost seat at the bronze long table, and looked at the constellation symbol there. The brilliant stars outlined a strange symbol, one that was outside the scope of Klein's current knowledge of mysticism. He carefully distinguished it for a while, seeing the eyeless eye symbolizing secrecy and the twisted line symbolizing change within it. Both were missing apart, overlapping each other to form a new symbolic representation. Incomplete secrecy, incomplete change. What does it mean when put together? Klein frowned and murmured, unable to find an answer for the moment. He withdrew his gaze and walked around the magnificent, ancient temple, his sight not missing a single corner. As for the more distant, seemingly boundless ethereal places, he dared not venture deeper for now, fearing he would be completely lost there. This place is indeed full of mystery. When I become stronger, I wonder if there will be new changes. Having gained a preliminary understanding of this gray fog space, Klein sighed. He spread his spirituality, enveloped himself, and simulated the feeling of rapidly falling. Before the gathering began, he needed to seize the time to recover his spirituality. Everything passed quickly, various illusions shattered, and he penetrated the grayish-white mist, returning to the real world to lie on his bed and begin meditating. Aaron, who had secretly returned to Backlund, appeared inside a detached villa in the West Borough. He only lifted his concealed state after using the Eye of Order to confirm that no one was monitoring the place. Backlund was unlike other places. Aaron, who had already become a demigod and succeeded as a duke, was practically an eyesore to the Augustus family, if not quite a thorn in their side. Therefore, he naturally had to be cautious when acting here. After setting up a wall of spirituality, Aaron uncovered the black cloth on the full-length mirror in the living room and drew a combined symbol representing secrecy and prying on the mirror's surface. As the last stroke of the symbol fell, the full-length mirror in the bedroom emitted a dim but pure light, like a quiet undercurrent surging at the bottom of a lake. A phantom, ancient, and bizarre silver mirror quickly appeared within the mirror, with faint glows flickering in the eye like black gems on both sides. Golden text immediately appeared on the mirror's surface, directly expressing a sense of pride. 3 days ago, Prince Grove of the Loen royal family personally visited the Church of Steam to inquire about Chunus's whereabouts. I did not betray you, but instead provided some misleading images, pointing the finger at the Castile family. Do you think my handling of the situation deserves your praise? Aaron was a little surprised. Why was Erode so fawning today? Where was your previous integrity? However, he still nodded slightly and simply replied, I am very satisfied. The golden text twisted and transformed, new words appearing. All right, according to my rules, you may now ask me a question. Aaron, already familiar with Erode's routine, didn't hesitate and asked directly. I want to know the exact location of the temple on Siamim Island that hides the Book of Calamity. The mirror surface twisted for a while, and after a long moment, text appeared. Due to the special resonance between the Book of Calamity and a certain spirit world area, I cannot directly display the exact spirit world coordinates of the temple for you, nor can you directly cross over to it. With your strength, you could naturally force your way in, but this would inevitably provoke a counterattack from Kubituva and even attract the attention of the Sea King, which I believe is not what you desire. An image then appeared on the mirror, a lady with grayish-blue eyes, wearing a man's shirt, sitting at a desk and flipping through a book. In her hand, specks of starlight condensed, forming a brilliant key inscribed with complex and strange patterns. Erodes thoughtfully explained in text next to the image. She is a member of the Moses Ascetic Order, currently residing at 24 Cross Street, Port District, Siam Island. The key in her hand is what you need, it can guide you and help you enter the temple. Having noted down the address, Aaron glanced at the time, preparing to send the mirror back home, when he suddenly saw the text on the mirror twist again. The newly displayed text gave Aaron a sense of bashfulness. Noble, powerful, and mysterious Duke Aaron, may the humble and insignificant Rhodes ask a small request of you. If it's about taking you out of the Church of Steam, don't blame me for refusing you. Thinking this, and given that Rhodes's previous information had indeed saved him a lot of effort, Aaron still nodded. Speak, but I need to consider it. The golden text changed colors, forming a large block of words. I sense a familiar, mother-like aura on you, but that aura is too distant, already beyond the range of Backlund. I would like to ask you to bring me an item imbued with that aura next time, any item will do. Where does a mirror get a mother? Although a little speechless at Rhodes's description, Aaron clearly understood its intention. Looking at the pencil-drawn smile that appeared at the end, he thought for a moment and said, "All right, but it will take some time. If there's nothing else, you can go back for now." The next moment, the mirror spewed out one phantom light after another of different colors, like brilliant fireworks. The light finally transformed into a line of text. Praise be to you. Rhodes awaits your next summons. Backlund, Empress Borough, Earl Hall's Villa. Audrey blew dry the ink on the letter, pouting as she folded the envelope. She had originally thought she would meet Aaron again when she visited Oak Island in Pritz Harbor to see the ironclad ships, but almost a week had passed, and she still hadn't seen him. This guilty behavior made Audrey increasingly suspect the true identity of that emperor gentleman who gave her a strangely familiar feeling. Putting away the envelope, Audrey, who was pondering the upcoming tarot club, suddenly felt something and quickly turned her head to look at the dark corner away from the balcony. She saw the golden retriever Susie squatting there, quietly observing her. Oh, goddess. Audrey's mouth twitched. She wanted to cover her face and silently sighed, drawing a scarlet moon on her chest. Then she leaned closer, looking down at the golden retriever from above. Susie, this isn't right. You're peeking. A spectator should openly observe from their own position. The golden retriever looked up at its master, cooperatively wagging its tail and chattering a few words. Audrey didn't dare to delay. She glanced at the time on the clock, beckoned to Susie, and said seriously. Susie, you are also a Beyonder now. We are the same kind, no, not that. I mean, we must help each other better. I've already told Annie that I need to rest this afternoon. You stand guard at the door later and don't let anyone disturb me. Susie gave her a deep look and wagged its tail helplessly. Very good, I'll let you choose tonight's dinner. Audrey clenched her fist and gently shook it. Watching Susie obediently walk out the door and lock it from the inside, Audrey suddenly had a strange thought. What if Susie could also join the tarot club? The moment she imagined a dog barking suddenly in a mysterious and solemn gathering, Audrey felt an inexplicable sense of shame and quickly shook the thought out of her mind. The surroundings seemed to be covered in a layer of mist. Klein seemed to see a gray table. On the table lay a notebook with a hard paper cover, completely dyed black. A strange sense of déjà vu emerged in his heart. Klein walked over and opened the notebook. The open page had a drawing, a fool wearing splendid clothes and a dazzling headdress. Behind the fool was a strange symbol composed of an incomplete, eyeless eye and twisted line. Below the drawing, a line of Hermes language was written. Everyone will die, including me. Klein's heart jolted. He suddenly noticed that the fool's mouth was curved into a smile. Whoosh. He sat up abruptly, seeing the dazzling sunlight. He subconsciously checked his pocket watch, it was already 2:55 p.m. Perhaps recording the symbol behind the fool's chair caused a change in myself, or perhaps the strengthening of my connection with that mysterious space made me dream of that Antigonus family notebook. After a simple interpretation of his dream, and feeling his spirituality full, Klein didn't think any further due to the time constraint. He then walked 4 steps counterclockwise to arrive above the gray fog. Crimson light bloomed on both sides of the bronze long table, surging up like a fountain and then falling down, revealing 3 blurry figures. Their positions remained unchanged from the last time. Klein, who had already activated his spirit vision in advance, had intended to probe the true strength of the Tarot Club members, but he didn't even have time to observe the aura colors of Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman before he was almost blinded by the dazzling golden light deep within Mr. Emperor's aura. As the gray fog surged, the stinging pain in his eyes and the murmuring in his mind slightly lessened. Klein was inwardly alarmed and quickly closed his spirit vision, simultaneously feeling bitter. I'm only a sequence 9. What kind of beings have I attracted? Chapter 228, Transaction and Key. Even with the gray fog's concealment, Aaron, whose divinity had just been touched, still perceived Mr. Fool's subtle gaze. Thinking of his promise to Rhodes, he raised his head and looked at the figure shrouded in gray fog, speaking respectfully, Great Mr. Fool, I have a request. I wonder if I can receive your help. Klein, who had concealed himself with the gray fog without revealing any flaws, felt a sudden jolt in his heart. However, feeling the gazes of the other Tarot Club members focused on him, he had no choice but to brace himself and chuckle in a relaxed and comfortable tone. Tell me about it. Tell me about it so I know how to refuse you without losing my mystique as a hidden existence. Klein added helplessly in his mind. How could he help such a powerful being, someone who could injure him just by peeking with spirit vision? Honestly, Mr. Fool's acting is really good. This steady tone doesn't seem faked at all. Aaron clicked his tongue in his heart and, without hesitation, stated his request. I know you are the supreme existence of the seer pathway. Any item imbued with your aura will display incredible power in divination, counter-divination, or revelation. Therefore, I wish to ask you to bestow upon me an item bearing your aura. What? Supreme existence? Why don't I know about this myself? All right, you're strong, you're right. Klein's fingers trembled slightly, unsure how to respond. Just then, he heard Mr. Emperor continue, I know this request is a bit sudden. Please forgive my disrespect. As compensation, I am willing to pay 500 gold pounds and a very practical mystical item as compensation. How much? 500 gold pounds. My weekly salary is £3, Benson's is £1.10 solely. 500 pounds, that would be. Klein's mind was instantly filled with those glittering little darlings, and he restrained the question that almost blurted out, what mystical item? As a hidden existence, a mere mystical item was not worth him personally inquiring about. Having decided on the transaction, Klein began to consider what would be suitable for the exchange. He was very self-aware. Mr. Emperor didn't want his aura, but something related to this mysterious grey fog space. Klein pondered, and an idea gradually formed in his mind. Seeing Mr. Fool fall silent, Aaron's lips curled slightly as he continued, a hidden existence like yourself would certainly disdain such compensation, but your subordinates or your dear should still find them useful. No, I can use them too, and I like your suggestion just now. Klein no longer worried about how to respond and replied with a smile, I have a dear who is currently busy with something and needs a certain amount of money. I will have him contact you later. As for the item you want, I will give it to you later through a sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Audrey, who had been observing Aaron in her spectator state, finally turned her head to look at Mr. Fool, her voice deepening to express her shock. Sacrifice and bestowal ritual. Klein, who had quietly activated spirit vision, had learned his lesson from last time and did not look at Mr. Emperor again, instead examining Miss Justice and Mr. Hangman. The result was quite disheartening. Klein now confirmed his conclusion that he was the weakest member of the Tarot Club. Sighing inwardly, Klein looked at the Tarot Club members who were all looking at him, and added calmly, that's right, this will save you a lot of trouble, allowing you to take leave in advance, so you don't have to worry about what to do if you're in an inconvenient situation on Monday afternoon. Mr. Hangman, who had been observing cautiously in secret, subtly changed his expression. Nobles could use lunch breaks as a cover, but as a pirate wandering the seas, danger could strike at any time. He couldn't guarantee that he would have enough time to attend this hidden existence's gathering every Monday afternoon at 3 p.m., especially since he had now acquired a ghost ship and would have to report back to Paso Island no matter what. And this was also a good opportunity to probe. He lowered his head and responded respectfully, this is exactly what we hope for. What do you need us to do? Young man, you have a rich inner world. Watching the constantly changing emotional colors in Mr. Hangman's spiritual depths, Klein raised an eyebrow and replied, place 4 new candles on the altar, one at each corner, preferably the ones with sandalwood scent. Place a white bread at the upper left candle, fenapot noodles at the upper right candle, paella at the lower left, and dai sai pie at the lower right. Use a silver dagger to create a sealed spiritual environment. Listening to Mr. Fool's serious description of the food placement, Aaron forcefully suppressed the upward curve of his lips. Klein described the ritual magic he had modified from the luck transfer ritual. Although the 4 food items seemed a bit strange, that was what the luck transfer ritual required. He had just changed them to some foods he liked. After simply explaining the remaining ritual steps, Klein, shrouded in the gray-white mist, tapped the edge of the long table with his finger, answering in a calm, unruffled voice in Hermes, the fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. Aaron listened with a strange expression, subtly glancing at Mr. Fool in the dense gray fog. These ritual incantations always gave him a strange sense of familiarity, as if they were his own incantations that had been modified. Audrey and Alger silently recited these 3 descriptions, and a storm surged in their hearts. They clearly understood what the 3-part description Mr. Fool spoke of represented in other rituals. That pointed to, the 7 deities who overlooked the entire world. It was almost equivalent to Lord of Crimson, Mother of Concealment, Empress of Calamity and Terror. Klein pressed a hand to his forehead and tapped the edge of the bronze long table with the other, keenly noticing the changes in Mr. Hangman and Miss Justice. As for Mr. Emperor, there were no obvious emotional fluctuations. But he pretended that nothing had happened, maintaining a state where everything was within expectation, and continued to speak to himself, "I pray for your help. I pray for your favor." He described each line of the incantation in a different format, and finally smiled, "Everyone, have you remembered?" "Ah." Audrey gasped softly, quickly covered her mouth, and began to recall seriously. With the spectator's powerful memory, she quickly finished recording and repeated it aloud for confirmation. Alger, on the other hand, appeared much more normal than her. No matter what he thought inwardly, his surface remained as steady as an old dog. Looking at Mr. Fool, who was no longer speaking, Alger, his thoughts churning, broke his silence. Facing such a terrifying existence, he wanted to show his enthusiastic participation in the gathering as much as possible. "I want ghost shark blood, at least 100 milliliters of ghost shark blood. For this, I am willing to pay £250, or a sequence 9B under potion formula." "Really? Which two?" Audrey instantly became interested. Glarant had told her at the last gathering that he wanted to become a Beyonder, but he didn't have the corresponding formula. Alger leaned back slightly, answering in a measured tone, "I actually have two sequence 9 Beyonder potion formulas in my possession. One is called Sailor, and the other is called Spectator." Before Alger could continue his introduction, Audrey blurted out, "Deal, let's go with that Sailor Beyonder potion formula," witnessed by Mr. Fool. Feeling the increasingly heavy spiritual burden in his mind, Klein swept his gaze over the members of the Tarot Club and spoke of the acting method he had learned from Roselle's diary. Finally, Klein leaned back, looked at both sides, and said in a low, soothing voice, "Help me collect Roselle Gustav's secret diaries, even if it's just one page. If there's nothing else to share, then today's gathering will end here." "As you wish." Audrey and Alger, who were a half-beat slow due to surprise, followed Aaron in standing up and said respectfully. Klein slid his finger, disconnecting from the Crimson Star, and the three figures instantly vanished from the majestic hall. Looking at the bronze long table, which had once again become quiet, Klein finally relaxed and silently sighed, "What a pity, this place is still fundamentally different from online dating platforms. Otherwise, I could create a small account to join and specifically ask questions I find inconvenient to ask. Or perhaps next time at the Chaos Council, I could inquire if there's anything similar to mirror magic, for example, having half the members be my alt accounts." His lips unconsciously curled upwards. After what had just happened, Klein also realized the various inconveniences of impersonating a hidden existence. He recalled the sudden appearance of the bronze long table earlier. "I wanted a temple, and a temple appeared. I want an alt account, will an alt account appear?" Klein rubbed his brows, trying to imagine an alt account. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he saw a figure appear at the very bottom of the bronze long table. The figure wore a black tailcoat and a semi-tall silk top hat, with a vacant expression and wooden movements. Even with the illusory gray fog covering it, its abnormality was clear. "It's not working." Klein tried many times, sighed, and gave up on the idea of creating an alt account. Now, his main task was to quickly fulfill Mr. Emperor's request and get those £500 and that mystical item. Cross Street 24, Port Area, Zimim Island, the easternmost island of the Rorstad archipelago. Letitia, an archaeologist on the surface and a member of the Moses ascetic order in reality, stood by the window, watching the sunset's afterglow sink into the sea, silently. Guided by the residual power of the star-moon pillar, she and her companions had crossed the fog sea and the violent sea, transiting from Byam to here. In the past few days, they had explored all areas of Zimim Island except the primeval forest, but still found no reaction. And besides its inherent dangers, the primeval forest was also the main base of the resistance army that worshipped the sea god on Zimim Island. The reality forced her to temporarily give up the search and wait for an opportunity to enter that primeval forest. Her thoughts gradually converged, and Letitia slowly felt a hint of something amiss. The room today was so quiet, unusually quiet. Her companions. Her thoughts suddenly froze. Letitia subconsciously looked at her arm, where the imprint of the star-moon pillar's residual power should have been, but it had now disappeared. Not good, this is a dream. When did this happen? In the last moments before her consciousness plunged into eternal darkness, this thought flashed through Letitia's mind. Aaron, who had temporarily borrowed the death mask to change his appearance, lifted the nightmare ability of the Ring of Mysteries. Looking at the four bewildered corpses on the ground, these guys, the strongest of whom were only sequence 7, were not worth mentioning, but his expression became solemn. In front of Aaron, a slowly rotating mass of stardust emerged from Letitia's corpse, and one star after another appeared, densely packed and dazzling. These stars shed beams of light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the void, and an ancient portal appeared behind the starlight. Before acting, he had specifically learned from Rhodes that the person behind the Moses ascetic order's current operation was the Star-Moon Pillar, one of the top-ranked among the 10 pillars. That was a sequence 3 clairvoyant who had worshipped the hidden sage since the 4th epoch and had long since successfully advanced. Unlike the young Bernadette, this old fossil had likely personally seen Failsellen during the Fourth Epoch. Coupled with the clairvoyant's special abilities, to reduce the risk of his identity being exposed, Aaron had not brought him along this time. Originally, the plan was to quietly kill these Moses Ascetic Order members using the Nightmare ability to secretly take the key, but unfortunately, things didn't go as planned, and this power was still triggered. Knowing that a mystery prior could use mystical reenactment to create various incredible magic or witchcraft after advancing to demigod, Aaron couldn't guess what ability the opponent was using. The safest method was to take advantage of the opponent's skill wind-up and directly eliminate her power projection medium. The drawback was that it would cause a huge commotion, impossible to conceal, and might attract the attention of the Sea King in nearby biome, requiring a quick resolution. Astorpho's figure appeared before the star-constituted vortex, and a silent shriek swept through, instantly extinguishing most of the brilliant starlight. The spirit world was sealed, and the spells cast relying on the spirit world were forcibly interrupted. Several spears of darkness appeared simultaneously, completely destroying the starlight, then transformed into golden patterns adhering to the crystalline key that fell to the ground. Skillfully picking up the key, the illusory whispers in his ear flashed and faded. Aaron glanced at the harbor, which had suddenly become noisy due to the aftermath of the battle, and then allowed Astorpho to pull him into the spirit world. He planned to lay low for the next 2 days, at least until the irritable old man's anger dissipated before going to retrieve the Book of Calamity. Anyway, the key was already in hand, and the seal applied could last for a period of time. But this did not mean Aaron could rest easy. After that irritable old man left, if the Church of Storms did not discover the Book of Calamity, the Star Moon Pillar, whose subordinates had died, might personally take action. As Aaron was thinking this, a familiar prayer suddenly reached his ears. It was the voice of Frank, the great biologist. His heart stirred, and he immediately had a guess. Allowing Astorpho to take him through the spirit world, he manipulated a subconsciousness within the Nation of Disorder to extend his spirituality towards the suddenly expanding prayer light point. Chapter 229 Mystical Necklace. A phantom prayer scene then emerged, with the burly Frank praying with his eyes closed. On the altar lay several impossibly vibrant mushrooms and a necklace shimmering with layers of starlight, like a galaxy, emitting strong spiritual fluctuations. Bernadette's efficiency is too fast. As expected of bloodline suppression, even mythical creatures are no exception. Aaron sighed slightly in his heart and looked at the mushrooms. These were the experimental versions he had Frank sacrifice earlier. Although there were still many flaws, the most crucial issue of edibility had been resolved, so Cavendish Lancer Pinto could try them in the abyss first. If these mushrooms could retain their characteristics in such an utterly depraved place, then other places would naturally be no problem. Spirituality leveraged a wisp of dark gold mist, and the prayer light spot suddenly expanded. The dark gold double door opened, and the items Frank sacrificed arrived beside Aaron. He placed the mushrooms with different effects in the sundry pile first. Aaron reached out to summon his divination pendant. He was very curious to what extent a Sequence 2 knowledge magister could refine a demigod beyonder characteristic. Based on this, he could even infer the terrifying nature of the Church of Steam's sealed artifacts. The boundless mist surged. Aaron opened his eyes, put away his divination pendant, and clicked his tongue as he looked at the dazzling necklace in his hand. Secrets Necklace. Ability 1, Space Concealment, divides a space into 2, hiding a portion of it. Entry is only possible through a specific door. To exit the hidden space, one must either use the door or lift the concealment. Can be used to create spatial pockets. Ability 2, Phantom Door, the main body appears behind the door, existing in a different world from the point of attack, looking on from afar. Ability 3, Exile, constructs a gray-blue phantom door with 7 brass keyholes. The initially controlled target is thrown into the corresponding chaotic spacetime currents. Different phantom doors correspond to different scenes, but the corresponding spirit world coordinates must be pre-recorded in the Secrets Necklace. In addition to these abilities, the most basic travel and scribe abilities were also retained. 2 demigod-level Beyonder abilities can be recorded, and the success rate of recording Beyonder abilities from similar sequences is higher. When traveling in the spirit world, one cannot be tracked or locked onto. Secrecy can block perception. The secrecy of a secret sorcerer has a hidden meaning. Aaron immediately thought of the symbol he had summoned erodes with before, or rather, the symbol that could, to some extent, point to the Fool. A portion of the eyeless eye symbolizing secrecy, plus a portion of the twisted line representing change. Gathering his thoughts, Aaron was extremely satisfied with this mystical item. It retained Beyonder abilities to the greatest extent, making it one of the most capable even among Grade 1 sealed artifacts. The negative effects mainly consisted of 2 points. If used by someone below demigod level for more than 15 minutes, their body would inevitably merge with the spirit world, becoming completely lost in that space. For existences above demigod level, this process can be interrupted voluntarily, but if used for more than 15 minutes, the various Beyonder abilities of the Secrets Necklace will be distorted to some extent. Another point is that during a full moon, whether used or not, simply wearing it will cause one to be affected by the full moon's whispers. Aaron's guess about this is that the Beyonder characteristic Buddies used to advance to demigod might have originated from the Abraham family. Looking at the secrets necklace in his hand, Aaron frowned slightly. The title of the original god of craftsmen was truly not an exaggeration. Although the Church of Steam was established for the shortest time, its foundation was probably very deep. When Roselle fell, the true gods who acted were the eternal blazing sun and the god of steam and machinery, personally killing the son of steam they had in theft. Even with preparations, the anchors being shaken was inevitable. Although he didn't know how Adam specifically operated to retrieve the Black Emperor's Beyonder characteristic under the noses of two true gods, this should have been the limit. It was impossible for two true gods to gain nothing. Perhaps it was a method Adam had laid out in advance. This wasn't without precedent. When the ancient god demonic wolf Phlegria died, Antigonus, who was only sequence 2, took away the fool's uniqueness and a portion of an attendant of mystery's characteristic due to Beyonder characteristic aggregation. If Adam had the Duke of Entropy's characteristic, he indeed might have had a chance to replicate this situation. Or perhaps Roselle simply actively interfered when he decided to purify himself through death. Although it didn't matter where the characteristic was, leaving it in the hands of those who killed him would be more annoying. In this situation, allowing Adam to regain the characteristic also fit Roselle's personality. Of course, this doesn't rule out Adam's covert guidance. Moreover, after killing Roselle, the eternal blazing sun state was definitely better than the god of steam and machineries. It was highly probable that he snatched the Sequence 1 Knowledge Emperor Beyonder characteristic that Roselle had accommodated a step ahead of him. If, during the War of Gods, the eternal blazing sun, who was on the god of combat's side, exchanged the Knowledge Emperor Beyonder characteristic for the god of steam and machinery's help, causing the previously neutral Church of Steam to switch sides. This could explain why the god of steam and machinery, who advanced to Sequence 0 with incredible luck as the ultimate European emperor without fully digesting the potion, surprisingly chose the wrong side in the end. Eternal blazing sun, god of combat, god of knowledge and wisdom. Aaron, gradually reining in his wandering thoughts, silently recited these names. Some matters were not about likes or dislikes, but only about interests. Whether it was the Justiciar uniqueness or the Red Priest uniqueness, he didn't have much time left. Sighing lightly, Aaron selected Cavendish Lancer Pinto's prayer light spot, and with surging spirituality, opened the door of conferment, bestowing those several different types of mushrooms. At the same time, he transformed his thoughts into light spots and cast them into the dark golden double door. The westernmost part of DC Bay, the city of Sevilla, belonging to the Fainapotter kingdom. Aaron's figure slowly emerged, looking at the coastal city shrouded in night in the distance, his life imprint emitting a faint glow. Just as Aaron was observing this beautiful city with a strong DC style, patches of red scales appeared before Aaron without warning, quickly reassembling into a handsome man wearing the robes of an Earth Mother Church Archbishop. Archbishop Segura. Aaron looked at this old acquaintance with some surprise. He had only intended to exchange materials with the Earth Mother Church Archbishop here using his identity as a favored one, but he didn't expect to meet this Mr. Earl who had left a deep impression on him. As soon as Segura's figure condensed, his scarlet eyes looked at the void beside Aaron, frowning slightly and muttering. Rose School of Thought. As a demigod of the moon pathway, which is related to life, he keenly sensed Cavendish Lancer Pinto in his ghostly state. Moreover, an ordinary demigod would not bring him such intense pressure. Waving his hand, signaling the bishop not to be nervous, Aaron explained softly. This is my ally, no need to be nervous. Since you are here, it will save me a lot of trouble. I have a subordinate who still lacks a main ingredient for Sequence 5 Druid, Life Tree Root Crystal. Segura's face immediately showed understanding. His gaze inadvertently swept across the still empty void beside Aaron, and he said with a smile. It is indeed difficult to find this Beyonder material in the outside world. If it were a demigod-level material or formula, I would still need to report to the Patriarch, but for just a Sequence 5 main ingredient, I can decide to give it to you. As he spoke, he pointed to the city behind him, casually adding. I am here to replace Archbishop Moro, who was originally stationed here. He is also a favored one, and was sent to the South Continent last week. Favored one, sent to the South Continent. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't inquire further. Whether this was Lilith's intention or an angel's arrangement, it had nothing to do with him, at least for now. The Church's rules cannot be changed for me alone. There's no need to give it. Although I don't have the corresponding contribution to exchange for it, you can use your contribution to exchange for it, and I will compensate your loss with a Blood Clan Baron Beyonder characteristic. Rules are rules, and this is the most basic requirement for role-playing an Imperative Mage. Segura smiled and did not refuse the slightly rigid suggestion of this favored one. The transaction, which satisfied both parties, was quickly completed. Watching the favored one disappear into the spirit world, Segura's smile faded, and his figure shattered, rapidly surging towards the Earth Mother Church in the city. A Sequence 3 or at least a Sequence 4 Rose School of Thought member who possessed a holy item was an ally of this newly advanced favored one. He had to report this matter to the church's matriarch, Roland Tingen, beneath the Blackthorn Security Company. Klein, who had just returned from the Seer Club, saw Seeger Taeyong returning with a large stack of documents. The captain told me about your idea. I retrieved the documents for you from behind the nest gate. But you can only read them here, you cannot take them away. He placed the documents on the table while giving his instructions. Old Neil had left for Backlund with Fry yesterday, and Seeger Taeyong was temporarily taking over Old Neil's work. Looking at this steady young man, who was a Nighthawks by profession and a part-time author even though his works were neither famous nor best-selling, Klein nodded heavily, stretched out his hands, and quickly flipped through the pages. This was a problem he had realized after observing the symbolic signs behind the high-back chairs of several Tarot Club members last time. He had some understanding of high-level hidden existences, but he knew nothing about the most basic sequence knowledge. Even if he knew the corresponding symbolic signs, he wasn't sure what sequence the members of his gathering actually were, which was an utter disgrace for the boss of a secret organization. After an unknown amount of time, Klein closed the book with a complex expression. As he expected, he did not see the subsequent information for the Seer pathway. What pained him most was that the Sailor pathway was indeed the Beyonder pathway controlled by the Church of Storms. The previously uncertain conjecture was verified, which also meant that even as a witness to the transaction, having obtained the Sequence 9 Sailor Potion formula through Mr. Hangman, he could not sell it in the Tingen underground market now, unless he didn't want to remain a Nighthawks. Thinking about how he only earned 2 Sul from divining for others at the Divination Club all morning, while a Sequence 9 potion formula that couldn't be sold was worth at least £200, Klein felt an unbearable pang in his heart. Because his secrecy level was insufficient, all documents involving sequence pathways only went up to 7, which made him itch with curiosity but unable to find any other way. He could only hope that sealed artifact 2-049 would be sent from Backlund soon to confirm whether Riel Bieber was a descendant of the Antigonus family. If so, he would have hope of becoming a full member and gaining a higher secrecy level. He put down the book, planning to find Seeger Taeyong and leave work early. Tonight, the Tarot Club members would attempt to trade, and he needed to prepare in advance. Pushing open the door and seeing the slightly empty corridor, a phrase suddenly appeared in his mind for some reason. Small hermits hide in the wilderness, medium hermits hide in the city, great hermits hide in the court. In the future, if he could become a high-ranking member of the church, who would ever suspect that he was a heretic, the mastermind behind a secret organization? He coughed lightly, dispelling the somewhat blasphemous thoughts in his mind, and quickened his steps. Backlund, Empress Burrow, Earl Hall's residence. Audrey watched the ghost shark blood vanish into the deep darkness, and a parchment scroll appear out of thin air, with Sequence 9 Sailor written prominently at the top. Audrey, who had already been taught the ritual for summoning a messenger by Aaron, was only slightly surprised and quickly regained her composure. She retrieved the parchment recording the potion formula from the altar and chanted the incantation to end the ritual in a not-so-fluent ancient Hermes. Above the grey fog, Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, looked at the beautiful young lady in the prayer scene. Including Mr. Hangman whom he had just seen, this was his first time seeing the true appearance of a Tarot Club member without the dense grey fog obscuring them. Unlike Mr. Hangman, who was clearly as poor as himself, even though Klein didn't know much about the fashion tastes of this world, the jewelry Miss Justice wore, which almost blinded him, was enough to explain everything. Recalling his own meager wallet, Klein felt a pang of bitterness. Because he still had to trade with Mr. Emperor later, he didn't dare to waste any more spirituality and proactively cut off the prayer scene. At the very last moment of the prayer scene, Klein seemed to see another very similar spiritual color appear not far from Miss Justice. Skillfully erasing the traces of the ritual, Audrey hummed a little tune as she put away the parchment with the potion formula, preparing to go find Susie, holding a bag of Susie's favorite dog biscuits. This time, it's not like before, when the Tarot Club ended in less than 10 minutes. Susie definitely didn't expect it. I'll give her a surprise later. Thinking this, Audrey opened the door only to find that Susie, who should have been squatting in front of the door, was nowhere to be found. After searching for a long time, she finally found the somewhat sneaky golden retriever in the utility room. Listening to the clumsy, unrounded words coming from the golden retriever's mouth, Audrey's mouth slowly opened, completely forgetting the etiquette an elegant lady should possess, and almost blurted out. Susie, you can talk. When did you learn to talk? The golden retriever jumped in fright and turned to face its owner. It frantically and quickly wagged its tail, and after several times of opening and closing its mouth, it finally vibrated the surrounding air and said, I don't know how to explain it, after all, I'm just a dog. Upon hearing this, Audrey was speechless for a moment. Just as Audrey didn't know how to face the talking Susie, her personal maid Anne's voice came from the corridor. Miss, Viscount Glaint has arrived, and the carriage you requested is also ready, you can depart at any time. Ah, all right, I'm coming now. Audrey hurriedly responded. Viscount Glaint had previously said that he knew of a bee-yonder gathering located in the Backlund Bridge area, which was also part of her plan for tonight. Chapter 230 The Trembling Fool. Audrey covered her face and walked away, and Susie opened her mouth, shaking the air as if to explain, "Audrey, I." Hearing the not-so-standard Loenese, Audrey's mouth twitched, and she walked even faster. Looking at the dog biscuits that had fallen to the ground, Susie, sitting upright, sniffed. Seeing that the troublesome Annie hadn't come to find her, she raised a paw, seemingly considering how to eat in a way that suited her current status. A few seconds later, she gave up thinking and, following her instincts, pounced forward, snatching the bag of dry food and rushing out of the storeroom. Inside the spacious and comfortable carriage, Glyrant looked at Audrey, whose expression was strange, and asked somewhat oddly, "Audrey, what's wrong? If you're not feeling well, we can go another time." Recovering from her jumbled thoughts and returning to her spectator state, Audrey quickly reined in her emotions and said gently, "It's nothing, I was just thinking about some questions." Thinking about whether it was a good or bad thing for a dog to speak, she immediately added in her mind. Her strong reaction earlier was just because her simple beliefs had been challenged, leaving her somewhat at a loss. After calming down, she realized this wasn't a bad thing. Susie could observe and eavesdrop for her in certain situations. People would be wary of their own kind, but it was unlikely they would suspect a pet of eavesdropping, even if that pet was squatting at their feet. And now Susie can speak, she can tell me directly what she hears. I'll have to teach her words and standard pronunciation later. Looking at Audrey, who was once again distracted, Glyrant was bewildered. He lightly coughed and handed her the pure white, lace-trimmed mask he had prepared, explaining, "At beyonder gatherings like this, people generally don't show their true faces. They all wear masks to conceal themselves. This is your mask. I hope this gathering will have the formula I'm looking for." Audrey took the mask and OED, then tentatively asked, "I have a sailor potion formula here, do you need it?" The Church of the Storms. Glyrant's face showed a moment of struggle, but he still said firmly, "Apothecary, I think what I need is the Sequence 9 apothecary formula." Feeling Audrey's somewhat puzzled gaze, he chuckled and explained, "For me, being healthy and not afraid of most diseases and injuries is the most important thing." Seeing Audrey about to say something, Glyrant quickly added, "Of course, this isn't absolute. I'll try these beyonder gatherings first. If I can find it, that's best. There's no need to trouble Duke Aaron with such a small matter." After inheriting his father's title, Glyrant finally experienced the brutal competition among Loen's upper class. It was only by befriending Audrey that he had the chance to seek help from the Duke, and this opportunity naturally had to be saved for the most crucial moment, not wasted prematurely due to his own ideas. Watching the constantly changing emotional colors of his friend, Audrey said no more. After a 20-minute carriage ride, she followed Glyrant into a secret door in the alley behind the Bravehearts Bar. In a private room at the Bravehearts Bar not far away, Hugh, wearing a mask and with height-enhancing modifications, looked at his friend Furs, who was sprawled on the sofa, unwilling to move. He sighed helplessly, "It's almost time. As per tradition, it's your turn to host the gathering this time." Looking at Furs, who was covering her ears, Hugh deepened his tone, and a faint sense of authority permeated the air. "Furs, we are debt-paying workers. You don't want that person to come back and collect the debt, do you?" Furs, with a look of utter despair, was pulled up by Hugh, muttering, "I swear, if I had known a Sequence 8 potion was so expensive, I definitely wouldn't have advanced. At this time, I should be at home getting my beauty sleep." Pretending not to hear the complaint, Hugh pulled the chattering Furs out of the private room's tunnel. Above the grey fog, Klein, at the head of the bronze long table, took out a gold coin. This was the 1-pound gold coin he had offered as a sacrifice before, which he had enveloped and washed with grey fog for several days. Actually, Klein initially wanted to use a slightly cheaper soul instead, but considering that the Arbiter pathway was mostly controlled by the royal family or nobles, it would be too undignified for a dignified hidden existence to use a soul. In the end, he still switched to a gold pound. Looking at the crimson star symbolizing Mr. Emperor, Klein extended his spirituality and lit it up. In the gradually clearer prayer scene, Klein nearly jumped off the high-backed chair. On the classical and exquisite desk, 500 gold coins were neatly arranged, shining brightly under the lamplight, creating a strong visual impact. But none of this was the main point. The crimson moonlight from the window also illuminated a figure. He was no stranger to that figure. It was Duke Aaron, who had left Tingen last week, the esteemed dear who was already a high sequence beyonder. Klein instantly felt the shock of being caught in the act, and subconsciously drew a crimson moon on his chest before realizing he was still in the grey fog space, still trading with Mr. Emperor. Exhaling deeply, Klein steeled himself and manipulated his spirituality to open the door of sacrifice and bestowal. Even seeing the large pile of glittering little darlings floating around him from the open door, and finally the ancient ring that appeared, his mood still didn't improve. Klein just wanted to end the transaction as quickly as possible now, eagerly preparing to throw out the hot potato in his hand. His right hand, gripping the gold coin, paused, then he smiled bitterly and sighed, still throwing the gold coin into the door of bestowal. Picking up the gold coin that had fallen on the altar, and watching the door of sacrifice and bestowal dissipate, Duke Aaron's originally calm face finally showed a smile after the invisible sense of being watched disappeared. He could already guess that Mr. Fool was currently brainstorming. Above the gray fog, Klein's expression was somewhat uncertain. Although he had been mentally prepared since learning that most high-sequence Arbiter Beyonders were concentrated in the royal family or great nobles, he still found it a bit hard to accept now. He found it hard to believe that he had actually pulled in a goddess's deer, and wondered how the church or that high and mighty god would react. After a long while, Klein gave a bitter smile. With no clear idea, he simply stopped thinking about it. From now on, he could only take one step at a time. Setting aside the pile of little darlings, Klein reached out for the ring. After closing his eyes and divining for a moment, his expression shifted slightly, and he opened his eyes. Moonlight Ring. Grants a certain degree of physical enhancement, possesses super strong self-healing abilities, and can cast various dark-type spells similar to Darkness Wings and Abyss Shackles by consuming spirituality. The intensity is limited by the caster's own sequence. Passively increases spiritual strength and recovery speed. Actively activating the full moon state significantly increases spirituality for a short period. After the effect ends, the user will fall into a bloodthirsty state. This mystical item made up for his current lack of offensive means apart from firearms. Its negative effects were also very minor. From now on, he wouldn't have to worry about insufficient spirituality when holding a tarot club meeting. The only headache was that he had to come up with a reasonable explanation for this sealed artifact, otherwise, he wouldn't pass the Nighthawk's scrutiny. Moreover, he had to avoid Mr. Emperor, or rather, Duke Aaron, when using this mystical item. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to openly telling him that he was Mr. Fool's dear. How else could he continue to blend in with the Nighthawk's team? He glanced at the surrounding gray fog, and remembering that all of today's tasks were completed, Klein decisively picked up the ring. What place was more suitable for testing this mystical item than above the gray fog? After trying out several dark-type spells granted by the Moonlight Ring and satisfying his magic addiction, Klein hesitated for a moment but decided to try the full moon state. He needed to determine what benefits this state would bring him and, most importantly, its negative effects. He couldn't have a negative effect kick in while he was fighting someone that would. As soon as he thought of that scene, Klein's expression became a bit strange. With the surge of spirituality, crimson light spread out from the ring. Klein's mind became a pot of boiling porridge. He only felt his body lighten, his spirituality float, and the distant and near crimson stars once again appeared before his eyes, vast, mysterious, blurred, and hazy. Just then, he suddenly felt a faint, indistinct plea within that crimson. This seemed to be a change brought about by enhanced spirituality. Klein's spirits immediately lifted. He let his spirituality spread, touching the crimson mass. He didn't intend to pull anyone in, he just wanted to observe the prayer scene to ascertain the situation. A blurry and distorted image immediately appeared before his eyes. He could only vaguely see a brown-haired youth kneeling, facing a pure crystal ball. The youth's black tight-fitting clothing was completely different from the prevailing trends in the Loen Kingdom, and also significantly different from the traditional costumes of foreign countries like the Fasak Empire and the Intis Republic that Klein had seen in magazines. His surroundings were dim, with old tables and chairs, occasionally illuminated by sudden flashes of light, but Klein couldn't hear the rumble of thunder or the sound of raindrops. In the image, the youth clasped his hands together against his forehead, his body bowed forward, continuously praying for something. A thick, buzzing voice echoed in Klein's ears. Klein listened intently, but then discovered an embarrassing fact. He couldn't understand what the other party was saying, it was a language he had never encountered. It was only somewhat similar to the ancient Fasak language he had previously learned, leading him to deduce that it might be an ancient giant language. He didn't make a special effort to memorize it. Even if he forgot, he could recall the youth's prayer using the seer's dream divination ability. Klein, lacking sufficient knowledge, decided to first understand what the other party was saying before making any plans. Taking off the moonlight ring, Klein instantly felt a wave of discomfort. The comfortable feeling of spiritual flow disappeared, and the prayer sounds he could hear and the connection to the crimson star also vanished. It seems I can only pull in a maximum of 3 members at this stage. As this thought just surfaced, an uncontrollable bloodlust nearly overwhelmed his will. Fortunately, this was above the gray fog. Layers of mist enveloped the moonlight ring, and an invisible barrier greatly reduced that uncontrollable bloodlust. Fine beads of sweat seeped from his forehead. Even though the negative feeling had greatly diminished, the stinging sensation of nearly depleted spirituality also filled his mind. Without further hesitation, he wrapped himself in spirituality, simulating the sensation of falling. City of Silver, Derek's home. In the dimly lit room, Derek slowly stood up and carefully placed the pure crystal ball in front of him into a box. This was an item his father had brought back from a ruin during an expedition, said to have some kind of mystical effect, and was given to him as a birthday gift. Looking at the silver-white arcs of electricity occasionally flashing in the darkness, Derek still felt uneasy, even after just making a prayer. Ever since the blood-colored full moon, which occupied half the sky, appeared over a month ago, whether it was some kind of omen or not, the city of Silver began its exploration towards the giant king's court, and this included Derek's parents. The youth, staring out the window with a slightly worried expression, did not notice that behind him, on the surface of the pure crystal ball inside the box, a crimson flash appeared, then vanished. Without removing the spiritual wall in the room, and using the ritual materials on the table, Aaron casually drew the blended symbol representing secrecy and prying on the full-length mirror next to him. The surface of the full-length mirror immediately emitted a dim but pure light, and an illusory, ancient, bizarre silver mirror quickly appeared in the mirror's surface, with faint glimmers from the black, eye-like gems on both sides. This immediately gave Aaron a sense of vulgar voyeurism. As if sensing Aaron's gaze, white words quickly outlined themselves on the mirror. "Humble Rhodes is at your service at all times, great and mysterious Duke. May I ask why you summoned me? Was it my humble request last time that received your favor?" Favor? Aaron's mouth twitched. This magic mirror's bottom line was indeed absurd. Not wanting to hear Rhodes's flattery anymore, Aaron said directly, "Yes, I have obtained that item. It's a gold coin. Now the question is, how do I give it to you? If you want me to go to the steam church in Backlund, then you should calm down in there a bit longer before coming to find me." Aaron added in his mind. The pale text instantly turned golden, directly showing its undisguised joy. "Great Duke, humble Rhodes praises your generosity. You just need to place that gold coin here and hold it for 2 seconds." Looking at a vortex, close to the size of a normal gold coin, appearing on the mirror, Aaron nodded and pressed the gold coin, which he had been holding in his hand, onto it. It felt like less than 2 seconds, and the gold coin in his hand, which could originally barely be called a mystical item, completely turned into an ordinary item, its attached aura absorbed and gone. Aaron wasn't surprised by this. Without beyonder characteristics, to maintain the extraordinary nature of ordinary items for a long time, the most common method was to inscribe the honorific names or true names of angels, or even gods, using languages that could leverage nature. This was equivalent to borrowing mystery and power from them, provided, of course, that they consented. This gold coin tainted with the Grey Fog's aura was essentially the same, but because Klein's current strength was low, he couldn't control Sapphira Castle. The reason it could still achieve this effect was only due to Sapphira Castle's high sequence, but correspondingly, the time it could maintain its extraordinary nature would be greatly reduced. Aaron thoughtfully put away the gold coin, looking at the stick figure smiley face and the line of words below it that appeared on the mirror. "Great, generous, and powerful Duke, humble Rhodes thanks you for your favor. Now you may ask me a question." Chapter 231 Unexpected Changes. Aaron, somewhat unable to bear the mirror's enthusiasm, spoke coldly. "I want to know if Siam Island is safe now. Are there any hidden risks?" The mirror surface rippled with swaying light, revealing a deep blue ocean, with ancient and dim ruins at the bottom of the water. A massive pillar, inscribed with strange patterns and symbols, extended from the center, supporting the ruins. A passage of text appeared beside it in due course. "This is the hiding place of Kvetchua, who presumptuously proclaimed himself a god, a hidden place where reality and the spirit world intertwine." As if sensing a gaze, an angry, frantic shriek suddenly rang out, and the surging image instantly shattered. The pale golden characters reassembled, with a hint of flattery. "Your great Duke, currently the only potential danger to you on Siam Island is that sea serpent, the storm church's beyonder has long since departed. Do you have any other questions?" Aaron shook his head lightly and, without waiting for Rhodes's farewell, directly activated the teleportation to Siam Island. In the primeval forest, a hidden aura, Aaron, who had quietly appeared, took out the key he had snatched from the Moses ascetic order before, activated his spirituality, and walked like a ghost through the silent dense forest. After walking for a while in the extremely dim dark forest, Aaron also discovered a secret base of the resistance, with the strongest individual being only a sequence 7. Aaron did not stop until he reached the depths of the dense forest, where he felt the distortion of order. Following that twisted sensation, he actively released the suppression of the key in his hand. The crystal-clear, gem-like key slowly disintegrated, and starlight intertwined with crimson moonlight to form an illusory, hazy door inscribed with numerous mystical symbols. Having witnessed the sanguine Marquis's actions, Aaron instantly recognized it as the Door of Summoning. Could it be that the Pillar of Stars and Moon analyzed the blood of a moon pathway mythical creature when he advanced to a demigod? Aaron's pupils constricted as he suddenly realized something. Without any hesitation, the faint glow of the Ring of Mysteries appeared, and the Spear of No Darkness emerged, heading towards the Door of Summoning. A pale arm covered in starlight extended from the doorway. The Spear of No Darkness immediately dimmed and disintegrated before even getting close. All of this flowed smoothly, not being easily defeated like last time, as if it had already foreseen everything. What a clever feint, the real trump card was here all along. Thoughts surged, but Aaron's actions did not stop. The amulet of Arcana glowed brightly. The space concealed by Kvetua had long been broken, and a temple suddenly appeared in the forest, with the space rippling and folding inward like a mirror image. He was about to use spatial concealment to segment and hide the temple's space. Without knowing the location of the specific door, even the Pillar of Stars and Moon would need at least a few minutes to break through the space and enter. Even if he was inadvertently tricked by the Moses ascetic order, Aaron did not lose his head. He wasn't here to fight this high summoner, his goal for this trip was only one, the Book of Calamity. At the same time, a gray-blue door of exile with 7 brass keyholes appeared in front of the door of summoning. Behind the door seemed to be a place of extreme corruption and defilement, which was the abyss coordinate previously provided by Cavendish Lancer. A miniature red moon suddenly rose, and a beautiful lady in a warlock's robe fully stepped out of the door. Brilliant starlight mixed with moonlight enveloped the entire space. The starlight instantly condensed, creating a giant amber, and the collapsing space also solidified. An indescribable song, as if from heaven, simultaneously rang out. Aaron, who was about to counterattack, couldn't help but show a hint of intoxication on his face, and his movements involuntarily paused. A dense, dark golden mist immediately appeared before Aaron's eyes, accompanied by piercing pleas and whispers, dispelling the soul-stirring song. Aaron, instantly regaining clarity, felt an indescribable sense of danger. No longer thinking of concealing his sequence and strength, he directly connected with the Nation of Disorder to empower his decree, and spoke with authority. Mystical reenactment is forbidden here. An invisible wave instantly spread outwards from Aaron's center. The solidified amber and the echoing song dissipated, and a blood-colored light, with insufficient residual power, struck Aaron. It was an illusory silver longsword stained with mottled blood. Even though it was greatly weakened by the influence of the decree, it still caused Aaron's blood to surge. You want to be flashy. Aaron cursed under his breath, maintaining the decree while a large amount of spirituality poured into the Ring of Mysteries, summoning the historical void image of Cavendish Lancer. Cavendish Lancer's hollow eyes suddenly became spiritual. His main body, far away in the abyss, entered the historical fog, imbuing this projection with consciousness. With a slight raise of his hand, 2 more illusory figures appeared. The Pillar of Stars and Moon, who was still surprised why a Sequence 4's decree could nullify his beyonder ability after being counterattacked by the broken mystical reenactment, looked at this nested operation and, feeling the aura emanating from those illusory figures, a hint of solemnity flashed in his star-like eyes. Leaving the battlefield to Cavendish Lancer was not only to deal with the Pillar of Stars and Moon but also to prepare for Kvetua, who could appear at any time. However, while nesting was momentarily satisfying, it was a spiritual crematorium. As a demigod, Aaron could still hold on for a short time and would not suffer spiritual exhaustion. He quickly took out a charm engraved with lightning and waves from his pregnant. It was a sensing charm made by the elven high priestess using the blood of the elf Shadas. Following the sensation, Aaron instantly locked onto the blurred statue in the deepest part of the temple. Without any hesitation, he slapped a hidden charm onto the statue and threw it into the Door of Exile. The door behind this time was naturally not the abyss, but Aaron's most familiar place, Yarnum's ancestral tower, Ancestor Valna's home ground. With the disappearance of the statue, numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings instantly appeared on the temple's surface, and the sound of crashing waves faintly echoed from within. The intertwining mystical symbols rippled with illusory, overlapping light, as if creating an boundless, bottomless azure ocean. Within that ocean, a massive, bluish-green figure stood like a tower, supporting everything. Suddenly, a gasp overwhelmed everything, like a colossal creature struggling to suppress its hunger. Who? The enormous gasping sounds became increasingly obvious, increasingly clear. Behind the illusory world formed by the rippling light, a hideous giant mouth, like a blood-stained basin, appeared, and an angry roar echoed through the forest. I hate unexpected changes. Aaron muttered irritably. For some reason, he always had a bad premonition and was about to give the sea serpent a profound memory. However, he found that the mystical symbols, rippling with ocean waves, suddenly dimmed, and the angry roar turned into a slightly panicked whimper, like a mouse encountering a cat. Well, or more accurately, like a sea snake encountering a sea eagle. That gushing sense of dread made Aaron's heart sink instantly. Tinjin, Daffodil Street, number 2. After performing rituals for his 3 Tarot Club members and experiencing the negative effects of the Moonlight Ring, Klein endured the stinging pain of spiritual exhaustion in his mind and entered the dream world. Fragments, sometimes continuous and sometimes fragmented, floated past. Amidst layers of whispers, Klein suddenly awoke, realizing he was dreaming. A power has invaded my dream. Having experienced his captain's dream inquiry and Miss Daly's spiritualism before, Klein maintained his previous hazy state and inadvertently surveyed his surroundings. All colors distinctly overlapped, and a gray, illusory mist faintly permeated the air. Indescribable, even transparent, seemingly non-existent things surged, and at an infinitely high place, there were clear, bright lights of different colors. Klein was quite familiar with this scene. When he took the potion and advanced to a seer, he had seen a similar scene. Later, by consulting ancient texts, he learned that this was indeed the mysterious spirit world. An ancient patterned silver mirror suddenly appeared before Klein's eyes, startling him. Before he could react, the mirror's surface rippled, and golden Loen characters appeared one by one. My most high, most great, most supreme master, your humble, loyal, and pitiful servant Erodes has finally awaited your arrival. Ah. Klein, somewhat unable to accept this burst of enthusiasm, imperceptibly shrank back, while feeling utterly bewildered. A talking mirror. Talking seemed not quite accurate. This illogical scene reminded him of the records he had read in the Nighthawk's internal archives about sealed artifacts with living characteristics. Although utterly bewildered, based on his self-cultivation as an actor, Klein instantly switched to the fool's state of looking down on everything, profound and unfathomable. He nodded gently and said, "Not bad." The mist in front of him immediately churned, as if sensing Klein's peculiarity. The golden words on the mirror surface wriggled and changed, reforming. "This is my honor. May I address you as master? Great existence above the spirit world. This is too obsequious, too shameless. I always feel like there's something wrong." Looking at the words, great existence above the spirit world, Klein's heart skipped a beat. He knew that the mysterious space above the gray fog was connected to the spirit world. At least when he summoned himself, he could see a place resembling the spirit world through the door. This mirror named Erodes sensed the aura of the gray fog. That's why it recognized me as its master. What kind of situation is this? Klein, having somewhat sorted out his thoughts, sighed. He suddenly felt a sense of carefree abandon, like someone with many debts. He pondered and said, "You can use any title." "Yes, master." Erodes used an exclamation mark. "I cannot return to your side yet and can only have a brief exchange with you, but your loyal servant can still answer 3 of your questions." Can it answer questions? Klein's mind instantly recalled some hackneyed fairy tales from his previous life, and his expression became slightly strange. After a moment of thought, he still gave up on asking about the whereabouts of the Antigonus family's notebook. This question would directly expose his thoughts and intentions. Moreover, sealed artifact 2-049, Antigonus family's puppet, would arrive in Tingen at the latest next week. After some consideration, Klein spoke in a deep voice. "Then tell me about your current situation." After all, not every great existence could be omniscient and omnipotent. Asking this way expressed the master's concern for his servant and subtly learned the background of this mirror called Erodes, successfully avoiding the awkwardness of directly asking the magic mirror's identity and lowering his own status. The mirror surface rippled, and large passages of text appeared. Klein filtered out the wailing tone and the cloying titles, summarizing it simply. Erodes is a Grade 2 sealed artifact of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backlund Diocese, currently numbered 2-111. And it really hopes its great master can rescue it from the clutches of the Steam Church. Where did this traitorous mirror come from? Is it trying to extort me or kill me? Klein felt his expression must be quite something right now. As if sensing the strange atmosphere, the large golden text disappeared and transformed into another sentence. "Great master, you need not worry about Erodes. Feeling your return, I have gained the courage to persevere. I'm not worried about you, I'm worried about myself." Klein silently complained, looking at the suddenly pale text, which inexplicably gave him a feeling of peeking around. An emoji he had seen in his previous life immediately popped into his mind, a cute alpaca, poking its head forward. Great master, I must follow certain rules. You must answer one of my questions in exchange. You want me to answer your questions too?" Klein, much calmer now, raised an eyebrow, waiting for Erodes to ask, planning to decide whether to acknowledge this servant based on the situation. "What did you have for dinner today?" "This question has substance." Klein calmly replied. "Steak." "Perfect answer." Erodes almost applauded. Without waiting for Klein to speak, new text appeared. "Great master, you may ask your second question." Klein pondered for a moment, then narrowed his eyes and said, "I want to know information about Erenwil." As a favored one of the Evernight goddess, he showed no reaction to his disguised existence, or perhaps he had certain plans that Klein was unaware of. All sorts of doubts surged in his mind, so Klein deliberately did not elaborate too much, not specifying what kind of information he wanted. On one hand, he wanted to test the magic mirror's ability. If it could even explore and answer information about a high-sequence beyonder, then accepting this servant wouldn't be out of the question. On the other hand, he hoped Erodes could give him some surprises, perhaps revealing some additional secrets. The golden characters disappeared one by one, and Erodes fell into a brief silence. Just as Klein thought the magic mirror's ability was nothing special. As if having made some kind of decision, the calm mirror surface finally began to ripple, as if trying to present a scene. Klein's heart stirred, and he was carefully examining the mirror surface when he heard a crisp sound. Before he could react, the entire dream space collapsed. Chapter 232 Hidden Sage. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, staring blankly at the crimson moon outside the window. The stinging sensation from the exhaustion of his spirituality in his mind had significantly weakened. I was promised 3 questions, but the second question wasn't even fully answered, so why did it end? Is it because this mirror's ability is insufficient, or is it that the level involved with Mr. Emperor cannot be spied upon? A series of question marks flashed through his mind, and then he remembered the most crucial question. This dream ended so inexplicably that he didn't even know how to contact this magic mirror named Erodes. Sighing, Klein, lacking relevant information and basis, reluctantly closed his eyes again. He needed to seize the time to recover his spirituality, as he still had to go to the divination club tomorrow to digest the potion. Regardless, strength is the fundamental key to survival in this strange world. Backlund, the headquarters of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backlund Diocese, St. Hierland Cathedral. On the inner second underground level, exquisite mechanical constructs, engraved with complex symbols, partitioned off one area after another. Some places were open, some rooms were tightly sealed, each containing a sealed artifact. In a room near the deeper parts, completely sealed by silver gears, complex and illusory symbols emerged on its surface, showing a tendency to spread outwards. Inside the partition, the black cloth covering the magic mirror, Erodes, was ignited by illusory flames. Various abstract and incomprehensible symbols appeared on the mirror's surface, stirring up a storm of mixed information within the sealed room. Beams of light, neither brilliant nor pure, devoid of any color, seemingly composed of a vast amount of illusory things, suddenly surged from a certain area in the deepest part. One projection-like, seemingly thin scroll after another unfolded, giving an extremely heavy feeling, as if carrying civilization, the enlightenment and development of human society at different levels. The partition where Erodes was located was instantly imprinted with illusory books. Everything except the mirror itself was reduced to its most basic particulate structure, including the attached conceptualized knowledge, information, and text. All the decomposed and restored particles finally condensed into a ball of illusory light, wrapped in layers of scrolls, but it did not obliterate them. Gears now emerged from various areas of the second underground level, finally reassembling into an old man wearing a white priest's robe and a soft cap of a clergyman. That was Oremik Haydn, the head of the God of Steam and Machinery Church's Backlund Diocese, a member of the Council before God, and an archbishop. But this was clearly not his true self, only a refined puppet. Although a sequence 4 alchemist of the savant pathway can inject souls into items they create, granting them a certain degree of life, their life refinement is clearly inferior to that of a classical alchemist of the planter pathway. However, as a warning mechanism placed behind the sealed door, it could serve as a medium for information exchange for the main body that could not arrive in time. Watching the scrolls of civilization dissipate into beams of light again, and seeing the light return to the deepest part of the sealed area, Oremik Haydn slowly breathed a sigh of relief. He drew a triangular holy emblem on his chest and prayed in a low, devout voice. Praise be to you, great God of Steam and Machinery. As the largest and most important church within Loen, both to maintain its dominance and to cope with the complex situation in Backlund, the Steam Church's Backlund Diocese secretly preserved a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Numbered 0 to 19, the Canon of Knowledge, it was also the core seal of St. Hierland Cathedral, known only to the Backlund Archbishop and the Pope within the church. Without his intervention, the only one qualified to activate this Grade 0 sealed artifact was that being. In other words, this place just now received the gaze of a god. Taking a deep breath, Oremik Haydn, who had not received a divine revelation, stepped forward and picked up the magic mirror Erodes, which had fallen to the ground. This eccentric mirror seemed to have suffered a major blow, as garbled text composed of various languages appeared on its surface. Oremik Haydn frowned but was not worried. Even if there was contamination, it would surely be completely erased under the gaze of a god. Without hesitation, he asked concisely. What happened to you? The repeatedly appearing golden text paused slightly, and the rational Erodes expressed its anger and its not-so-obvious guilt through text. This is a provocation. A blatant provocation. The text twisted for a moment. Erodes seemed to have some stress disorder, apparently not daring to display a certain name, so he continued to express himself in a different way. The one worshipped by the Moses ascetic order is provoking the powerful God of Steam and Machinery Church. As a devout believer of the church, I think you should also do something. Moses ascetic order? Could it be that hidden sage? Looking at the still raving Erodes, Oremik Haydn, his forehead twitching slightly, expressionlessly put it away, planning to confine this ill-tempered mirror separately later. On Semim Island, in the primeval forest, Kavichua's roars disappeared even faster than they appeared. The soul-penetrating fear made it flee decisively. At this moment, Aaron did not know that Erodes, far away in Backlund, had finally made up its mind to slightly backstab him for Klein, but was eroded just by glimpsing his image. He merely frowned, watching the fleeing Kvichua, but did not stop the sea serpent's escape. On one hand, this was only a projection of its power left in the temple, not its true body. On the other hand, an alarm suddenly rose within him. Feeling his body lighten, the spiritual burden from summoning the historical void image of Cavendish Lancer suddenly vanished. Aaron's expression changed slightly, which meant, before he could think further, aided by the visual feedback from the initial establishment of order through the law, he saw a light that most beyonders could not perceive emanating from the pillar of stars and moon. This light had no substance, as if composed of complex and vast information. It penetrated Cavendish Lancer, and the historical void influence he summoned in an illusory, torrential manner, heading straight for Aaron in the temple. In the last moment of his conscious clarity, Aaron remembered the gaze he exchanged with those indifferent eyes at Blackthorn's security company, the Hidden Sage. An indescribably vast amount of useless knowledge instantly flooded Aaron's mind. The terrifying contamination, rich with various information, spread along the spirit-body threads to his mental body, emotional body, and even his mind-body. This brainwashing-like transformation or contamination was far beyond what the trace of power projection at the Chinese gate could compare to, even if that trace of power's appearance might have been related to the catalysis of 0-08. As a king of angels, among the strongest under the gods, a sequence 3 of the same pathway could already bear most of his power. If it weren't for Cavendish Lancer's historical void image taking the brunt of the attack, Aaron might not even have had the chance for a final thought. Although his consciousness was chaotic, Aaron had no intention of mobilizing the Nation of Disorder. Even if severely wounded, the Sapphira's secrecy absolutely could not be exposed to the eyes of this evil god. To him, a favored one of a certain hidden existence who controls a Sapphira and a Sapphira controller had entirely different meanings in the eyes of that being. Exposing himself before having sufficient strength would bring immeasurable consequences. The subconsciousness within the Nation of Disorder sighed. As long as the main body wasn't completely eroded, the contamination brought by the Hidden Sage, who had not yet achieved true godhood, was not insurmountable for him, who had mastered an incomplete mythical creature form. At most, it would take a little more time in the Nation of Disorder. However, the Ring of Concealment and the mystical necklace carried by the main body must not be lost. If they were snatched by the Hidden Sage in passing, he would have nowhere to cry. Summoning the Black Emperor card and the Scepter of the Sun, Aaron, intending to use this Grade 0 sealed artifact of the Sun pathway to save the situation, found a dense darkness suddenly surging from his body. It stopped the Hidden Sage's frantic erosion and simultaneously concealed all traces of his faintly glowing life imprint. The paper cranes he always carried with him on outings suddenly ignited. One mercury-colored complex symbol after another leaped from it, instantly forming a huge, illusory, scaleless snake. On the surface of this silver-white giant snake, dense patterns and symbols formed interconnected rotating wheels, each surrounded by different markings. Its cold, crimson eyes held a hint of helplessness and bitterness. The giant snake soared into the air above the temple, curled its body, and bit its own tail. Its shadow enveloped the entire temple area, like a mysterious and exaggerated rotating wheel. The illusory light covering part of Aaron's body was very difficult to peel off bit by bit, but it could never return to its original unpolluted state. A Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway can, to a limited extent, peer into the secrets of fate. As an existence close to the pinnacle of the sequence, the Hidden Sage also controlled part of the authority of fate. The fate restart unleashed by Septon, who had not yet recovered his strength, had its effect significantly weakened under the interference of the Hidden Sage. But this was already enough. Coupled with the fate restart, the deep darkness of the night imprint re-emerged, instantly occupying most of Aaron's body. Aaron's body instantly seemed to be erased by an eraser, disappearing along with that portion of power from the Hidden Sage. A pair of indifferent eyes emerged within the light composed entirely of information torrents. Abstract, indescribable information surged from all directions, seemingly attempting to gain certain intelligence by analyzing this information. Just at this moment, a hazy light surged from nothingness, displaying projection-like scrolls throughout the entire primeval forest. Sensing danger, the terrifyingly complex information torrent immediately crashed into those illusory scrolls, rapidly expanding, attempting to tear open the cage. However, thousands of years of civilization were so profound and vast, and the history left by countless generations of humans, counted in billions, was so immense and grand, that it was entirely sufficient to contain the Hidden Sage's information torrent. Furthermore, this was only power descended through a Sequence 3 saint. As the god of steam and machinery, who also wielded the authority of knowledge, instantly detected the Hidden Sage's anomaly. For an information entity, this level of power projection must contain important information about the Hidden Sage. Unfortunately, due to comprehensive considerations of the astral world and other factors, he could not exert his full power, giving the Hidden Sage a chance to breathe. Her body gradually became transparent, and the pillar of stars and moon, bearing too much power, subtly showed a tendency to evolve into a pure information stream creature. Her eyes, occupied by various symbols, displayed an abnormal frenzy. Deeply brainwashed and eroded by the hidden sage, she actively gave up suppressing her divinity and fully embraced the Lord's embrace. Her body completely etherealized, decomposing into streams of vast knowledge. The only remnant was a drop of crimson blood, surrounded by the torrent of knowledge. Simultaneously, an indescribable light shot out from those indifferent pupils. With the integration of that light from the hidden sage, that drop of moon pathway mythical creature blood suddenly expanded into a blood-colored orb of light. The crimson moon in the sky seemed to grow slightly larger at this moment, as if a certain existence had opened its eyes and looked here. The scrolls of civilization that enveloped and bound the hidden sage were instantly tinged with crimson. The previously unbreakable barrier developed a loophole. Streams of information torrent instantly analyzed the location of the loophole, rapidly diffused, merged into the surrounding symbols, and instantly vanished. The anomaly in the sky quickly disappeared. The scrolls explored inward and converged, landing in the hand of an illusory figure. His other hand held a wriggling red light. This was the sequence 3 clairvoyant beyonder characteristic left behind after the pillar of stars and moon fell. He casually crushed this beyonder characteristic, stripping away the contamination within it. Seemingly glancing up at the sky, the illusory figure dissipated into light and vanished. After a long while, Aaron Kurtman, carrying the 0 to 23 scepter of punishment, finally arrived late. Feeling the lingering aura and looking at the chaotic Semim-Island, the Sea King's expression shifted for a moment before he finally suppressed the words that were almost on his lips. Outside Tinjin, in a house with a dark red chimney, crimson moonlight spilled in, illuminating half a skull stained red with blood. These were some of the materials prepared for his advancement ritual. A pale hand flipped through a notebook. Amidst the rustling of paper, lines of text vaguely appeared. Aaron Will, who had already achieved demigod status but inexplicably appeared in Tinjin, was the biggest stumbling block to Insangwil's successful plan. Insangwil, feeling abandoned by the Church of the Evernight, decided to kill this favored one of the night. He devised a comprehensive story. The hidden sage, possessing the authority of knowledge and involving part of the authority of fate, was the helper the great quill of Alzahad found for the pitiful Insangwil. This hidden existence, extremely close to a god, for some unknown reason, was also very interested in Aaron Will and did not resist this cooperation. He even actively showed weakness when Aaron Will was dealing with the Nighthawk he had secretly eroded, lowering his guard, and secretly leaving his own mark. This is truly unbelievable. That existence actually saved Aaron Will. The pitiful Insangwil was indeed just a pawn in the eyes of that being. The continuously writing white quill was suddenly gripped, and deep blue, almost black, pupils reflected resentment and unwillingness. Why? Why could a person who had just become a favored one receive his help, while he, an archbishop who had given everything to the church, could not? Taking a deep breath, suppressing the surging resentment in his heart, Insangwil, realizing that it was impossible, continued to write with the classical quill. Aaron will be unable to return to Tinjin for a short period due to injuries or other factors. Migos' process of conceiving the evil god's offspring is becoming smoother, and Insangwil's plan will definitely be completed in the end. Chapter 233 Influence and Conversation. Mist, Alasha Island, Emerald City. The tall Bernadette stood behind the railing, gazing at the suddenly bright and then dim crimson moon. Her azure eyes suddenly became deep and distant, as if piercing through reality, observing fate. However, in just 1 second, Bernadette abruptly closed her eyes, her spirituality vibrated, and blood tears streamed from the corners of her eyes. Without time to interpret the revelations gained from the adventurous prophecy, peach blossoms instantly fell around Bernadette, vivid and colorful. A peach grove, lush with vegetation and blooming flowers, appeared before her eyes, cut off by a mountain at the end of the water source in the grove, only able to attempt to peer out from a small cave. This was Bernadette's fairy tale magic, source of peach blossoms, created based on mystical reenactment. It could create a barrier isolated from the outside world and difficult to connect, which was also how Bernadette sealed the 3 grade 0 sealed artifacts her father left her. Taking a step, her figure disappeared into that seemingly unreal cave, through which water flowed. The originally vibrant peach grove was now filled with death, gradually decaying, and then rapidly weathering. The ground even began to grow the downy feathers of feathered snakes. The source of the death was a pale mask with a metallic sheen. The mask only had holes for the eyes, with no other gaps, and it was precisely pale death. At this moment, the item encompassed by this grade 0 sealed artifact was an ornament, its core a vertical eye inlaid with diamonds, shimmering with pure light. It constantly tried to decompose into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure information flow to escape, but it was always blocked by pale death. Within the range of this grade 0 sealed artifact, which was essentially a sequence 1 beyonder characteristic, even the concept of death itself would weather and vanish, naturally including conceptualized information flow. However, as a price, pale death would also be gradually awakened, requiring a certain cost to appease it again. Fortunately, most of the time, the sage's forehead ornament was in a normal state, and such anomalies rarely occurred. Using one Grade 0 sealed artifact to seal another Grade 0 sealed artifact was a last resort. The Sage's Forehead Ornament was essentially a mystery prior pathway sequence 2B under characteristic, easily sensed by the hidden Sage. After losing Roselle's protection, she could only resort to this. A phantom separated from Bernadette's body, overall tending towards transparency and quite illusory. She wore clothes identical to Bernadette's, and her eyes were as blue as the projection of the sea, clearly Bernadette herself. This was the part of her spirit she had separated. Peering into fate just now had caused her a considerable backlash. To prevent these Grade 0 sealed artifacts from further worsening her condition, Bernadette did not intend for her main body to participate. The pale mask with a metallic sheen covered the face of Bernadette's half-body phantom. Combined with Bernadette's own Sequence 3B under status, it quickly resuppressed and sealed the Sage's Forehead Ornament. Just then, an illusory, seductive murmur reached Bernadette's ears. "Wish upon me, and I can help you solve this problem. In exchange, I can even help you advance to an angel." The metallic sheened mask covering the phantom's face suddenly softened and rapidly writhed, as if to form a face that did not belong to Bernadette. That face had soft features and distinct southern continent characteristics, yet it gave an extremely bizarre and terrifying feeling. Once the contours of this face became clear enough, it would come alive, returning from ancient times, from the eternal darkness where the dead slumber. At that time, Bernadette's body, spirituality, and consciousness would all belong to this face. Her azure eyes were unperturbed. Silently, a pair of eyes appeared on Bernadette's forehead. They were almost transparent, cold and emotionless, without eyelashes. Eye of mystery prying. These eyes rotated slightly, seeing a clear distortion within the barrier constructed by the source of peach blossoms. Complex symbols emerged from her eyes, and the scene abruptly changed. The pale death, which was about to revive, was still that featureless pale mask. Although the surging death chi did not come alive, everything just now was merely an illusion. Bernadette expressionlessly looked towards the source of the distorted illusion. It was an item that was entirely golden, shaped like a miniature teapot, its surface covered with mysterious and complex symbols, with a wick extending from its spout. 0-05 Wishing Lamp. As this name appeared in her mind, Bernadette also recalled Roselle's warning to her. Sighing lightly, without any hesitation, Bernadette withdrew her gaze and took out two ancient playing cards from her. Their fronts both featured Roselle Gustave, and the upper left corner of both had text formed by starlight, Sequence 0 Hermit, Sequence 0 Wheel of Fortune. The part of her spirit wearing the pale mask used the Emperor's new clothes, becoming something that fundamentally didn't exist, and thus naturally wouldn't be affected. Before this sealed artifact could further revive, the two blasphemy slates covered the front and back of the mask. This was also one of the few items Bernadette currently possessed that could resist death's decay. As Roselle's daughter, she also had some understanding of the creation of the blasphemy slates. At that time, Roselle, who had already advanced to Sequence 1, Knowledge Emperor, could not only draw power from knowledge but also imbue abstract knowledge with substantial power. This was also why the blasphemy slates, despite not having beyonder characteristics, were still terrifyingly powerful in some aspects. Although she didn't know what materials her father used as a basis for their creation, or how he achieved anti-divination and anti-prophecy at the level of a deity, Bernadette knew how to maximize the use of these two blasphemy slates. The next second, Bernadette's body suddenly became transparent, turning into a pile of bubbles. These bubbles quickly dispersed, transforming into an illusory torrent of fate, connecting to the two blasphemy slates. As a Sequence 3 clairvoyant of the mystery prior pathway, she could already peek into the secrets of fate to a limited extent. With the beyonder status bonus of the two blasphemy slates and their shared characteristic of pointing towards fate, she briefly connected to the river of fate. Of course, being so smooth also owed much to Roselle's painstaking efforts on these two blasphemy slates. Roselle, who knew very well what the hidden sage was, naturally had to prepare a fallback for Bernadette after feeling abandoned by the seven deities. The combined use of these two blasphemy slates was the fundamental reason Bernadette was able to survive the initial searches by various parties before becoming a major figure in the mystical world. Splendid white feathers were formed into Bernadette. Looking at the pale death caught in a fate loop and with its wool fading, she put the two blasphemy slates back, carefully placing them on her chest. Ignoring the incessant allure of the wishing lamp, Bernadette recalled the prophecy she had glimpsed earlier, and her azure eyes instantly transformed into a deep ocean. Dong. The sound of a bell, as if traveling through history, rang out, reverberating far and wide in the empty, hidden world. Night enveloped the world, and a huge, sacred crimson moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the monastery with its many ancient buildings below. Aaron's stagnant thoughts gradually recovered, and he suddenly opened his eyes to find Ariana, in a simple linen robe, slowly floating before him. Her dark eyes looked at Aaron and she spoke calmly. The goddess has expelled the lurking mark for you, and the remaining corruption has also been erased. Rubbing his still throbbing forehead, Aaron's expression was solemn. He drew a crimson moon on his chest, expressing his gratitude to the goddess. After bowing slightly to the dean of the Church of Evernight, Aaron immediately used teleportation, flashing into the crimson moon, and departed from this hidden world from another location. Upon returning to the real world, an indescribable drowsiness washed over him. With a slight movement of his spirituality, Aaron did not resist, found a safe spot, sat cross-legged, and entered a dream. Within the hazy dream world, Aaron saw a slightly dilapidated spire on that barren plain, and he saw a sulking Septon. Recalling the fate reset that had held back the hidden sage at the most critical moment, Aaron's face showed an awkward yet polite smile. "Thank you for your help, Mr. Speaker." Septon snorted, pointing to the dilapidated spire behind him with a pained expression, muttering softly. "This time I helped you block the hidden sage, which greatly affected my state." "Wait." Aaron interrupted Septon with a wry smile. "I remember you weren't like this even when facing Ouroboros before. Although the hidden sage is stronger than him, he's not his true body. Although he didn't finish his sentence, the meaning was clear. "I truly appreciate your help, but one thing at a time, you can't take advantage of the situation and ask for too much." Septon cleared his throat to hide his slight guilt, then explained righteously. "That's different, okay. And my aura is now not only locked onto by Ouroboros, but even that hidden sage knows about it. He also involves the domain of fate, and in my current state, I simply cannot bear this pressure." Septon glanced at Aaron, who was frowning slightly, and said concisely. "So I need to reset, change my identity, and escape the perception of those two guys. So as compensation, your future gratuitous help will have to be added one more time." "Reset?" Aaron looked at Septon with some suspicion. Although he felt something was off, the other party had just saved him, and the request wasn't excessive, so he nodded and then asked. "When will you reset? Is there anything I can help with?" Seeing that this guy agreed, Septon's expression softened, but he was secretly delighted. What he said was indeed true, but he also concealed some information. While confronting the hidden sage, he had glimpsed some secrets in the surging river of fate, which was the main reason that prompted him to decide to reset. Of course, he couldn't say this directly, otherwise, if he said he reset on his own initiative, how could he demand compensation? But upon hearing Aaron's second question, his expression stiffened slightly. "Probably within 2 or 3 months. The dice of probability still needs some arrangements. As for help, well, just don't cause me any other trouble." What kind of words are these? Being told directly by the victim, Aaron was also slightly embarrassed. He then heard the Snake of Fate ad. "After I reset, apart from certain special items acting as a medium, my power range might temporarily be limited to Backlund, and I won't be able to spare attention for the life school of thought. If those guys from the Moses Ascetic Order make any moves, I hope you can lend a hand." Naturally, Aaron had already put that Star Moon Pillar on his kill list. Not to mention this attack, just that title alone, any cat or dog could call themselves a pillar. Feeling the undisguised killing intent, Septon hummed and added. "The Moses Ascetic Order lost a sequence 3 this time, and the hidden sage was also affected. There won't be much movement in the short term, but you must not let your guard down. Just like this time, if the hidden sage wants to scheme against you, his portion of the authority of fate will interfere with my precognition, and I won't be able to give you specific revelations." With the hidden sage still present, the Star Moon Pillar also fell. Aaron nodded without changing his expression, suppressing his doubts for now, and showed a friendly smile. "The paper cranes you gave me before are all used up, you see." Before he could finish, the scene before him suddenly blurred and shattered. When Aaron came to his senses, he found himself already out of the dream, and the last words lingering in his ears made Aaron's expression change slightly. "Almost forgot to say, your subordinate, that scholar of yours, is in a bit of an abnormal state right now. A kind reminder from your friend, Septon." Too late to complain about that guy's stinginess, remembering Cavendish Lanes, who had helped him block the hidden sage's first wave of invasion, Aaron immediately teleported back to the Duke's mansion in Irisol. After setting up a spiritual wall, his consciousness sank, and he arrived in the Nation of Disorder. Looking at the dim light of faith, Aaron unhesitatingly integrated the Black Emperor card into his body, leveraging the dark golden mist to spread towards the light spot. Cavendish Lanes's condition was quite bad. Even through the historical projection, the complex knowledge corruption still affected him, who was at the forefront. Out of spiritual instinct for self-preservation, Cavendish Lanes rapidly decomposed the knowledge corruption into various spirit body threads, simulating the state of advancing to Scholar of Yore, dispersing all spirit body threads into the historical fog. Relying on the Scholar of Yore's inherent characteristics, he used the cleansing of the historical fog to get rid of the corruption. If Cavendish Lanes hadn't already digested most of the potion, merely dispersing the spirit body threads into the historical fog would have caused him to lose control. It was also fortunate that this was only corruption transmitted from the hidden sage's power projection through the historical fog, otherwise, he, who had not yet mastered a complete mythical creature form, would have simply collapsed on the spot. Unable to reassemble his body, he would have turned into a very strange and difficult to deal with monster in mysticism, a knowledge fairy. And this was also known as an information organism. After all, this was not the knowledge infusion endured by those members of the Moses ascetic order, but malicious knowledge corruption. Quickly grasping the situation, and feeling that his loyal subordinate was not in mortal danger, Aaron's tense expression also relaxed slightly. Chapter 234, Book of Disasters. Although there was no immediate danger to his life, Cavendish Lancer was currently in the abyss, and even being within the historical fog couldn't guarantee that no accidents would occur. Delay would lead to complications, so Aaron didn't hesitate. The most urgent task now was to help eliminate the information pollution from the worms of spirit. Only then could Cavendish Lancer's body reform within the historical fog. Fortunately, each worm of spirit bore his distinct imprint, and his understanding of historical secrets made them appear exceptionally solid. Even with his consciousness divided among many worms of spirit, he wouldn't be dispersed by the equally diluted information in a short time. Aaron only needed to help him stabilize his consciousness and gradually dispel the torrent of information. During this process, Aaron, using specially marked prayer light spots, mobilized part of the Nation of Disorder's power to activate the Staff of Daybreak, purifying the pollution. Time passed minute by minute, and one by one, worms of spirit detached from the historical fog, beginning to reassemble their bodies. Watching Cavendish Lancer's body continuously squirm, Aaron put down the Staff of Daybreak and condensed a ball of light, sending it into the now normal prayer light spot. Inside it was the symbolic pattern he had obtained from the staff traded with Bernadette. Although the damage caused this time was not small, misfortune and fortune are intertwined. Deeply integrating with the historical fog was also a form of role-playing for a scholar of yore. After Cavendish Lancer recovered, he should be able to start making yesterday's recurrence charms. After dealing with Cavendish Lancer's matter, Aaron stirred the dark gold mist to thoroughly check himself, ensuring there was nothing suspicious. He then layered the semi-illusory, indifferent eyeball, a remnant from when he dealt with the hidden sage's pollution on Old Neil, and placed it beside the Staff of Daybreak. He would settle this score with him sooner or later. After taking a few items from the junk pile and offering them as sacrifices, Aaron returned to the real world. It was time to look at his spoils of war. In the underground hall filled with a bloody aura, Walna stood in front of the indistinct statue that had appeared out of thin air, his expression solemn. If Aaron hadn't given a heads-up before acting, a mere gate of banishment couldn't have opened his territory. Looking at the junior who gave him so much trouble, Walna sighed helplessly. Crimson and silver interwoven light surged, and the indistinct statue gradually vanished, leaving a yellowish-brown parchment book quietly suspended. On the surface of the book, a line of words was written in Elvish, Book of Calamity. There was no need to search. Under the power of an angel, which could even shatter beyond her characteristics, the most special item would naturally emerge. Walna controlled it well, not actually shattering it, but merely breaking its original seal. Aaron, with anticipation in his eyes, grabbed the Book of Calamity. His expression changed slightly. The book, with a texture like human skin, eagerly tried to burrow into his flesh, and his affected spirituality vaguely showed a tendency to split into 3 parts. The chain of order suddenly emerged, isolating this strange Book of Calamity. Aaron frowned and threw it to Walna. Looking at the parchment book, which was once again covered in flames and lightning, Aaron spoke uncertainly after a moment. This is a living sealed artifact. And it's definitely not of the Tyrant Pathway. The latter half of the sentence was extremely certain. Walna closed his eyes, which were filled with various symbols, and corrected Aaron's statement. This is a demigod-sealed artifact of the Hangman Pathway, and its living characteristic doesn't come from the characteristic itself, but from the item sealed within it. Is this really the remnant of that elf queen, Calamity Queen, Gaeshanem? Hanged Man. Aaron's mind suddenly recalled the fate of the 3 Moses ascetic order members who obtained the Book of Calamity in the original timeline, 3-headed flesh monsters, clearly rose bishops. Aaron remained silent and didn't respond. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have fallen into a habitual way of thinking. Did the title, Calamity Queen, necessarily mean she was a sequence 2 calamity of the Tyrant Pathway? Could a mere sequence 2 survive the great catastrophe where even several ancient gods perished? Although the elf race controlled the Tyrant Pathway, not all elves were of this pathway. Moreover, the fundamental reason for the ancient gods' madness largely depended on the conflicting beyonder characteristics within their bodies. As a neighboring pathway to the Tyrant Pathway, it was highly likely that the Elf Queen had mixed these 2 pathways, or even, with the help of the Hangman Pathway's special nature and the Elf King's assistance, had pastured a calamity. This might have been the Elf King's deliberate intention. After all, before the ancient sun god appeared, the godhood of the Hangman Pathway was vacant. If they could cultivate another true god for the elf race, the final history of the Era of Fire's first radiance might even be rewritten by them. The ancient god who held similar thoughts probably included the Dragon of Imagination, Ankwelt. His subordinate god, the Dragon of Wisdom, Herabergen, who later became the god of knowledge and wisdom, was also of the neighboring White Tauren pathway, and that godhood was also vacant. Perhaps having learned a lesson from her old rival, Gaeshanam had always deliberately disguised herself, not revealing her true sequence, and secretly advanced with the pastured Calamity, using the title, Calamity Queen, to deceive other ancient gods into lowering their guard. Traces of this could also be seen in Shartas's memory fragments left in Grozel's travels. When the alliance of the three humanoid ancient gods finally broke, Gaeshanam was unaffected by Sunyaso Lem's terrifying roar. That was a tyrant. A tyrant who ascended through the faith of fear and obedience. If Gaeshanam was truly just a sequence to Calamity, she wouldn't have been able to remain so calm and composed. This had nothing to do with the private feelings of the two mythical creatures, this was the absolute suppression of a superior over an inferior on the entire tyrant pathway. His thoughts became increasingly divergent. After truly seeing the Book of Calamity, more and more details emerged from his mind. Aaron couldn't help but recall how Alger's mind was easily read when he met Gaeshanam in a dream. He exhaled softly, and Aaron had more conjectures. What exactly is Gaeshanam's current state? How did she survive that disaster? Thinking of this, Aaron suddenly paused. If he remembered correctly, the elf king Sunyaso Lem had three subordinate gods. Excluding Lilith, who joined the elves after her fall, and Gaeshanam, there was also a mysterious god of fortune. Seeing Aaron's constantly changing expression, Walna no longer inquired. This junior of his knew far more than he, an angel, did. Every time he thought of this, Walna felt he had lost his angelic status. After resealing the Book of Calamity, he saw Aaron, with shining eyes, grab it again and hastily open a gate of teleportation. Listening to the insincere thank you echoing in his ears, Walna looked at the underground hall, which had returned to its empty silence, his forehead twitching slightly. When Aaron teleported to Backlund, he suddenly remembered that he had run out of paper cranes. He seemed to have no way to actively contact Wulasepton. Standing awkwardly on the clock tower, looking at the gray sky where the morning light was just peeking through, Aaron's figure disappeared, returning to his room in the outskirts of Backlund. After setting up a wall of spirituality, Aaron tried several times and finally saw Rhodes in the floating mirror, which gave him a peaking sensation. Initially, Aaron was still thinking about the elf queen and didn't notice Rhodes's abnormality, until he saw the golden words appear on the mirror and his eyebrows slightly raised. Mysterious and great Duke, innocent and weak Rhodes extends his most sincere greetings to you. Are you well? Innocent. This tone. Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly, and he responded indifferently. I'm fine. According to the rules, it's my turn to ask you a question. Feeling that he had escaped a disaster, Rhodes happily displayed the short words, please ask. Aaron nodded slightly and didn't ask immediately. Instead, he took out a bottle containing a drop of silver blood. In the blood, countless tiny, transcendent, illusory wheels seemed to be rotating, forming a long ribbon, with its ends almost meeting. This was the blood given by the Snake of Fate back then, and it was also the most convenient way Aaron could think of to find Wulasepton now. Of course, even with this drop of blood, Aaron didn't expect Rhodes to be able to locate Wulasepton, whose precise location even Ouroboros couldn't pinpoint. This was more like a one-way message, using the fluctuations of fate to express his desire to meet the Snake of Fate. If he agreed, Rhodes would naturally find him; if he refused, he would certainly find nothing. After simply stating his request, he slightly lifted a seal to allow Rhodes to sense the blood's aura, and the mirror quickly rippled with silver waves. Somewhat to Aaron's surprise, the image quickly appeared. A young boy with his hands in his pockets and a somewhat rebellious expression was staring at him from outside the frame with a look of disdain. The camera pulled back, revealing the house number, 72 Sibury Street, Cherwood Borough. Looking at the image that lasted only a few seconds before shattering, Aaron, with a smile, resealed the blood and put it away. Seemingly sensing Aaron's good mood, text appeared on the mirror again. Great Duke, do you have any more questions? Aaron reined in the smile at the corner of his mouth and responded succinctly, of course. Without waiting for Rhodes's response, after answering the mirror's question, Aaron suddenly asked. Who killed the Star Moon Pillar on Zimim Island? You can use descriptive terms as a reference. Not comforted by the understanding final sentence, the text on the mirror immediately distorted, rippling for a long time before pale words appeared. It was that one from the God of Steam and Machinery Church. Aaron was both surprised and unsurprised by this answer. To forcibly kill a Sequence 3 under the Hidden Sage's protection was not something an ordinary angel could do. What surprised Aaron was how quickly the God of Steam and Machinery located Zimim Island. If it was that easy to pinpoint a location, the Hidden Sage's hidden title would be like a paper wall, and his whereabouts wouldn't have been untraceable for thousands of years. Seemingly realizing that it couldn't hide it any longer, it proactively confessed, hoping for leniency. A large amount of text appeared on the mirror. Humble Rhodes dared to peek into your image and was coincidentally corrupted by that evil god, which triggered the core seal of St. Hilaire Cathedral. That is a grade 0 sealed artifact. A power prevented me from prying into that sealed artifact, and I have no way of knowing its specific function, but the pollution I suffered was cleansed. No one actively asked, so how dare it peek at me? Aaron's eyes narrowed slightly. Combining this with previous clues, he roughly guessed what the mirror had done. Mr. Fool is indeed sharp-minded, but this mirror still needs to be disciplined. I don't want to be constantly watched through a mirror. He sternly warned this unprincipled magic mirror, emphasizing that no matter who wanted to peek at him, it should create an unpeekable or erroneous image. Looking at the now calm mirror, Aaron's figure also disappeared from the spot, appearing at 72 Sibury Street, Sherwood Borough. Stepping through the already open door, Aaron finally saw Mr. Speaker again in reality, even though the other party's attitude was not very welcoming. Cough. Aaron unconsciously smiled, bowing slightly. It's an honor to see you again, Mr. Speaker. The current situation is grim and complex, which will also bring considerable uncertainty to your restart. Therefore, I have brought a way to temporarily restore some power during your weak period. The last time we met in reality, the paper cranes you gave me have run out. You see. Will Septon stopped shuffling the tarot cards in his hand, looked Aaron up and down, and extended his right hand, saying, "Let me see it first." Aaron took out the staff embedded with transparent, elongated gems from his spatial pocket and handed it over. Will Septon took it with interest, glanced at it twice, then raised his voice. "This can only be used once." Aaron maintained a warm smile and continued unhurriedly. "I have already replicated the symbolic patterns and magical marks on it, and my scholar of yours condition has returned to normal." Will Septon's small face immediately wrinkled, and he reluctantly handed Aaron a paper crane, muttering softly, "Every time I see you, I feel like I'm being played by fate." Looking at Will Septon, who started playing dumb after handing over one paper crane, Aaron didn't press the matter. One was fine, he could always get more after it ran out. With that thought, Aaron spoke. "I may not be able to attend to Backlund for a while in the future. I'd like to ask you to look after Audrey. Would you be so kind as to tell me your honorific name?" The staff transformed into a silver glow, merging into his body and disappearing. Will Septon didn't refuse, slowly chanting. "Incarnation of fortune, monster who foresees the future, calamity who spreads misfortune, witness to all fates in Backlund, keeper of chaos and madness." Noticing Aaron's peculiar gaze, Will Septon snorted lightly and explained. "This is my honorific name with some modifications. Even if I have started my restart, as long as your fiancé is still in Backlund, I can provide some response." Chapter 235 God of Luck. After silently repeating it once, Aaron slowly nodded. He looked at Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting and spoke as if unintentionally, "Recently, I've also learned about some hidden secrets from ancient eras. That elf king Soniath Solium seems to have a subordinate deity named God of Fortune. I wonder if Speaker Sir knows anything about him." "Don't know, not clear, never heard of him." Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting didn't even lift his head, waving his hand as if sending him away. "You're too perfunctory, at least put on a bit of an act." Aaron raised his eyebrows slightly, a smile on his face as he continued. "It is said that the origin of elves comes from the legendary western continent. That ancient god, elf king Soniath Solium, was the first elf. So, do you think that as his subordinate deity, the god of fortune might also know something? It's not just the 7 deities, some other hidden existences are also very interested in that legendary western continent. Don't you agree, Mr. Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, the embodiment of luck?" Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting stopped pretending to be foolish. He snorted, and a silver river faintly appeared, causing Aaron to instantly lose his perception of the outside world. With a slight curl of his lips, Aaron strolled gracefully to the sofa opposite Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting and sat down. Putting away the tarot cards in his hand, the silver light in Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's eyes grew brighter, and his voice became somewhat ethereal. After the true creator fell into slumber, in the age of darkness, during the fire primordial era, 8 ancient gods divided the authority he left behind. They became the deities who governed the sky, earth, and sea, who governed reality, the spirit world, and the astral world, and who governed various races. The original giant king Ormer, elf king Soniath Solium, and vampire ancestor Lilith formed an alliance to resist dragon of imagination Ankwelt, phoenix ancestor Gregali, and aberrant king Faster. The conflict between the deities spread to their races and their subordinate deities. Although the situation was chaotic, it still maintained relative stability. The true chaos began after the fall of sanguine ancestor Lilith, aberrant king Faster, and demonic wolf, Phlegria. The alliance between the elves and giants then became a mere formality. At this point, he paused, glancing at Aaron before continuing. "I know what you're thinking. That god of fortune was the past me, not the current me." Before Aaron could ask, he proactively explained, "Sequence 2 of the Wheel of Fortune pathway is called Soothsayer." "Heh, a soothsayer, self-proclaimed darling of fate." Putting away his self-deprecating tone, his expression became indifferent. "During the Twin Ages, I glimpsed the future, I glimpsed my own death, but in despair, fate seemed to give me a glimmer of hope. The future I glimpsed told me that the ritual for advancing to sequence 1 required changing a predetermined fate after foreseeing a disaster, abandoning everything from the past, actively merging into the torrent of fate, and transforming into a snake of fate in the long river of fate. Under the threat of the most powerful giants and dragons during the Twin Ages, Ormer, who lacked assistance, provided help. When I regained consciousness in the torrent of fate and successfully advanced, by leveraging the fluctuations of fate, I sensed Ormer's fall and an indescribable object in the torrent of fate that kept attracting me. The alliance with Ormer became a mere formality from the day he fell. I felt an indescribable pressure from the ancient sun god. After achieving the snake of fate, I did not leave the torrent of fate but followed the guidance of fate and found the source of the attraction. That was the uniqueness of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, which was originally untraceable, conceptualized and abstract. The pressure that one gave me, coupled with the changes brought about by the fall of each ancient god, made me decide to take the risk and make contact. Aaron, who was listening to the secrets buried in the mists of history, still asked with some surprise, uniqueness. You just swallowed it. His originally indifferent expression flickered with a hint of awkwardness for a moment, then Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting immediately argued righteously, that was the second epoch. Only those ancient gods were born with the ability to accommodate uniqueness. How could I have known the drawbacks of forcibly accommodating uniqueness back then, not to mention the interference that changeable fate gave me? Only after merging with that abstract concept did I gradually realize that this was not something I could achieve at the moment. But everything has its pros and cons. Although contacting this uniqueness brought me great trouble, it also allowed me to avoid the ancient sun god's perception. Without becoming a god or without the correct method of accommodation, uniqueness is merely a burden for a sequence one like me. Realizing the problem during the contact, I have been trying to get rid of this interference. It wasn't until the fourth epoch that I finally suppressed the vivification of that uniqueness and escaped the long river of fate. To truly accommodate it, the correct approach should be to cooperate with a simplified god ascension ritual. The long period of resistance finally allowed me to see through fate. The god ascension ritual for the Wheel of Fortune pathway might be the simplest, or it might be the most difficult. As long as one can find the correct opportunity in the torrent of fate, one can directly consume the Beyonder potion and attempt to advance. Aaron tapped his fingers lightly, inexplicably thinking of the state he was in when he advanced to demigod, merging with order and controlling rules. Recalling that feeling, some conjectures also emerged in Aaron's mind. The ritual principle of the Wheel of Fortune should be the fusion of the Snake of Fate with the River of Fate. This fusion, to a certain extent, is equivalent to the incarnation of the River of Fate. The so-called correct opportunity might just refer to a certain moment when the River of Fate and one's will are aligned, meaning that the fate of successful advancement penetrates the entire long River of Fate at that instant. At that moment, the Snake of Fate can, to a certain extent, represent the will of fate, and advancement is bound to succeed. However, if one does not wait for a suitable opportunity to advance, during the process of merging with the River of Fate, they will encounter the fate of their own demise, and resisting is equivalent to going against one's own will. Not resisting would lead to a chaotic outcome. Faced with this paradox of fate, there is simply no possibility of successful advancement. Glancing at the thoughtful Aaron, Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting added irritably, but the problem is, that precise opportunity cannot be divined, cannot be predicted, and cannot be locked down by any means. One can only eliminate certain interferences and patiently experience and search for it. But whether it's the entanglement with uniqueness or the confrontation with Ouroboros, I have restarted countless times, enduring an incredibly long period, yet still haven't encountered the so-called opportunity. That smelly snake Ouroboros sensed the lingering aura on me. To avoid him and the true creator behind him, I kept restarting. Although each restart washes away the madness, it still requires a certain faith positioning, otherwise the Snake of Fate state cannot be maintained for too long. Fortunately, this vicious cycle didn't last too long. Those high and mighty big figures finally reached an agreement, and that evil god was imprisoned in the forsaken land of the gods. Taking advantage of this gap, I secretly developed believers and established the current life school of thought in the fifth epoch. Aaron lowered his head slightly, showing no unusual expression. There were many questionable points and loopholes in Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's words. How did he, who was only sequence 2 in the second epoch, obtain the Snake of Fate Beyonder characteristic? Was it truly through Ormer, or did he receive other assistance? Could the vivification of uniqueness truly be suppressed by a sequence 1 like him? The probability of successfully getting rid of that uniqueness and turning it into the physical dice of probability, and the chosen time coincidentally being the turbulent fourth epoch, was this fate or was it arranged by others? More crucially, as two snakes of fate that had been intertwined, what was Ouroboros' state at that time? His gaze flickered slightly, and Aaron suppressed these questions. For him, today's goal had been achieved, and the remaining confusions were not suitable to be brought up now. Whether it was because his current strength was insufficient or due to other factors, since Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting deliberately avoided those questions, it was not appropriate for him to continue pressing. However, some of Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting's descriptions, especially the appearance of that uniqueness, made Aaron's thoughts wander. As a sequence one of the Wheel of Fortune pathway, under close observation, Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting could, to a certain extent, discover his own peculiarity. Whether it's the God Ascension ritual of the Wheel of Fortune pathway or accommodating uniqueness, both require waiting for that opportunity in the torrent of fate. Is this opportunity truly obtained by waiting, or by some existence-changing fate through some means to make the opportunity arrive? Perhaps the key to accommodating uniqueness and achieving godhood in the Wheel of Fortune pathway is not passively waiting for fate's arrangements, but actively pursuing and seizing the certainty of fate. This was also the reason why he repeatedly offered favors. Remembering the speaker sir's sudden mention of restarting earlier, Aaron immediately understood some things. Feeling the barrier that isolated the outside world disappear, Aaron looked at the displeased Wei Er, Ong Sai Ting, who was clearly signaling him to leave. He chuckled and shook his head, his tone playful as he said, perhaps in a while, I can help you meet an old friend of yours. Empress Borough, Backlund, Count Hall's mansion. Audrey was being dressed by her maid, Annie, when she saw Susie run in and give her a wink. It winked at me. Audrey's feelings suddenly became a bit complicated. Fortunately, after a night of contemplation and clarifying the pros and cons, Audrey had at least gradually accepted it psychologically. After finding an excuse to have the maids temporarily leave, Audrey locked the door and turned to look at Susie, the golden retriever, who she wasn't sure if she still counted as her pet, and said, "Did you hear, or encounter anything?" The golden retriever Susie squatted steadily, letting out a howl that vibrated the surrounding air, and said, "Yes, I heard the Count and several counselors discussing matters in the study. They plan to organize a group of people and supplies to go to the Byron west coast of the southern continent to help rebuild Nikiphorus City, which was damaged by the war. Oh, by the way, Audrey, where is the Byron west coast?" Listening to the unfamiliar and not quite standard Loenese, Audrey felt increasingly complex. She was silent for a few seconds before saying, "I'll give you a map later." "Okay." Susie replied cheerfully. The Count said that this matter is led by the Church of Dark, and due to the complex situation in West Byron now, both supplies and personnel will choose the most convenient airship. They will switch to ironclads after they are officially in service. Really? Audrey asked in surprise. Since it was handled by the Church and involved airships, perhaps she would have a chance to go to the southern continent and even give him a surprise. Not knowing what Audrey was thinking, Susie replied very honestly, "I can't give you a definite answer. This is just what I heard. I can't even deeply understand what they mean, after all, I'm just a dog who just started learning." Audrey was momentarily stunned, then blossomed into a smile. She took snacks from a beautifully decorated cabinet nearby, tore open the seal, and placed them in front of Susie. Watching Susie give up thinking and huffing as she began to enjoy the snacks, Audrey was somewhat lost in thought. Perhaps it was a coincidence, at yesterday's Beyonder gathering, she just happened to obtain the apothecary formula that Glyrant desired, and she also acquired several pages of Roselle's diary. The New Year's Eve ball will be officially held at the palace at the end of this year, which also symbolizes her social coming of age. It is already July, and if she travels by airship, even going to the southern continent, she would have enough time to return to Backlund. As her thoughts churned, Audrey felt a warmth in her ear, and a familiar voice instantly dispelled her suddenly tense emotions. "Did you miss me?" Strong surprise welled up in her emerald eyes. Audrey felt her lips touch something warm, and the words that were on the tip of her tongue simply wouldn't come out. The grievance in Audrey's heart, which had been without news from Aaron for a long time, also dissipated. After savoring the fragrance between his lips and teeth, Aaron looked at Audrey's flushed face and led her by the hand to sit by the desk. Susie, who had been engrossed in eating, sat up straight, pawed at a biscuit that had fallen to the floor, wagged her tail, and excitedly said, "Duke, Audrey has been missing you a lot during this time." The blush on her face deepened a few shades. Audrey let out a small gasp. Hearing that come from Susie's mouth always made her feel an unbearable sense of awkwardness. Looking at the somewhat embarrassed Audrey, Aaron patted Susie, who had voluntarily come closer, and was not surprised that Susie could speak. Audrey, keenly aware of this, lightly patted Susie and looked at Aaron questioningly. Aaron explained with a smile, "Evelina was also like this initially. The spectator beyonder potion is quite significant for the development of the mind, especially in terms of intellect." Aaron explained with a smile, and the arcane necklace flashed slightly in his hand, revealing a black pouch embroidered with golden lace, which was precisely the traveler's satchel he had obtained from Bodhi's. With the arcane necklace, he could now make these spatial pouches himself. Although they all had certain flaws, if such a practical item were sold to Mr. Fool, it would be unreasonable not to price it at several £100s. Aaron carefully explained the usage and flaws of the traveler's satchel to Audrey, watching her try it out with curiosity, taking out one item after another from the pouch. Susie, on the other hand, watched all of this with a look of shock. Although using shock to describe a dog might seem strange, Aaron felt it was quite fitting. Looking at Audrey, whose face was slightly pale from spiritual exhaustion, Aaron took the traveler's satchel and put all the retrieved items back into it.